The lean man who was driving couldn't help but remind him, Brother Bao, if you leave the city from here, it's the opposite direction from Green Bull County. If we don't get rid of the tail, are we going to take him to Green Bull Resort, said the bald man, Black Panther. But young Master Liang said that within an hour, He Bao said impatiently, I'll talk to Liang Xiao, you don't need to worry about it. Change course immediately. The monkey no longer hesitated and immediately said, yes. Brother Bao. He knew that Black Panther's position in front of young Master Liang was very high, and their relationship wasn't just an employer-employee relationship. The proud Black Panther wouldn't be as timid in front of young Master Liang as they were. The reason was simple, Black Panther was extremely strong. As far as Monkey knew, Black Panther was the kind of person who had really learned Kung Fu. It was said that he had a very impressive master background, and was definitely not the kind of showy martial art seen on television. Monkey didn't know the specific background of the Black Panther, but he had seen with his own eyes that the Black Panther had broken a wooden stake as thick as a large ocean bowl with a kick. Moreover, it had done so with great ease, clearly not using its full strength. Before that, the monkey had never seen a human being able to unleash such a powerful killing force with just their physical body. Naturally, he was both respectful and fearful of the Black Panther. Besides, Liang Hyaming was usually very polite to Black Panther. He never ordered him around like he did to his other subordinates. He even talked to Black Panther in a negotiating tone. From Monkey's point of view, Black Panther's position in the Liang family was similar to that of a guest in a martial arts novel, extremely aloof. Therefore, since Black Panther had given the order, he immediately carried it out without any hesitation. Anyway, He Bao would talk to Liang Hyaming, so the punishment wouldn't hit him even if he delayed the time. Hosey, He Bao said indifferently, pay attention to controlling the speed of the car, don't let him overtake you, and at the same time, make sure you don't lose him. Monkey was an expert at racing. After hearing Black Panther's words, he immediately said with confidence, all right. Brother Bao, just wait and see. As soon as Monkey finished speaking, an intersection appeared in front of them. He suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the van turned left at a high speed. Under the yellow light, the tail of the van even drifted slightly. When Xia Ruofei drove the pickup truck to the intersection, it was already a red light. However, at this time, he did not care about the red light and directly changed the direction. The pickup truck also made a sharp left turn, causing the drivers of the green light to be frightened. They could not help but honk and curse again. In the SUV, Monkey was focused on driving with an excited look. However, a burly man in black sitting in the middle row asked, curiously, Brother Bao, are you trying to lure him out of the city? He Bao nodded lightly and said, if I didn't remember the license plate. Wrong, the kid who owns the farm should be in the car behind. Young Master Liang wants to deal with him. Since we've met, let's take care of him together. The middle-aged man beside Liang Hyaming had only arranged for people to keep an eye on the farm. They knew that Xia Ruofei had left the farm, but they did not know where he had gone after that. Hence, He Bao only confirmed that the person in the car behind was the person Liang Hyaming hated to the core after Xia Ruofei's car had caught up. As Monkey drove, he said with some doubt, Brother Bao, this kid might not be easy to deal with. Even Zhao He failed yesterday. Black Panther twitched his mouth and said with a disdainful expression, Zhao He? I can deal with 10 of those wild people with one hand. You guys don't need to worry about it. Just lure this kid out of the city and leave the rest to me. Yes. Brother Bao. In the pickup truck. Xia Ruofei's face was filled with anxiety. Judging from the route of the commercial vehicle in front of them, they should be running out of the city. In fact, they had already passed the most congested road, and there were fewer cars on the road than before. Correspondingly, the speed of the two cars also slowly increased, and they were no longer stuck in the traffic. In this way, the inherent shortcomings of the pickup truck were revealed. The acceleration performance of a vehicle like the Xia was definitely not as good as that of the luxury business car in front. Xia Ruofei was starting to regret not driving the night 15 out. It was too eye-catching, so Xia Ruofei had decided to drive the pickup truck after some hesitation. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. If Xia Ruofei was driving the night 15, it would be a huge obstacle in the traffic jam. No matter how powerful it was, it would not be able to exert its advantage. Instead, it might lose track of Xia Ruofei because it could not overtake the slow cars on the road. Now, Xia Ruofei could only rely on his extraordinary driving skills to make up for the lack of performance. Xia Ruofei had used his turning skills to the maximum. In addition, the driver monkey did not use his full strength on purpose. Hence, the distance between the two cars did not widen. The traffic was getting sparser and sparser. Soon, both cars whizzed past the Min River Bridge and were getting further and further away from the center urban area. Under the instructions of Heibao, Hosey drove towards Baofeng Mountain after leaving the urban area. Baofeng Mountain was not far from the Three Mountains urban area. Although the mountain road was steep and full of curves, the road conditions were very good, which was more advantageous for commercial vehicles with lower chassis. Most importantly, there was very little traffic at night. It was obvious that Heibao wanted to get rid of Xia Ruofei on Baofeng Mountain. Because this direction was in the opposite direction of Green Bull County, Heibao wanted to end the battle quickly and rush back to Green Bull Holiday Villa to take a walk. After all, Liang Hyaming had already given the word that he would see Ling Qingxue within an hour. Although Heibao's status was extraordinary, it would be embarrassing for everyone if he rushed back too late. Xia Ruofei, who was in the car behind, had no choice but to follow closely behind the car in front. Although he used the turns to keep closing the distance, once they were on a straight road, the difference in power performance between the two cars would widen the distance again. Just like that, the two cars rushed up the mountain road of Baofeng Mountain one after another. On the winding mountain road, Xia Ruofei finally had room to display his driving skills. Hosey's expression started to turn serious as he realized that the broken-down pickup truck was getting closer and closer. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of the pickup truck. If he hadn't tried his best to use the terrain to block, the pickup would have already passed him. Of course, Xia Ruofei was also cautious. After all, Ling Qingxue was also in the car. Otherwise, he would have at least two chances to block the inner lane and directly push the van down the cliff. In the SUV, the Black Panther gently pinched his fingers, and his joints made a crackling sound. He saw a small fork in the road ahead. Weeds had already grown on the road, and under the light of the car, he could only vaguely see two rutted tracks. Obviously, this was an abandoned old road. Heibao pointed to that fork and said indifferently, "Hosey, stop the car after driving in for 100 or 200 meters. Yes. Brother Bao. The monkey responded loudly. Xia Ruofei's pickup truck was full of aggression after entering the mountains. Monkey was sweating profusely. He heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Heibao's words. Hosey had been driving for many years, and had rarely been forced into such a tight corner. Although they were on opposing sides, he still had a faint sense of admiration for Xia Ruofei. The van quickly turned into the abandoned old road. The two ruts were a little deep, and the chassis of the car would be hit by the gravel splashed by the tires from time to time, making a series of cracking sounds. But Monkey didn't care. He followed Heibao's instructions and drove for about 100 meters. After a turn, he drove a little further and stopped the car on the inside. Hosey was a little nervous and on guard. The car remained in gear so that if Xia Ruofei crashed into him, he could react quickly. However, his worries were unnecessary. Xia Ruofei did not do so many times on the mountain road. Now that the van had stopped, he naturally would not bump into Ling Qingxue in the van. He would definitely be cautious. When Xia Ruofei saw that the black MPV had stopped, he immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped the pickup truck 10 meters away from the MPV. At this moment, Xia Ruofei saw the front passenger door of the business car open. The bald man, Black Panther, stepped out of the car. Xia Ruofei's eyes shot out a cold light. He pushed the door open and got out of the car with a dark expression. The moment Xia Ruofei saw the Black Panther, he had a feeling of extreme danger. This feeling was several times more dangerous than when he saw Zhao He yesterday. In fact, Zhao He only had a murderous aura. His skills did not pose any threat to Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei's instincts told him that the Black Panther was not an easy opponent to deal with. After Xia Ruofei had obtained the spirit map space, his physical fitness had been constantly improving. Especially after he had the body tempering soup, the strengthening was like driving on the fast track. It could be said that the current Xia Ruofei was several times stronger than when he was at his strongest in the special forces. Even so, the Black Panther still gave Xia Ruofei an instinctive sense of danger. This meant that the Black Panther's skills were far beyond the enemies that Xia Ruofei had encountered before. Xia Ruofei did not back down in the face of a strong enemy. The iron and blood military career had given Xia Ruofei the tenacity to be strong and face difficulties head-on. Moreover, Ling Qingxue was still in the hands of the other party. Xia Ruofei had no way out. Even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of him, he would definitely charge through it without blinking. Heibao's eyes narrowed when Xia Ruofei got out of the car. Naturally, he had read Xia Ruofei's information. After confirming that he had found the right person, Heibao did not waste any time. He clenched his fists and walked towards Xia Ruofei. The Black Panther did not walk very fast, but with every step it took, its aura seemed to grow. An ordinary enemy would have been frightened by such a powerful aura. However, Xia Ruofei's gaze was firm. He did not show any signs of cowardice. Instead, he walked towards the Black Panther. He wasn't very fast either, but each step he took was extremely firm. When they were about 5 to 6 meters away from each other, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. Their speed suddenly increased, and they shot toward each other at the same time. The other party was very fast. This was the thought that came to both Xia Ruofei and Heibao's mind at the moment of acceleration. The distance of 5 to 6 meters disappeared almost in an instant. In a flash, the two of them had already engaged in close combat. The Black Panther struck first. It clenched its fist and attacked Xia Ruofei with a whistling wind. Xia Ruofei tilted his body to avoid the powerful punch. At the same time, his body quickly stood up like a spring. Without hesitation, he elbowed the Black Panther. The crackling sounds were endless. The two of them had already attacked each other 2 to 3 times in a second. Block. He dodged. Each strike looked extremely dangerous, but each strike was blocked or dodged by the opponent. The two of them separated as soon as they touched. At that moment, Xia Ruofei and He Bao had exchanged positions. Xia Ruofei's back was facing the black SUV, and his eyes were filled with caution. His arm was still a little numb, and He Bao's reaction speed was the fastest he had ever seen in his life. Now, Xia Ruofei's attack speed was far faster than before. He believed that even the best fighter in the special forces might not be able to handle the series of attacks just now. What Xia Ruofei did not know was that He Bao, who was opposite him, was also in a state of shock. With his hands behind his back, Black Panther had the demeanor of a grandmaster. However, his hands, which were hidden behind his back, were trembling uncontrollably. He had just used these hands to block 3 of Xia Ruofei's attacks. Xia Ruofei's speed made him a little fearful, but what made him even more fearful was Xia Ruofei's strength and explosive power. The bones in both of Black Panther's arms were still aching. He only had this kind of feeling when he sparred with his master that year. Ever since he entered the Liang family, he had never encountered such a powerful opponent. He Bao's eyes were slightly narrowed. Tonight was the first time he had spoken. "May I ask who your master is?" asked He Bao. From Black Panther's point of view, an expert like Xia Ruofei was definitely not an amateur like Zhao He. He was most likely like him, an insider with a master. Facing such an opponent, Black Panther was extremely cautious. Although the two had only fought for a short while, He Bao was not at a disadvantage. He was still very confident in defeating Xia Ruofei. However, he was most afraid that if he beat the young one, he would attract the old one and even cause big trouble for his sect. However, Xia Ruofei did not appreciate it at all. He only said coldly, "Cut the crap. Today, you will die without a doubt." Ever since he saw Ling Qingxue being taken into the car at the company entrance, Xia Ruofei had already wanted to kill her. A dragon had a reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would die. Ling Qingxue was undoubtedly Xia Ruofei's weak spot. Hearing Xia Ruofei's insolent words, He Bao's expression changed, and he showed a hint of anger. He snorted coldly and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, He Bao's aura exploded. He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground and shot towards Xia Ruofei. Amidst the flying debris, Xia Ruofei's eyes gleamed, and his muscles tensed up as he took the initiative to meet the attack. By the time He Bao reached Xia Ruofei, he had already lowered his center of gravity. His right leg was extremely fast, and with a sharp wind, it kicked towards Xia Ruofei's knee. In fact, Black Panther's most powerful skill was his legs, especially his attacks on the enemy's lower 3 paths, which could be said to be fast and ruthless. Xia Ruofei's heart trembled as he faced the powerful kick. He exerted strength in his legs and leaped backward, avoiding the Black Panther's attack. However, Black Panther had immersed himself in leg techniques for as long as 20 years, and the leg techniques he had practiced were known for their short, sharp, and extremely fast speed. Once he launched an attack, his attacks would inevitably be like the ocean tide, each wave higher than the previous, continuous and unending. For a moment, Xia Ruofei was surrounded by the shadows of the swift and fierce kicks. He blocked them from high above and blocked them from low below, but he was in a difficult position. Heibao was also using his trump card. He had already underestimated Xia Ruofei once and would not make the same mistake again. Xia Ruofei's situation did not look good. There were a few times when he could not dodge in time and was hit by the Black Panther's leg on his ankle or lower leg. It looked like he was in danger. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had taken so much body-tempering soup that his muscles and bones were all strengthened. Otherwise, the Black Panther's side kicks would have broken his leg bones. Once that happened, Xia Ruofei would really have to give up his life. His current situation was not the worst. His leg bone only ached a little, but it did not affect his ability to move for the time being. While Black Panther continued to launch swift and fierce attacks, he muttered in his heart, was this kid's body made of iron? He took 3 kicks from me, and he's still fine. The more Black Panther fought, the less confident he was. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, had gradually gotten used to the Black Panther's attack speed. He could even counterattack occasionally. Xia Ruofei's counterattacks made Black Panther even more miserable, because he always found the right timing. Every time, when Black Panther had used up all his energy and was still recovering, he would sharply detect an opening and attack decisively. The Black Panther could only block in a sorry state. After a few times, he felt that the bones in his arm were about to break. Xia Ruofei's strength was too shocking. The more Heibao fought, the less confident he was. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei became more confident. Once the momentum started to decrease, it was hard to gather it again. Under this situation, Xia Ruofei's attacks became more and more fierce. Xia Ruofei did not learn martial arts from a young age like Heibao. Nor did he learn any traditional martial arts. However, the combat skills he learned in the army were all lethal. He used his fists, palms, legs, kneecaps, elbows, and even his head. It could be said that he used everything he had, which caught Heibao off guard. However, the Black Panther was indeed stronger than all the opponents Xia Ruofei had faced before. Even though he was slowly gaining the upper hand, he still could not deal a fatal blow to the Black Panther. While they were exchanging blows, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. The second set of movements that the little golden man had demonstrated suddenly appeared in his mind. Although it was just a stationary body forging technique, it gave Xia Ruofei inspiration. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity, pushed his hands against the ground, twisted his waist, and used all his strength to kick his left leg from an incredible angle. An average person's body would not be able to reach this level of flexibility. However, for Xia Ruofei, who had been practicing the second set of body forging movements for a long time, it was easy. The Black Panther was on Xia Ruofei's side, so his vision was blocked. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to attack from this angle, so he was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, a rapidly enlarging foot appeared in Black Panther's line of sight, and he only had time to subconsciously cross his arms to block. However, Xia Ruofei's full force attack was very powerful, and the Black Panther had reacted hastily, so it could not block it at all. With a cracking sound, the accumulated injuries on Black Panther's arm from the previous exchange finally led to a qualitative change, and his bones were truly broken. The huge force was transmitted to his chest through his arm, and he felt as if he had been hit by a truck. He staggered back 5 or 6 steps, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate at all after his first attack. When the Black Panther retreated, he had already closed in and landed a heavy right hook on the Black Panther's face. The Black Panther's head suddenly tilted to the side, and it spat out a few bloody teeth. And under the violent shock to his head, his entire person appeared to have a brief moment of dizziness. It would be fatal to be dizzy at this moment. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to deliver a series of heavy punches. The Black Panther's arms drooped down as he took the hits. All the punches landed on the Black Panther's chest and abdomen, causing great damage to it. The Black Panther fell to the ground like a broken sack. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He stepped forward and stomped on the ground. With a terrifying cracking sound, the Black Panther's 4 limbs were broken. The strongest opponent that Xia Ruofei had ever met in his life was finally crippled. Xia Ruofei realized that he was exhausted after such a high-intensity battle. His underwear was already drenched in sweat. Since he had obtained the painting, this was the first time Xia Ruofei had been in such a difficult and dangerous fight. However, he didn't have time to stop and catch his breath. He immediately shot toward the black business car. Monkey and the other 2 burly men in the car turned pale with fright. After Heibao got out of the car, Monkey had already turned off the engine. He never thought that Heibao would fail, much less that he would have to drive to escape with Heibao. However, Heibao was suddenly defeated in the fierce battle. Xia Ruofei rushed towards the car like a god of death. His monkey heart was about to jump out of his chest. He reached out to start the car in a hurry. The distance of a few meters was only a breath's time for Xia Ruofei. Before Monkey could start the car, Xia Ruofei had already opened the door. He did not hesitate to punch the monkey in the face. Compared to the Black Panther, the monkey's combat power was nothing. Under Xia Ruofei's full speed, the monkey did not even have time to turn his head subconsciously and was knocked out by a punch. Xia Ruofei then got out of the car and opened the door of the middle row. The eyes of the 2 men in the car were filled with fear and despair, especially when they saw Xia Ruofei's bloodshot eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. They could not help but tremble. Ling Qingxue was clearly beside them, but they did not even have the courage to hold her hostage to threaten Xia Ruofei. The ferocity and fierceness that Xia Ruofei and Heibao had displayed in their battle had already frightened the 2 men. When Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was unconscious, he felt a little relieved, but at the same time, he was even more furious. He forcefully suppressed his killing intent and first dragged the big man on his side out of the car. Then, he casually struck the big man's neck with his palm. The big man groaned and fell unconscious to the ground. Then, Xia Ruofei carried Ling Qingxue in his arms and carefully exited the car. Xia Ruofei held Ling Qingxue with both hands and looked coldly at the only sober man in the car. He was trembling like a sieve and said, "You go," and dragged the driver down. The burly man had long been scared out of his wits by Xia Ruofei. Even though Xia Ruofei was hugging Ling Qingxue so tightly that he could not free his hands, even though there was a gun hidden under the seat of the multi-purpose vehicle, he did not dare to act rashly. He obediently got out of the car and dragged Hosey, who had fallen on the driver's seat. The burly man's hands and feet were weak. He tried several times before he managed to unbuckle Monkey's seatbelt. Then, he nervously dragged Monkey down and stood to the side, not daring to breathe, like a criminal waiting for his trial. Xia Ruofei did not even look at the burly man from the corner of his eyes. He immediately checked on Ling Qingshue's condition. To his relief, Ling Qingshue's breathing was steady, and there were no obvious wounds on her body. It was obvious that she was not in a serious condition. After she was taken into the car, the other party must have used something similar to ether to put her into a coma. After making sure that Ling Qingxue was fine, Xia Ruofei was relieved. He carried Ling Qingxue to the passenger seat of the business car and laid her down. He even fastened the safety belt for her and finally took off his coat to cover Ling Qingxue. Then, Xia Ruofei closed the door and turned around slowly. After settling Ling Qingxue down, it was time to get down to business. Monkey and another burly man were lying side by side on the ground. Not far away lay the crippled Black Panther. All three of them were unconscious. Standing beside the monkey was the last black-clothed man who kept quiet out of fear. When Xia Ruofei looked at him, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave and a chill ran down his spine. Xia Ruofei's emotionless eyes swept past the burly man and said indifferently, "In 3 seconds, tell me who instigated this. If you have any hesitation or can't say it, you can die." With that, Xia Ruofei flipped his right hand and a military dagger with a cold glint appeared in his hand. He said coldly, "Start the timer." 3, 2, I said. "I'll talk." The big man shouted with a pale face. Xia Ruofei's face was expressionless. His entire body was emitting a cold aura as he looked at the burly man, quietly. He was well versed in the art of interrogation, especially when the other party was already scared out of their wits. This method was very effective. The 3-second time limit could make it impossible for the other party to weave a lie, and it could also cause huge psychological pressure on the other party. The big man in black didn't dare to hesitate and said, "Big brother, we are young master Liang's men. Everything we did was ordered by him." Xia Ruofei didn't wait for the big man to finish his sentence and directly asked in an oppressive manner, "Who is young master Liang?" 3, 2, He's Liang Hyaming. The man in black quickly replied, It's the people from the Liang family in Beijing." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He had heard of the Liang family in Beijing, but he didn't seem to have any connection with this big family in Beijing. The only time they had crossed paths was when he treated Elder Song, the stupid head of the medical team, Liang Haitao. Although the two sides were not on good terms, and Liang Haitao was also sent to the basic health team with a dejected face, this matter happened a long time ago. Moreover, it was the Song family who came forward to negotiate. Even if the Liang family wanted to settle the score, they couldn't have dealt with him so brazenly. Not to mention that he had used such an intense method. If the Liang family had such courage, they wouldn't have been forced to deal with Liang Haitao under the pressure of the Song family. After all, compared to the Song family, the Liang family's strength was much weaker. Moreover, if the Liang family wanted to take revenge on him, there was no need to send Liang Haitao to the grassroots level in the border province. Furthermore, the entire southeast province was under the Song family's influence. It did not make sense for the Liang family to go against him so openly in the southeast province. Hence, Xia Ruofei could not help but ask, "Is it the Liang family that Liang Haitao is from?" Yes, yes, yes. Liang Haitao is young master Liang's cousin. The burly man hurriedly replied. The people who followed me yesterday, were they sent by Liang Hyaming? Yes. The surveillance personnel outside my farm are also your people? Xia Ruofei asked again. Yes. The large man nodded. He had just found out that Xia Ruofei had already noticed the surveillance outside the farm. What a joke, they thought that they had done it perfectly. Tell me the reason why Liang Hyaming did this. Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. The man in black didn't have a complete grasp of the situation. But some of Liang Hyaming's plans had been ruined by the crackdown in Sanshan City recently. Liang Hyaming often flew into a rage, and his underlings had been communicating with each other about recent events in private. He was already scared out of his wits. When Xia Ruofei asked, he immediately spilled everything he knew. Xia Ruofei's face turned colder as he heard this. It turned out that everything had started because he had crippled Feng Luo. This young master of the Liang family was really domineering to a certain extent. Xiu and Feng Luo could do whatever they wanted, but Xia Ruofei was dragged into this matter to save his friend and was even hated. Xia Ruofei's expression was cold. He pointed at the car behind him and asked, Do you know who she is? The man in black couldn't help but shiver and said in a trembling voice, Brother Bao said that she's your woman. Big brother, we're just following orders. Everything was decided by young Liang and Brother Bao. Please spare me. Xia Ruofei stared at the man in black with a playful look and asked, Liang Hyaming captured my girlfriend. How are you going to deal with her? Tell me everything you know. If you dare to hide a single word, I will throw you down the cliff. Right now. I don't dare. The black-shirted man was as silent as cicadas in winter. Big brother. I only heard it from Brother Bao when they were chatting. No. It may not be accurate. I don't need it to be accurate. You just need to tell me what you know. Xia Ruofei said coldly. The poor man in black did not know that Xia Ruofei had been preparing to kill him for a long time. From the moment he saw Ling Qingxue being taken into the car under his eyes, Xia Ruofei had already sentenced everyone who was involved to death. The black-clothed man still harbored a trace of hope for survival, and nervously said, Big brother, I'll tell you the truth. Please don't be angry. Xia Ruofei smiled. Don't worry. Even if I'm angry, I won't come for you. I'll go find Liang Hyaming. The man in black let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, this god of killing seems to be easy to talk to. As long as I can escape this time, I'll run away and never serve Liang Hyaming again. It was too dangerous to stay by his side. With this thought in mind, the black-clothed man also threw away the last trace of fear and said with a flattering expression, Big brother. Young Master Liang. No. He gave us an hour to bring your woman to his villa. And he said that when he's tired of her, he'll give her to Brother Bao. To He Bao and the others. He even said that he'll film the whole thing and then capture you, play the video for you, and torture you to death. Xia Ruofei listened quietly. There was no obvious change in his expression. However, under his calm appearance, the raging fire in his heart was even more intense. He could not control his killing intent at that moment. The temperature around him seemed to have dropped. The burly man in black revealed an extremely frightened expression and said with a trembling voice, Big brother, this is what young Master Liang Hyaming said. I'm just passing on the message. As the man in black spoke, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, making clattering sounds. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid. Xia Ruofei restrained his murderous aura and asked with a pleasant expression, "Don't be afraid. I have one last question. If you can tell me, I'll let you go immediately." Ask. As long as I know it, I won't dare to hide it. The burly man hurriedly said. Where's Liang Haiming? Xia Ruofei asked calmly. The man in black said without thinking, he's at the Green Bull Mountain Resort. The man in black poured out the exact location of the villa that Liang Haiming had rented for a long time, and even the room number of the luxury suite that Liang Haiming had booked at the Kempinski Hotel in the city. He told Xia Ruofei everything. Xia Ruofei listened carefully and nodded. The black-clothed man asked hopefully, "Big brother, I've told you everything I know. I'm not hiding anything. Can you let me go?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't be so anxious. How would I know if you're not lying to me? Big brother, I swear to the heavens, if there's a single lie." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Don't give me that. We're not 3-year-old kids anymore. Only an idiot would believe in the oath." "Alright, you can just stay at the side. I'll ask your partner again. If what he says is different from what you said, you know the result." Yes, the black-clothed man quickly replied. He didn't dare to hide far away or even get close to the black multi-purpose vehicle for fear that Xia Ruofei would suspect that he was going to harm Ling Qingxue. So, after hesitating for a moment, he walked to the Black Panther's side and squatted down obediently. Xia Ruofei kicked the other man in black awake. This man had a little more backbone than the previous one, but after Xia Ruofei used a few simple tricks, he immediately cried and confessed. The information Xia Ruofei got was similar to what the man in black had said, especially Liang Haiming's hiding place. They said the same thing. Xia Ruofei knew what to do. He didn't intend to ask the monkey and the Black Panther any more. He cast his gaze at the two black-clothed men who were still awake, waved his hand and said, "You guys, come over and carry the two of them to the car." The burly man in black was hoping that Xia Ruofei would let them go, so he did not hesitate to follow Xia Ruofei's order. The two of them carried the unconscious monkey with all their might and walked towards the black commercial car. Xia Ruofei looked at their backs and revealed a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes, as if he was looking at two dead people. All the questions that needed to be asked had been asked, and all the information that needed to be grasped had been grasped. It was naturally time to settle the accounts. This first debt was naturally to be settled with the people in front of him who were directly involved in Ling Qingxue's kidnapping. Two burly men worked together to carry Monkey and Heibao over and stuff them into the car. Then, they looked at Xia Ruofei with flattering expressions. "Big brother, we've done as you instructed. Can you let us go now?" "Eh?" Big man said with a smile. Xia Ruofei looked at the two of them and said, "Leave? You're going to let Liang Haiming know about this?" "Big brother, we won't tell on you. As long as you let us go, we'll go as far away as we can and never come back. We'll just keep what happened today to ourselves," the man quickly said. The other big man also nodded. Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed with killing intent and he said coldly, "But I don't trust you guys. So, the best way is to have you guys die with Heibao." The two big men's faces changed drastically. The big man who confessed first said in a trembling voice, You Promise not to kill me. You can't just turn your back on me. Xia Ruofei sneered. I'll keep my word with you scumbags? Was I out of my mind? Since you dared to kidnap my girlfriend, you should be prepared to be killed. However, seeing that you've been quite cooperative, I'll let you walk more comfortably. If he had not asked Ling Qingshui out for dinner today, he would not have returned to the city. Ling Qingshui would have definitely been humiliated that night, so Xia Ruofei was still scared when he thought about it. These 4 people were the ones who had kidnapped Ling Qingshui. If Xia Ruofei had not arrived in time, they would have sent Ling Qingshui to Liang Haiming's den. Hence, Xia Ruofei had no intention of letting them go from the start. Besides, Xia Ruofei's revenge had just begun. Liang Haiming had the backing of the Liang family. Xia Ruofei's current strength was not enough to fight against this giant. Under such circumstances, how could he leave 2 people alive? That was equivalent to planting 2 time bombs. The 2 burly men looked at each other, their eyes filled with despair. The next moment, the 2 of them ran in different directions. They still did not have the guts to attack Xia Ruofei and chose to split up. They hoped that Xia Ruofei would be in a difficult situation and that they would be lucky enough to escape. However, this was destined to be a futile struggle. Xia Ruofei's speed was too fast. He shot towards one of the men like lightning and appeared behind him in an instant. The burly man cried out in despair. Xia Ruofei did not show any emotion. He simply struck the back of his neck with his palm and the burly man fell to the ground. Then, Xia Ruofei turned around and chased after the other person. In just a few seconds, Xia Ruofei had caught up with the burly man who had fled. He did the same thing and easily knocked out the big man. Xia Ruofei stuffed the 2 unconscious men into the black SUV. Then, he got in and started the car. He immediately reversed the car. Xia Ruofei reversed the black SUV and parked it in front of the pickup truck. The abandoned road was very narrow, and the SUV could not pass through if the pickup truck was parked on the road. Xia Ruofei alighted from the car, walked to the passenger's side, and carried the unconscious Ling Qingshui out of the car. He then carried her to the back of the pickup truck and carefully placed her in the back of the truck. He then covered her with his coat. Then, with a thought from Xia Ruofei, the entire pickup truck disappeared into thin air. The next moment, the pickup truck appeared right next to the stone tablet in the new space. There was a flat area between the stone tablet and the cave that was big enough for a car to park in. Xia Ruofei had specifically instructed that Blackie, De Mao, and Mao should not go near this area. Now that Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was much more condensed than before, it was easy for him to transport an entire pickup truck into space. This was also the first time that a human other than Xia Ruofei had appeared in the spirit map space. Of course, Ling Qingshui was still unconscious. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not have done this. The existence of the spirit map space was Xia Ruofei's top secret. He would not reveal this secret even to the closest people. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was very condensed now. He could easily divide a part of his attention to pay attention to Ling Qingshui's situation in the spirit map space. At the same time, it would not affect what he was doing in the outside world. Once Ling Qingshui showed signs of waking up, Xia Ruofei would be able to send her out of the medium at once. He could even send the pickup truck out of the medium. To Xia Ruofei, it was just a matter of a thought. Everything would be done in an instant without any difficulty. At that time, Ling Qingxue had just woken up. Even if she had seen the inside of the spirit map space in a daze, she would have thought that she was hallucinating. That was why Xia Ruofei was at ease to send Ling Qingxue into the medium. After putting the pickup truck in his center space, Xia Ruofei returned to the MPV and continued to reverse the car. He directly reversed the car out of the abandoned old road. After turning to the county road outside, Xia Ruofei turned the car around and reversed the car back into the old road. The front of the car was facing the intersection. Xia Ruofei had already observed that there was a cliff outside the intersection. It was the most suitable to send the four of them on their way. Baofeng Mountain was chosen by Heibao himself. It was a high mountain with steep roads and few people. There were basically no cars passing by, especially at night. It was even more impossible to have surveillance cameras. Initially, Black Panther wanted to make it convenient for him to do things, but in the end, he had to choose a burial place for himself. Nothing could be more ironic than this. Xia Ruofei pulled the brakes and punched Heibao, who was lying on the passenger seat. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The Black Panther groaned and blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. It was awakened by the pain. He struggled to open his eyes. When he saw Xia Ruofei, his pupils shrank and he shouted, "What? What are you doing?" Xia Ruofei said to Heibao very gently, "Brother Bao, right? I'm ready to send you on your way. I think you're a hero of your life, you can't die in confusion, right? That's why I woke you up. The three of them won't be able to enjoy such treatment." The Black Panther twisted its body in fear and cursed, "Bastard! Quickly let me go. Otherwise, the Liang family will not let you off." Xia Ruofei turned a deaf ear to the Black Panther's threats. He was not afraid when he was still in one piece. Now that all his joints were broken and his internal organs were probably displaced, he could only lie on the seat like a dead dog. How could he be afraid of him? As for the Liang family, when Liang Haiming was dead, who would stand up for one of Liang Haiming's thugs? Obviously, these four people were led by Heibao and were the main force in kidnapping Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei naturally gave him special care and wanted him to die in fear and despair. Xia Ruofei listened to the Black Panther's vicious curses, but he was not moved at all. He started to get busy. He first checked the van and unexpectedly found a military-grade pistol and hundreds of bullets under the seat. This type of standard pistol was the standard of the special forces. In ordinary troops, only the officers were equipped with guns, while the ordinary soldiers in the commando unit all had one. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with this type of pistol. It was no exaggeration to say that he could skillfully disassemble and assemble it in a very short time with his eyes closed. At the same time, he also had a special feeling for standard pistols. Hence, Xia Ruofei naturally took the gun and the bullets for himself without hesitation. Xia Ruofei had already treated Heibao as a dead man. Everything was done right in front of him. He did not hide anything and kept the gun in the stone room in the new space. Heibao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the gun and the bullet disappear from Xia Ruofei's hands. He even forgot to curse at Qianqian. This had completely overturned his understanding of things. Xia Ruofei ignored the Black Panther and continued to search. He found 6 or 7 bottles of Maotai in the trunk. He opened all of them without hesitation and poured them on the unconscious monkey, the other 2, and the Black Panther. At the same time, he also threw the bottles into the car. This kind of high concentration white wine was a very good combustion aid. With them, even if Black Panther and the others had extremely good luck, they would not be able to escape death. And although the white wine would burn, the fragments of the wine bottle left in the car would likely be judged by the traffic police who were investigating the scene as a drunk driving accident. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Naturally, Heibao had guessed Xia Ruofei's intention. His face was filled with despair. He had already changed from cursing to begging for Gong Jia to let him be a hero. In the face of death, he had long thrown aside the restraint of a martial arts master. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not be soft-hearted. Just because of a few words of begging, he would not be moved, no matter what Black Panther said. Xia Ruofei then damaged the fuel tank of the black MPV to make sure that there was a high chance that the car would self-ignite and explode when it rushed out of the cliff. Everything was ready, except for the crucial wind. Xia Ruofei dragged the driver, Monkey, from the middle seat to the driver's seat and pushed him towards the Black Panther, letting his upper body lie on the Black Panther's legs. This position looked a little evil. But Xia Ruofei was not doing it for fun. He was just trying to get into the driver's seat. After Xia Ruofei got into the car, he started the engine without hesitation. At this moment, Black Panther had completely lost the demeanor of an expert. He trembled and begged, "Xia Ruofei, please spare me. Every wrong has its perpetrator." This was all planned by Liang Haiming. "I was just following orders." Xia Ruofei didn't even bat an eye and changed the gear without hesitation. "Xia Ruofei, I'm already a cripple. Why must you be so ruthless?" Black Panther continued to plead. Xia Ruofei continued to ignore Heibao. He released the brake skillfully and stepped on the accelerator. The car sped forward. Black Panther cried out, "Xia Ruofei, stop. Please. If you let me go, I'm willing to work like a horse to repay you. And Tan Tui's secret manual. I'll give them all to you as long as you let me go." Xia Ruofei stepped on the gas pedal and the car sped up. The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The MPV had already reached the intersection between the county road and the abandoned old road. No. No. You can't kill me. No. Heibao shouted, "I'm Tan Tui's direct descendant. If you dare to kill me, my sect will never let you off. My master is a black-level master." Xia Ruofei turned around and smiled at Heibao. He said, "Farewell." At this time, the outer guardrail was already very close. Just as the MPV was about to hit the guardrail, Xia Ruofei pushed open the door that was half closed and jumped out of the car. He rolled twice on the ground to dissipate the impact. Just then, he saw the MPV knock through the old stone guardrail like a rotten wood and jump into the cliff. Xia Ruofei could still hear the Black Panther's shrill and desperate cries from the car. His expression was calm and he even had a faint smile on his face. When Xia Ruofei heard the series of loud sounds coming from the bottom of the cliff, his heart, which had been filled with killing intent, finally felt a little relieved. The blood red in his eyes faded a lot. However, in order to fully understand his thoughts, he still had to do something that might cause a great uproar, but he had to do it. It was not the first time Xia Ruofei had killed someone. In fact, he couldn't even count how many lives he had ended. However, in the past, he had killed people legally. After taking off his military uniform and becoming a normal person, this was the first time he had personally taken someone's life. However, Xia Ruofei was very calm. This was because the 4 people he had killed were all scumbags of society who deserved to die. Such people would only continue to do evil for the tiger and cause more harm to the world. Besides, if he couldn't even protect his own woman, then Xia Ruofei was really not a man. There was no one on the mountain road at night. Xia Ruofei took out the pickup truck from the spirit map space. He checked on Ling Qingshue's condition. Her breathing was very stable, and her heart was beating very fast. However, she would not wake up for a while. Xia Ruofei did not wake Ling Qingxue up immediately. Instead, he sent her into the stone room in the new space. With his control of the space, he gently placed Ling Qingxue on the stone bed. Then, Xia Ruofei sat in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, started the car, and went down the mountain. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not forget to pay attention to Ling Qingshue's condition throughout the entire process. The moment Ling Qingxue showed signs of waking up, Xia Ruofei would immediately send her out of the spirit map space. The pickup truck snaked down the mountain road. As they were moving, Xia Ruofei heard a few muffled explosions. It was obvious that the damage he had done to the car's fuel tank had worked. The fuel had leaked out and caused the explosion. Xia Ruofei drove for 7 to 8 minutes, and the pickup truck was about to reach the foot of the mountain. He stopped the car by the side. That was because the MPV was lying on its back on the small slope on the right side of the road. A large rock blocked it, preventing it from rolling down. Xia Ruofei looked up. His eyesight was far better than ordinary people's, but he could only see about 20 to 30 meters away. The SUV fell from the cliff above him, and the drop was at least 100 to 200 meters. It had taken Xia Ruofei more than 8 minutes to get here from the car crash, but the MPV had rolled and crashed to the ground in just 10 to 20 seconds. The impact during this period, coupled with the burning and explosion, the 4 people in the car should have been completely dead. However, since the van was hanging on the side of the road, Xia Ruofei had to check it out. He opened the door, jumped out, and walked forward. The MPV had been burned to the ground, leaving only a skeleton. The fire had basically been extinguished. The possibility of another explosion was very low. Xia Ruofei was at ease and boldly walked closer to check. When they were 2 to 3 meters away from the car, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel a wave of heat. The temperature had also increased. This level of high temperature did not affect Xia Ruofei at all. He did not stop walking and walked straight to the front of the car that had been completely destroyed. He took out a strong flashlight from the medium and shone it into the car. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xia Ruofei quickly found the 4 bodies in the car. They had been burnt beyond recognition, and their bodies were charred black. It was impossible to identify who they were. It was a miracle that no one had been thrown out of the car after falling from such a high cliff. This was the best result. The violent impact, burning, and explosion had erased all the traces. Even if the super detective were to come back, he would not be able to find any clues from the wreckage of the car and the 4 bodies. Xia Ruofei put away the flashlight and drove away in his pickup truck without looking back. Xia Ruofei's destination was the Green Bull Mountain Resort that was 60 kilometers away. Revenge was not to be taken overnight. No matter how powerful Liang Haiming's background was, he would not be able to escape death tonight. The pickup truck sped through the night. The faint light from the dashboard in the car shone on Xia Ruofei's calm face. He was focused on driving, but his brain was working at high speed. It was not difficult to kill Liang Haiming, but the difficult part was how to leave no traces and not let anyone suspect him. In fact, as long as Liang Haiming was dead, no matter how careful Xia Ruofei was, the Liang family would eventually suspect him. Because once Liang Haiming died, it would cause a huge uproar in the Liang family. Then, everything that happened before Liang Haiming's death would be magnified infinitely. The fact that Liang Haiming had repeatedly sent people to deal with Xia Ruofei would definitely be known. In that case, Xia Ruofei would become a highly suspicious target. The Liang family didn't need concrete evidence. As long as Xia Ruofei had the motive, their thunderous revenge would most likely fall on Xia Ruofei. Unless this matter could be done perfectly. Even the most paranoid person would only think that Liang Haiming's death was an accident and that there was no human factor in it. However, this was too difficult. Many seemingly accidental incidents, such as car accidents, floods, sudden acute illnesses, and so on, could not withstand a thorough investigation. It was impossible to leave no traces behind. As Xia Ruofei drove, he was thinking of a way to get rid of Liang Haiming without anyone knowing. At the same time, he still had a bit of attention on Ling Qingshua's condition in the space, in case she suddenly woke up. It was the connection to the new space that gave Xia Ruofei a sudden inspiration. He thought of a wonderful way to hide it from everyone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he had already quickly conceived a complete plan for tonight's operation in his mind. Xia Ruofei increased his speed. The pickup truck sped forward in the dark. He was going to complete an unprecedented attack today. Green Bull Mountain Resort, a small villa with its back against the mountain wall and facing an artificial lake. It was still cold outside, but it was warm inside. Liang Haiming was wearing an expensive silk nightgown, sitting on the soft leather sofa with his legs crossed. He had a Cuba Kiba cigar in his right hand and a glass of red wine in his right hand. He gently swirled the wine in the glass, looking very pleased. "Any news from Heibao?" Liang Haiming asked. The middle-aged man who had been standing not far from Liang Haiming quickly said, "They called 40 minutes ago to say that they've succeeded. They should be on their way now." Liang Haiming narrowed his eyes and nodded. Then, he put down the glass of red wine and picked up the stack of documents on the coffee table. There were more than 10 photos of Ling Qingxue, and the background was all outdoors. Obviously, Liang Haiming's men had secretly taken them. Liang Haiming looked at the photos and couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick his lips. His eyes were full of lust. "Mr. Liang, do you need me to call and rush you?" the middle-aged man asked. Carefully. Liang Haiming thought for a while and shook his head. "Forget it. I trust Heibao. Since we've already succeeded, we'll just have to wait patiently." If it had been another subordinate instead of Heibao, Liang Haiming would not have been so patient and would have called him to hurry him. However, Black Panther was different. He was a true master, and Liang Haiming had the honor to meet his master once in the capital, which made him look up to him even more. For such a powerful person with a powerful master background, Liang Haiming naturally wanted to win him over. Therefore, he had always been friendly to Black Panther and had never revealed his dandy and domineering face in front of him. By the way, get them to prepare my room, Liang Hyaming added. Yes, young Master Liang. The middle-aged man quickly responded. The middle-aged man had been with Liang Hyaming for many years. So he naturally knew what Liang Hyaming meant by preparation. Speaking of which, Liang Hyaming and that unlucky Fang Luo had the same hobby. He liked to add more exciting content when he was having sex with women. Especially in the past few years, he had been hollowed out by wine and women. If he didn't have those little devices to increase the excitement, it would be difficult for him to even get hard. This kind of thing was simply irresistible for those who liked it, but for those who did not have such a hobby, it was no different from a kind of torture. Therefore, in the eyes of many women who had slept with Liang Hyaming, this young master of the Liang family was simply a devil. Many people would shudder when they thought of the scenes when they were with Liang Hyaming. Not to mention, many of them had been raped by Liang Hyaming through various means. For them, it was simply a nightmare. The most extreme one was when a girl, after being defiled by Liang Hyaming, directly jumped from a hotel room on the 18th floor naked and died on the spot. However, just because Liang Hyaming was a member of the Liang family, this matter was left unsettled. In a sense, Liang Hyaming deserved to die. If Xia Ruofei's operation was successful tonight, the souls of the girls would be celebrating. The middle-aged man hurriedly went to make arrangements. Liang Hyaming thought that he would be able to humiliate the long-legged beauty in a while, and he couldn't help but feel hot. He raised his voice and said, "Work hard. When I'm tired of playing with her, I'll reward you with a taste. I'll let you be the first one, ha ha ha." A bitter smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face, but he quickly turned around. The bitter smile on his face was replaced with a flattering expression as he bowed and said, "Thank you, young Master Liang." "Go." Liang Hyaming said, waving his hand. Then, his greedy eyes fell on Ling Qingshua's photo. The clouds were very low tonight, and the moon was already hidden in the clouds. Xia Ruofei flew all the way and arrived near the Green Bull Mountain Resort in about 30 minutes. However, he didn't drive straight out of the resort. Instead, he found a quiet place on the national highway, turned the car into a small road, and stopped by the side. He took out a set of black clothes from the space and put on a black mask. Then, he got out of the car. His figure flashed, and under the cover of the night, he shot in the direction of the Green Bull Mountain Resort. There was a special road next to the national road that led directly to the Green Bull Mountain Holiday Villa, which was also built with the villa's money. Xia Ruofei did not choose this road. In fact, when they were about a kilometer away from the intersection, Xia Ruofei had already parked the car by the side of the road. He knew very well that there must be surveillance cameras installed in the villa on that special road. It would not be difficult for him to kill Liang Hyaming this time. The real difficulty was not to leave any traces. So he naturally could not appear on that road. Xia Ruofei chose to pass through the forest. The straight line distance from where he got off to the resort was about 3 to 4 kilometers. Due to the terrain, he might actually have to walk 5 to 6 kilometers. This distance was not challenging for Xia Ruofei at all. He was wearing a black shirt, black pants, and a black hood. He was like an elf walking in the night, moving silently at high speed. The uneven terrain, weeds, and thorns in the shrubbery could not slow Xia Ruofei down. He ran as if he was walking on flat ground. From time to time, he would nimbly avoid the branches that stretched out horizontally. Sometimes, he would even grab the thicker branches to swing forward. He was moving at an extremely fast speed. Xia Ruofei was an expert in mountain warfare. When he was in the army, most of his missions were carried out in the jungles at the border. This kind of terrain environment made him feel like a fish in water. 10 minutes later, Xia Ruofei could see the walls of the resort from afar. He crouched down in the bushes, and his sharp eyes swept over the holiday villa 20 to 30 meters away. Although the two men in black tried their best to describe the location and characteristics of Liang Haiming's villa, Xia Ruofei had never been to this holiday villa. Moreover, it was night time, so he still spent a few minutes looking for it. The small villa that Liang Haiming rented had a distinctive feature, which was that it had its back against a cliff and an artificial lake in front of it. There were not many villas that fit this feature. Especially that cliff, which was still very obvious even in the dark. In addition, it wasn't the weekend, and it was the off-season for tourism, so the occupancy rate of the resort was not high. There was a row of 5 villas by the cliff, and only 2 of them had their lights on. After Xia Ruofei confirmed the general location of the target, he immediately crouched down and shuttled through the bushes. He followed the perimeter of the holiday residence's wall and quickly approached the cliff. He didn't try to get close to the resort and had been moving around the periphery. This way, he could almost completely avoid being caught by the surveillance cameras. In fact, Xia Ruofei had been very careful along the way. He had even taken a small detour when he was driving to avoid the surveillance cameras or global eyes on the main road. Xia Ruofei had been extremely cautious for this ambush. Soon, Xia Ruofei easily climbed up the 20-meter-high cliff from the gentle slope at the back. On the side near the resort, the cliff was almost vertical at a 90-degree angle. It would be difficult for ordinary people to sneak into the resort from here, but it was not difficult for Xia Ruofei. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not plan to sneak into the villa. He crouched down on the top of the cliff and took out a pair of binoculars from his space. This was also from the outdoor equipment bag that he had bought from the all-terrain vehicle. It was just an ordinary pair of binoculars without night vision. However, it was enough for Xia Ruofei. His focus was naturally on the 2 villas with their lights on. Xia Ruofei held the telescope and slowly turned his head. When he saw a big 6 sign on the outer wall of one of the villas, he immediately put away the telescope and got up to move in the direction of the villa. The 2 men told him that Liang Haiming rented villa number 6. Xia Ruofei moved to the position closest to villa number 6 and lay down on the ground again. He took out his binoculars and continued to observe. From his angle, he could see the living room on the first floor of the villa through the window. In the villa, Liang Haiming's face was starting to look impatient. It had been almost 1.5 hours. But there was still no sign of Black Panther and the others. If it was any other subordinate who dared to exceed the time limit, Liang Haiming would have been furious. Even though he had sent Black Panther today, he was late by half an hour, which made Liang Haiming a little unhappy. Especially when his sexual interest had already been aroused, waiting for a beauty to deliver herself to his door. Every minute of waiting was very long. You still haven't contacted him? Liang Haiming asked in an unfriendly tone. Heibao's phone has no signal, the middle-aged man said carefully. Young Liang, the phone signal around Green Bull Mountain is not very good. It's okay inside the resort, but it's often not working on the road up the mountain. I can't get through to him. Maybe Heibao is about to arrive. Liang Haiming's expression eased a little, and he mumbled, I don't know what's wrong with Heibao today. He wouldn't drag things out like this normally. The middle-aged man was glad that Heibao was here today, or else Mr. Liang would be furious. Although every time Liang Haiming got angry, the most unlucky ones were his incompetent subordinates. He had been by his side all year round, so it was inevitable that he would often be caught in the crossfire. Just like this time, even though he managed to deal with it for the time being, as long as Black Panther did not appear, his heart would still be in suspense. Xia Ruofei finally saw Liang Haiming for the first time through the telescope. Liang Haiming was obviously not a low-key person, so Xia Ruofei took some time to search on the internet on his way here and found many photos and reports about him. Hence, Xia Ruofei could confirm Liang Haiming's identity with one look. When he adjusted the magnification of the telescope to the maximum, he could even vaguely see the stack of Ling Qingshua's photos on the coffee table in the living room. Xia Ruofei's eyes shot out 2 rays of light and his cold killing intent rose. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he started to contact the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei was not checking on Ling Qingshua's condition. In fact, Xia Ruofei had not retracted his divine thought. He was monitoring Ling Qingshua's condition at all times. Wherever Xia Ruofei's mind went, the invisible force of space quickly enveloped the huge iron fence where the hornets were resting in the new space. That's right, Xia Ruofei had decided to use these vicious hornets. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days, but they could be used in a single moment. This was the first time Xia Ruofei was preparing to use this killer weapon. He was looking forward to it. The hornet population inside the iron fence had grown further, and the small insects and moths within the fence were also multiplying, forming a small ecosystem. These hornets were undoubtedly at the top of the ecological chain. The increase in numbers was secondary to the fact that Ying had taken the soup many times. Currently, Xia Ruofei could control about 300 hornets at one time. He could not control more. However, the evolution of the hornet itself was something to be happy about. These hornets were twice as big as the ones Xia Ruofei had first encountered at the Beiyan mountain. Each of them was extremely agile and fierce. Each of them was bigger than an adult's thumb and was flying around the fence. Their fearsome stingers were emitting a cold light, causing one to shiver. This was simply a killer bee. Killing bees were naturally the most suitable for killing people. The corner of Xia Ruofei's mouth slowly curled up into a small arc. His spatial power enveloped around 200 hornets. Then, with a thought, these 200 hornets appeared in the outside world. Xia Ruofei could already control 300 hornets. However, in order to ensure a smooth control, he only took out 200 of them. In this operation alone, there was no difference between 200 and 300. Even if there were only 100, it was enough to kill Liang Haiming. At first, Xia Ruofei was a little worried about Ying. This was the first time that the hornet had left the medium. However, the moment the hornet appeared in the outside world, Xia Ruofei's only worry disappeared. He found that he could still control these hornets with his mental power, and the feeling of being able to control them like his own arms and fingers had not disappeared. Now, these 200 hornets were obediently circling around Xia Ruofei. According to Xia Ruofei's instructions, they obediently lined up in a straight line for a moment, and then in a humanoid shape. Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at the villa in the night. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With a slight thought, the hornet's bees immediately gathered into a team and flew in the direction of the villa. In the villa, Liang Hyaming was waiting anxiously, with a photo in his hand. In the photo was Ling Qingshua's graceful back, and her long legs were like a cat's claws scratching Liang Hyaming's heart. He was so anxious that he had even set up a small tent on his lower body. He didn't hide it at all and just leaned on the back of the sofa with his legs crossed. When the middle-aged man saw this, he could only smile bitterly in his heart and lower his gaze. Buzz. Buzz. What's that sound? Liang Hyaming suddenly raised his head in doubt. His heart beat violently for some reason, as if he had a bad premonition. The buzzing sound got closer, and the middle-aged man also felt a trace of abnormality. He couldn't help but look around. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he saw a group of huge bees flying into the villa and rushing out of the bathroom next to it. In fact, the doors and windows of the villa were closed in early spring. If it were not for the half-open window in the bathroom on the first floor, Xia Ruofei would have had to spend a lot of effort to command the hornet's nest to sneak into the villa. But it was that ventilation window that made this matter extremely simple. Young Liang, be careful. The middle-aged man couldn't help but scream when he saw the swarm of bees charging at Liang Hyaming. Liang Hyaming subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the buzzing sound and suddenly felt dejected. What he saw was a large black mass of bees only 1 or 2 meters away from him. Liang Hyaming screamed in fear and rolled off the sofa, running away on all fours. But how could he outrun the speedy hornet? These hornets pounced on their target, Liang Hyaming, and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. Then, they stabbed their stingers into his body without hesitation. A series of shrill and tragic wails rang out in the villa. The hornets were already extremely fierce, and after living in the spirit map space for a long time, their power had doubled. Surrounded by more than 200 hornets, the venom on the stinger was constantly injected into his body. One could imagine the pain Liang Hyaming was in. The middle-aged man was stunned. He had not expected such a situation to occur. Although the Green Bull Mountain Resort was located in the mountains, this area had been developed very well. It had a variety of modern living facilities and convenient conditions. No one would have thought that a group of extremely aggressive hornets would suddenly appear in a luxurious villa. It was not until Liang Hyaming's shrill scream that the middle-aged man recovered from the shock. However, he was helpless in this situation. He couldn't think of a way to save Liang Hyaming. Liang Hyaming's villa naturally had guards. Hearing the screams in the house, Liang Hyaming's guards rushed in one after another. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The middle-aged man quickly shouted, "Hurry! Quickly save young Master Liang." The guards came back to their senses. Soon, some of them took off their clothes and waved them in their hands, trying to drive away the bees. Everyone immediately followed suit, taking off their clothes and patting Liang Hyaming's body. Even the middle-aged man hurriedly did the same. Liang Hyaming's scream was extremely shrill. Most of the hornets were concentrated on his head, and now his head, face, and even neck were full of dense hornets. If someone with trypophobia saw this scene, they would definitely shudder. Moreover, the venom of these wild hornets was also extremely toxic. Liang Hyaming's head was swollen as if it was filled with air, and his skin had a sickly watery luster. Soon, his screams began to weaken. The guards used their clothes to chase the hornets away, and it was indeed effective. Some of the hornets were even swept by the front of the clothes and fell to the ground, being trampled to death by the guards. However, compared to the total number of more than 200 hornets, the number of hornets killed was too small. Most of them were still attacking Liang Haiming. Some of the hornets, after being forced to fly, simply began to attack the guards, and the whole villa was in a mess. Soon, the guards were more or less injured. The middle-aged man was also stung twice, and his mouth and cheeks quickly swelled up. The burning pain made the middle-aged man grimace in pain, and he kept sucking in cold air. The middle-aged man couldn't imagine how much pain Liang Haiming was in now. In the beginning, Liang Haiming was still rolling on the ground, struggling and screaming, but now he was basically motionless. Many bees seemed to have fixed their target on him, still biting him, but he only twitched occasionally. No matter how many bees attacked him, he did not respond. No. There are too many hornets. Young master. Liang won't be able to hold on like this, a guard shouted, we have to think of another way. Hornets are generally afraid of fire. It's fine if you burn it or smoke it. Are you stupid? The hornet's nest is on young master Liang. How do I burn it? Everyone was waving the clothes in their hands as they discussed. At that moment, the middle-aged man saw the fire extinguisher in the corner of the door. He had an idea and shouted, use the fire extinguisher. Immediately, a guard ran over, picked up the fire extinguisher, pulled the lock, and sprayed it on Liang Haiming. Although the foam from the fire extinguisher didn't feel good on Liang Haiming, it was better than being burned. Besides, Liang Haiming had already passed out, so he couldn't feel anything. The villa was equipped with 2 foam fire extinguishers, and the 2 guards sprayed them at Liang Haiming from 2 directions. A large amount of white foam was sprayed out of the fire extinguisher. Soon, Liang Haiming's body was covered in a layer of white foam. With his swollen face, he looked even more terrifying. However, the middle-aged man's idea was still effective. When the bubbles landed on the hornets, some of the flying hornets' wings fell to the ground after being hit by the bubbles. Most of the hornets on Liang Haiming's body were trapped in the bubbles and lost their lethality. The 2 guards then began to spray bubbles at the hornet that was still flying in the air, and the luxuriously decorated living room of the villa was now a mess. Xia Ruofei saw the entire process through his telescope. He knew that the hornets could not be recalled, and he could not help but feel his heartache. However, the hornet population in the medium multiplied very quickly. There were more than 200 new hornet during this period of time. These hornet were originally wild bees that he had accidentally harvested, using 200 hornet in exchange for Liang Haiming's life was quite a good deal. The most important thing was that this method could be said to be undetectable. No matter how suspicious the Liang family was, they would not suspect that it was a man-made assassination, much less suspect Xia Ruofei. Who would have thought that someone could actually control a fierce hornet and attack wherever he pointed? Xia Ruofei had seen the whole process of the hornet attacking Liang Haiming. He knew very well that Liang Haiming's chances of survival in that situation were even lower than winning the lottery. He finally smiled. His thoughts were finally clear. Xia Ruofei stopped thinking about recalling the hornet. He stood up silently and quickly disappeared into the night, leaving no trace behind. At this time, the villa was already in a mess. After these uninvited guests were eliminated by the bubble trick that the middle-aged man came up with, they immediately started to treat Liang Haiming There were also people who quickly contacted everyone at the resort. The first thought that came to their minds was that there was a loophole in the management of the resort. Otherwise, why would such a terrifying hornet suddenly enter the villa? Of course, the middle-aged man didn't have time to criticize the resort. He immediately called the emergency number and asked someone to prepare a car to send Liang Haiming to the hospital. The situation was so urgent that they didn't dare to wait for the ambulance to arrive. They could only send Liang Haiming out immediately and meet the ambulance on the road. Speaking of which, Liang Haiming was destined to die here. After being stung by the hornet, one should be sent to the hospital immediately. However, the resort was far from the city. The nearest hospital was more than 30 kilometers away. The resort's infirmary simply could not treat such a serious injury. Moreover, Liang Haiming's body was allergic to bee poison. On the way to the hospital, his blood pressure had dropped drastically. By the time he met up with the ambulance, he was already dead. The doctor in the ambulance routinely checked Liang Haiming's condition, then shook his head helplessly and said, "The patient is dead." After hearing this, the middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by lightning and almost fainted on the spot. He didn't know how to face the Liang family. He had accompanied Liang Haiming to the southeast province to handle some matters, but he had to watch Liang Haiming die for no reason while he was helpless. How was he going to face the Liang family's monstrous anger? The middle-aged man felt despair. This incident was too sudden. If Liang Haiming had an accident during a conflict with someone, at least there would be someone to vent the Liang family's anger on. But now? Was he going to settle scores with the hornet? The middle-aged man knew that he had to find someone to take responsibility, or he would be in a very passive position. Who should bear this responsibility? The middle-aged man did not hesitate and naturally thought of the resort. In his opinion, this was the responsibility of the resort. The holiday resort was responsible for the deaths of their guests, who were attacked by hornet during their stay. After coming up with a plan, the middle-aged man's mood stabilized a little. Although the doctor had already announced Liang Haiming's death, he still insisted on giving him first aid, and even sent someone to follow the ambulance to the hospital. He returned to the resort to check on Liang Haiming's death. There was no point in going to the hospital. It was more important to go back to the resort to deal with his funeral. The entire villa was alarmed by such a big incident. When the middle-aged man returned, the villa manager had already been beaten black and blue by the few guards who stayed behind. He was crying for his parents. The middle-aged man was not in the mood to talk to him anymore. Anyway, the responsibility had to be pushed to the villa. He didn't dare to delay and immediately called back to Beijing to report. There was no such thing as an impervious wall in the world. The news of the Liang family's young master's accidental death in the southeast province quickly spread in the capital. Many children of the aristocratic families were clapping their hands and criticizing Liang Haiming's domineering character. Even among the rich and powerful in the circle, there were only a few who had a good relationship with him. As for the victims, they didn't have any channels to get the news at the first moment. Otherwise, they would have cried out that the heavens had eyes. However, no matter what, Xia Ruofei's revenge had comforted the innocent souls of several young girls. The entire Liang family was shocked. The family quickly sent people to the southeast province to take care of Liang Haiming's funeral. As for the conflict between Liang Haiming and Xia Ruofei, the middle-aged man didn't mention it at all in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Liang family did not expect that what looked like an accident on the surface was actually a planned assassination. Hence, Xia Ruofei was able to stay out of it as he wished. The unlucky Green Bull Mountain Resort was completely subjected to the Liang family's anger. The business that was barely managed quickly closed down. And the boss suffered all kinds of blows. In the end, he was arrested by the Gannan Province Police for false charges and was finally sentenced to a few years in prison. It could be said that he had suffered an undeserved disaster. Although objectively speaking, he didn't have any responsibility, the middle-aged man was still driven out by the Liang family because he didn't take good care of him. Moreover, he had offended a big family like the Liang family, so the middle-aged man couldn't stand in the country at all. Fortunately, he had a lot of savings over the years. He was also disheartened by the cold-hearted Liang family, so he simply went abroad and spent the rest of his life in peace. Of course, this was all a story for later. After confirming that he had achieved his goal tonight, Xia Ruofei left the scene quickly under the cover of the night. He returned to the pickup truck, started the car without hesitation, and drove away from the Green Bull Mountain Resort. Xia Ruofei still chose to take a detour. He took a few old roads with few people and cars and returned to Taoyuan Farm. Along the way, Xia Ruofei had been keeping an eye on Ling Qingxue in the space. Ling Qingxue had been unconscious the whole time, so Xia Ruofei let her lie on the stone bed. When they returned to the villa and went to his bedroom, Xia Ruofei sent Ling Qingxue out of the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei gently placed Ling Qingxue on the bed. Then, he took out a bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution and carefully fed some to Ling Qingxue. The flower petal solution, which was extremely effective even for malignant tumors, would naturally be able to cure the side effects of the knockout powder. Ling Qingxue, who had taken the petal solution, quickly frowned and woke up with a groan. When she found herself lying on the bed, the first thing she thought of was what had happened to her at the entrance of the company building. She couldn't help but scream. Xia Ruofei quickly covered Ling Qingxue's mouth and whispered in her ear, "Qingxue, don't be afraid. It's me. It's all right, it's all right." When Ling Qingxue heard Xia Ruofei's voice, her frightened heart calmed down. She hugged Xia Ruofei, her body trembling slightly as she sobbed. "Ruofei, I'm so scared. I thought I would never see you again." Xia Ruofei saw the frightened look on the woman he loved and felt an endless amount of pity for her. At the same time, his hatred and disgust for Liang Haiming and the others increased. The discomfort he felt from ending the lives of 5 people tonight disappeared without a trace. "Qingxue, be good. Don't be afraid," Xia Ruofei said softly. "With me by your side, no one can hurt you." Ling Qingxue nodded. She felt that Xia Ruofei's embrace was so warm. Xia Ruofei's chest was so broad that she felt a strong attachment and an endless sense of security. Ling Qingxue hugged Xia Ruofei tightly and asked, "Are you okay? You weren't injured when you saved me, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Qingxue, you're underestimating me. I just took care of a few thieves. How could I be injured?" After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei even made a gesture to show off his muscles, which made Ling Qingxue smile through her tears. Ling Qingxue then asked, "Oh right, who were those people today? Why? Did they kidnap me?" They were doing it for money? This is bad. Ruofei, will they harm my father? Ling Qingxue thought that if the kidnappers were after money, then it was very likely that they would Also kidnap her father, Ling Xiaotian. She suddenly panicked. Xia Ruofei quickly patted Ling Qingshua's back and comforted her. Qingxue, don't worry. Uncle Ling is fine. Then, Xia Ruofei said seriously, tonight's incident is very complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in a short time, but there's one thing you must remember. I've completely resolved this matter, but you must keep it a secret and pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, it may bring disaster to me and your Lingji restaurant. Remember this. Ling Qingxue saw how serious Xia Ruofei was. Although she did not know the reason, she had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei. She quickly nodded and said, I'll remember this. I promise I won't tell anyone, not even my father. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's right. Even Uncle Ling can't say. Anyway, this matter is already over, so there's no need for him to worry about you. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and continued, in any case, just keep this matter to yourself. There might be some news in the next few days. Just read it and know what to do. No matter what it is, don't be too surprised. Just pretend that nothing happened. Ling Qingxue nodded and couldn't help but ask worriedly, Ruofei. You. Did you kill the kidnappers? Xia Ruofei smiled and gently stroked Ling Qingshue's hair. Didn't we agree not to ask? Qingxue, I can do anything to protect you. If someone really died because of this, then they deserved it. Don't think too much. Although Xia Ruofei did not give a direct answer, Ling Qingxue already had an answer in her heart. While she was worried about Xia Ruofei, her heart was also filled with sweetness and affection. Every girl had a hero complex and would fantasize about their man being an unparalleled hero. Tonight's Xia Ruofei undoubtedly fit the perfect boyfriend image in Ling Qingshue's fantasy. She was in Xia Ruofei's arms, and her worries about the shocking scene in the evening and Xia Ruofei's possible death slowly disappeared. Ling Qingxue had blind faith in Xia Ruofei. She believed that no matter what happened, as long as Xia Ruofei was around, there would be no trouble. Of course, when it came to this matter, Ling Qingxue still felt a little hesitant. Ruofei, what should I say if the police come to question me? She asked with a frown. Ling Qingshue's question made Xia Ruofei fall into deep thought. Today's attack on Liang Haiming could be said to be flawless. No matter how the Liang family investigated, the possibility of them finding Xia Ruofei was extremely low. Moreover, the possibility of the Liang family conducting a large-scale investigation was very low. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Liang Haiming's death was an accident, and there was no doubt about it. However, if Xia Ruofei killed Heibao and the others, he would definitely leave a trace. As the incident had happened too suddenly, Xia Ruofei had no choice but to chase after them in the pickup truck. The two cars had been chasing each other in the city for a long time and then drove out of the urban area at high speed. There would definitely be many surveillance cameras and global eyes that would record it. Xia Ruofei's brain was spinning fast as he thought about the possible loopholes in every step. The worst possibility was that, as Ling Qingxue had said, the police would get involved. If the police treated the car's fall as a criminal case, they would definitely check the surveillance cameras along the way. The fact that Xia Ruofei was in hot pursuit would not be able to be hidden. Of course, Heibao and his men had been very professional in their kidnapping. It had only taken them a few seconds, and the black SUV had stopped right beside Ling Qingxue, blocking the view of most of the cars on the street. Therefore, the possibility of a passerby calling the police was not high. If the police were to intervene, there could only be two possible reasons. First, when the traffic police department investigated the scene, they found the cause of the accident suspicious and not an ordinary traffic accident. The second was that the Liang family used their influence to put pressure on the Public Security Bureau, demanding a thorough investigation of the matter. Xia Ruofei frowned and thought for a long time before saying, "If that really happens, don't panic. Just say that after you were taken into the car, the other party covered your mouth and nose with a handkerchief, and then you fell unconscious. You don't know what happened after that. When you wake up, you will find that I have saved you. Leave the rest to me." Ling Qingxue asked worriedly, "Then wouldn't you be dragged into this? How are you going to explain this to the police?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "We'll deal with it when the soldiers come. There are no surveillance cameras there, so I can say whatever I want. Anyway, the dead can't testify." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but cry out in shock, "Are you Ruofei, you? Really, we agreed not to talk about this." Xia Ruofei covered Ling Qingxue's mouth and laughed. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but look up at Xia Ruofei. She was pretty sure that Xia Ruofei had really killed the kidnappers tonight. Seeing how calm Xia Ruofei was and how he was laughing and talking, Ling Qingxue was touched and admired him. Her watery eyes were filled with tenderness. Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Qingxue, don't worry so much. It's only a possibility, but it's very small. The excuses we've discussed in advance will most likely never be used." In fact, Xia Ruofei was not wrong. The middle-aged man was too busy to take care of himself. Liang Haiming's sudden death had made him flustered, and he had no time to care about the lives of Heibao and the others. As the place where the van had crashed was by the roadside, it was not until the middle of the night that a passing vehicle was discovered and reported to the police. The traffic police went through the normal process of checking and informing the owner of the vehicle by the license plate number. The company that the MPV was attached to was actually a trading company registered by Liang Haiming in Sanshan City. However, the legal representative was the middle-aged man, Jianjia. This was also a common tactic used by the rich sons of some big families. Most of the time, it was not convenient for them to control a company themselves, so there must be a shadow of white gloves in front of them. The middle-aged man had only found out about Heibao and his men's deaths on Baofeng Mountain when he received the police's notice in the early hours of the morning. He had contacted Heibao and was on his way to Green Bull Mountain after hearing that they had succeeded. He was puzzled as to why Heibao and his men had suddenly gone in the opposite direction of Baofeng Mountain and fallen off the cliff to their deaths, and why the woman had not been in the car. However, the middle-aged man was already in a terrible fix because of Liang Haiming's death, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. Although Liang Haiming thought highly of Heibao, Liang Haiming was already dead, so why would the middle-aged man care about Heibao's life or death? The only thing he was thinking about right now was how to get away with his punishment. The middle-aged man would definitely not do something that might make the situation more complicated or even make him bear more responsibility, so he decided to hide it without much hesitation. In any case, at this juncture, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was definitely not a mistake. In fact, the only people who knew about this other than him were Liang Haiming, Black Panther, and the other three who had gone out to do business today. Now that the others were all dead, as long as he didn't tell them, no one would. Therefore, the middle-aged man quickly sent several people from the company to the police to deal with the funeral and did not cause any more trouble. The terrain around Baofeng Mountain was steep, and there were many accidents in the past, so there were not many cars passing by. Many drivers would rather take a detour than cross the mountain. In addition, they found some broken pieces of wine bottles and the wreckage of the car at the scene of the accident. There were almost no signs of braking at the accident site, so the police quickly came to a conclusion: it was a traffic accident, and the driver was likely to be suspected of drunk driving. However, the fire had destroyed all the evidence and the people were dead, so there was nothing to pursue. The middle-aged man, who was the only one who had guessed that Xia Ruofei had something to do with this, was chased out of the Liang family and had gone abroad. Hence, that night when Xia Ruofei had gone on a killing spree, it had passed by peacefully. Perhaps Xia Ruofei did not realize it himself, but he insisted on not letting his hatred rest overnight. That night, he used that unbelievable method to kill Liang Haiming, which indirectly helped him cover up the previous killing. One could imagine that if Xia Ruofei had not made a move that night, Liang Haiming would not have let the matter rest after hearing about the death of He Bao and the others. He would have used all his connections to investigate the matter thoroughly. If Xia Ruofei wanted to get away with it, he would have to use some of his official connections. No matter what, this incident did not cause Xia Ruofei any more trouble. His life quickly returned to normal. Of course, this was another story. Xia Ruofei was not so sure now, so he was prepared to deal with the police if they found out. However, in front of Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei had to act very relaxed. Otherwise, he would only add to Ling Qingxue's troubles. Qingxue, let's not talk about this anymore. Trust me, it'll be fine. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue nodded and hugged Xia Ruofei even tighter. Xia Ruofei kissed Ling Qingxue's forehead affectionately and said, "It's my fault for not being considerate enough to arrange for someone to protect you. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened." "How can I blame you?" Ling Qingxue said, "You're not a god. How could you have expected something like this to happen?" Xia Ruofei shook his head. "No matter what, your safety is very important. I'll look for candidates tomorrow and arrange 2 capable female bodyguards for you. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." "Ruofei, I don't want to. I'm not used to having people following me everywhere." Ling Qingxue shook her head. Xia Ruofei's attitude was firm. He said, "No, you have to listen to me. I don't want such a thing to happen again. If something happened to you today, I would really go crazy." Ling Qingxue could feel Xia Ruofei's concern for her, and her heart felt warm. However, she still frowned and said, "Ruofei, this is a small probability event. How can it happen so often? Isn't it making a mountain out of a molehill to have 2 bodyguards with you every day just because of this?" "I don't think so," Xia Ruofei said. "Qingxue, Uncle Ling's net worth is in the hundreds of millions. It's hard to guarantee that no one will have designs on you in the future when they see money. In short, I can't allow any possibility of an accident to happen. This loophole must be fixed." Ling Qingxue could not help but smile bitterly at Xia Ruofei's words. She knew that Xia Ruofei was concerned about her, and at the same time, he was still afraid of what had happened today. So, she could not bear to reject Xia Ruofei's firm attitude. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "How about this? I'll look for a suitable candidate as soon as possible. She doesn't need to be your full-time bodyguard. She can be your assistant. I'll help you deal with the company's affairs, accompany you during business activities, banquets, and so on. I'll try my best to protect you during your personal time without disturbing you. Since Xia Ruofei had already said so much, Ling Qingxue could only nod and say, "All right, I'll do as you say." Xia Ruofei happily kissed Ling Qingxue's jade-like face and said, "That's a good girl." At that moment, Ling Qingxue's phone rang. It turned out that when Ling Xiaotian saw that Ling Qingxue wasn't home even though it was already so late, he couldn't help but call her worriedly to ask about the situation. This also indirectly explained that although the kidnapping happened near the Ling GF and B headquarters, it didn't alarm anyone. At least, Ling Xiaotian didn't know about it at all. Ling Qingxue saw that it was her father's number. She subconsciously looked at Xia Ruofei nervously before picking up. "Dad," he said. "Qingxue, where are you? Why aren't you home yet?" Ling Xiaotian asked. Ling Qingxue looked at Xia Ruofei, who was holding his breath. She hesitated and said, "Dad, I'm at Ruofei's side. I won't be going back tonight. It's getting late, so I'll stay at the farm." Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, "Good. It's not safe to drive so late at night. I'll be at ease if you stay at Ruofei's place, haha." "Qingxue, I won't say anything more. You should rest early." Ling Qingxue's cheeks were red, and she said in a mosquito-like voice, "Okay, Dad, you should sleep early too." After Ling Qingxue hung up the phone, she saw Xia Ruofei's dumbfounded expression. She could not help but roll her eyes at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Xia Ruofei was overjoyed and asked, "Wife, haven't you always been embarrassed to stay over at my place? Why are you so brave today?" In the past, Xia Ruofei had wanted Ling Qingxue to stay the night several times. However, Ling Qingxue had always insisted on staying at home because she was shy. He did not expect that she would take the initiative to tell her father in front of him that she wanted to stay at the farm. This made Xia Ruofei very surprised. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "You don't welcome me? Then I'll just go back." Xia Ruofei quickly grabbed Ling Qingxue's hand and said, "Don T. I don't know how happy I am." How could he not welcome her? "I can't wait for you to live on the farm every day." However, Xia Ruofei also knew that this was not realistic. After all, Ling Qingxue worked in the city. Xia Ruofei's heart would ache if she drove dozens of kilometers back and forth every day. So Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Wife, I don't expect you to come over every day, but since you've told Dad, can you come over more often to accompany me in the future? Even 2 or 3 days a week would do. That will depend on your performance." Ling Qingxue chuckled. Xia Ruofei immediately said with confidence, "Don't worry, I'll show you now." With that, Xia Ruofei flipped over and pressed Ling Qingxue under him. His demonic hands reached into her clothes with great familiarity. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Then, she panted and said, "Hey, bad guy. I didn't ask you to perform this." Oh, Xia Ruofei did not even give Ling Qingxue a chance to speak. His two hot lips quickly sealed Ling Qingxue's cherry lips. Ling Qingxue quickly responded to Xia Ruofei enthusiastically. After surviving a disaster, she needed Xia Ruofei's nourishment more than ever. This was also the reason why she had the courage to tell her father that she was staying over at Xia Ruofei's house. Xia Ruofei's state was similar to Jianjia's. It was his first time killing someone after she left the army. He had run back and forth for dozens of kilometers in the dark, and finally, he had used that incredible method to easily take Liang Haiming's life. Even though he was used to killing, the blood tonight still made him more excited than before. Therefore, the two of them quickly engaged in an intense battle on the bed, releasing their passion to their heart's content. At the same time, they had also unconsciously released some dark and negative emotions. Upstairs in the small villa, a woman's moans, a man's panting, and the creak of the bed that could not bear the weight mixed into a song that made people blush and their hearts beat. The next morning, Xia Ruofei was woken up by the ringing of his phone. In a daze, he reached out and gently moved Ling Qingshui's tender arm away. He reached for the phone on the bedside table and turned it off without even looking at it. Xia Ruofei couldn't even remember how many rounds he had fought with Ling Qingshui last night. He only knew that when the two of them fell asleep, the sky was already bright outside. Even Xia Ruofei, who had a strong body, felt weak in his waist and knees. Last night, Ling Qingshui had also changed her usual shyness when it came to sex, and had taken the initiative to ask for more. The two of them had even tried all the movements that Ling Qingshui was too embarrassed to try in the past. At the craziest moment, Ling Qingshui had actually straddled Xia Ruofei and moaned. Last night's madness could be seen. Xia Ruofei tilted his head to look at Ling Qingshui. She was still sound asleep, and there was a faint smile on her peaceful face. The trauma from the kidnapping incident had probably faded a lot after last night's crazy night. Xia Ruofei reached out and hugged Ling Qingshui. He turned his body and placed his leg on Ling Qingshui's shockingly elastic long legs. His hands naturally climbed onto Ling Qingshui's proud body, and his body pressed against her soft and alluring body. From the moment he hung up the phone to the moment he hugged Ling Qingshui, Xia Ruofei was in a state of half-consciousness. After he switched to this comfortable position, he closed his eyes and prepared to continue sleeping. However, at this time, the phone rang again. This time, Xia Ruofei's sleepiness was completely chased away. He grumbled unhappily and grabbed the phone. Without looking at who was calling, he picked up the call and said in an unfriendly tone, "Hello?" The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment before asking, "Chairman, did I disturb your rest?" When Xia Ruofei heard that it was Feng Jing, he asked in a gentler tone, "Oh. It's President Feng. What's the matter?" Feng Jing was sitting in her office at the moment. She was speechless when she heard the news, but she smiled bitterly and said, "Chairman, aren't we going to Dongqing Village to discuss the land lease today? I wonder when you have an appointment with the village." Xia Ruofei smacked his forehead and looked embarrassed. After the series of events from the previous night, coupled with the crazy time he had with Ling Qingshui, he had actually forgotten about this matter. However, as the company's chairman, he naturally couldn't show his weakness in front of his subordinates, or he would lose face. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly looked at the time on his wrist and said calmly, "Oh. I have an appointment with Director Wan at 10:30. It's still early, so let's meet downstairs at 10 o'clock. Sharp." "Okay, I won't disturb you anymore, Chairman." Feng Jing immediately hung up the phone. In fact, Xia Ruofei had not even asked Ruan Fugui out yet. However, after attending the opening ceremony of the mixed-use complex and witnessing Xia Ruofei's strength, Ruan Fugui had expressed his goodwill to Xia Ruofei many times. Moreover, Wu Liqian had personally informed the town about this matter, so Xia Ruofei was not worried that he would not be able to get an appointment. Unless Ruan Fugue happened to be away from home. It shouldn't be this small, right? Xia Ruofei thought to himself and didn't dare to delay any further. After he finished talking to Feng Jing, he immediately called Ruan Fugue. He was quite lucky. Director Ruan didn't go anywhere today. She was in the village. When he heard that Xia Ruofei was coming over to discuss renting more land, Ruan Fugue was very enthusiastic. He quickly said that he was at the village committee and was waiting for you. Xia Ruofei's Taoyuan farm brought a lot of rent to the village every year and also provided a large number of jobs for the village. These were all achievements for Ruan Fugue. It could be said that Xia Ruofei was not even the village's god of wealth. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had such a good relationship with the county leaders, so Ruan Fugue was naturally very concerned about Xia Ruofei's affairs. In fact, after hanging up the phone, Ruan Fugue had been planning to do Xia Ruofei a favor. He gave Xia Ruofei a discount on the rent. Besides, although the land around the farm was mostly barren, there were good and bad ones. As the village director, he knew the situation of the land like the back of his hand. He might even recommend some relatively fertile land to Xia Ruofei when they met later. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not really care if the land was fertile or barren. With the secret weapon of the spirit map space, would he be afraid of barren land? Xia Ruofei was more concerned about the planning of the entire farm. This time, the land to be leased had to be connected to the farm, so that it would be more convenient for the centralized management of the farm. After calling Ruan Fugue, Xia Ruofei naturally couldn't go back to sleep. It was already past 9 o'clock. After washing up a little, it was time to set off for Dongqing village. Xia Ruofei looked affectionately at Ling Qingxue, who was lying on the bed. Then, he quietly got up, got dressed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. However, the ringing of the phone had obviously affected Ling Qingxue. When Xia Ruofei came out of the bathroom, he saw that Ling Qingxue was already sitting on the bed and getting dressed. When Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei, she could not help but recall the embarrassing scene of her taking the initiative to ask for his love last night. She could not help but feel her face heat up. "Are you au fait? Do you have something to do?" Ling Qingxue asked, blushing. Xia Ruofei sat down on the bed and hugged Ling Qingxue. "Did I wake you up? You should sleep a little longer. I'm going to the village to do something this morning, and I'll be back to accompany you soon." Ling Qingxue shook her head and said, "I still have things to do at the company. I have to go back." Staying over at Xia Ruofei's place last night was already a huge breakthrough for Ling Qingxue. If she did not show up at the office for the whole day, she could not imagine what her father would think. Just thinking about it made her blush, so even if she still felt exhausted, she still insisted on going back. "Can your body take it?" Xia Ruofei asked with concern. Ling Qingxue blushed and rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. "I'm fine." As she spoke, she got off the bed. Just as she stood up, she felt her legs go soft. And her body couldn't help but sway. Xia Ruofei quickly caught her and said, "You're still fine? Don't go anywhere today. I'll give Uncle Ling a call and tell him that you're not feeling well. You can rest here for a day before going back." "Don T." Ling Qingxue quickly said, "Then my dad will definitely think in the wrong direction." "If he thinks that way, doesn't that fit the truth?" Xia Ruofei laughed evilly. "You're still talking This is all your fault, Ling Qingxue pouted and pinched Xia Ruofei hard. Xia Ruofei cried out in pain, ouch. Wife. Be gentle. How can you blame me? I remember that you were the one who wanted to, don't say anymore. Ling Qingxue pounced over and covered Xia Ruofei's mouth. She then said unreasonably, I don't care. I'm leaving in a while. Aren't you a divine doctor? You must have a way, right? Xia Ruofei's sneaky gaze swept across Ling Qingxue's lithe and delicate body. He chuckled and said, Wife, I've heard that when drunk people endure the discomfort and drink another cup the next morning, their symptoms will ease a lot. This is called soul returning wine. Do you think? If we do morning exercises together, we can also, don't even think about it. Ling Qingxue was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly said, You're not allowed to touch me again today. Otherwise, I really can't even walk anymore. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was just teasing Ling Qingxue. He could not help but burst out laughing. To Xia Ruofei, Ling Qingxue's reaction indirectly proved how brave he was in that aspect. As a man, this was, of course, something that gave him a great sense of achievement. I'm just joking with you. Look at how scared you are, Xia Ruofei smiled and stood up. Let me get you a cup of hot water. Then you should be able to recover a lot of your strength after eating something. With that, Xia Ruofei stood up and walked to the side. He poured half a cup of warm water from the water dispenser. His back was facing Ling Qingxue, and his broad back completely blocked Ling Qingxue's line of sight. Thus, he secretly took out a small bottle of the solution from the spirit heart flower petals and mixed it with the warm water. Even though the petal solution was diluted, and not a lot was poured out, it would definitely be of great help to Ling Qingxue's recovery. Xia Ruofei walked over and handed the cup to Ling Qingxue. Drink some water first, I'll go to the kitchen downstairs and cook you a bowl of noodles. Ling Qingxue took the cup and held it with both hands, feeling the warmth from her palm. Her eyes were filled with sweetness as she said, You can just find some biscuits and bread. You don't have to cook noodles. It's too troublesome, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, What's so troublesome about cooking noodles? Besides, I haven't had breakfast yet. Qingxue, drink the water and rest on the bed for a while. I'll come up and call you when the noodles are ready. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, Ruofei. Xia Ruofei stretched out his hand and ruffled Ling Qingxue's hair that had just been tidied up. He looked at Ling Qingxue dotingly and said, Silly girl. Why are you thanking me? After that, Xia Ruofei left the bedroom and went downstairs. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei had cooked 2 bowls of noodles. He added a lotus egg in each bowl, as well as some cabbage that he had stored in the interspace. These were all harvested after planting vegetables in the interspace. Anyway, they would not go bad no matter how long they were stored in the interspace, so Xia Ruofei could take them out and use them as he pleased. It was very convenient. Before Xia Ruofei could go upstairs to call her, Ling Qingxue had already come downstairs, dressed neatly. It smells so good. Ling Qingxue could already smell the fragrance from the stairs. Last night's fierce battle had consumed a lot of energy, and she had long been famished. Now, seeing the steaming hot noodles, fragrant poached eggs, and dark green vegetables, she couldn't help but eat. You're up. Quickly come over and eat it while it's hot. Xia Ruofei laughed as he took off his apron and hung it behind the kitchen door. Eat more. Last night's energy consumption was not small, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei again. However, she didn't argue with Xia Ruofei. After sitting down, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Xia Ruofei was also feeling a little hungry. Seeing this, he sat down opposite Ling Qingxue with a smile and ate his noodles. After the two of them finished eating, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and gave Lei Hu a call, asking him to drive the company's Mercedes-Benz to the villa. Very quickly, Lei Hu arrived at the villa. "Brother Xia, the car is here. Do you have any other orders?" Lei Hu asked. "Huzi, I'll have to trouble you to send my girlfriend back to the city," Xia Ruofei said with a faint smile. Lei Hu had already noticed the beauty beside Xia Ruofei and quickly said, "So it's sister-in-law." "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello," he said. Ling Qingshua's face was slightly red as she greeted Lei Hu. Then, she whispered to Xia Ruofei, "Ruofei, there's no need to send me off. I'll go back on my own." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "The two cars here aren't suitable for you to drive. That SUV is too big. Also, a beautiful woman like you can't drive a pickup truck back to the company, can you?" At this point, Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh. The image of Ling Qingxue driving the pickup truck was simply too beautiful. "The company has been using this Mercedes-Benz a lot recently, so I'll let Lei Hu send you there," he continued. Ling Qingxue stopped insisting and said to Lei Hu, "I'll have to trouble you then." "Hey. What's the trouble?" Lei Hu chuckled and said, "It's my honor to be your driver. Brother Xia, don't worry. I'll definitely send sister-in-law there safely." Xia Ruofei nodded and patted Lei Hu's shoulder. "You've worked hard, Hu." After sending Ling Qingxue to the car, Xia Ruofei saw that it was almost time, so he drove the pickup truck to the small square in front of the mixed-use complex. Feng Rao had already gone downstairs. When she saw Xia Ruofei driving over in a pickup truck, she was stunned. Xia Ruofei smiled. "CEO Feng, I've asked Huzi to drive my girlfriend home. I'll have to trouble you for a while." Feng Rao also came back to her senses. She smiled sweetly and said, "It's rare for the chairman to be his personal driver. It doesn't matter what car he's driving." After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Feng Jing couldn't help but think, it turned out that the chairman already had a girlfriend. It seemed that Qianqian had no chance. Then, she thought of Xia Ruofei's discontented tone when he picked up the phone. She could not help but guess, did I interrupt the chairman when he was doing it with his girlfriend? Otherwise, why would she be so resentful? Feng Jing's face turned red at the thought of this. She quickly discarded these messy thoughts from her mind and opened the door to the front passenger seat. It was definitely not appropriate for her to sit in the back seat. If she did, Xia Ruofei would really become her chauffeur. She still had a sense of propriety. Xia Ruofei laughed and started the car. He left Taoyuan Farm and drove straight to Dongqing Village. The farm was in Dongqing Village, only a few kilometers away from the village council building. The car soon arrived at the village council building. Wan Fugue was already waiting in front of the building. This time, the deputy town mayor, Wu Gang, did not come, but Wan Fugue was even more enthusiastic than the last time. Before the car had even stopped, he had already come up to open the door for Xia Ruofei. "Boss Xia. Welcome, welcome," Wan Fugue said enthusiastically. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook Ruan Fugui's hand. He introduced, Director Ruan, let me introduce you. This is the general manager of our Paradise Corporation, Ms. Feng Jing. President Feng, nice to meet you. Ruan Fugui quickly greeted him. In the face of such a delicate and beautiful young woman, Ruan Fugui couldn't help but reach out and rub his hands on his clothes a few times, hesitating if he should shake her hand. Feng Rao, on the other hand, graciously reached out her hand and gently shook Ruan Fugui's hand. She smiled and said, Director Ruan, our company's headquarters is in Dongqing Village. We'll be in contact often in the future. Please take care of us, Director Ruan. No. Ruan Fugui quickly said, You're too kind, President Feng. We're just looking out for each other and benefiting from each other. After the small talk, Xia Ruofei said, Director Ruan, we're here to talk about land leasing. Our Paradise Corporation is currently expanding, and the existing land has already restricted the company's development, so we want to continue expanding the farm to the north and south. We'll need more support from our village for this. Ruan Fugui laughed and said, Boss Xia, you're being too serious. You're willing to rent those barren lands. This is a good thing for our village. Let's not stand outside, let's sit inside and talk. I've already asked my wife to prepare lunch. Let's go to my house to eat later. Ha ha ha. Then we won't be polite. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I happen to have a few bottles of good wine in my car. Let's have a few drinks in the afternoon. All right. Ruan Fugui said happily, Boss Xia, CEO Feng, please come in. Ruan Fugui warmly invited Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to the village committee building and quickly ordered the village accountant to pour tea for them. Today, several of the village's leaders had been called to the village council by Ruan Fugui. In addition to him, who was the village secretary and the director of the village council, there was also the deputy director of the village council, 2 other village committee members, and the young accountant. The deputy director of the village committee was also surnamed Ruan Tianqi. It could be seen that the Ruan family should be a big family in Dongqing Village. After Ruan Fugui introduced Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to the members of the village committee, he took the initiative to open the map and started introducing them to Xia Ruofei. Boss Xia, CEO Feng. Look. This is the current territory of your Paradise Farm. It extends all the way to the sea in the east. Ruan Fugui pointed at the map and said, It's mountainous to the west, so I suggest you develop in the north and south. In fact, this was in line with Xia Ruofei's thoughts. The west side was full of mountains. So Xia Ruofei's farm did not need so many mountains and forests for the time being. The east side was the sea, and the land in the north and south was flat. It was most suitable for the expansion of the farm. Director Ruan, I agree with you, Xia Ruofei nodded. Ruan Fugui laughed and said, There are about 20 acres of land to the north of the farm. Further north is the Xiqing village. The land in the north is relatively barren. I personally suggest that you focus on developing south. Ruan Fugui pointed at the map and continued, Look, although the 30 mu in the south is also a wasteland, it's much more fertile than the north. If we rent all of this land, the Qingyuan River will pass through the farm, and it'll be much more convenient for irrigation. Feng Jing couldn't help but nod in approval as she listened from the side. She thought to herself, this Dongqing village's service is too good. Everything is for the sake of Taoyuan Farm. They're so considerate. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Director Yuan, we want the 30 acres in the south and 20 acres in the north. Xia Ruofei had sufficient funds at the moment and wanted to buy more land. After all, once the farm expanded, the profits would only increase. This was because his products would not have to worry about sales. Compared to the profits, the rental fees were nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that the north belonged to the Xiking village, Xia Ruofei would have wanted to buy more land. However, he didn't want to bother another landlord. To the south, there were only about 30 mu of barren land. Further south was the normal farmland of the village. If he wanted to rent these farmland and vegetable fields, he would have to discuss compensation with the villagers. For now, it was enough to rent 50 to 60 mu of land in one go. Thus, Xia Ruofei did not want to expand too quickly for the time being. Yuan Fugue was stunned for a moment before saying, Boss Xia, the lands in the north aren't very good. In the early years, some of our villagers went to open up the land and wanted to plant some fruit trees, but it was difficult to grow them. Feng Rao couldn't help but worry. Chairman, why don't we just listen to Director Yuan and ask for the land in the south? If you feel that the land is not enough, we can rent more land in the north. Now, many farmers have stopped growing their land. It should not be difficult to rent it as long as we give them some compensation. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Feng, the land in the south is barren. However, it won't affect our farm. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Rao's confused face and laughed. In short, you don't have to worry about the soil quality. Besides, our farm isn't entirely a vegetable greenhouse. There had to be land to build a cold storage warehouse, right? Maybe I'll even be involved in the breeding industry in the future. Xia Ruofei winked at Feng Rao discreetly. Feng Rao also immediately realized what was going on. She thought that Xia Ruofei had something that he couldn't say in front of Yuan Fugue. After all, they were renting land from the village. Wouldn't they be dumbfounded if Yuan Fugue asked for a sky-high price? Feng Jing couldn't help but be a little surprised. She wasn't a newbie who had just graduated from school. She had even trained in the world's top 500 companies, but her performance just now was a little unprofessional. In reality, it was not as complicated as she had thought. Xia Ruofei just found it troublesome and did not want to waste his breath explaining. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had his own ideas, Yuan Fugue didn't try to persuade him. From his point of view, the land south of the farm might not even be able to be rented out, even after 100 years. Since Xia Ruofei was willing to take it, he could also earn a lot of money for the village, so wouldn't it? Anyway, he had taken the initiative to tell Xia Ruofei the truth about the situation of the land. If there was really no way to cultivate the land, Xia Ruofei could not blame him. One wanted to rent, and the other was willing, so they naturally hit it off. Very quickly, everyone had decided on the newly rented land. In terms of land prices, Yuan Fugue had even lowered it to only 2,500 yuan per mu. The reason was that Xia Ruofei had rented so much land in one go. Moreover, the land in the south was not suitable for farming, so he had given a discount on the prices. This was not the first time they had worked together, so the contract was quickly finalized. Yuan Fugue did Xia Ruofei a favor by signing an 8-year-long contract. This made Feng Jing secretly happy that the Ethereal Paradise Company, a company that dealt in high-end agricultural products, was most afraid of unstable production bases. If the contract couldn't be renewed after a few years, not only would they have to find a new place, but it would also cost money to invest in the infrastructure. It was time-consuming and laborious. After signing the long-term contract, Feng Jing felt much more at ease. Of course, she did not understand what had happened today. It was not the kind of fierce negotiation that she had imagined. There were no differences between the two sides. The village even took the initiative to consider Xia Ruofei's situation and kept giving in. Feng Rao, who was used to business negotiations, was not used to this. A formal contract required the company's seal, so everyone agreed to go to the farm the next day to sign the contract. Of course, now that Xia Ruofei had a proper company and was expanding, Juan Fugue was very assured and didn't have to worry about the rent. When the contract was signed, the finance department of Paradise Corporation would naturally take care of it. Xia Ruofei didn't have to worry about such specific matters. It was almost time for dinner after they finished discussing business. Juan Fugue warmly invited Xia Ruofei, Feng Jing, and a few village committee members to his house for lunch. Xia Ruofei didn't reject her and brought Feng Rao to Juan Fugue's house. He also took out a few bottles of the 8 drunken immortals' contribution points from the car. Of course, taking them from the car was just for show. In reality, he had taken them out from the spirit map space. During the banquet, Xia Ruofei, Juan Fugue, and the others exchanged toasts and drank to their heart's content. He was originally from the military and loved to eat meat and drink wine. Juan Fugue and the others were also uncouth, and Xia Ruofei's forthright performance was exactly what they wanted. They all came over to toast. Now, if any man in Dongqing village worked at Taoyuan farm, he would be considered superior in the village. Everyone in the village was related by blood, and everyone had a lot of relatives. Therefore, Juan Fugue used the excuse of being drunk to ask Xia Ruofei to take care of him the next time they were hiring. Xia Ruofei readily agreed. After all, the workers that Qin Zhuan recruited in the village were all for specific work. They were all engaged in labor, intensive work that did not require much skill. As long as they had good character, it was the same no matter who they recruited. Xia Ruofei was not so pedantic as to do her a favor. Moreover, Juan Fugue and the others were also considered the leading figures of Dongqing village. They were the standard local tyrants. The Paradise Corporation's vegetable base was located in Dongqing village, so there were naturally great benefits to being on good terms with them. The county magistrate was not as good as the current one. In many matters of Dongqing village, Juan Fugue was even more useful than Wu Liqian. Since Xia Ruofei was drinking to his heart's content, Feng Rao naturally did not touch a single drop of wine. Juan Fugue and the other uncouth men couldn't persuade Feng Rao to drink, so they focused all their firepower on Xia Ruofei. This family banquet was also a happy one. Feng Rao helped Xia Ruofei, whose steps were a little weak, to bid farewell to Juan Fugue and the others. After helping Xia Ruofei into the car, she drove the pickup truck and left Dongqing village. As the car drove along the village road, the lush Taoyuan farm could be seen in the distance. Feng Jing was driving seriously. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei, who was beside her, asked, "Boss Feng, how was the job fair yesterday?" Feng Jing was startled by Xia Ruofei's sudden words. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. She quickly steadied the steering wheel and turned to look at Xia Ruofei. He saw that Xia Ruofei was in high spirits, and his eyes were clear. There was no trace of drunkenness. "Chairman, you're not drunk?" Feng Rao asked, in surprise. She had seen with her own eyes that at least half of the bottles of white wine on the table had gone into Xia Ruofei's stomach. In the end, Wan Fugue and the others were so drunk that they couldn't even speak properly. She thought that Xia Ruofei must have been quite drunk as well, but she didn't expect Xia Ruofei to change his drunk state after getting into the car and act as if nothing had happened. He's such a good actor, Feng Jing thought to herself. Xia Ruofei's drunken look had even fooled Feng Rao. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You didn't drink much today. Maybe the alcohol tolerance of those who used to be soldiers is pretty good." "Chairman," Feng Jing said with a smile, "you're such a good drinker. In the future, you have to be the first to attend any business meetings." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I hate social events the most. A group of people who don't know each other well. It's boring to force others to get drunk. That's how Chinese wine culture works." Feng Rao chuckled. "How can business not have social interactions?" Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Then let's make our company a giant. In the business world, only people beg us. We don't have to beg others. Then we don't have to risk our lives to drink, right?" Feng Rao was stunned for a moment before she said, "That makes sense. It seems that I have a long way to go." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Just think about the bonus I promised you. You'll be more motivated." "Yeah." Feng Rao couldn't help but laugh. "In order to achieve my dream of becoming a rich woman, I have no choice but to work hard to make money for you, a capitalist." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Although I didn't give you any shares, as long as you don't leave the company, you'll still get your dividends. So, you can also think of it as working for yourself. That way, you'll be more motivated, and the shop owner is really good at this." Feng Rao joked. "By the way, you haven't told me what the job fair is like." "It's about the same as what we expected. I've already selected about 20 people yesterday and sent out interview notices to them." Feng Jing said seriously, "I'm planning to hire about 10 people first. Then, I'll pick another 5 to 8 people from the people who sent us their resumes on the recruitment website. This way, the company's administrative team will be ready." Xia Ruofei nodded approvingly. I'm at ease with you handling things. CEO Feng, we're still short of 2 directors. So don't forget to take the time to look for one." "I know. I've been trying to keep in touch with them." "Chairman, I'm going to hold the interview in the company's conference room tomorrow. It starts at 9 a.m. Would you like to come over and check?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I won't join in the fun. The administrative team is to serve you, the general manager. You have full authority to decide on the candidate. I said before that I would give you the greatest autonomy." Feng Jing was very pleased with Xia Ruofei's trust. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Chairman." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "When you interview the finance staff, remember to bring Pang Hao along. After all, he'll be his subordinate in the future." "Don't worry. I would have called him even if you didn't say so," Feng Rao said with a smile. "By the way, Director Wan will be coming over to sign the contract tomorrow. I might not be in the office, but I'll definitely be on the farm." Xia Ruofei said, "When the time comes, remember to receive them and let me know immediately." "Understood," Feng Ke said. After returning to the farm, Feng Jing went back to her office to prepare for the interview. Ying was practically a commander without an army. other than getting Lei Hu and the other security guards to help her with physical work. Like setting up the venue, she had to do everything else herself, so she was quite busy. However, she should be able to relax a little after the staff was recruited. Xia Ruofei went straight back to the villa. Not long after he entered the house, Lei Hu came to his door. "Brother Xia, I'm here to report that I've safely sent sister-in-law to the company," Lei Hu said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." "Oh, right. From today onwards, the alert is lifted." Xia Ruofei said, "Hong Tao, you don't have to work so hard to set up camp. You guys just have to maintain your normal working conditions." Lei Hu was a little surprised. The alarm was lifted just like that. "We're still trying our best to catch a few of those guys who don't have eyes and teach them a lesson." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "Nonsense. You're still hoping for something to happen to the farm every day?" "That's not it," Lei Hu chuckled and scratched his head. "Alright, go do your work," Xia Ruofei said as he waved his hand. "Yes." Lei Hu puffed out his chest and walked out. "Wait." Xia Ruofei called out again. Lei Hu stopped in his tracks and turned around to ask, "Brother Xia, do you have any other instructions?" The farm is about to be expanded. In the future, our farm's area may be 3 or 4 times bigger than it is now. Your burden will be even heavier." Xia Ruofei said, "So go back and tell Hong Tao, Xiao Jun, and the others. Everyone should contact their former comrades. It's time to expand the company's security department." "Understood," Lei Hu said. "Brother Xia, we'll keep in touch, don't worry." Xia Ruofei nodded and suddenly thought of something. He asked, "By the way, I remember that your old army participated in a joint landing exercise with the Marine Corps. Do you have any female Marine soldiers you are familiar with? I want a female soldier who's good at fighting and has already retired." Lei Hu could not help but scratch his head. "Brother Xia, I'm not familiar with this. During the joint exercise, our task was to defend the front command center and follow the command center's movements. The Marine Corps seemed to be assigned to the landing group, so we didn't have much opportunity to come into contact with them." "Brother Xia, the female soldiers in the Marine Corps are all very tough. Why are you asking about them?" Lei Hu asked. Xia Ruofei did not hide anything from Lei Hu and said, "After that incident a few days ago, I've been considering getting your sister-in-law a bodyguard. I don't trust ordinary people, but those from the army are more reliable." "I see. Then I really can't help you with anything." Lei Hu laughed. Xia Ruofei smiled and patted Lei Hu's shoulder. "It's fine, I'll think of a way myself. You can go back to your work. Don't forget to contact your old comrades." "Alright. Brother Xia, I'll be leaving first." After Lei Hu left, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and felt that he should look for his old leader. So he directly took out his mobile phone, found the Lone Wolf Assault Team Captain Guozhan's phone number and dialed it. "Blood Wolf. How come you have time to call me?" Guozhan's loud voice came from the phone. "I heard that you've become a big boss. There's one thing you've done well. You didn't forget to take care of your comrades even after you've struck it rich, as expected of our Lone Wolf soldiers." Guozhan's words made Xia Ruofei feel a little ashamed. It turned out that this old leader was very familiar with the matters on his side. However, she had barely contacted him after she retired. The only time she had called him was when she had just obtained the spirit painting scroll. She had run into trouble in Lin Xiao's village and had no choice but to call. Wolf King, how has our team been recently? You should be very busy, right? Xia Ruofei asked, a little embarrassed. He could hear some noise on the other end of the phone. Guozhan was most likely on the training ground. Guozhan laughed heartily. When can we, soldiers, be idle? There's a new batch of rookies in the team, and I'm drilling them. Then, Xia Ruofei heard Guozhan's roar from the phone. Didn't you guys eat? Accelerate, accelerate. It's only 10 kilometers, and it's already like this. You're not even as good as a woman. When Xia Ruofei heard the familiar scolding, he felt as if he had returned to the time when he had just joined the Lone Wolf assault team. At that time, Guozhan was like a demon king in the eyes of the new members, torturing them in all kinds of ways. It was really bitter back then. His comrades were eliminated one by one. Xia Ruofei felt that he couldn't hold on any longer, but he persevered. Now that he thought about it, all the suffering he had suffered in the past had become beautiful memories. It was still the same training ground, and the scene was still full of enthusiasm. However, the trainees had changed one after another. Now, some of the people who joined the team with Xia Ruofei had been promoted to officers, some had retired and returned to their hometowns, and some had died in the southern border of their motherland. Blood Wolf, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. Guozhan said on the other end of the phone. Guozhan's voice woke Xia Ruofei up from his memories. He rubbed his wet eyes and said, Wolf King, you know a lot of people in the army. I want to find a female bodyguard. Can you help me contact the Marine Corps? Ask them if they have any suitable retired female soldiers. What are you doing, kid? Guozhan laughed and scolded. Don't learn the good and learn the bad. Do you need a bodyguard with your skills? And why do you need a female bodyguard? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and explained, Captain, I didn't find it for myself. I'm a little worried about my girlfriend's safety, so I'm going to find her a bodyguard. Woof. You already have a girlfriend. His movements were quite fast. All right then. He had to settle his sister-in-law's matter well. I'll call my comrades in the army brigade and ask. Guozhan readily agreed. Thank you, Wolf King. Xia Ruofei said, oh right, it's best if you have some basic computer skills and know how to use office software. You can be my girlfriend's assistant. No problem. Guozhan said, the military education level these days is pretty good. Your requirements aren't high, but there should be many who meet the requirements. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xia Ruofei said, Captain, if you're free, come to the southeast for a walk. I'll treat you well. You don't say. I might have to go to the southeast province in 2 months. Guozhan said, but it's not a vacation. If I can find some time, I'll go and visit you. All right. Xia Ruofei said happily, remember to give me a call in advance. He was from the Lone Wolf assault team and knew the rules, so he didn't ask Guozhan why he came to the southeast province. In fact, he knew that the Lone Wolf was definitely not a small task. If there was a plan 1 or 2 months in advance, it was most likely a large-scale training exercise or something. After the call with Guozhan, Xia Ruofei quickly went upstairs to his room and continued to practice drawing the core rune. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei used up all the remaining white jade slips and successfully mastered the 3 independent runes. He was getting closer to mastering all 17 runes. When Xia Ruofei walked out of the room, the sky was already dark, so he had no intention of continuing his practice. Tonight, he had already used up all the white jade and he could not possibly go to the city to buy it overnight. Moreover, he knew that haste would not bring success. Even if he successfully carved out the core of the spiritual puppet, he would not be able to create the spiritual puppet before he had the complete manufacturing method. Xia Ruofei went to the staff canteen for dinner and then went back to the villa to rest. He was also exhausted from the past few days. First, he stayed up all night to practice making runes. Then, he ran through the night and killed 5 enemies in a row. In the second half of the night, he even had sex with Ling Qingxue. He also didn't sleep at all. The next day, Feng Jing started to interview new employees at Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei was just as he said, letting Feng Jing do whatever she wanted. In fact, he didn't even go to the office building. He slept until he woke up naturally and made some breakfast in the villa's kitchen. At around 10 a.m., Feng Jing called Xia Ruofei and told him that Ruan Fugue had arrived at the farm with the village accountant. Hence, Xia Ruofei changed out of his home clothes and walked to the mixed-use complex. In Xia Ruofei's office, both parties signed the official contract. Then, Xia Ruofei called Peng Hao to his office and asked him to save the contract. He also instructed him not to forget to transfer the rent to the village's account on time according to the contract. Ruan Fugue also took the initiative to say that he would organize the villagers to draw out the boundary of the newly rented land of Taoyuan Farm in the next 2 days and make some simple signs and fences. Originally, Xia Ruofei had wanted to ask Ruan Fugue and the village accountant to stay for dinner at the farm. After all, they had treated him very well yesterday, and he had to return the favor. However, Ruan Fugue said that he had something to do at home and declined Xia Ruofei's invitation. Xia Ruofei saw that Ruan Fugue didn't seem to be polite and guessed that he really had something urgent to do at home. After all, village cadres were not official civil servants. They had to farm and fish like the villagers. At this time of the year, every family was very busy. Hence, Xia Ruofei politely sent Ruan Fugue downstairs. After the land lease contract was signed, the scope of Peach Blossom Farm directly expanded to more than 3 times its original size. Now, there were dozens of acres of land in the south and north, and the production problem would soon be solved. Xia Ruofei took the latest financial statement that Peng Hao had sent over 2 days ago and silently calculated the capital in the books. He felt that it was better not to delay any further. The newly allocated land had to be used as soon as possible. The construction of infrastructure was already imminent. He brought the new plot of land to Feng Jing's office to discuss how to plan the newly rented land. He still wanted to hear Feng Jing's opinion. However, Feng Jing wasn't in the office. Xia Ruofei then realized that today was the day of the company's interview for new employees. He guessed that the interview might not be over yet. With a hint of curiosity, he went straight to the company meeting room on the 2nd floor. There were a few young people waiting outside the meeting room. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed fashionably. The only girl among them even had a rose-red suitcase. Xia Ruofei glanced at her and found that this girl looked quite scholarly. She was wearing a pair of rimless glasses on her delicate face and looked gentle and weak. The other three young men naturally surrounded the girl. Seeing Xia Ruofei walk over, one of the young men in a grey down jacket took the initiative to greet him. "Brother, are you also here for the interview? Why are you so late? The interviews here have already ended," another young man with a middle, parted hair said. With a gloating smile, "Brother, you're too late. The interview started more than an hour ago. It's already too late for you to come now. Don't be late for the next interview. Since the interview is over, why are you still here?" Xia Ruofei asked with interest. "Are you also late?" "We're not late," the young man in the grey down jacket said. At this time, the weak-looking girl with rimless glasses also took the initiative to say, "I'm from another city. I heard that if I'm accepted, I'll be provided with accommodation, so I stayed and waited for the results. If I'm accepted, I can save a day's room fee, right?" Xia Ruofei looked at the girl's luggage and smiled. "I can tell." Then, he turned to the young men and asked with a smile, "So you're also from another place?" "We're from the Three Mountains," said the young man in the grey down jacket, "but we're done with the interview." "Aren't we? I'll just wait with Lu Qian. We also want to know the results of the interview as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei knew that Feng Jing was in the meeting room, so he was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he sat down on the chair provided for the interviewees by the corridor with interest. He asked, "Why did you come to the farm to apply? This place is far away from the city, so life should be very boring." The bespectacled girl said with a smile, "It's not easy to find a job these days, and the benefits here are good. There's 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and free accommodation. I don't have to squeeze in the bus or subway to work. The key is that the requirements for education are not that high. I think it's quite good. And the environment here is so good." The middle, parted young man also said, "The mountains and rivers are beautiful, and we're both white-collar workers. Why do we have to go to the city to breathe in the exhaust?" The young man in the grey down jacket said with a hint of excitement, "This place is so close to the beach, we can go to the beach for a barbecue in the future. What's there to be picky about in this kind of working environment?" The young man in the grey down jacket was beaming with joy. Obviously, he had already begun to look forward to the scene of taking a stroll with Lu Qian on the beach in the future. Xia Ruofei was speechless, thinking, "Brother, are you here to work or to pick up girls?" He could tell that these 3 young men, including the young man who had not spoken much, should be interested in Lu Qian, so they were so eager to stay and accompany her. At this moment, the young man in the grey down jacket saw Xia Ruofei's strange smile and couldn't help but say, "Brother, since you're here, you don't have to chat with us. CEO Feng of Paradise Company is still in the conference room. Why don't you go in and try?" "He's already an hour late," said the middle, parted young man. "Do you think President Feng will give him a chance? How would you know if you don't try?" Lu Qian also said enthusiastically, "Go in and have a good talk with President Feng. Just say that you're lost or stuck in a traffic jam. In any case, find a suitable reason." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "This farm is so remote. It's not easy to find." At this moment, the meeting room door opened and Feng Jing walked out. When she saw Lu Qian and the others, she couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't you left? Didn't I tell you to go back and wait for the news?" Xia Ruofei stood up from his chair when he saw Feng Jing. At this moment, Feng Rao saw Xia Ruofei, who was blocked by Lu Qian and the rest. She exclaimed in surprise, "Chairman, why are you here?" The chairman, Lu Qian, and the others were stunned and looked at Xia Ruofei without blinking. They could never imagine that this young man, who was about the same age as them and was very approachable, was actually the chairman of this company. So they were just chatting with the company's big boss. The two men in the grey down jacket and the man with the middle, parted hair wanted to find a hole to hide in. They couldn't help but blush when they thought of how they had guided Xia Ruofei in an old-fashioned manner. Lu Qian wasn't any better. Her pretty face was suddenly covered with a blush. "Chairman," Lu Qian said, embarrassed. "We didn't know." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I'm fine." Then, he turned to Feng Rao and said, "CEO Feng, I was looking for you for something. I saw that you weren't in the office, so I came over to take a look. By the way, are the interview results out yet?" After Xia Ruofei said that, Lu Qian and the rest temporarily forgot about their awkwardness and nervousness. They looked at Feng Rao with anticipation. Feng Rao looked at Lu Qian and the rest indifferently before she said to Xia Ruofei, "Chairman, I've already made the preliminary list of candidates, but I haven't had time to report it to you yet, so." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I've said it before. You're in charge of the recruitment. You just have to decide on it." Xia Ruofei then pointed at Lu Qian and said, "She came from another city for the interview. If she's accepted, she doesn't have to go to the city to find a hotel. Since you've already drawn up the list, just tell her the results." "All right," he said. Feng Jing nodded. "You're Lu Qian, right?" she asked. "Yes, President." Lu Qian's heart thumped as she looked at Feng Jing with anticipation and nervousness. "Before I tell you the result, I have another question to ask you," Feng Jing said with a faint smile. "Please speak." Lu Qian said immediately. "If you work at Paradise Corporation, can you accept overtime and business trips?" Feng Rao asked indifferently. "No problem," Lu Qian said without hesitation. "As long as the company needs it, I can do it, no matter how hard it is." Feng Jing nodded. "Then, congratulations. You've been hired by our Paradise Corporation as the general manager's assistant. Is that a problem?" Feng Jing had a good impression of Lu Qian during the interview. She was well-mannered in all aspects, and it was obvious that she had a good personality. For a general assistant position that required strong coordination skills, affinity, and execution were very important. Hence, Feng Jing was prepared to test Lu Qian's capabilities as the assistant manager. Lu Qian was surprised and happy. She said excitedly, "No problem. No problem. Thank you, President Feng. Can I start work today?" Feng Rao smiled and nodded. "I'll get someone to arrange an apartment for you in a while. Also, I'll go through the employment procedures. You'll start work this afternoon." "Yes. Thank you for your trust, Director Feng," Lu Qian said happily. She had come to the interview with the intention of giving it a try. She didn't expect to be hired, and it was the most valuable position among all the positions, the general manager's assistant position. This was really a surprise for her. Lu Qian then smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei and said, "And thank you, Chairman." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Why are you thanking me? I didn't interfere with the recruitment this time. It's because CEO Feng thinks highly of you that he hired you. No matter what, I still have to thank you." Lu Qian said, a little embarrassed. She was recalling the scene just now. The other three young men also looked at Feng Jing with anticipation, but they were too embarrassed to ask. Girls were often given special treatment, just like how the chairman had personally asked about Lu Qian's situation just now, but the three men didn't receive this treatment. Feng Rao glanced at the three of them and said, Chen Rong and Zhao Xiaofei were also hired. That's great. Thank you, Director Feng. The young man in the gray down jacket called out happily. It was not known whether he was Chen Rong or Zhao Xiaofei. Feng Jing had only interacted with them briefly during the interview, but she was able to call out everyone's name. This made Xia Ruofei look at her in a new light. Feng Rao looked at the young man with the middle, parted hair and said, Dong Liang, I'm sorry, but our company might not have a suitable position for you at the moment. Dong Liang, the middle hair man, lowered his head and said, I understand, CEO Feng. I won't disturb you any longer. I hope that I have the opportunity to work at your company in the future. After saying that, Dong Liang was not in the mood to say hello to Lu Qian and the others. He lowered his head and left, leaving 4 people behind. He was the only one who was not hired, and his heart was full of frustration. Lu Qian and the others didn't know each other before this, so they didn't feel much about Dong Liang's failure. They just looked at him with sympathy, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. The young man in the gray down jacket said to Xia Ruofei, Chairman, my name is Zhao Xiaofei. We were blind just now. Please don't take offense. Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, Ignorance is not a crime. Besides, you didn't offend me in any way. Weren't you just giving me, this late interviewee, some ideas? Lu Qian and the other 2 laughed in embarrassment. Zhao Xiaofei hesitated and asked again, Chairman, can we also enjoy the company's apartment? Xia Ruofei chuckled. According to the company's rules, the local employees can't enjoy a full apartment. However, we can provide a shared dormitory for you to use during your lunch break. Of course, you can also spend the night. A dormitory is fine too. Zhao Xiaofei said happily, otherwise, if we come to work from the city every day, not only will it waste time on the road, but it will also be difficult to bear the fuel cost. Feng Rao knew that Xia Ruofei must have something to tell her, so she said, go to the finance office and look for Director Peng. Ask him to arrange accommodation for you. I'll go through the employment procedures during work hours in the afternoon. Yes, President Feng. Lu Qian and the other 2 went to look for Peng Hao happily. Feng Jing smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman, what are your instructions? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I want to talk to you about the next step of the farm's infrastructure. I want to hear your opinion. By the way, did the interview go smoothly today? This batch of job seekers are of good quality. Feng Jing said, I've already drawn up a preliminary list of 10 candidates. I was going to inform them tomorrow, but I didn't expect Lu Qian and the others to stay behind and wait. Isn't that good? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you've been exhausted as the general manager these days. Now, there are finally a few people you can order around. You don't have to do everything by yourself. Yup. Chairman, let's talk in the office. Feng Jing said. The 2 of them went to Feng Jing's office. Feng Jing personally made Xia Ruofei a cup of tea and said, Chairman, I've been thinking about it since I came back from the village yesterday. May I share my opinion first? This was what Xia Ruofei admired about Feng Jing the most. She wanted to do a lot of work ahead of Xia Ruofei and did not need him to supervise her. He looked at Feng Jing with encouragement and smiled gently. All right. Feng Rao sat down on the sofa opposite Xia Ruofei and cleared her throat. Chairman, based on my understanding, these days, I think our company's main product at this stage should be Taoyuan brand vegetables. We have been limited by production capacity before, but now that the farm area has expanded several times, I think we should focus on building high-level constant temperature greenhouses on these lands. Xia Ruofei nodded. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Please continue. President Feng. In addition, once we increase our production in the future, we'll need to have a proper solution for the storage problem, Feng Jing said. After all, vegetable products can't last long. We can basically sell them out now, but the problem isn't obvious. In the future, there will definitely be a small backlog of products and stages. Therefore, I suggest that we set aside a piece of land in the south of the farm and build a high-standard cold storage warehouse. Feng Rao had suggested to build it in the south, because the land there was barren. To put it bluntly, she was still worried about the land. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I've already thought about the cold storage warehouse. This time, we must build it. As for the location, I also agree with your opinion. In fact, to Xia Ruofei, the location of the cold storage warehouse was not important because he did not care about the land. However, since Feng Jing had suggested to build it in the south, Xia Ruofei did not have to change it to the north. Chairman, I think the current park of our farm is more modern, said Feng Jing. I think we should build it according to this standard when we expand the new land and build the basic infrastructure. Although the initial investment may be more, the benefits for the development of the whole farm are obvious. Agreed, Xia Ruofei nodded. Boss Feng, let's discuss how many vegetable greenhouses we need to build and how to build them. Xia Ruofei then spread the floor plan on the coffee table. The two of them started to discuss the facilities planning for the new land expansion. Feng Jing wasn't an expert in this area, but she was always able to give her opinions from a business perspective. For example, the location of the vegetable greenhouses, the road design between the greenhouses and between the greenhouses and the main road could be more reasonable, and the farm operation could be more efficient. Feng Jing's suggestion gave Xia Ruofei a lot of inspiration. A rough plan for a new farm was already taking shape in his mind. The two of them chatted all the way until lunchtime before they went to the staff cafeteria on the first floor for lunch. Xia Ruofei met Lu Qian and the other two in the staff cafeteria. They had already gotten their meal cards with Peng Hao's help. Of course, the lunch was free, and they did not need to use their cards. Seeing the two bosses of the company, the three new employees quickly got up and greeted them. Xia Ruofei did not put on any airs. He greeted the three of them with a smile and even ordered a meal to eat with them. He also asked them how they were settling down and if they had any difficulties. Lu Qian and the other two were very satisfied with the company's benefits. Especially Lu Qian, who had been assigned to a brand new apartment building with all kinds of facilities. Although it only had one bedroom and one living room, it still made Zhao Xiaofei and Chen Rong envious. Of course, even Zhao Xiaofei and Chen Rong, who lived in the four-person dormitory, were also very satisfied with the company's conditions. Xia Ruofei gave them a few words of encouragement and returned to the villa after eating. He gave Liang Qichao's father, Liang Weiman, a call to tell him that Liang Weiman's company was basically helping Xia Ruofei with the project. Xia Ruofei felt more at ease leaving it to them. At least the price was fair, the quality was up to standard, and Xia Ruofei did not have to worry too much. When he heard that Xia Ruofei's farm had expanded by several times, Liang Weimin naturally congratulated him repeatedly. When Xia Ruofei mentioned that he wanted to start building basic facilities, Liang Weimin immediately agreed. Liang Weimin also patted his chest and promised Xia Ruofei they didn't make a single cent, and they would complete the project at the fastest speed, the highest standards, and the best quality. Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to Liang Weimin and made an appointment with him to send someone to investigate the scene the next day. He wanted to get the design proposal out as soon as possible. Liang Weimin immediately sent manager Li, who was in charge of another project, over to confirm that manager Li had already helped Xia Ruofei complete 2 projects. Both parties had been working happily. After the call, Xia Ruofei drove back to the city to buy a few hundred pieces of low-quality white jade. The owners of the jade market had almost sold out all the low-end goods in their shops. Many pieces of jade that had been in their shops for years and could not be sold were all bought by Xia Ruofei. Although the price was very low, the owners were still elated. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had bought so many of them that the transaction amount was in the tens of thousands. Xia Ruofei felt that it would not be easy to find so many low-quality white jades in the jade market again. However, he estimated that after he used up this batch of white jades, he should be able to master all 17 independent runes. By then, he would not need them anymore. After buying the white jade, Xia Ruofei went back to his villa and prepared to continue practicing the carving of runes. Just as he took out a bag full of white jade from his space, the phone in his pocket rang. Xia Ruofei took it out and saw that it was his future father-in-law, Ling Xiaotian. He quickly picked it up. "Hello, Uncle Ling," Xia Ruofei said. "Are you okay? It's going to be a month tomorrow. How's the preparation of the wine?" Ling Xiaotian asked directly. Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered that it had been a month since he had put the drunken 8 immortals into the medium. He quickly said, "Don't worry, Uncle Ling. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., you can just send a car to deliver it. I knew you're reliable, Ruofei." Ling Xiaotian said happily and then asked, "Ruofei, there's no problem with the quality of the wine, right? This is our winery's first batch of new drunken 8 immortals. Whether or not we can make it big will depend on whether this batch of wine is good enough." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No problem. After the transformation, the quality of the drunken 8 immortals is not inferior to the sample I gave you last time." "That's good, haha." Ling Xiaotian was extremely happy. "Uncle Ling, don't forget to send the new wine over tomorrow." Xia Ruofei reminded him, "You have to give it to him for every level. Only by storing new wine in the spirit map space every month could the winery guarantee a monthly production of new drunken 8 immortals, including those that could be stored for a longer time. After a certain period of time, they could also achieve a monthly ration. Don't worry. I've already had my men prepare it." Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, "It's still the same as last time. Different grades of wine use different wine jars. There are also date labels on them. You'll know when you see them." "Okay, then there's no problem." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, Uncle Ling, I have a suggestion." "Oh? Tell me, Ruofei." Ling Xiaotian said with great interest. Uncle Ling, I suggest that we print a batch number on the packaging of our new Drunken 8 Immortals. This way, we can clearly tell which batch the wine is from, Xia Ruofei said. Ruofei, is there a reason for this? Ling Xiaotian asked, puzzled. Xia Ruofei smiled. Uncle Ling, the wine sent to me by the winery has been improved by us. Although the overall quality can be maintained at an average level, it is not produced on the production line after all. So, it is very likely that one batch or several batches of wine are of particularly good quality. Ling Xiaotian understood the moment he heard that, and quickly said, I understand. After the batch is marked, it's equivalent to having an ID card. In the future, it'll be like a certain year's Moutai. Who knows, it might even be sold for a sky-high price. Xia Ruofei laughed. It's more like red wine. For example, the 82 Lafite, which is well known in China. The quality of red wine was largely affected by the grapes, and the precipitation and illumination of each year were different, which objectively led to the taste of the wine produced in a certain year. Of course, 1982 Lafite was definitely a very precious red wine. However, in China, it had become a tool for some local nouveau riche to show off their wealth. In fact, many upper-class people who really knew about wine might not necessarily like it. For example, Ma Xiong was particularly fond of the wine from the Gaizita winery, but he had no interest in Lafite. Xia Ruofei continued, Uncle Ling, I'm suggesting that we label our liquor with a serial number. It's not to make money, but I think it's a good gimmick. If a batch of liquor is really good, there will definitely be investors who will follow up. This is free publicity for our winery. No matter how many fake reviewers we hire, it won't be as effective as this. Ling Xiaotian laughed happily and said, that makes sense. This was worth it. I'll immediately arrange for someone to redesign the wine label. Xia Ruofei reminded him again, Uncle Ling, we have to pay attention to the anti-counterfeit work now. Many famous white wines now use anti-counterfeit QR codes, which can track the production area, batch, and other information of the white wine. I think we can learn from them and get it done in one step. Ling Xiaotian pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll ask the winery to understand the relevant technology. This batch of white wine will still be filled after we bring it back. If there's enough time, we'll replace it with a new wine label with an anti-counterfeit QR code. If we really can't make it in time, we'll just use the packaging we've designed now. Xia Ruofei replied, it's just a batch. It shouldn't matter much. Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian chatted for a while more about the winery before hanging up. He muted his phone and took out a piece of white jade from his bag. After calming himself down, he began to practice again. For the entire afternoon, Xia Ruofei locked himself in his room and trained hard. He didn't go to the cafeteria for dinner. Instead, he made a bowl of noodles in his bedroom and continued to practice with the white jade. It was not until 2 a.m. that Xia Ruofei finally showed a trace of fatigue. He put down the carving knife and the white jade slip. After half a day of practice, he had mastered the drawing of 2 independent runes. The 17 independent runes would become more complicated and difficult as he progressed. Xia Ruofei was already very satisfied that he could reach this level in such a short time. There were only 2 more complicated runes left. Although Xia Ruofei wanted to continue, he knew that haste would not bring success. He had Been practicing for a long time today and had been continuously sending out his spiritual power. Even if he could use the jade futon and the spirit heart flower petal solution to recover his mental power, a person's energy was limited. He knew that continuing to practice would not be very effective. Therefore, he stopped decisively. Anyway, there was still a lot of time. It would be better to do it step by step. He would practice after recuperating and accumulating energy. The effect would definitely be better. After Xia Ruofei washed up in the bathroom, she fell asleep immediately. The next day, Yingying's cell phone alarm woke him up. After she retired, her biological clock in the army was slowly deteriorating. After all, life was no longer as regular as it was in the army. It was normal for her to sleep a little later in the morning after staying up overnight. Of course, he still had things to do today, so he had carefully set an alarm to prevent himself from oversleeping. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the staff canteen, Feng Jing, Lu Qian, and the rest were having their breakfast. Today was the first day of work for the 3 earliest employees. The 3 young people were very excited and greeted Xia Ruofei when they saw him. Xia Ruofei was not an arrogant person. He greeted them with a smile and ate the same as the other employees. It was a simple meal of porridge, steamed buns, and salted vegetables. He took the initiative to sit at the staff's table and chatted with them as they ate. Feng Jing gradually understood Xia Ruofei's personality. She knew that Xia Ruofei was most likely going to sit back and do nothing. It was not surprising that he would not appear in the office for a few days. Hence, she made use of the breakfast time to briefly report to Xia Ruofei. Feng Jing already had 3 employees working under her. Today, they would be working under her leadership. The first thing to do was to issue the recruitment notice. Other than Lu Qian and the other 2, there were 7 other employees who had been hired. These people would come to report in one after another after receiving the notice. Feng Jing, on the other hand, focused on contacting her old friends, hoping to find a suitable executive director and marketing director for the company. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he nodded and said, "President Feng, you can just work according to your own ideas. I won't interfere too much. In addition, I've already contacted the construction company regarding the farm's basic infrastructure construction. Today, the project manager will bring people to carry out the preliminary survey. When the time comes, you can come with me and I'll introduce you to each other. In the future, you'll be in charge of the specific construction matters." Xia Ruofei was extremely annoyed by these tedious affairs, so he took the opportunity to push the work to Feng Jing. Feng Rao didn't reject it at all. On the contrary, she was very pleased to see Xia Ruofei's trust in her and happily accepted it. Xia Ruofei was almost done eating. He stood up and said, "I'm going to the city in the morning. If Manager Li comes, please ask him to wait in my office for a while." "Oh. Okay," Feng Rao said with a strange expression. Subconsciously, she felt that it was not appropriate to leave the project manager to the side. However, after this period of interaction, she knew that Xia Ruofei's style of doing things was like this, including in Dongqing village. There were many times when he could not be fathomed with common sense. Hence, Feng Jing didn't raise any doubts. She only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Xia Ruofei got up and left the staff canteen. He drove straight to the warehouse that he had rented in the city. When he arrived at the warehouse, there was still about an hour before the time he had agreed to. Meet with Ling Xiaotian. Xia Ruofei was worried that Ling Xiaotian would be in a hurry and sent his men over earlier, so he had left a lot of room for himself. After he entered the warehouse, he immediately closed the doors and windows. Then, he sank his mind into the spirit map space and accurately took out the large wine jars from the space and placed them neatly in the warehouse. As for the wine jars that needed to be stored for a longer time, they remained in the medium. In a short while, the originally empty warehouse was filled with large wine jars. Although the mud seal was tightly sealed, a faint fragrance of wine was still inevitable. Due to the difference in the flow of time between the inside and outside, the wine had been stored in the spirit map space for almost 3 years. The spirit chi in the spirit map space was so dense that it had turned into mist. After being stored in such a unique environment for 3 years, the wine must have been reborn. After the wine was ready, Xia Ruofei had nothing else to do. All he could do now was wait. He took out a recliner from his space and placed it near the entrance of the warehouse. Then, he lay on it and closed his eyes to rest. Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian had agreed to meet at 10 a.m. When it was past 9:40 a.m., Ling Xiaotian called to inform him that the white wine convoy had arrived near the warehouse. Xia Ruofei stood up and kept the recliner in the medium. Then, he opened the warehouse door and walked out. In a short while, the transport team led by Ling Xiaotian arrived. These trucks were loaded with a new batch of white wine. They were bringing back the newly improved drunken 8 immortals that Xia Ruofei had improved and could be directly bottled. This was the first batch of the new drunken 8 immortals, so Ling Xiaotian was rather concerned about it. It was likely that he would not personally come in the future. However, Xia Ruofei had to be there every time. Thinking about it, he felt a little sad. He had to be there once a month. Was this the legendary uncle? However, on second thought, it was only once a month, and it only took a short while to settle. Girls even had their period a few days a month. When the fleet stopped, the workers began to get busy. They had to unload the new wine from the trucks first, then load the wine from the warehouse into the truck, and finally move all the new wine into the warehouse. Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian stood at the side and talked. After a busy day, it was almost midnight. After sending off Ling Xiaotian and his team, Xia Ruofei returned to the warehouse. Like a hard-working worker ant, he placed all the jars of wine into the spirit map space. Other than the 1-month wine, there were also 3-month, 5-month, and 1-year wine jars. They were all packed in different styles of wine jars. Xia Ruofei also sorted them out according to their ages in the spirit map space. After that, Xia Ruofei hurriedly locked the warehouse door and drove to Taoyuan Farm. When he was loading the truck, Feng Jing called to inform him that Manager Li had arrived at the farm. Hence, Xia Ruofei hurried back as well. After all, it was not good to make people wait too long. As the car sped around the city, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it quickly. It was an unknown number. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and hung up the call. There were too many harassment calls, and he had forgotten to put on his Bluetooth earphones when he left the house today. It was not safe to answer calls while driving on the express ring road. Xia Ruofei threw his phone into the groove on the central console and continued to speed up to the farm. At the same time, in the Criminal Investigation Unit of the City Public Security Bureau, a beautiful police flower with her chest full of Waves was so angry that she almost dropped the phone in her hand. He actually hung up on me. I'm so angry. Qin Xiaoyu felt that ever since she met Xia Ruofei, she had been having an unlucky year. Even though Qin Xiaoyu had accidentally caught the A-level wanted criminal of the Ministry of Public Security, Zhao Zixi. Under the alias Zhao He, because of Xia Ruofei, it did not bring her much joy. Instead, it had caused her to be sulky. After Zhao He's identity was confirmed, Bureau Chief Chen Bo asked Qin Xiaoyu to contact the enthusiastic people who helped to capture Zhao He, to cash in the reward offered by the department. At that time, Qin Xiaoyu had contacted Xia Ruofei through Luyu. She really did not want to have too much contact with Xia Ruofei, and Luyu had replied to her that day that she had already informed Xia Ruofei. Qin Xiaoyu thought that this matter was over and she would not have any more interactions with Xia Ruofei in the future. Unexpectedly, Bureau Chief Chen Bo called her to his office today and asked directly, "Captain Qin, why haven't we contacted the people who helped us catch Zhao Zixi? The ministry's order of commendation is about to come out, but we haven't fulfilled our promised rewards yet. How can we do this?" Qin Xiaoyu was a little confused at that time and said, "I've been in contact with them since a few days ago. But he hasn't even come to receive the award yet. The publicity department has even set up the award ceremony venue." Chen Bo's tone was a little dissatisfied. "Chief, I told him a few days ago to contact the Public Security Bureau's publicity department within 2 days, otherwise, he won't be waiting." Qin Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly. Since he didn't come, maybe he didn't care about the reward money. There's no need for us to go all out and give it to him. Chen Bo's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Was the reward given by the Ministry of Public Security a joke? Little Qin, you're also a leader. Don't you have any political awareness? Such a big thing, how could he just call and not ask? Perhaps this comrade has noble character and unquestionable integrity, but our Public Security Bureau can't go with the flow. Otherwise, won't it chill the hearts of those who are brave enough to do justice? If we encounter similar situations in the future, who else will stand up for us?" Bosnia and Herzegovina's face was dark as he told Qin Xiaoyu a bunch of big truths, but Qin Xiaoyu could only grit her teeth and swallow it down, nodding silently. Chen Bo continued, "This kind of thing should be taken the initiative to go to the door and ask. Also, we have to make it clear to that comrade that this is not only a matter of money, but also the credibility of the public security organization. I believe that as long as we are sincere enough and do our job well, that comrade will definitely understand." Go to the door? Qin Xiao. You couldn't help but widen her pretty eyes. Is there a problem? Chen Bo frowned and said, "This is also a necessary courtesy to treat a meritorious soldier." Little Qin, I think you still need to change your mind. Our public security and civil police are here to serve the people. Don't always have the mindset of an official. Qin Xiao. You felt like 10,000 were running through her heart. Where did this old lady have any bullshit official position? I just don't like him, okay? Chief, we've been so busy with the special operation to crack down on gangsters and evil recently. Can we let our colleagues in the publicity department do this kind of thing? Qin Xiaoyu asked weakly. No. You're the one who contacted him from the start. We can't trouble two people for the same matter, so I'll leave it to you. Chen Bo said decisively, then continued, Little Qin, you have to put this job at the top of your priority. You can put the other things aside for the time being. We have so many criminal police and public security police involved in this special operation to crack down on the underworld and evil. It won't affect us much if you're missing. I understand. Qin Xiaoyu knew that she could not decline and scolded Xia Ruofei in her heart. Chief, I'll go out first, and contact that comrade immediately. Chen Bo said, we have to finish this award ceremony tomorrow. I have already contacted the news media. You must not drop the ball. Yes. Qin Xiaoyu replied weakly and left Chen Bo's office. She had also been thinking, isn't the director making a mountain out of a molehill? Isn't it just catching a wanted criminal? Even if he wanted to give out a bonus, he could just ask him to give him an account number and transfer it over. Why was there a ceremony? In fact, what Qin Xiaoyu did not know was that Chen Bo really attached great importance to this work this time. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, Chen Bo was a high-ranking deputy director. He even held the position of assistant mayor in the city government. At the same time, he was also a member of the party group of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Moreover, Chen Bo was an old deputy director who had been in this position for 6 years. In a few months, the executive deputy director of the Public Security Bureau would be 58 years old. According to past practice, he would retire at this age and wait for 2 years to pass. Of course, this wasn't necessary. There were still many leaders who worked directly until they were at the age of retirement. However, Deputy Director Guo's health wasn't very good. As early as the beginning of the year, there were rumors that he would be transferred to the vice chairman of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference after his 58th birthday. He would settle his salary as a deputy and wait for retirement. The executive deputy director of the Public Security Department was usually highly assigned to the main hall. Even if they were not immediately promoted to the main hall when they first took office, after a few years of experience, they were almost certain to be promoted to the main hall. Therefore, many people had their eyes on this position, and the experienced Chen Bo was naturally one of them. He had always been engaged in public security work, which was a professional and had enough experience. He was just short of a dazzling achievement. Capturing Zhao Lianqi this time was undoubtedly like getting a pillow when one was drowsy. Chen Bo reported the situation to the municipal government and the provincial office as fast as he could. After the report was reported to the higher-ups, the order of commendation from the ministry was soon issued, which made Chen Bo very excited. At this juncture, this result was simply a timely rein. It would be of direct help to him in his fight for that position. Therefore, he had been paying attention to the case and was ready to add fuel to the fire at any time. He had been paying attention to giving out awards to the public for the past few days. He had also personally contacted many media outlets, preparing to show his face and add to the fire. Qin Xiaoyu didn't understand these things, and it was not an injustice to be scolded by Chen Bo helplessly. Qin Xiaoyu could only contact Lu Yu again. This time, she did not dare to ask Lu Yu to pass on the message. Instead, she got Xia Ruofei's phone number from Lu Yu and was prepared to lower her status and call Xia Ruofei personally. Unexpectedly, Xia Ruofei did not even pick up the call and just hung up. Qin Xiaoyu had the urge to strangle Xia Ruofei. However, Chen Bo's words were still ringing in her ears. No matter how dissatisfied Qin Xiaoyu was, she could only suppress her anger. After taking a few deep breaths and stabilizing her emotions, she called Xia Ruofei again. Xia Ruofei, who was driving, saw that it was the same number and hung up without thinking. He also blacklisted the number. He even mumbled to himself, the harassment calls these days are really persistent. They still don't give up after hanging up once. Qin Xiaoyu was about to go crazy, she said angrily, I'll keep calling. I don't believe you won't pick up. After that, Qin Xiaoyu pressed the redial button hard. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. A cold notification sound came from the phone. Actually, this was a setting that Xia Ruofei had set up on his phone. As long as it was a call from a blocked number, the reply would always be turned off. There were many ways to set up a blacklist, and his was not the most ruthless one. One of the ways was that when a number from the blacklist called, the call would be answered first and then automatically hung up. Qin Xiaoyu didn't know that her number had been blocked by Xia Ruofei. She didn't believe it and called several times in a row, but every time it was a turned-off prompt. She was so angry that she wanted to smash things. Do I really have to go and personally invite him? Qin Xiaoyu muttered to herself. Chenbo's serious face appeared in her mind and Qin Xiaoyu was depressed to find that she really had no other choice but to make a trip personally. The time limit set by Chenbo was too tight. The prize would be given out tomorrow and the reporters had already been invited. If they were to screw up, it would not be as simple as a few words of criticism like today. Qin Xiaoyu's heart felt as awkward as if she had eaten a bug when she thought about how she had to go to Xia Ruofei's house personally to beg him. However, she had no choice. She could only grit her teeth, grab her phone and bag, and leave. She drove a police car straight to Taoyuan Farm. She had already cursed Xia Ruofei's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. Xia Ruofei didn't know that he had inadvertently increased the hatred points of the big-breasted police beauty. He hurried back to Taoyuan Farm and apologized to Manager Li repeatedly. It was already noon, so they did not go to the site immediately. Xia Ruofei dragged Manager Li to the staff canteen for lunch. He had even specially asked Chao Tieshu's wife to cook up a special meal and made a few dishes to go with the wine. Then, he took a bottle of drunken eight immortals from the medium and had a few drinks with Manager Li and Feng Rao. While they were eating, Xia Ruofei made a formal introduction to Manager Li and Feng Jing, telling them to communicate more about construction matters in the future and not to look for him if it was not particularly important. Feng Rao was always afraid of having nothing to do. She was willing to do more work. Manager Li was well aware of the close relationship between Xia Ruofei and his boss. Hence, he was not dissatisfied with Xia Ruofei's decision to leave everything to him. Everyone had a good chat during the dinner. Xia Ruofei also used the time during the meal to briefly introduce the construction plan that he had discussed with Feng Jing to Manager Li. After hearing that Xia Ruofei was planning to build a lot of vegetable greenhouses, especially a cold storage warehouse, Manager Li immediately said that he would find a professional company to design and guide the cold storage technology through his connections in the industry. After all, this was different from ordinary construction projects. Manager Li specialized in different fields and did not dare to do things that he was not familiar with. Especially Xia Ruofei's project. The boss had specifically called him to the office to ensure the top quality, so Manager Li did not dare to take it lightly. After the meal, Feng Jing asked Lu Qian to make a copy of the farm's new floor plan and hand it to Manager Li. Then, the three of them prepared to go to the new land in the north and south for an on-site survey. When Xia Ruofei and the other two walked out of the cafeteria, a Passat police car drove to the small square in front of the building. After the sharp sound of the brakes, an angry Qin Xiaoyu opened the door and got out. When she saw Xia Ruofei picking his teeth with a toothpick, she was even more furious. She was called over by the bureau chief near the end of work, but she failed to contact Xia Ruofei, so she drove directly to Taoyuan farm. She was famished. And that guy was burping and picking his teeth. What could be tolerated? Qin Xiaoyu strode to Xia Ruofei and asked angrily, "Xia Ruofei, why didn't you answer my call?" Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were stunned by Qin Xiaoyu's attitude. Manager Li was completely confused about what was going on. Why did this aggressive policewoman suddenly come? Feng Rao looked at Qin Xiaoyu with a strange expression, wondering if this was the chairman's girlfriend. Did the two of them get into an argument? The last time Ling Qingxue came to the farm, Feng Rao had not seen her. She only knew that Xia Ruofei used the farm's Mercedes Benz to send his girlfriend. Today, when she saw Qin Xiaoyu's angry look, she really did look like a barbaric girlfriend, and it was hard not to have wild thoughts. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not know about Feng Rao's messy thoughts. In fact, he was completely confused. Although Lu Yu had told him about receiving the award that day, Xia Ruofei's mind was completely focused on finding the supreme grade suet white jade. After that, Liang Haiming kidnapped Ling Qingxue and the series of events. Xia Ruofei had long forgotten about this small matter. "Officer Qin, what's the situation?" Xia Ruofei asked in confusion. "Did you call me?" "I called you an hour ago. It rang a few times before you hung up. Then, you turned off your phone." "Don't tell me you don't know," Qin Xiaoyu said, with a cold smile. Xia Ruofei then remembered that he had received a call on his way back to the farm. He had even blocked her. However, this didn't seem to be a big deal. It was just a misunderstanding. Did Officer Qin have to be so angry? He even came to the farm personally. Xia Ruofei could not help but criticize him. "Oh, I thought it was a harassment call," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "Harass my ass. Who likes to harass you?" Qin Xiaoyu was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. Feng Jing and Manager Li looked at each other, feeling a little awkward. "Chairman, since you're busy, why don't I bring Manager Li to survey the site? Come back after you're done here." Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and nodded. "Sure, I'm sorry, Manager Li. It's fine, it's fine. It'll be the same if you take me." "There, President Feng," said Manager Li quickly. After Feng Jing and Manager Li had left, Xia Ruofei asked, "Officer Qin, tell me, why are you looking for me? I don't think it's a crime to hang up on you. I'm sure you don't have to make a trip down personally for such a small matter." Qin Xiaoyu was already upset after Xia Ruofei hung up on her. Now that she saw Xia Ruofei's smug look, she was even more furious, and could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei. However, she remembered Chen Bo's warning and could only control her emotions. She bit her lower lip and asked stiffly, "I told you a few days ago to contact the Public Security Bureau to collect the bonus. Why didn't you contact them?" "Bonus?" Xia Ruofei repeated subconsciously. Then, he remembered that Lu Yu had indeed mentioned this to him. Hence, he said, "Oh, I remember now. You're talking about the reward for capturing Zhao Zhishi, right?" Qin Xiaoyu didn't speak and looked at Xia Ruofei coldly. Xia Ruofei shrugged. "I've been busy these few days. I forgot." Qin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth in anger. This guy was really too hateful. It was a 100,000 yuan bonus. He had actually forgotten. She had been criticized for no reason. It was an undeserved disaster. If not for Chen Bo's words in the morning, Qin Xiaoyu would have told Xia Ruofei that his bonus had been cancelled because he did not contact the public security agency within the time limit. I really want to see the heartache on his face when he finds out that his forgetfulness has caused him to lose 100,000 yuan. Qin Xiaoyu said in her heart. But then she thought, this guy seems to be quite rich, and he didn't take this matter to heart at all, so he probably won't feel much heartache, right? When Qin Xiaoyu was still lost in her thoughts, Xia Ruofei saw that she was not speaking and could not help but ask, "Officer Qin, you came to the farm for this? I seem to have missed the deadline, right?" "So be it. If you didn't have the money, I won't blame you. After all, I forgot." Qin Xiaoyu could not help but widen her eyes. Just as she was about to speak her real intention, Xia Ruofei continued, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. As you can see, I'm really busy here, so I won't keep you." Xia Ruofei was about to leave after he finished speaking. Qin Xiaoyu quickly called out, "Hey! Wait a minute. Anything else?" Xia Ruofei stopped and turned around to ask. Qin Xiaoyu gently gritted her teeth, thought for a moment and said, "Xia Ruofei, since you didn't do it on purpose, we can give you a chance to redeem yourself. Come to our station tomorrow to get." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, I can't let you break the rules. Besides, I didn't arrest Zhao Zhishi for the prize money that day. Officer Qin, I don't want the money. Thank you for your kindness." Xia Ruofei made a gesture to leave after he finished speaking, but Qin Xiaoyu shouted anxiously, "Xia Ruofei, we're not done yet." "Don't go yet." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and helplessly. "Officer Qin, can you please tell me everything in one breath? I'm really busy." Qin Xiaoyu made up her mind and said directly, "Our bureau is going to hold a public award ceremony tomorrow to give you a reward for your bravery. There will be a lot of news media coming for interviews tomorrow. The director asked me to tell you that you must attend." Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, "Officer Qin, do I have the right to refuse?" Qin Xiaoyu felt something was wrong and quickly said, "Of course we can't force you to participate, but this won't do you any harm. Not only will you get a 100,000 yuan prize, but you'll also be on TV and in the newspapers. You'll be a hero." Xia Ruofei thought to himself, "I refused, because I don't want to be some bullshit hero." Zhao Zhishi, who was under the alias Zhao He, was Liang Haiming's thug. The police had publicized the arrest of Zhao Zhishi. If he participated, wouldn't it be obvious that he was embarrassing the Liang family? Even if he didn't participate, if the Liang family wanted to investigate, they could also find out that Xia Ruofei had caught Zhao He. However, Liang Haiming was dead now, and he had killed him without anyone knowing. At this time, why would Xia Ruofei take the initiative to provoke the Liang family? "Officer Qin, I don't like to show my face in public, so I'm sorry." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I'll give up on the 100,000 yuan reward too." Qin Xiaoyu frowned. "Xia Ruofei, how can you be like this? The chief has already contacted the media. If you don't show up, how are we going to hold the award ceremony tomorrow? Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, yeah. The one who contacted the media was your Chief Chen, not me. You should be asking Chief Chen this question. I even gave up my prize money. You can't force me to attend the award ceremony, right? Qin Xiaoyu was speechless. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so determined. He did not seem to have any respect for Chen Bo, the director of the Public Security Bureau. He just refused to go. Qin Xiaoyu's mind turned quickly, and finally, she gritted her teeth and lowered her posture. Xia Ruofei, I know that there might be some misunderstandings between us. A few days ago, when we captured Zhao Zhishi, I deliberately used the dagger to make things difficult for you. It was my fault, and I apologize to you. Please reconsider the award ceremony. There was no need to act on impulse, right? There's at least 100,000 yuan in the reward. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. In his eyes, Qin Xiaoyu should be the kind of woman who was proud and arrogant. He could see that her background was not simple. He did not expect Qin Xiaoyu to take the initiative to give in today. However, Xia Ruofei still smiled and shook his head. Officer Qin, you've really misunderstood. My refusal to participate has nothing to do with you. In fact, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I really don't want to show my face in public. It's as simple as that. When Xia Ruofei said this, he saw Qin Xiaoyu's disappointed look and remembered that she seemed to have a good relationship with Lu Yu. He pondered for a moment and said, Officer Qin, how about this? I'll tell you a compromise. Tomorrow, I'll have someone attend the award ceremony on my behalf as my friend. This is the only thing I can do. I'm sorry, I'll have to leave. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he left the plaza and walked quickly in the direction that Feng Jing and manager Li had left. On the way, he took out his mobile phone and saved Qin Xiaoyu's phone number from the small dark room to avoid any misunderstanding. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyu stood in front of the small square. Her heart was in a mess. She was in an awkward situation now, and there was nothing she could do by staying here. If she left, it would be equivalent to failing the mission. In the end, Qin Xiaoyu had no choice but to take out her phone and call Chen Bo. Chief, Xiao Qin, Qin Xiaoyu said in a low voice. Little Qin, did you manage to contact the enthusiastic crowd? Chen Bo immediately asked, how's the situation? I'm sorry, Chief, Qin Xiaoyu said with some shame, I didn't complete the task well. The other party has rejected me. Rejected? Chen Bo was also very surprised. How could this be? Xia Ruofei said that he doesn't want to show his face in public. At the same time, he has given up on the bonus. Qin Xiaoyu said, in the end, I discussed with him for a long time, but he didn't make any concessions. In the end, he agreed to let one of his friends attend in his place. Before Qin Xiaoyu could finish, Chen Bo interrupted her. Xia Ruofei? The one who helped us catch Zhao Zhishi, Qin Xiaoyu said. Is it the Xiao Xia who runs a farm in Chongping County? Chen Bo asked. Yes, Qin Xiaoyu said. Chief, do you know him? Why don't you talk to him personally? This is too outrageous. What's the point of arranging a friend to come? If we were to arrange for someone else, can't we do it ourselves? Agree to his request, Chen Bo said firmly. What? Qin Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. Agree to his Conditions. We'll get his friend to attend in his place, Chen Bo said. And our bonus will be given to him as usual. In addition, the 100,000 yuan is the department's bonus. We'll give him another 50,000 yuan in the name of the Sanshan Public Security Bureau. Qin Xiaoyu suspected that there was something wrong with her ears and couldn't help but call out, "Chief Chen, are you sure? He's not participating, and we're giving him an extra 50,000 yuan? What's the point of his friend participating? Isn't it the same if we just find someone?" Little Qin. Chen Bo's tone could not help but become a little more serious. How can this be the same? It's called cheating if we find people ourselves. The news media would have to report it. Wouldn't it turn out to be a bad thing? It was Xiao Xia's own arrangement, so there was no problem. It was understandable that he didn't want to show his face in public. After all, Zhao Zixi is a bandit. There's no need for him to take the risk of being attacked and retaliated against to attend our award ceremony. Little Qin, you need to go back now and settle this with little Xia, Chen Bo said. Oh. I got it, Chief. Qin Xiaoyu replied, I'm still at the farm. That's even better, get it done immediately. Chen Bo hung up the phone after saying that. Qin Xiaoyu put away her phone. Although Chen Bo's words made sense, she still felt that something was not right. Chen Bo's attitude towards Xia Ruofei was better than she had expected, especially the 50,000 yuan bonus that he gave at the end, which made Qin Xiaoyu even more surprised. Although the Sanshan Public Security Bureau was a provincial public security organization, all the public security organizations in the country were the same. The funds for handling cases were always tight. Giving out 50,000 yuan in one go from the bureau's account was not against the rules, but the ministry had already given out the reward. It would not be right for Chen Bo to take the initiative to give out the reward. In fact, Qin Xiaoyu did not know that Chen Bo had already dealt with Xia Ruofei before he had made a name for himself. That time, Chen Bo had seen with his own eyes how Tian Huilan had called him, the director of the Public Security Bureau, to rush to Chongping County overnight for Xia Ruofei's matter. Chen Bo was very clear about Xia Ruofei's weight in Tian Huilan's heart. He had only just found out that this warm-hearted person was Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, he would have contacted him personally and not let Qin Xiaoyu do it. Chen Bo was in the midst of a promotion. Tian Huilan was not only his immediate superior, but also a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. If he could get Tian Huilan's support, he would be much more confident in this matter. How could Chen Bo take the risk of offending Tian Huilan for such a small matter? Wasn't the purpose of the press conference to gain reputation in order to show his face in front of the leaders? Besides, if Xia Ruofei let his friends participate, the effect would be the same. The media didn't care who the hero was, and they had already spoken to him. In the end, they would definitely focus on the Public Security Bureau. The benefits of using this matter to befriend Xia Ruofei were even more obvious. That was why Chen Bo did not hesitate to increase the reward. The clueless Qin Xiaoyu had received instructions from the bureau chief. Even though she did not understand, she could only follow the instructions and drove the police car in the direction that Xia Ruofei had left in. Xia Ruofei, who was discussing the construction of the new land in the south with manager Li and Feng Jing, was surprised to see Qin Xiaoyu driving after him instead of leaving. He thought to himself, this girl can't be still not giving up, right? Qin Xiaoyu got off the car and walked to Xia Ruofei, saying stiffly, "We accept your proposal. Chief Chen agrees to let you arrange for your friend to attend the award ceremony." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and smiled. "That's the way. If we have a discussion, we won't make things difficult for you, right?" Qin Xiaoyu snorted and did not give Xia Ruofei a good look. Since Xia Ruofei had already promised Qin Xiaoyu he would not make things difficult for her anymore. He was not offended by Qin Xiaoyu's attitude and smiled. "I'll make the necessary arrangements. I'll get him to contact you in the afternoon. You'd better hurry. Also, tell your friend what happened. There will be a lot of reporters tomorrow," Qin Xiaoyu said. Xia Ruofei shook his head. "My friend will only attend the award ceremony. He won't be interviewed. You can just explain the case to the police." "How could you do this?" Qin Xiaoyu couldn't hold back her anger again. Especially when she saw that Xia Ruofei was still smiling as if he had her in the palm of his hand, she was even more furious. However, she soon realized sadly that Xia Ruofei had her in the palm of his hand this time. She knew without thinking that Chief Chen had even agreed to Xia Ruofei's condition of not attending in person. He would definitely agree to Xia Ruofei's friend's request of not accepting interviews without a second thought. "Anyway, it's not my personal matter. So what's the point of fighting with him?" Qin Xiaoyu thought disappointedly. "That's fine, you arrange the people," Qin Xiaoyu said disappointedly. "Don't worry, I'll naturally do what I promised," Xia Ruofei said indifferently and continued to ask, "Is there anything else, Officer Qin?" Qin Xiaoyu shook her head with a cold face and turned to the police car. When Qin Xiaoyu opened the door of the police car, she thought of another thing and said loudly, "Xia Ruofei, Chief Chen has said that we'll give you the 100,000 yuan reward promised by the ministry. In addition, we'll reward you with 50,000 yuan in the name of the Sanshan Public Security Bureau." Xia Ruofei had already turned around and was walking towards Feng Jing and manager Li. He stopped and waved his hand without looking back. He said loudly, "I know. Please thank Bureau Chief Chen for me." Qin Xiaoyu saw that Xia Ruofei didn't even turn his head and couldn't help but mutter, "Really, what's with the arrogance?" Although the result of this matter was not perfect, at least the task was completed. Qin Xiaoyu did not want to stay any longer. She started the car as soon as she got into the car and quickly left Taoyuan Farm. Feng Jing and manager Li had been watching the show, but since Xia Ruofei did not explain, they did not ask. The three of them continued to inspect the site and discuss the infrastructure. Xia Ruofei accompanied manager Li to look at the north and south lands. Then, he personally sent him to the small square in front of the multi-purpose building. He smiled and said, "Manager Li, please help us design a plan first. In addition to a cold storage in the south, we can also design a few vegetable greenhouses, and the north will mainly be built with greenhouses. In addition, a part of the land should be reserved for future development." "All right, we'll come up with a plan as soon as possible," Manager Li said politely. Feng Jing added, "Chairman, after the cold storage is built, our farm's electricity consumption will definitely increase by a lot. Also, the cold storage must ensure power supply. If there's a power outage, it will cause a lot of losses. So I think it's necessary to contact the power company and apply for 2 dedicated power lines, 1 main and 1 backup." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel the pinch when he heard this. The dedicated Line was to set up the power supply line directly from the substation. Moreover, one main and one backup would definitely have to be wired from two different substations. Otherwise, it would not be able to achieve the effect of backup at all. This would cost a lot. Moreover, after the completion of the two lines, the maintenance and inspection of the two lines would definitely have to be entrusted to the power supply company. This way, there would be a temporary expenditure in addition to the electricity bill every month. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that he could not be thrifty. Otherwise, if the cold storage warehouse was put into use and stored many expensive Taoyuan vegetables, there would be a long power outage, and the loss would be even more. Just as Xia Ruofei was silently calculating in his heart, Manager Li took the initiative to say, "Boss Xia, Boss Feng, we have a lot of dealings with power supply companies. I'll go back and talk to Boss Liang, and we'll help you coordinate it. I'm sure you'll get a discount on the price." "That's great," Xia Ruofei said happily. "Manager Li, I'll leave it to you." "Boss Xia, you're welcome. Our boss Liang has instructed me to do my best to serve you," Manager Li said with a smile. After sending Manager Li off, Feng Jing returned to her office to continue her work. Xia Ruofei stood in the small square in front of the building and muttered to himself for a while, before calling Lei Hu over. Very quickly, Lei Hu drove the electric car that was patrolling the farm to Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia, you were looking for me?" "Hu, I have something for you to do." Xia Ruofei nodded. Following that, Xia Ruofei briefly explained how he had gone to the Public Security Bureau to receive the award. He did not tell Lei Hu much about what had happened. He only told Lei Hu that he would attend the award ceremony as a friend and that he would not accept any interviews. This was a small matter to Lei Hu. He was also a veteran who had been in battle for a long time. Naturally, he did not have any stage fright. Xia Ruofei also told Lei Hu to put on a simple disguise before attending the event and try not to appear in front of the media with his original appearance. Disguise and investigation were compulsory courses for Special Forces soldiers, so naturally, it was not a problem for Lei Hu. Finally, Xia Ruofei gave Qin Xiaoyu's phone number to Lei Hu and said, "Hu, this is the number of Police Officer Qin from the city police station. Contact her later and she'll tell you the details of the event. Remember, other than what I said, reject all other unreasonable requests." "Understood." Lei Hu grinned. "Brother Xia, I'm just going to be a mascot and cooperate with the leaders to give out awards and take photos for the reporters." "I understand, your understanding is correct." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Oh right, I'll send you my personal account number later. You can just ask the Public Security Bureau to transfer the after-tax bonus to my account." "All right. Don't worry. If I can't even complete such a simple task, I'll be too ashamed to work in the company," Lei Hu said with a sneer. Xia Ruofei patted Lei Hu's shoulder and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Go do your work." After Xia Ruofei was done with the arrangements, he did not return to the office. Instead, he returned to the villa. There were only 2 difficult core runes left. Xia Ruofei was ready to practice harder and try to master them as soon as possible. After returning to the villa, Xia Ruofei closed the doors and windows, took out the low-quality white jade, picked up the carving knife, and began to practice without any distractions. By evening, Xia Ruofei was able to inscribe the second last independent rune. However, his success rate was not high. He was still a little away from mastering it. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He packed his things and prepared to go to the staff cafeteria for dinner. After putting away the white jade slip and the carving knife, he reached out and picked up his phone. In order to avoid interference, Xia Ruofei had muted his phone and even turned off its vibration. He picked up his phone and saw that there were 2 missed calls. The 2 calls were from Tang He from the United States. Hence, Xia Ruofei called back on his phone as he walked out. Little Xia. Elder Tang's hearty voice could be heard from the phone. Xia Ruofei said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, old Mr. Tang. I muted my phone just now and didn't pick up your call." It doesn't matter. Tang He chuckled and said, "I'm not looking for you for anything urgent." "Oh? Then you're looking for me because, Xiao Xia, I just wanted to ask you if you can find some time to come over in the next few days?" Tang He asked gently, "If you're free. I'm going to invite you to Australia to inspect the farm that we're working on together." Xia Ruofei had also guessed that Tang He was looking for him about the farm. Although the money invested in the farm was nothing to Tang He, it was bought with money after all. It couldn't be left barren forever, right? Since the farm was going to start growing crops, he could not do without his technical support. Xia Ruofei was surprised that Tang He only came to find him after so long. He guessed that Tang He was busy with work in the United States and did not have time to come. Then, he sent his subordinate to accompany him to Australia, which seemed to be not important enough, so he had been delaying it. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, "I'm fine with it, Mr. Tang. I'll take your time." "That's great, Tang," he said happily. "Little Xia, let's set it for 3 days later. I'll get Zhou Qing to send someone to the farm to look for you and help you settle some of the procedures for going abroad. 3 days should be enough." Zhou Qing was the president of Xinbang Group in the Greater China region. When the peach blossom farm building was completed, he was entrusted by Tang He to bring a brand new Mercedes-Benz as a congratulatory gift. If Xia Ruofei did not use his connections and went through the normal procedures to apply for a passport and visa, 3 days would not be enough. However, with Xinbang Group's global influence, it would not be a problem to send an invitation under the name of Hunter Dali's Paradise Farm to complete all the procedures for Xia Ruofei within 3 days. Xia Ruofei didn't decline. He was most afraid of running these cumbersome procedures. With Tang He's people running the errands for him, he was naturally more than happy. "All right, I'll have to trouble you then," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "It's just a small matter, Tang." He laughed and said, "Xia, it's a deal. I'll fly to China in 3 days, and you'll fly to Australia with me on a private plane." Xia Ruofei was stunned. The distance between United States and Australia was similar to the distance between China and Huaxia. However, one was in the southern hemisphere while the other was in the northern hemisphere. If Tang He went to Huaxia first and then went to Australia together, it would be a huge detour. "This old man is too polite to me," Xia Ruofei thought to himself. "Old Mr. Tang, I don't think there's a need to go through so much trouble." Xia Ruofei declined. "You can fly directly to Australia. It's also very convenient for me to take a civilian flight here." "How can we do that?" Tang He said, "It's my own plane anyway. It's just a few more hours of flight. You're my distinguished guest. I can't neglect you." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Old man, I'm not a guest. Don't forget that I also have shares in the farm, and I'm a major shareholder." Tang, he was stunned for a moment, before he burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei continued, "Mr. Tang, I'm really not being polite with you. Your time is precious. There's no need to waste it on flying. Just do as I say. You can fly directly to Australia from the United States. I will take a flight from China. I'll book the plane tickets in a while." Seeing Xia Ruofei's firm attitude, Tang he didn't insist that Ran follow Xia Ruofei's plan. He could stay in the United States for more than half a day to deal with those complicated official affairs. "All right then, Tang," he said. "I'll do as you say. But you can't refuse to take my private plane back from United States. It's a deal." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Xiao Xia," Tang he continued, "you don't have to worry about the ticket booking. I'll get Zhou Qing to settle it." "All right. Then I'll see you in Australia," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "I'll see you in Australia." After making an appointment with Tang He, Xia Ruofei also went downstairs. As he walked to the staff cafeteria, he sorted out his work in his mind. After all, he had to leave for a few days. However, Xia Ruofei soon realized that ever since he had Feng Jing as the general manager, it did not matter whether he was in charge of the farm or not. He did not think that there was any work that required him to do it. When they arrived at the canteen, Xia Ruofei told Feng Jing that he would be going to the Australian farm for a few days. Feng Jing was not surprised or troubled at all. To her, the farm in Australia was Xia Ruofei's most valuable business. It was normal for Xia Ruofei to go there often for business trips. For a professional manager, the chairman's presence didn't make much of a difference. Other than the construction of the new plot of land, which required Xia Ruofei's approval, Feng Jing could carry out the rest of the work on her own and did not need Xia Ruofei to stay behind. In fact, the construction plan was not urgent. Even if it could not be finalized, because Xia Ruofei was not in charge, it would not delay much. After the meal, Xia Ruofei gave Ling Qingxue a call to tell her that he would be going overseas for a few days. Even though Ling Qingxue was a little reluctant, she knew that Xia Ruofei was going out for work and not for fun. Hence, she only reminded him to take care of his health and safety. The next morning, Zhou Qing personally came to Taoyuan Farm and took Xia Ruofei's relevant identity information to go through the overseas procedures and book the plane tickets. The next day, Lei Hu represented Xia Ruofei to attend the Public Security Bureau's award ceremony. Everything went smoothly. Under Chen Bo's strict orders, the Public Security Bureau did not make any additional requests. Lei Hu had been disguised, really looked like a mascot. At the award ceremony, he accepted the prize money personally, presented by Chen Bo, along with an enlarged, symbolic check. Then, he was photographed by the media with Chen Bo. He did not say a word throughout the entire process. The Public Security Bureau was very efficient. They transferred 150,000 yuan to Xia Ruofei's personal account on the same day. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei made the best use of his time and concentrated on practicing drawing independent runes. He only had one date with Ling Qingxue the day before he left the country. Since they were about to part, the two of them were naturally reluctant to part. Xia Ruofei worked even harder on the bed, causing Ling Qingxue to moan and beg for mercy. The next day, Ling Qingxue reluctantly returned to the company to work while Xia Ruofei closed his door and continued to practice drawing independent runes. There was only one flight from the Three Mountains to Australia every day, which took off at 9:30 p.m. So Xia Ruofei still had an entire day's time, and he naturally did not want to waste it. Now, the practice of drawing independent runes had entered the final stage, and only the most complicated and difficult rune was not mastered. Xia Ruofei locked himself in the villa for the whole day. In the evening, he finally felt that he had completely mastered the drawing of the 17 independent runes. However, he was not in a hurry to start carving on the supreme, grade sheep, fat white jade. After all, after 3 days of practice, his spiritual power had been in a state of exhaustion, and he had used up a lot of energy. He had to make sure that he was in his best condition before he engraved it, so as not to waste this precious material. He packed his things and went to the staff cafeteria for dinner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Qing personally brought a Mercedes-Benz to Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei dragged his simple luggage into Zhou Qing's car. He had told them all the work he needed to do. He didn't say goodbye to anyone and left the farm in a car. The Mercedes-Benz business car sped in the direction of the airport. Xia Ruofei sat in the car and closed his eyes to rest. He was looking forward to this trip to Australia. Although the farm was not fully owned by him, it was his first overseas business. Besides, Xia Ruofei was also concerned about one thing. That was whether Liang Qichao had really gone to work at Paradise Farm as he had wished. He didn't ask Tang He over the phone, nor did he try to contact Liang Qichao. After all, the answer would be revealed on this trip to Australia. Taoyuan Farm and Sanshan Airport were both located in Chongqing County, so it only took about half an hour for the car to arrive at the airport. Xia Ruofei got out of the car and walked into the International Departure Hall under Zhou Qing's lead. Naturally, Zhou Qing had booked the most expensive first-class ticket for Xia Ruofei, which had a special VIP passage. The assistant he brought along quickly helped Xia Ruofei with the boarding pass. Then, under the guidance of the dedicated VIP customer service, the group of them arrived at the VIP security passage. Xia Ruofei took the small registration case from Zhou Qing's assistant and smiled at Zhou Qing. "Director Zhou, I'm really sorry to trouble you to come here so late at night." "You're too kind, Mr. Xia," Zhou Qing said humbly. "The chairman has personally instructed us to ensure your service." Naturally, Zhou Qing did not dare to neglect the task that Tang He had personally assigned him. In particular, he knew very well that the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Tang He seemed to be far beyond ordinary business partners. Last time, Xia Ruofei's farm built a small building, and Tang He even asked him to send a Mercedes-Benz as a congratulatory gift. The value of this car was almost half of the building. Originally, Zhou Qing wanted to arrange for someone to accompany Xia Ruofei to Australia, but Xia Ruofei firmly rejected the idea. Ran was no longer a child. Did he need someone to take care of him throughout the journey? He didn't know about others, but he wasn't used to this. Xia Ruofei shook Zhou Qing's hand and said, "Chief Zhou, I'll go. And then you guys should also go back and rest." Zhou Qing smiled and said, "You can go through the security check first. If there's anything you can't bring, I'll help you bring it back. When you arrive in Australia, our colleagues will pick you up. If you need anything, you can just tell them directly." "Thank you," Xia Ruofei said. Then, He dragged his small suitcase and, under the guidance of the VIP customer service officer, passed through the security check through the VIP passage. Xia Ruofei turned around and waved at Zhou Qing. Then, she followed the VIP customer service to the VIP waiting room that Heron Island Airlines had set up at Sanshan Airport. As a local airline of the Southeast Province, the conditions of the VIP room at Sanshan Airport were quite good. In the 400 square meter VIP room, there were dozens of single-seat leather sofas scattered in a picturesque disorder. There was also a special wine tasting area, tea art area, business area, and so on, providing a rich meal. However, Xia Ruofei, who had just finished his dinner, was not in the mood to enjoy the delicious-looking desserts. He found a quiet corner and sat down. He took out his tablet and chose a movie to kill time. At around 9 in the evening, a waiter came over to remind Xia Ruofei that he could board the plane. Hence, Xia Ruofei kept his tablet and dragged his small suitcase to the boarding gate. A huge Boeing 787 wide-body passenger plane was parked quietly in front of the terminal. The boarding passage for first-class passengers was different from that of ordinary passengers. After Xia Ruofei passed through the boarding gate, he was led by a professional through a door to get off the tarmac and then boarded the plane through a special accommodation ladder. Although the first-class cabin of Liu Heng's Boeing 787 was not as luxurious as the A380 Super first-class cabin, the comfort was still quite good. For long-distance flight, the experience was many times better than the tiger seat in the economy class. After waiting on the plane for more than 20 minutes, the cabin door closed. Soon, the plane trembled slightly and began to retreat slowly with the push of the ground cart. Then the engine was started, and the plane smoothly taxied to the runway. Xia Ruofei put on his seat belt as required. He could feel the sound of the engine getting louder. Then, he felt a push on his back and the plane began to accelerate on the runway. The plane nimbly leaped into the night sky of Sanshan City, and the lights of thousands of homes outside the porthole gradually faded into the distance. Long-distance flights were very boring. So Xia Ruofei specifically chose this direct flight. It could save 4 to 5 hours in the air, and the entire flight time was about 9.5 hours. If everything went well, they could arrive in Sydney around 10 a.m. local time. As it was a night flight, after the plane entered level flight mode, a beautiful first-class air stewardess came over and asked Xia Ruofei softly if he needed the seat to be leveled and turned into a comfortable single bed. One of the main reasons Xia Ruofei chose to take the night flight was that he could take a nap on the plane and then reach his destination. Hence, he gave a definite answer. With the help of the air stewardess, the comfortable leather seats were quickly laid flat, forming a single bed of about 2 meters. The only flaw was that the armrests on both sides could not be put down, so sleeping on it felt a little cramped. However, it was already good enough to have a bed for a flight. Xia Ruofei naturally would not ask for too much. The stewardess brought a blanket over and politely asked Xia Ruofei if he needed anything else. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head to express his gratitude. Then, he took off his coat and lay on the bed. The lights in the first-class cabin were dimmed, and soothing music flowed in the cabin. Xia Ruofei soon fell asleep in such an environment. When he woke up again, it was already very bright outside the porthole. He called the air stewardess over and restored the seat. Then, he checked the LCD screen and found that the plane would land at Sydney's Kingsford Smith Airport in about an hour. Xia Ruofei got up and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Then, he sat back in his seat, fastened his seat belt, and waited for the landing. When the plane was about to land, the air stewardess came to Xia Ruofei with the entry card and asked him to fill in the items he brought into the country. Australia's customs inspection was very strict. Every traveler entering the country had to fill in a customs form, and there could not be any concealment. In the most serious case, carrying prohibited items could even be sentenced and unable to hand over bail. Xia Ruofei only had a few changes of clothes in his luggage. If it was not for the sake of acting, he did not need to bring any luggage. With the spirit map space, even if he wanted to transport an arsenal to Australia, no one would be able to detect it. Hence, Xia Ruofei simply scanned the entry card and wrote "No" to all the items. Very quickly, the plane landed smoothly at Kingsford Smith Airport. After a short wait, the cabin door opened and Xia Ruofei got off the plane. Entering Australia from China did not require any quarantine procedures. Xia Ruofei followed the crowd to the customs counter. A fat, white immigration officer carefully checked Xia Ruofei's passport, entry card, and so on. He asked a few questions, such as why are you in Australia, and how long you will stay. Xia Ruofei's English wasn't very fluent, but he had no problem conversing. He passed the test very quickly. He didn't have any luggage checked in, so he directly dragged his suitcase and walked through the green-marked passage with the entry card in his hand. The place where the luggage was checked was still a white customs officer, who was very fat. The two white passengers in front passed the inspection quickly. Xia Ruofei walked up to them and handed them his entry card. The customs official glanced at the entry card and asked, "Anything to declare? Is there anything to declare?" "No," Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation. The customs officer looked suspicious and gestured for Xia Ruofei to open the luggage. Xia Ruofei's eyes showed a trace of anger. The two white travelers in front also went through the green passage, but the customs only asked a few questions and let them through. It was his turn to be asked to open the box for inspection, even though he only had a small piece of luggage with him. Although racial discrimination was severely condemned everywhere, in reality, discrimination was everywhere. It was not uncommon for Chinese people to have all kinds of difficulties at the airport and customs when they were traveling or on business trips. Although Xia Ruofei was a little angry, the other party's request was completely in line with the rules. He could only open the suitcase with a frown. The customs officer pouted and began to check. There were only 2 sets of clothes in Xia Ruofei's luggage, but he took more than 10 minutes to check. He almost cut open all the clothes and the inner layer of the luggage. In the end, they could not find anything. The customs official let Xia Ruofei through unwillingly. Xia Ruofei tidied up the messy luggage with a cold expression. Then, he looked coldly at the customs official who looked like a fat pig and dragged the luggage out. Xia Ruofei glanced at the crowd and did not see his name on the sign. Just as he was feeling a little confused, he heard an excited voice. "Ruofei, this way." Xia Ruofei looked towards the source of the voice and finally saw a familiar figure in the crowd. The slightly chubby Liang Qichao was waving at him excitedly. Xia Ruofei, who was in a bad mood after being picked on at the customs for a long time, finally smiled. This kid really got his wish of working in Australia. He dragged his suitcase and quickened his pace. When he arrived in front of Liang Qichao, the two of them hugged each other tightly. Xia Ruofei punched Liang Qichao's chest and laughed. Brother Liang. You've been in Australia for a long time? Why didn't you tell me? Ha ha ha. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Liang Qichao said happily, how is it? Do you feel like you're in high spirits now? I can see that the food here in Australia is not bad. Xia Ruofei sized up Liang Qichao and said with a smile. Don't you touch a sore spot. Liang Qichao said gloomily. At this moment, a voice rang out, little Xia. Long time no see. Xia Ruofei then saw that Grandpa Tang he was standing not far behind Liang Qichao, looking at him with a smile. Xia Ruofei quickly walked over. Mr. Tang, why did you come to pick us up? Personally? I'm flattered. My plane just landed too. Tang he laughed. It was I who asked Captain Johnson to plan the schedule according to your flight. My plane landed 10 minutes after your flight. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little flattered. This old master Tang really valued him. He could tell from this detail. Old man. You're so kind, Xia Ruofei said sincerely. Tang he smiled and said, did the journey go smoothly, Xia? Why did you take so long to come out? It was fine if Tang he didn't mention it, but once he did. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but show a trace of anger. Tang, he was also an experienced man. The slight change in Xia Ruofei's expression did not escape his eyes. He frowned slightly and asked, what's wrong? Little Xia, did something happen? Xia Ruofei smiled helplessly and said, Mr. Tang, I've only read about it on the internet before, but today, I've finally experienced the discrimination that Chinese people suffer overseas. After that, Xia Ruofei briefly explained what he had just experienced and sneered. There were only 2 sets of clothes in total, but the Australian customs took 15 minutes to check. I'm really drunk. Tang He's face also darkened. He said, Xiao Xia, I know about this. Let's not leave in a hurry. Let's sit over there for a while. Old man, are you planning to, humph? They even dared to make things difficult for my distinguished guest. How can I not teach them a lesson? Tang, he said coldly. Xia Ruofei was not one to swallow his anger. He smiled and followed Tang he to the rest area to find a chair to sit on. Tang, he whispered a few words to a white man next to him. The white man nodded and quickly left. After that, Tang he sat down and chatted with Xia Ruofei calmly, while Liang Qichao looked indignant at the luggage inspection area. The fat white customs officer was still checking the luggage. He had just used 30 seconds to ask a few simple questions before letting in United States passenger through the customs. Next, an old Chinese couple came to him. It might be the first time for the two of them to leave the country. The old man in his 70s nervously handed over his entry card. The fat pig glanced at the 2 Chinese old men from the corner of his eye and asked expressionlessly, anything to declare? The old man must have done his homework before he went abroad. He quickly said, no sir. In fact, the luggage of the passengers who took the Green Channel was very simple, and there was nothing to declare. If they were not confident, they would take the Red Channel to be checked. The fat pig looked at their passports. After realizing that they were Chinese, he immediately raised his head and said with his nose pointed to the sky, open your luggage, we want to check. The old man's English wasn't very good, so he asked a few times with a puzzled face. He opened the suitcase under the fat pig's impatient look. The fat pig started rummaging through the old man's luggage without any restraint. Suddenly, his eyes revealed A hint of joy. He quickly took out a small lunchbox, opened the lid, and saw 2 small cakes inside. He immediately said loudly, "You guys actually brought food. Don't you know that you're not allowed to enter the country?" When the old couple saw the tall and strong white customs officer suddenly raise his voice, they could not help but panic. In fact, their English was not good enough for normal communication. They had only learned a few simple words in China. They could handle simple customs inspections, but if there were some special situations, they would not know how to deal with them. The old man was a little flustered, and he used broken English to express that he needed translation service. "We can't provide a Chinese translation," the fat pig said arrogantly. The old couple didn't even know what was going on. They panicked and tried to communicate further with limited English words and hand gestures. The fat pig impatiently took out a piece of paper and then said loudly, "Fine. Fine. Do you understand?" The old man understood the word, and he saw the fat customs officer pointing at one of the lines on the page. 200 AUD. He was fined $200 Australian. The old man was dumbfounded. That was more than 1,000 Chinese dollars. Why was he fined so much money for no reason? The couple had come to Australia to visit their daughter who had just given birth and to help take care of their grandson. In fact, they were just ordinary retired teachers in China, and their pension was only about 3,000 yuan a month. This fine was equivalent to 1/3 of their monthly pension. Why? Why should I be fined?" the old man asked angrily. "You've violated the entry regulations. Pay the fine now, or I'll detain you," Fat Pig said arrogantly. The 2 old men couldn't understand the rapid fire English at all, and they looked very helpless. At this time, a Chinese girl who was behind the 2 old men walked up and said to the fat pig in English, "May I ask what happened? I can provide translation services for them." The fat pig glanced at the Chinese girl and said, "So troublesome. Tell them that they will be fined $200 for underreporting." What did they hide? These 2 pieces of cake. Fat Pig pointed to 2 very small pieces of cake and said, "They filled an NO on the food-related entry card, but they brought food into the country, which is a serious violation of the rules." The Chinese girl's face changed slightly, and she quickly turned around and repeated the customs officer's words to the old couple in Chinese. "We didn't bring this cake from China," the old man quickly said. "We're transferring in Melbourne and it's a meal provided by their domestic flight. We couldn't finish it and thought it would be a waste to throw it away, so we put it in a lunchbox. This is the food for their domestic flight." In order to save money, the 2 old men did not choose a direct flight to Sydney. Instead, they chose a relatively cheap transfer route. After flying from China to Melbourne, they changed to a domestic flight in Australia. The 2 pieces of cake were provided on the flight from Melbourne to Sydney, so they should be food from Australia. However, they did not enter the country in Melbourne. So when they arrived in Sydney, they were caught by the nitpicking fat pig and demanded a high fine. A fine of $200 was definitely a heavy punishment, even if the 2 elders' behavior was against the rules. In the case of a first-time offense, especially for foreigners who did not understand the relevant policies, they would usually be given a verbal warning instead of a fine. Furthermore, there was still a dispute whether the cake they brought was against the rules. This fat pig's brutal treatment was obviously filled with discrimination. The Chinese girl immediately conveyed the information provided by the old man to the fat pig in English. The fat pig had an arrogant look on his face as he shook his head and said, "No, I must be fined. Then we don't want these 2 pieces of cake, okay?" The old man came over and said. After the Chinese lady translated, the fat pig still only had one word, "No." The old man was a little angry. He raised his voice and said, "Then we can finish this cake, right?" After Fat Pig heard the Chinese girl's translation, he sneered and said, "No. It was already too late. If I hadn't found out, these 2 pieces of cake would have been brought into your country illegally. Your violation has already happened and you must pay the fine." The Chinese lady had a trace of sympathy and translated the fat pig's words to the old man. Then she whispered, "Sir, you can only admit that you're unlucky in this situation. If you don't pay the fine, it may lead to an even more serious punishment." "Why?" the old man shouted angrily. This was discrimination. The Americans just brought a lot of luggage, and he just asked a few questions and let them go. When it comes to the Chinese, they deliberately pick on the bones. The Chinese girl felt the same and said, "Isn't that so? I've been studying here for several years, and I've been on edge every time I go through customs." At this time, the fat white man looked at the Chinese girl and the old couple in disdain and mumbled, "You want to get away with it? Don't even think about it. You Chinese are all liars. The products they produced were all fake and inferior trash. Your athletes all take stimulants to win gold medals." When the Chinese lady heard this, she immediately revealed a furious expression, her body trembling slightly. "Young lady, what did he say?" the old man asked. The Chinese girl took a few deep breaths before she slowly calmed down and said, "Old sir, don't ask any more. It's not anything good." The old man looked at the fat pig behind the counter and found that he was chatting in a low voice with a colleague. The fat pig's eyes were looking at him from time to time, and the 2 of them were even snickering. The old man asked, "Miss, did he just insult our country? What did he say?" The Chinese girl said helplessly, "Old sir, please don't ask. You'll be even angrier if you know. You'd better think about how to get through this first." At this time, the fat pig saw the Chinese people discussing in low voices and couldn't help but ask in a loud voice with a look of disdain, "Hey, Chinaman, hurry up and pay the fine." This time even the Chinese girl couldn't help but reveal a look of anger. That was because the fat pig had used a very discriminatory title, Chinaman, which was also Chinese. There was no need to explain what this title meant to the Chinese. The Chinese girl immediately protested, "Mr. This is discrimination against China. Please provide your name, I need to file a complaint to your boss." The fat pig sneered indifferently and threw a complaint to the Chinese girl. He pouted and said, "Please do." Then, he glanced at the big and small bags of luggage that the Chinese lady had brought and asked, "I don't think you've finished the inspection yet? Are you sure you want to file a complaint?" The threat in his words was very obvious. The Chinese girl showed a hint of hesitation on her face. She knew very well that if she insisted on filing a complaint, this fat pig would definitely do his best to make things difficult for her in the next inspection. Was it really worth it to cause herself such trouble for an old couple who didn't know each other? The hesitation in the Chinese girl's heart only existed for a very short moment. When she thought of the insulting address used by the fat pig just now, as well as the disdainful and even slowly malicious snickering when she saw the Chinese people, the words country and nation made her fear disappear without a trace. She gritted her teeth and grabbed the pen on the counter to fill in the complaint form. The fat pig's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He had already made up his mind to make things difficult for this Chinese woman who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth during the next examination. At this time, a middle-aged white man in a suit and leather shoes hurried over with the white assistant who had been with Tang he just now. The middle-aged white man's face was filled with anxiety and even panic. He quickly arrived at the counter and called out, "Hooten." Hooten was the fat white customs officer. He turned his head and saw that it was his boss. He quickly and respectfully said, "Mr. Smith, do you have any orders?" The middle-aged white man, Smith, had an ugly expression on his face. He frowned and said, "We've received a complaint from a guest. A Chinese passenger claims that he was treated unfairly at customs." Hooten had checked many passengers today. As long as they were from China, he would basically make things difficult for them. In the past, he had done it countless times, but he didn't take it seriously at all. He couldn't even think of who was so bold to actually complain about him. From his experience, many Chinese travelers would not dare to say anything even if he tried to make things difficult for them. The Chinese girl in front of him who was filling up the complaint form was basically an exception. "Mr. Smith, I've always followed the rules strictly. I don't discriminate against travelers in specific areas," Hooten said righteously. "You can explain this to the honored guest," Smith said as he looked at Hooten in disgust. As his superior, he was naturally very clear about Hooten's character. In fact, Smith didn't have a good impression of Chinese people. He had always turned a blind eye to Hooten's actions, but he didn't expect that this fat pig would be so blind to offend. Such a big shot that he couldn't afford to offend. Honored guest? Hooten's brain couldn't wrap itself around this. "Mr. Smith, did I hear you wrong? You're actually calling a Chinese man a distinguished guest?" At this time, the Chinese girl who was filling in the complaint form also heard their conversation. She immediately looked up and said, "Sir, are you his superior? I was just about to file a complaint to you about this Mr. Hooten. He treats Chinese travelers differently and uses racist, insulting words. We raise a serious protest." Smith's head started to throb when he heard that. He couldn't help but look guiltily at the white man beside him. Tang He's white assistant was not easy to deal with either. He immediately asked, "Madam, what happened to you? Please tell me everything. Mr. Tang will definitely seek justice for you." The Chinese girl didn't know who Mr. Tang was, but she could tell that he was Chinese from the way he was addressed. Moreover, he seemed to have a lot of power. So, she told him everything that had happened. Without hesitation, including the unfair treatment that the old couple had suffered and the Chinaman that fat pig Hooten had just said. The old couple had not paid the fine yet, and the 2 pieces of cake that Hooten had used to make a fuss about were still on the counter. Smith's expression turned even uglier. If the white assistant's complaint just now was considered insignificant, then these 2 incidents could basically be confirmed as blatant discrimination. This was a big scandal for the entire customs. Moreover, he had the support of that gentleman behind him, so it was very likely that the matter would be blown up. The white assistant turned on the phone's recording function and recorded everything the girl said. Then he said, "Ma'am, I've recorded everything you've said. Can you and these 2 old men please leave me?" Your contact information? In the future, the court may need your testimonies. The Chinese girl took out a piece of paper and wrote down her phone number without saying anything. At the same time, she translated what the white assistant had just said to the two old men. The two old men were also filled with righteous indignation, so they did not hesitate to write down their daughter's contact information. They were going to live in Australia for a few months, and if necessary, they would be very happy to testify in court. Smith saw that things were getting out of control and quickly said, "Mr. Jorgensen, our customs department is very sorry for what happened today. We will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. If our ton is involved in racial discrimination, we will definitely deal with him severely." What do you think? Houghton's brain was already a little overwhelmed. He had gone overboard in the past, but nothing had happened. What was going on today? Why did Mr. Smith look like the sky was going to collapse? Who was the other party? Tang He's white assistant, Jorgensen, said coldly, "Mr. Smith, I'm just following orders. Everything is up to the boss to decide, but I still have to remind Mr. Hutton to be prepared to go to court." After Jorgensen finished speaking, he glanced coldly at Horton and turned to walk out. Smith quickly called for someone to take over Houghton's job. Then, he glared at Houghton and pulled him along as he quickly caught up. The customs officer who took over Horton's job naturally didn't dare to cause any more trouble. The old couple and the Chinese girl successfully passed through the customs and dragged their luggage out. In the airport lobby, Xia Ruofei and Tang He were chatting casually when Jorgensen, the white assistant, came back quickly and reported the matter to Tang He. After hearing Jorgensen's words, Xia Ruofei and Tang He snorted at the same time. Tang He even smacked the chair heavily and said, "Jorgensen, contact Lucas immediately and ask him to form a team of lawyers to file a lawsuit against this Hourton. I don't care about the money, I only want the result, and that is to make this villain lose all his reputation and fortune." "Yes, Mr. Tang," Jorgensen said. Lucas was one of the most famous lawyers in Australia. Lucas's law firm was also one of the top 5 in Australia, and he had a strong team of lawyers working for him. For such a god in the legal world to take action personally and file a lawsuit against Hourton was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, or using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Even if there was no evidence at all, Lucas's team could win the lawsuit in various ways, let alone the fact that there was conclusive evidence of Horton's racism. At the very least, it would drag Houghton into a long lawsuit, putting him under huge pressure every day, and eventually exhausting him. "Mr. Tang, I'll pay half of the legal fees." Xia Ruofei grinned. Tang He was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Xia, there's no need for that. Lucas and I are old friends, and he's also the chief legal counsel of Xingbang Group in Australia. His lawyer fees are settled with our company on a regular basis." Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "Since this started because of me, I have to do my part. Mr. Tang, I hope that this lawsuit can be blown up as much as possible. It's best if it can affect the whole of Australia and even the whole world. Only then can we make those who discriminate against China fear us and know that we Chinese are not to be bullied. At the very least, they won't dare to be so unscrupulous when they face our fellow countrymen in the future." Tang He nodded in agreement and said, "I also have the same intention." Although Tang He was already an American citizen, he had always thought that he was a Chinese man in his bones. His patriotism had not changed because of the Change in nationality. Just as everyone was talking about the lawsuit, Smith and Houghton quickly caught up. At the exit, the old couple and the Chinese girl also dragged their luggage out. Horton's fat body was a very eye-catching target. The old couple and the Chinese lady noticed him immediately and also pushed their luggage cart towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could already see Huadan Qian from the corner of his eyes. He had no choice. His fat pig-like body was too big a target. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "Old Mr. Tang, since the lawsuit has been arranged, let's go. There's nothing much to do at the airport." "Sure, Tang," he said with a smile. His original intention was to teach the customs officer a lesson, but after Jorgensen came back and reported what happened, he changed his mind. He had to destroy this villain's reputation and make him a rat on the street. The two of them stood up and walked out of the airport. Liang Qichao quickly followed them. Smith saw that the person in question was about to leave, so he hurriedly jogged after him, shouting, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Tang." Two burly bodyguards blocked the two's path. Their expressions were cold, and their thick arms stretched out, blocking the two of them. "Mr. Tang, I'm very sorry for what happened today. Please give us a chance to explain," Smith quickly shouted. Tang's footsteps paused slightly. He turned to look at Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, "Xia, do you want to hear what they have to say?" "Not interested at all." Xia Ruofei shrugged. Tang, he raised his head and laughed, "Let's go." After that, the two of them walked towards the exit without looking back. "Mr. Jorgensen, please help me," Smith quickly called out. "Everything that happened today was a misunderstanding. We will definitely punish Houghton severely." Jorgensen stopped and turned around. He said expressionlessly, "Mr. Smith, I've already asked Mr. Tang. He's very indignant about what happened today. We've decided to entrust Lucas Law Firm to file a lawsuit against Mr. Horton for his words and actions of racial discrimination. At the same time, we will also lodge a serious protest to your superiors in the name of Xingbang Group regarding the work of Sydney's customs. There's no room for discussion on this matter, so you're on your own." When Smith and Houghton heard that, they were dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. Lucas Law Firm was really famous and well known. The rich and powerful Xingbang Group was a super consortium with great influence all over the world. Houghton was really courting death today. He had kicked the titanium alloy plate directly. Houghton's face was ashen, and the fat on his face trembled. He asked, "Mr. Smith, what should we do?" Smith glared at Houghton and said angrily, "Who knows what we should do? Houghton, you'd better think about how to deal with the court case. By the way, you don't have to come to work from today on. I'll write your behavior in the report, and your dismissal notice will be sent to your house in 3 days at the latest." Upon hearing this, Huadan felt as if his parents had died and the sky was about to collapse. In Australia, the federal civil servants were almost permanent. Unless they made a major mistake, they would not be fired. But today, not only was he caught in the act of racial discrimination and was about to go to court, but he had also offended a super consortium like Xingbang Group, which even the federal government had to treat with respect. His direct supervisor, Mr. Smith, had written everything in the report truthfully, so his dismissal was almost inevitable. The treatment of Australian civil servants was quite good. They were paid well, their working hours were not long, and they basically did not have to work overtime. They also had at least 20 days of annual leave. After working for 10 years, they could enjoy a long leave with full pay for half a year. The working hours were free, and many departments could choose their own working hours, such as 8 to 15 o'clock or 9 to 16 o'clock. Even after working for more than a year, one could apply for part-time, which meant that one could work part-time 3 to 4 days a week. Of course, the corresponding benefits would be slightly reduced. It could be said that apart from China, there was no other civil service position in the world that would attract countless young people to sign up for. Australia was definitely one of them. To be able to become a civil servant in Australia, whether it was a federal civil servant or a state government civil servant, one had to go through many trials and tribulations. The opportunity was definitely hard to come by. Now that he was about to lose this well-paid job, how could Hourton accept this reality? "Mr. Smith, you can't do this," he begged. "I'm just carrying out my duties. Even if the standards for Chinese passengers are relatively harsh, you can't fire me for that." Smith sneered. "Hutton, is it also because of the strict standards that they call Chinese travelers Chinamen?" Houghton was suddenly at a loss for words. He struggled in his heart for a long time, and as if he had found a life-saving straw, he shouted, "Mr. Smith, they have no evidence." At that time only Jones, me, and the Chinese woman heard it. However, this is not absolute evidence. She did not record or video. Smith looked at Houghton in disgust and said, "Do you think that with Mr. Lucas in court, your arguments will have any hope of winning? Also, do you mean that you want Jones to project himself?" "I didn't mean that, Mr. Smith." "I don't want to talk to you any more, Mr. Hutton," Smith said impatiently. "From now on, you are suspended. Now, I need to go back and think about how to deal with that damn complaint. As for you..." Smith shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. "Good luck, Mr. Smith," he said. Smith ignored Horton's plea and quickly left the airport hall. Horton almost fell to the ground as if his bones had been pulled out. He stood in the lobby of the airport in a daze. The feeling of falling from the clouds to hell was too uncomfortable. When he thought about how he was about to face unemployment, court lawsuits, and a super lawyer like Lucas, he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. It was like an ant standing in front of an elephant, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. In the past, he had always been the one who made things difficult for the Chinese. His sense of superiority in front of Chinese tourists had made him feel more and more superior. This time, he had finally kicked an iron plate. If Houghton was Chinese, he would definitely sigh in his heart. This was the cycle of the heavens and retribution. When the Chinese girl and the old couple saw this, they were filled with joy. Especially when the black-haired and yellow-skinned Tang He and Xia Ruofei completely ignored Smith and turned around to leave. The Chinese people at the scene suddenly felt a sense of exaltation. They ran out of the airport hall at the same time. In addition to the Chinese girl and the old couple, there was also a young woman in her late 20s, Qian, who was the daughter of the old couple. The old couple had originally wanted to help their daughter take care of her confinement, but the application to go abroad had been delayed again and again. By the time they arrived, their grandson was already a month old. Her daughter, who had just finished her confinement, also came to pick her up. She had just heard the Chinese girl's story about what had happened at the customs inspection, and she was also filled with righteous indignation. An extended Bentley that had been strictly modified was parked quietly by the side of the airport exit. When Tang He and Xia Ruofei walked to the car, the bodyguards had already opened the door in advance. Just as the two of them were about to get into the car, a voice rang out from behind them. "Gentlemen, please wait a moment." Tang He's bodyguard immediately moved a few steps forward, ready to stop the uninvited guests. When Jorgensen saw who it was, he immediately reported to Tang He. Tang He smiled and said, "Don't stop them." The bodyguards immediately made way for him. The Huaxia girl walked over quickly. She was still panting a little, and her pretty face was blushing. Behind her, 3 other people were walking towards them. It was the old couple's family. The old man was not as strong as the young man, so he was left behind. The Chinese lady came to Tang He and Xia Ruofei and bowed. "Thank you for today." The Chinese girl didn't know Tang He's background, but their behavior today made her feel sincere respect. In a foreign country where Chinese people were generally treated differently, this kind of support from their own kind was more able to move the hearts of these foreign travelers. Tang He chuckled and said, "If you want to thank someone, thank little Xia. My original intention was only to stand up for him." The Chinese lady looked at Xia Ruofei from head to toe and thanked him with a blush on her face. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're welcome. All the Chinese in the world are one family. Overseas, we Chinese have to be united." "Well said, young man." The old couple had also walked over. It was the old man who had just spoken. He walked in front of Xia Ruofei and said, "When the Australian was making things difficult for you, we saw it from the back of the line. We were all very angry, but when it was our turn, he became even more aggressive. Elder brother, if you want to win others' respect, you have to have a bigger fist." Tang He suddenly said with emotion, "Today, our fists were bigger than theirs, so they gave in. However, if we want to change this situation, we need a strong country. Our country is the strongest backing for everyone." Tang He had been working hard in Chinatown since he was young and had earned a huge family business. He had tasted all the ups and downs, all kinds of discrimination and eye-rolling, so he was particularly touched. It was the same for Xia Ruofei. He had once represented the Chinese military in an international scout competition. At that time, the tall and strong Western Special Forces looked down on the Chinese military. However, Xia Ruofei and his comrades had used their strength to teach them how to be good people. In the end, the Chinese military team that had won many gold medals had also received sincere respect from the participating teams of various countries. Xia Ruofei thought of this and smiled. "Mr. Tang, our national power is getting stronger and stronger. I believe that in the near future, the situation of the overseas Chinese will be greatly improved." Although China did not have the words, "No matter where you are, the U.S. government and army will always support you" written on your passport like in the United States, China's protection of the Chinese overseas was also very solid and step by step. In recent years, the evacuation of overseas Chinese nationals had also reflected the gradual growth of China's overall national strength. For the overseas Chinese, such an evacuation operation was undoubtedly like a shot in the arm. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, everyone nodded in agreement. The old couple's daughter also came forward and expressed her sincere gratitude to Xia Ruofei and Tang He. She had heard the story of her parents from the Chinese girl outside. After knowing what had happened to her parents, she was so heartbroken that she shed tears. The old woman had moved from place to place to take care of her and her child. At such an old age. Not only had she been exhausted from the journey, but she had also been deliberately picked on and even insulted when she entered the country. As a daughter, she felt extremely guilty and sad. Therefore, she was very grateful to Xia Ruofei and Tang He. Everyone had never lived in peace, but because they were from the same country, they naturally felt a sense of kinship in this foreign land. They chatted for a while at the entrance of the airport before splitting up. When they were bidding each other farewell, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, Mr. Tang and I have opened a farm in the Hunter Valley, called Paradise Farm. You can go there for a vacation when you have time. This is Manager Liang, the person in charge of Paradise Farm. You can just contact him when the time comes." The old couple's daughter said happily, "That's great. I'm planning to bring my parents to the Hunter Valley for a trip." The Hunter Valley was not far from Sydney and was a famous tourist attraction. It was not easy for the two elders to come to Australia, so she was prepared to take them on a trip. Hearing this, Liang Qichao immediately gave each of them a name card and said, "Just find me at the Hunter Valley. We'll take care of all the food, accommodation, and transportation." After bidding farewell to their fellow countrymen, Xia Ruofei and the rest got into the car and left Sydney's Kingsford Smith Airport. The Hunter Valley was located about 160 kilometers north of Sydney. It was the largest valley in New South Wales and was a famous tourist spot in Australia. It was also the most historical grape-producing area in Australia. There were more than 120 wineries and all kinds of exquisite resort hotels in the Hunter Valley area. It was only a 2-hour drive from the central city of Sydney, which made the Hunter Valley an endless stream of tourists all year round. The extended Bentley quickly drove away from downtown Sydney and onto the highway. There were many private cars on the way to the Hunter Valley, but they could not pick up their speed. However, the blue sky and the vast grassland outside the car window made them feel relaxed and happy. It did not matter if they were slow on such a journey. In all fairness, even though he had encountered many unpleasant things when he entered the country, the environment of Australia had left a very good impression on Xia Ruofei. Sydney's blue sky and natural scenery along the way was a rare experience for Xia Ruofei, who was used to traffic jams and haze in China. He even saw little koalas quickly crossing the highway, and as the car got closer to the Hunter Valley, kangaroos could be seen everywhere. They weren't afraid of people at all. When the car drove past them, they would look at the black metal guy with curious eyes. Then, they slowly stood up on their hind legs and jumped away from the roadside with their strong hind legs. More than 2 hours later, the extended Bentley finally arrived at its destination. Looking at the English sign Paradise Farm hanging at the entrance of the farm, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little excited. "This is my first overseas business." The farm guards quickly removed the roadblocks, and the extended Bentley slowly drove into Paradise Farm. What entered his eyes was a boundless grassland. The green grass swayed slightly in the breeze, setting off the blue sky and white clouds, making one feel relaxed and happy. This was a 6,000-hectare farm. In addition to the undulating terrain, it was basically impossible to see the edge with the naked eye. As the Bentley drove through the picturesque farm, Liang Qichao introduced the place to them. "Ruofei, our Paradise Farm covers an area of about 6,000 hectares and is distributed in a narrow and long shape. It's about 4 kilometers wide from east to west and 15 kilometers from north to south. There are man-made lakes and rivers in the farm, so it has rich water and fertile land. Currently, the farm is mainly engaged in animal husbandry, with a total of more than 30,000 sheep and 3,000 Angus cows. The annual output value is about $8 million Australian dollars. At that moment, the car passed by a very new-looking building. Liang Qichao pointed at the building outside and said, "This is my grandpa's purebred horse breeding base. It covers an area of about 150 hectares, with a special track that can be fully irrigated. An all-weather track, a swimming pool for horses, and a training ground that can accommodate 78 horses at the same time. This is my grandpa's treasure." Tang, he couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the purebred horse base outside with pride. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. He understood this situation. When they signed the contract, he specifically mentioned that this purebred horse breeding base would be independent, including the ownership of all the facilities and horse racing. The operation and management of the purebred horse breeding base would also be decided by he alone. It would not change because of the change in the ownership of the farm. "I'll definitely come over and take a good look when I have time." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I heard that Elder Tang has a few world-class horse races under his name." "Ha ha ha. Then you're here. I bought a new horse this year, Fiant, and it's living and training in this breeding base." He raised his head and laughed. He loved good food and horse racing. He had collected many of the world's top horse racing horses, and his horses often won gold and silver in major competitions around the world, earning him a lot of honor. The car continued to drive forward, and soon a small farm located by an artificial lake came into view. Liang Qichao said with a smile, "Ruofei, other than the breeding base for purebred horses, our farm also has a farm, including a small villa, a warehouse, a veterinarian station, and 10 ordinary houses. In addition, we also have a complete feeding shed, helipad, isolation house, and other facilities. You can say that the degree of modernization is still very high." The farm was the end of the trip. The car stopped in front of a small and exquisite villa. The group alighted from the car. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath. The air in Hunter Valley was filled with the unique fragrance of grapes. This was the most famous wine-producing area in all of Australia. The man-made lake next to it was sparkling, and there were a few swans swimming in the water. From time to time, birds would fly across the water, leaving behind ripples. In the distance was a green grassland. The afternoon sun was just right, making people feel a little lazy. This was definitely a good place for a vacation. Xia Ruofei sighed in his heart. "Brother Liang, no wonder you look so good." "I'm a little jealous of you," Xia Ruofei said half-jokingly. "Why don't you give up on your business in China and come to Australia to focus on running this farm?" Liang Qichao laughed. Xia Ruofei suddenly said gloomily, "I wish. But that's not realistic at all. At least in the short term, the focus of my career will definitely be in China." Liang Qichao shrugged and said, "Then, there's no other way. But now that you're the big boss of Paradise Farm, you can come over anytime if you want to relax. There aren't many rooms on the farm, but you can still stay with 3 to 5 girls." He couldn't help but laugh and teased, "Brother Xia, I think you should consider Qichao's suggestion. When you want to come over, let me know in advance, and I'll transfer you a private jet. It's only 8 or 9 hours of flight from China, it's very convenient." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, sure. When I've gathered 3 to 5 girls, I won't be polite with you, Tang. He raised his head and laughed. The group walked into the only small villa in the 6,000-hectare farm. Although it was only a small villa, it had 10 bedrooms and all kinds of facilities. Paradise Farm was not one of those cheap, low-quality farms. It was in an excellent location, only 100 kilometers away from the central city of Sydney. Moreover, it was located in a tourist resort like the Hunter Valley, so it could basically solve all living needs within 20 kilometers. Moreover, the farm had a telephone, internet, and other modern facilities. It must be known that some nouveau riche in China blindly invested when they saw that Australian farms were cheap. As a result, they regretted buying them. Some farms did not even have water permits and could not use the designated amount of agricultural water. Some farms were legally allowed to carry extremely low livestock, and even though they had a vast area, they could not raise a few livestock. If they raised more than the livestock they could carry, they would be punished for animal abuse. Some farms were located in remote areas, and it would take 2 to 3 hours to drive to the nearest town. It could be said that they were completely isolated from the world. In comparison, Paradise Farm's conditions were simply too good. Of course, its price was also much more expensive. The price of more than 40 million Australian dollars for the 6,000-hectare area would intimidate many buyers. The small villa on the farm had been left behind by the previous owner. It had a few decades of history, but the maintenance was quite good. Although it looked a little old on the outside, it was actually very comfortable to use. On the first floor of the villa, there was a huge glass window on the side facing the man-made lake. Next to the window was a small reception area. Guests could sit in this super bright area and enjoy tea while enjoying the unparalleled scenery. Now, Xia Ruofei and the rest were sitting in the guest area. Liang Qichao was making tea for everyone. Xia Ruofei took a sip of the hot tea and asked, Brother Liang, our farm is so big, there should be a lot of workers, right? If you're the manager here, you'll be in charge of a lot of people. You're wrong, Liang Qichao said with a smile. There are only 11 employees in the entire Paradise Farm, including me. 4 of them are from the purebred horse breeding base. There are only 7 people who really work on the farm. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim. Actually, there's nothing strange about it. The farm is very modern, and the labor cost in Australia is expensive, so we have been very careful in hiring workers. Liang Qichao smiled and said, the manpower is just right for now. However, if we adjust our business strategy, we might need to recruit a few more people. Since they were already talking about this, Tang, he smiled and asked, Brother Xia, you've taken a look at the conditions of the farm. Do you have any thoughts on the next step of our farm's management adjustment? Actually, Xia Ruofei had been thinking about this question on the way here. After a slight pause, he said, Elder Master Tang, Brother Liang, the purpose of our cooperation back then was to introduce high-quality paradise vegetables to Paradise Farm, so there is no doubt that the next step of vegetable cultivation is to be developed. Tang, he nodded slightly and continued to listen to Xia Ruofei's opinion. After Xia Ruofei took a sip of tea, he continued, whether peach garden vegetables can be successfully planted and whether they can open a market in the Australian market after production, I think we need to explore all these step by step in actual work. So, my opinion is to start with small-scale planting in the early stage, with less than 500 hectares. While testing the planting, we can also test the reaction of the Australian market. If everything is as we expected, then we can start to expand the scale in half a year to a year. They even slowly shifted their focus from animal husbandry to farming. It's the right thing to do steadily and surely. I agree with you, Tang. He nodded. Liang Qichao added, I've done some market research on vegetable cultivation after I arrived in Australia. The average vegetable intake of the Australians is insufficient. In other words, the Australians generally don't like to eat vegetables. This is a disadvantage. As for the advantage, the common vegetables in the Australian market are actually similar to those in China, but there are more varieties. In other words, the mature common vegetables such as tomatoes, cabbage, spinach, and onions developed in China can be directly tested and grown on our farm. Tang, he looked at Liang Qichao with appreciation. Apparently, he was also very satisfied with Liang Qichao's quick response to his role. Back then, his original intention was to let Liang Qichao and Liang Xiaojun work at Xinbang together, United States. It was a little like he wanted the two to fight each other. Liang Qichao's application to work in Australia was a little unexpected, but Liang Qichao had made a great contribution to the purchase of the Phoebe Jiannan. Tang, he finally agreed to his request, which was not too much. However, in terms of importance, Tang, he obviously valued Liang Xiaojun, who was trained in Xinbang in the United States more. After all, Australia was just a farm, and the scale was too small. But today, he had seen Liang Qichao take care of the farm in a short period of time. He was also quite far-sighted and had done some market research in advance. This had also increased his impression of Liang Qichao by a lot. Xia Ruofei smiled. Australians don't like to eat vegetables. That's because their local vegetables are too unpalatable. I believe that after our paradise vegetables enters the Australian market, they will soon fall in love with eating vegetables. Maybe the diet structure of the Australians will change because of our market behavior. Xia Ruofei's words were full of confidence, but Tang He and Liang Qichao, who had personally tasted the peach garden vegetables, felt that it was somewhat natural and did not think that he was boasting. Of course, the premise was that Paradise Farm must also successfully grow peach garden vegetables of quality not lower than China. Tang He was also most concerned about this question, so he immediately asked, Brother Xia, now it seems that the key is to successfully grow paradise vegetables in Australia that are not inferior to those in China. Do you have any thoughts on this? Mr. Tang, I've been thinking about this for a long time, said Xia Ruofei. I think the best solution is to import vegetable seeds from Paradise Corporation under the name of Paradise Farm. Our Paradise Vegetables is an improved variety. At present, only our Paradise Company has this technology. In theory, as long as there are high-quality seeds, we can grow Paradise vegetables. Of course, whether these seeds can adapt to the soil and water in Australia still needs to be tested. Actually, the seeds that were soaked in the Spirit Heart Flowers petal solution would definitely be able to survive and grow successfully in Australia. However, Xia Ruofei could not be so sure. It's a good way to import seeds. Tang He nodded and said, Australia imports all kinds of seeds from China every year, so the relevant procedures should not be difficult to handle. Mr. Tang, there's something I need to tell you in advance, said Xia Ruofei. Our current research shows that the hereditary traits of Paradise vegetable seeds will disappear in the second generation, which means that Paradise Farm will not be able to breed them independently and can only continue to import seeds from Paradise Company. Tang he could not help but frowned slightly. This meant that he had no autonomy at all. However, on second thought, he realized that the major shareholder of Paradise Farm was Xia Ruofei himself. His share was not even as high as Xia Ruofei's. Therefore, the risk could be ignored. Xia Ruofei seemed to have guessed Tang He's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Mr. Tang, Paradise Farm can sign a supply contract with Paradise Corporation. Paradise Corporation will guarantee a sufficient supply of seeds and guarantee that they will supply them exclusively to Paradise Farm in Australia. They will no longer seek other partners. This way, with a formal contract, the interests of both parties can be guaranteed." Tang He's brows immediately relaxed. He nodded and said, "I agree. If we do this, Paradise Farm can give 20% of the profits to the Paradise Company as the transfer fee for the technology. No, we can negotiate the price of the seeds, but we don't need to pay the technology fee." Xia Ruofei said, "When I invested, my technology was already sold for $5 million. Paradise Farm can use this technology for free. Brother Xia, in the long run, the profit generated by this technology is far more than $5 million, said Tang He, with a bitter smile. "I'm taking advantage of you again." He didn't know that he needed the Peach Blossom Company to provide him with seeds. He thought that as long as he had Xia Ruofei's cultivation technique, the Australian farm could develop their own vegetable cultivation. In that case, the price of $5 million was still appropriate, and Xia Ruofei could even make a profit. However, the situation was different now. It was no exaggeration to say that if Xia Ruofei wanted to, he could take these high-quality vegetable seeds to cooperate with any vegetable farmer in the world. Even if he wanted 30%, 40%, or even 50% of the net profit, there would be a lot of people fighting to cooperate. The Paradise vegetables were definitely a phenomenal product, a big killer that could subvert the market. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Tang, let's do it according to my plan. What I value more is our long-term cooperation, not the small profits in front of us." Tang, he was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder. "Good. Brother Xia, we'll do as you say. Qichao, go and handle the relevant procedures for the import of the seeds immediately." Tang, he turned to Liang Qichao and said, "You have to personally keep an eye on the introduction of seeds and the experimental planting. This is the top priority of Paradise Farm." "Yes," Liang Qichao said seriously. After they were done talking about business, the group took the open top-off road vehicle around the farm. Xia Ruofei once again had a direct view of the vast Paradise Farm. Even if Paradise Farm in the country expanded again, it could not be compared to Paradise Farm. Then, Xia Ruofei was invited to visit Tang He's breeding base for purebreds. He saw more than 20 high-quality horses, especially that Fjordal. Tang He even asked the cavalryman to ride it on a professional track for a few rounds, which was an eye-opener for Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that horse racing was a game for the rich. For the time being, he did not have the time, energy, and money to participate in horse racing. Tang He stayed with Xia Ruofei on the farm for half a day. In the evening, he left the farm with his bodyguards and assistant and returned to Sydney. That night, they took a private plane back to the United States. This time, he was here to accompany Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to be here personally. Just to accompany Xia Ruofei to inspect the farm, he had wasted an entire day. This showed how much Tang he valued Xia Ruofei. Before Tang he left, he repeatedly suggested that Xia Ruofei stay for a few more days and have fun in Australia. At the same time, he also said that he would return to the Sydney airport after he returned to the United States for Xia Ruofei to use when he returned home. Xia Ruofei felt a little flattered. Tang, he still insisted after a few rejections, so he had to let him be. After watching Tang his car drive away under the setting sun and finally disappear from sight, Liang Qichao said with a smile, "Ruofei, I'll take care of the arrangements for the next few days. I'll bring you to experience the Australian culture, especially the style of the Australian girls, ha ha ha. Come on." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's not bad to get a taste of Australia, but we don't have the fortune to enjoy Australian girls. Why is Miss Ling so strict?" Liang Qichao smiled slyly and said, "This place is thousands of miles away from home. If you don't relax, you're not a man." "I'm not interested." Xia Ruofei pouted. Liang Qichao shrugged his shoulders regretfully and looked down on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's room was the master bedroom in the small villa. Liang Qichao had prepared it long ago. The bedsheets were brand new and had obviously been exposed to the sun. There was the smell of sunshine. The night on the farm was very quiet, and it made people feel very relaxed. He had just used his computer to video call Ling Qingxue back in China and had a brief conversation with Feng Jing. After that, he lit up a cigarette and walked to the balcony of his bedroom. It was the end of summer in Australia, which was located in the southern hemisphere. Xia Ruofei stood on the balcony of his bedroom. The cool breeze blew against his face, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. This trip was called an inspection, but in fact, it was more for leisure and relaxation. Xia Ruofei's mind was completely empty as he enjoyed the leisure of the holiday. After finishing his cigarette, Xia Ruofei returned to his bedroom. After locking the door and windows, he took out the white jade piece and the carving knife from the spirit map space. He had to continue practicing the drawing of the core rune to maintain the feel. The remaining white jade slips were relatively large. Xia Ruofei had already mastered the 17 independent runes. Next, he would try to engrave the entire core rune after the combination in one go. Xia Ruofei planned to practice for a few more days. After returning to the country, he would officially start to engrave the runes on the supreme, grade, suet white jade. Xia Ruofei held the white jade in one hand and the carving knife in the other. After taking a deep breath, he released his spiritual power slightly and the carving knife steadily drew an arc on the white jade. Whether it was the angle of the arc or the subtle changes in depth, it was just right. Xia Ruofei's knife flew as the white jade fragments fell continuously. Mysterious runes appeared on the white jade pieces. After a short while, Xia Ruofei lifted his carving knife and blew on the white jade. After all the fragments were blown away, a rune appeared on the surface of the white jade. Xia Ruofei sighed and mumbled to himself, "The last stroke of the 8th rune is 1 millimeter deep, and the arc of the 13th rune is not smooth enough." This was Xia Ruofei's first time carving a complete set of core runes. In fact, it should be considered a success as the small flaws were within the range of error. However, Xia Ruofei was not satisfied with just this. He had higher expectations for himself. After a short break, Xia Ruofei flipped the white jade piece over and picked up the carving knife to continue his second practice. That night, Xia Ruofei had carved 4 sets of core runes and used 2 pieces of white jade. 3 of them had some minor flaws, and only one was close to perfection. Xia Ruofei was not discouraged. He had already mastered all the runes. The only thing he lacked was practice. He believed that after a few days of practice and the day of the official engraving, he would be in his best condition and should be able to carve the core rune that he was satisfied with. Xia Ruofei kept the white jade and the carving knife. He carefully swept the shards together and put them all into the spirit map space. Then, he went to take a shower and sleep. The next day, Liang Qichao showed Xia Ruofei around. They first went to Sydney, which was more than 160 kilometers away. Most Chinese people only knew of the Sydney Olympics and the Sydney Opera House. In reality, Sydney was the capital of New South Wales and the oldest city in Australia. It was an important economic, political, and cultural centre. In addition to the well-known Olympic Park and Opera House, there was also the world's most beautiful port, the Sydney Harbour, the Sydney Tower, which allowed one to enjoy the panoramic view of Sydney from 360 degrees without any dead angle, the historical harbour bridge, the Ocean World Aquarium, the Balin Watchtower, and so on. With Liang Qichao as a tour guide, Xia Ruofei spent the entire day touring Sydney. He enjoyed the colourful streets of Sydney, enjoyed the scenery on the cruise ship in Sydney Harbour, tasted food, and enjoyed the sun, sand, and waves on the beautiful Pacific coast. In the next few days, Liang Qichao brought Xia Ruofei around the Hunter Valley. The Hunter Valley was a famous tourist spot in Australia. There were many famous wineries and all kinds of entertainment. Tourists from all over the world came to visit. Xia Ruofei lived in Paradise Farm and was close to the water. Naturally, he enjoyed the moonlight in the Hunter Valley. Xia Ruofei also experienced the Hunter Valley's classic attraction, the hot air balloon. It was a wonderful experience to watch sunrise in a hot air balloon. Xia Ruofei arrived at the gathering place at 5 in the morning. After having breakfast with the group of tourists, he took the tour company's car to the hot air balloon's departure point. This project wasn't cheap either. Including the breakfast, it was about 1,300 Chinese dollars. However, with Xia Ruofei's current wealth, he naturally wouldn't care about this little money. As it turned out, the 1,300 yuan was well spent. Xia Ruofei saw the most beautiful sunrise he had ever seen. When the red sun rose from the horizon, Xia Ruofei, like the other tourists, could not help but grab his DSLR camera and take pictures. From the sky, he could see the fertile green land of the Hunter Valley. He could also see kangaroos jumping on the green carpet. The short 1-hour flight had left an indelible impression in Xia Ruofei's mind. Ever since Xia Ruofei retired from the army, he had been busy. After solving the problem of survival, he had been developing his career around the spirit maps and paintings. This was the first time he had completely relaxed his body and mind. Xia Ruofei had stayed in the Hunter Valley for 4 days. He was ready to return to China the next day. However, Tang He's private plane had already been at the Sydney airport for 3 days. Xia Ruofei would be a little embarrassed if he continued to play. Today, Liang Qichao only arranged one event, which was to visit the West Winery in Hunter Valley. West Winery was next to Paradise Farm. Xia Ruofei's purpose for this trip was to visit his neighbors and also to experience Australia's wine culture. Hunter Valley was the origin of wine in Australia. It was also a world-renowned wine-producing area. The production of grape wine here was less than 2% of the total production in Australia, but it was quite famous. Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao drove the open, top-off, road vehicle to West Winery. The winery looked ordinary from the outside, like a simple warehouse, but Xia Ruofei did not dare to underestimate it. Liang Qichao had introduced the winery to Xia Ruofei along the way. The West Winery was founded in 1866. It was a family-style winery with more than 150 years of history. Its Semillon wine was also well known. The current owner of West Winery was called Carter. West was an old man in his 50s. He was standing at the entrance of the winery to welcome his neighbor. Carter had the enthusiasm of a Westerner. Before the car had even stabilized, he had already come up to greet him with a smile. The moment Liang Qichao got out of the car, he gave him a warm hug and said, "Liang, welcome to my winery." "Thank you." Liang Qichao smiled and said, "Mr. West, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Xia Ruofei. He's also a major shareholder of Paradise Farm." Carter was surprised and exclaimed, "Wow. Mr. Xia, you're so young, but you already own a high-quality farm. I'm really envious." Over the years, Carter had heard a lot of rumors about the Chinese being rich. Today, he saw with his own eyes that Xia Ruofei owned a farm worth tens of millions of US dollars at such a young age. He suddenly had a feeling that it was true. Xia Ruofei was also sizing up Carter. This old man was not tall, but he was very well built. He wore a red and black plaid shirt with a pair of matching jeans and a leather apron. His hair was a mess, and his big nose was a little red. He did not look like the owner of a winery at all. He looked more like a slaughterhouse worker. "Mr. Carter, nice to meet you." Xia Ruofei replied in fluent English, "I only have a certain share of the farm. Your winery, on the other hand, has a long history and rich accumulation." "Ha ha ha. Xia, I like what you're saying." Carter laughed happily. "The West Winery was built by my grandfather's grandfather, and it has been passed down for 6 generations. Come, please come in. I'll show you around, thank you." Carter led Liang Qichao and Xia Ruofei into the winery. From the outside, it looked like a winery with a large warehouse, but the inside was really a whole new world. The burning fireplace, the beautiful glass wall paintings, and the large space that could accommodate 300 people at a time gave off a warm and ancient feeling. There were floor-to-ceiling wine cabinets on several walls, filled with all kinds of fine wine, and the wine-tasting area was also very luxurious. It had to be said that wine lovers would feel like they were in heaven. The deep and alluring wine fragrance, the stronger wine, and the faint smell of alcohol from before were fermenting here bit by bit. Their mood was great. There was also a wine museum in the winery, which displayed wine-making equipment from more than 100 years ago and clearly described the history of the winery. Every day, tourists from all over the world would come to the Hunter Valley. Wine tasting in the winery was a must for everyone, so most wineries were open to tourists. The West Winery was no exception. There were many tourists here who visited the winery and tasted wine at the same time. Carter first brought Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao to visit his vineyard. West Winery's vineyard was built on a few undulating hills. Looking from a high place, the mountains were continuous, and the vineyard plots were well arranged. The grape leaves were lush and woven into dark green and light green color blocks. There were beautiful blue flowers and roses around. And wild kangaroos were jumping between the grape trenches, looking very lively. Carter gave a brief introduction to the vineyard. And then said proudly, Xia, high-quality vineyard are usually set up on the hill, which is convenient for drainage after rain, if the soil drainage was not good for a vineyard planted on flat land. In the event of heavy rain, the rain could not be eliminated, and the grape juice would dilute, and the quality of the wine produced would not be very good. That's why the wine produced by our West winery is of the highest quality. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. West, this trip was worth it. I didn't know there's so much knowledge in wine. I've really learned a lot. Carter laughed and said, Xia, let's go back to the winery. There are delicacies and fine wine that my wife has specially prepared for our honored guests. That's great, my stomach is growling when you say that, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Carter's wife, Capella, was an Australian woman in her 50s. She was so fat that she was out of shape, and her chubby face looked very friendly. Auntie Capella was very hospitable. She had prepared exquisite snacks for Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao. There was local fresh soft cheese and Italian sun-dried tomatoes, as well as a refreshing, low-alcohol, slightly sweet red sparkling wine, Frescato. Xia Ruofei couldn't stop praising the exotic snacks and refreshing bubble wine. After receiving the guests' praise, Auntie Caberly couldn't stop smiling. Then, she served Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao 2 bottles of West Winery's signature Semillon wine. Liang Qichao had been in the Hunter Valley for a while now, and he couldn't help but show off when he saw the Semillon. He said, Ruofei, Hunter Valley Semillon is also known as Hunter Valley's ramen. It's famous for its high sourness and refreshing taste. No other region in the world can replicate it. You must try it. Carter naturally didn't understand Chinese, so he chuckled and explained, Xia, this is our West Winery's main wine, Semillon. Unlike other wines, Hunter Valley Semillon is usually harvested in advance to maintain its sourness and relatively low alcohol content after fermentation. Moreover, we use low-temperature fermentation instead of using oak barrels. We will bottle it immediately after the brewing is completed. Carter pointed to the 2 bottles of wine and continued, the color of young Semillon wine is very light, and the fragrance is mostly of tangerine fruits, herbs, grass, minerals, etc. The sourness is crisp. As the aging process intensified, beauty contest would develop a complex aroma of lemon sauce, toast, vanilla, honey, and so on. The fragrance was rich, the texture was smooth, and the aftertaste was long. One of the bottles has been aged for 15 years and is at its best drinking time, while the other bottle was just brewed. You can compare them. Wow. It's amazing, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. It can actually mature for more than 10 years in the bottle. Then I'm going to have a good taste. Carter personally poured the 2 open bottles of wine into 2 different glasses. Then, he made an inviting gesture to Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao and looked at them with anticipation. Xia Ruofei smiled and took a small sip from one of the glasses. He closed his eyes and savored the taste. After a while, he tasted the other glass. After a long time, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and exclaimed, it really does taste completely different. If I'm not wrong, the glass on the right should be a 15-year-old Semillon, right? I can feel the taste of time. Carter smiled happily and gave Xia Ruofei a big thumbs up. Aunt Kelly also clapped her hands lightly. It was obvious that Xia Ruofei's judgment was correct. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat and he said, "Mr. West, can I buy a batch of semillon from you?" "Of course." Carter laughed heartily. "Our West Winery has a complete network of sales channels, and many Chinese customers also order wine from us through the internet. I'll definitely pick a semillon. That's the most suitable year for you." "No, no, no, Mr. West, I want to buy your newly brewed wine," Xia Ruofei quickly said. "New wine?" Carter was very surprised. "The newly brewed semillon doesn't taste good. Under normal circumstances, they would not sell the newly brewed wine except for the taste difference between the new wine and the old wine. Most of the new wine would be stored properly until more than a decade later." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Here's the thing. I have my own wine cellar in Huaxia. I hope to collect some top-grade semillon and wait for them to ripen. I think I'll be able to taste this batch of semillon myself in a dozen years." "Xia, I can see that you're a wine lover." Carter's expression changed. In fact, Xia Ruofei just felt that this semillon had a special taste, so he wanted to buy some and store it in the spirit painting scroll. He wanted to see if this well-known wine would still have a pleasant change under the nourishment of the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, Xia Ruofei naturally chose the new wine that had just been brewed. The wine that had been aged for more than 10 years had already ripened in the bottle. The spatial spiritual cheese effect on them was definitely not as good as the new wine. As for time, if he kept the wine in the original space, 10 days would be equivalent to a year. Hence, time was not a problem for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's explanation convinced Carter. He readily agreed. "Xia, how many do you want to buy?" "I'll get it ready for you immediately, give me 30 boxes," Xia Ruofei said. There were 6 bottles of wine in each box, which meant that there were 180 bottles in 30 boxes. Xia Ruofei was not trying to sell the wine for money, so this was more than enough. Carter was very surprised. He was just entertaining a visiting neighbor, but he didn't expect to make a big business deal. Carter generously gave Xia Ruofei a discount according to the treatment of the most senior member. Each bottle of semillon was $30. After the discount, it was $26. The 30 boxes would cost $46.80, which was less than 25,000 Chinese dollars. Xia Ruofei used the Visa credit card to pay. Carter would be responsible for loading the wine and transporting it to Paradise Farm. As for the trip from the farm to China, it was absolutely impossible to import the red wine from Paradise Farm under the name of Paradise Corporation. Liang Qichao also saw that Xia Ruofei had bought so much wine today. He couldn't use the spirit map space to store it all, so he had to go through the trouble. Xia Ruofei was more interested in the wine museum of West Winery. After tasting the semillon, he went there with Liang Qichao. Carter had to entertain other guests, so he did not accompany them. Just as Xia Ruofei was excitedly reading the introduction on the metal nameplate, a surprised voice came from behind him. "Xia? Is that you?" Xia Ruofei found the voice familiar. He straightened his body and turned around. He could not help but widen his eyes in surprise. Standing not far behind him was a beautiful blonde girl, her blue eyes showing joy. This person was Monica. Graio was the inheritor of the Graio family in Italy. Xia Ruofei had gotten to know this beautiful foreign lady when he had attended the truffle auction in Shenqing City. Monica was wearing a black shirt with Straps today. The cleavage on her chest was faintly visible under the straps, and her exposed skin had a wheat-colored luster, making her look very sexy and charming. A pair of ordinary blue trumpet jeans accentuated her long, slender legs and slender waist. Under a light brown cowboy hat, she had long golden hair that reached her shoulders. She looked casual and wild. What a sexy and alluring cowboy girl. Liang Qichao couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Monica. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Monica did not expect to meet Xia Ruofei in Australia. When Xia Ruofei turned around and she confirmed that she had not recognized the wrong person, she could not help but smile. A few months ago, Monica had met Xia Ruofei in China. This Asian young man had left a deep impression on her. She felt that Xia Ruofei was a little mysterious. He was able to bring out so many truffles at the auction, and every piece was of the highest quality. Even the Greo family, which had a long history of truffles, was not as powerful as him. However, his company was unknown. What left a deep impression on Monica was Xia Ruofei's strong body. The first time they met was in the hotel's gym. Xia Ruofei had run at a 13-kilometer high speed for more than 2 hours and had crippled Blake, who had been secretly competing with him. And after coming down from the treadmill, Xia Ruofei was still fine. Even now, Monica could clearly remember the thin layer of sweat on Xia Ruofei's forehead and the mesmerizing scent of his male hormones. Monica had lunch with Xia Ruofei before he left Shenzhen. At that time, the two of them had discussed the cooperation between Paradise Corporation and the Greo family in truffle sales. However, the truffle season had not arrived yet and there had been some resistance from the Greo family regarding this cooperation, so Monica had not contacted Xia Ruofei for a long time. However, he didn't expect to meet her in Australia. Was this what the Chinese called fate? Monica said in her heart. Xia, it's really you. Monica walked forward and smiled. This is really too unexpected, Xia Ruofei chuckled. Monica. As far as I know, Hunter Valley is not a traditional truffle-producing area. It's not the truffle-producing season now either. Why did you suddenly come to Australia? Monica giggled and said, is my life only left with work? Xia, I'm on vacation in Australia. What about you? Are you also here for a vacation? Xia Ruofei shrugged. It's the opposite. I'm here to work. So, your company's business has expanded to Australia? Monica was slightly shocked. Almost. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've invested in a farm in Australia. It's right next to the West Winery. Monica's sexy mouth instantly turned into an O shape, and her beautiful blue eyes revealed an extremely surprised look. The premium farms in the Hunter Valley are quite expensive, Monica said. Xia, it seems that your business has been developing very smoothly in the few months that I haven't seen you. I guess you have some luck. Xia Ruofei said indifferently and then smiled. I should be thanking you, Monica, if it wasn't for the truffle auction that gave me a large amount of development funds, my company wouldn't have been able to expand so quickly. Xia, can I visit your farm? Monica asked. Of course, it's my honor. Xia Ruofei said, oh right, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is my good friend and the manager of Paradise Farm, Liang Qichao. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Liang Qichao in Chinese, Brother Liang, this is Monica, the heir of the Glasso family in Italy. Lady Grasso. Liang Qichao quickly stepped forward to greet her. Monica smiled elegantly and shook hands with Liang Qichao. Manager Liang, nice to meet you. Miss Grasso, welcome to our paradise farm. Liang Qichao said. Thank you. Monica, when do you have time? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. I can do it any time. Monica said, the moment I met you, my visit to the West Winery had already ended. Liang Qichao winked at Xia Ruofei and gave him an ambiguous smile. We've seen enough, let's go. Xia Ruofei said, slightly embarrassed. Xia Ruofei and the other two walked out of the wine museum in the winery. At this time, the Carter couple were receiving another group of tourists. Coincidentally, these tourists were all yellow-skinned and black-haired, and they all spoke Chinese. They were obviously tourists from China. China's economy had been developing well in recent years, and there were more and more rich people. It was no longer a new thing to travel overseas. Basically, in the world famous tourist spots, the probability of meeting Chinese people was quite high. After all, the population base of China was there. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not too surprised. Uncle Carter, thank you for your hospitality. We'll be leaving now, Xia Ruofei said loudly. Xia, wait, Carter quickly called out. Xia Ruofei did not know what was going on, but he still stopped in his tracks. He saw Carter run back and quickly come out with 3 bottles of wine. He smiled and passed the wine to Xia Ruofei. Xia, this is a 20-year-old Semillon. It's my gift to you. This is too precious. Thank you. Xia Ruofei said happily, Uncle Carter, I'm so lucky to be your neighbor. Xia, you're welcome to come to my winery for wine tasting in the future. Carter laughed heartily. Definitely, definitely. After bidding farewell to Uncle Carter, Xia Ruofei and the other two went to the parking lot outside the winery to get their cars and headed straight for Paradise Farm. Liang Qichao was driving while Xia Ruofei and Monica sat in the back of the convertible off-road vehicle. Monica's long golden hair fluttered in the wind and brushed past Xia Ruofei's face from time to time. It felt a little itchy, and Xia Ruofei's heart could not help but start to stir. After arriving at the farm, Monica took a car to visit. She was full of praise for the unique environment of Paradise Farm. When they were at the winery, Monica thought that Xia Ruofei's farm would not be very big. After all, the farms in Hunter Valley were very expensive. Her impression of Xia Ruofei was still that of the owner of a small company in China a few months ago. In the end, she only found out that Paradise Farm was actually so vast after visiting it. A farm like this would cost at least tens of millions of dollars, right? Monica couldn't help but estimate the value in her heart. Although tens of millions of US dollars was nothing to the Grayo family, Xia Ruofei was just the boss of an unknown small company in China a few months ago. This step was too big. After driving Monica around for a tour, Liang Qichao made up an excuse and tactfully said goodbye to the two. Before he left, he even winked at Xia Ruofei with a perverted expression. Xia Ruofei used his body to block Monica's view and gave Liang Qichao the middle finger without hesitation. After Liang Qichao left, at Monica's request, Xia Ruofei strolled around the farm with her again. They walked around the man-made lake for a long time until the golden sunset elongated their shadows by the lake. Then, they returned to the small villa. Liang Qichao had sent a message to Xia Ruofei a long time ago. He had found an empty room in the workers' dormitory next door and left the entire villa to Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei immediately sent Liang Qichao a disdainful emoji, he still had a little anticipation in his heart. Any normal man who saw a sexy woman like Monica would not be able to help but be moved. Furthermore, Monica had clearly expressed that she wanted to stay at the farm for the night. Ying was originally staying at a resort hotel 20 kilometers away from here. Xia Ruofei used the ingredients on the spot and made a Chinese and Western dinner with Monica. There were kung pao chicken, green pepper shredded meat, French foie gras, and fried steak. Although they looked a little nondescript, the two of them ate with relish. Moreover, the two of them chatted as they ate, and they got along very well. There was no sense of unfamiliarity at all, because they had not contacted each other for a few months. The two of them had completely different backgrounds, but they could still find a lot to talk about. This was indeed a miracle. Especially when Xia Ruofei talked about some interesting things from her childhood. Monica would often be amused until she giggled. Compared to Xia Ruofei's grassroots experience, Monica's childhood was much more boring. She had received all kinds of elite education since she was young. Although she had cultivated a beautiful woman with both looks and temperament, the price was that she had sacrificed her good childhood. The sky was already dark by the time they finished their meal. They cleaned up the dining table together and then sat in the living room to chat for a long time. Xia Ruofei was in disbelief that he could have so many things to talk about with an Italy beauty. Xia Ruofei even felt that his spoken English had improved a lot today, because he had said too much today. At 10 p.m., Xia Ruofei saw that Monica looked tired. He said with a hint of reluctance, "Monica, it's getting late. Go back to your room and rest. The guest room has been prepared." Monica smiled sweetly and said, "Okay. Xia, you're flying tomorrow, so you should rest early today." The two of them went upstairs together. Xia Ruofei sent Monica to the guest room and opened the door for her. Then, he said, "Good night, Monica." "Good night." Monica glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously and revealed a charming smile. Then, she walked into the room. The moment Monica closed the door, Xia Ruofei felt a sense of loss. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and kept telling himself that he had a girlfriend now. Although he was away, he had to control himself. Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself as he walked back to his room. Xia Ruofei did not feel sleepy after he returned to his room. He turned on the television and absent-mindedly changed the channels with the remote control. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xia Ruofei, who was leaning on the bed, jumped up and ran to the door. He opened the door and was stunned. Monica was standing at the door in a pink bathrobe. Her hair was wet, and she had clearly just taken a shower. "Xia, I knew you weren't asleep yet," Monica said with a smile. Xia Ruofei could feel his heart beating faster. He asked with a dry mouth, Monica, it's so late. What's the matter?" Monica, who had just taken a shower, was still blushing. She revealed a charming smile and said, "Xia, I suddenly remembered that Uncle Carter gave you a few bottles of good wine. Are you willing to share the neighbor's gifts with me?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and then said, "Of course. Please come in." Xia Ruofei stepped aside and Monica walked past him, bringing with her a fragrant scent. "Please sit," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he fumbled for 2 wine glasses and opened the half-lawn that Carter had given him. He poured some wine into the 2 Glasses. The two of them sat on both sides of the small coffee table in front of the floor to ceiling window and touched their glasses gently. Xia Ruofei took a sip, but Monica drank it all in. One gulp. She even showed Xia Ruofei the bottom of her glass, like a Chinese person drinking. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and finished his glass in one gulp. Monica giggled and gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. They continued to pour wine and chatted as they drank, continuing the topic of the day. Most of the time, it was still Xia Ruofei talking while Monica listened very carefully. Sometimes, she would be tickled by Xia Ruofei's words and even the hem of her bathrobe would pull up a lot, revealing a section of her snow-white thighs. She didn't even notice. Although Semillon had a very low alcohol content when it was first brewed, the contents of the bottle were completely different after 20 years of maturity. The two of them could not help but feel a little tipsy while drinking. Xia Ruofei didn't notice that Monica, who was laughing happily, would sometimes look sad and hesitant. Before she knew it, the 3 bottles of half-lawn that Carter had given Xia Ruofei had all been opened. She had also finished half of the 3rd bottle. Although Xia Ruofei's alcohol tolerance was amazing, he mostly drank white wine. A 20-year-old Semillon still had a strong after-effect, so even his face started to blush. And his head started to feel a little dizzy. Besides Xia Ruofei, Monica's cheeks were like peach blossoms, and her beautiful blue eyes became even more blurred. After Xia Ruofei and Monica finished their glasses of wine, he lowered his head to get the bottle of wine and was about to pour more. Suddenly, he smelled a fragrance. When he reacted, Monica was already sitting on his lap. Her delicate face was blushing as she looked straight at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei felt as if his brain had exploded and he was dizzy. To be honest, ever since Xia Ruofei had been taking the body-tempering soup, he had become more energetic in the matters between men and women. His fighting power had also increased day by day. Moreover, he and Ling Qingxue were not spending a long time together. They only met every once in a while to talk about how they missed each other. Hence, Xia Ruofei's desire in this area was more or less suppressed. Moreover, he had drunk quite a lot of alcohol today. Monica's obviously provocative action was like pouring a ladle of hot oil into a raging fire, causing Xia Ruofei's remaining rationality to disappear. Monica reached out her fingers and gently hooked Xia Ruofei's chin. She threw Xia Ruofei a flirtatious look and leaned over to kiss him without saying anything. The last bit of Xia Ruofei's rationality was gone. It shouldn't be a big deal to indulge once in a while, right? Xia Ruofei thought to himself, the Westerners should be very open-minded in this aspect. With his own excuse, Xia Ruofei's thoughts seemed to have cleared up. His big hands pressed onto Monica's perky butt without hesitation. Monica's reaction seemed to be even more intense than Xia Ruofei's. After the two of them stood up, she pushed Xia Ruofei onto the bed and sat down impatiently. Brother, is this considered as raising the prestige of our country? But why did it seem like I was the one who was pushed down? The night in Hunter Valley was very quiet, and Paradise Farm had long fallen into a deep sleep. In the quiet and peaceful small villa, Mangjian was like a raging fire. It was a crazy night. The two of them were so exhausted that they didn't even take a shower. They just hugged each other and fell asleep. In the morning, the crisp chirping of birds outside the small villa woke Xia Ruofei up. He felt an itch on his neck. He twisted it gently and found Monica beside him. She was sleeping comfortably in his arms with a satisfied smile on her face. Xia Ruofei's head ached slightly. It was a normal reaction after a hangover. He couldn't help but reach out to rub his temples, a complicated expression on his face. Xia Ruofei finally remembered what had happened last night. Actually, he wasn't so drunk that he had blacked out. Everything that had happened last night had a lot to do with the restlessness in his heart. He naturally wouldn't let wine take the blame for this. After extreme pleasure, there was more or less a sense of emptiness, and at the same time, there was a sense of guilt. This kind of emotion was very complicated. Monica was undoubtedly a very attractive woman. Last night's sex was the most perfect time in Xia Ruofei's life. However, Xia Ruofei asked himself honestly. Even though he had a good impression of Monica, it was far from love. However, they had sex yesterday. Hence, Xia Ruofei naturally felt guilty. Some were directed at Ling Qingxue, while others were directed at Monica. Just as Xia Ruofei was lost in his thoughts, Monica moved slightly and slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and Monica's beautiful face had a faint blush. She then revealed a charming smile and said lazily, "Good morning, Xia." Xia Ruofei said awkwardly, Good morning," he said. Monica was still a little shy when she woke up, but it had completely disappeared now. She chuckled and said, "Xia, you didn't lie to me." "I'm really impressed by your performance," Xia Ruofei immediately complained in his heart. A foreign girl is a foreign girl, she's too open-minded. This means that not only did I not raise China's prestige last night, but I was also pushed down by her. Seeing Xia Ruofei's awkward expression, Monica couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was staring straight ahead with his mouth wide open, in an O shape. Monica followed Xia Ruofei's gaze and looked over. Her pretty face instantly blushed, and at the same time, she looked a little disappointed. At the end of Xia Ruofei's vision, there was a red blood stain on the white bed sheet. It was like a blooming flower, beautiful and dazzling. Xia Ruofei's heart trembled. Before he saw this blood-colored flower, he had always treated last night's experience as a beautiful encounter. A pair of empty and lonely man and woman, both of whom were quite pleasing to the eye. The man and woman were alone in the long night, so naturally, everything that should have happened happened. That was all. However, the blood was like a heavy hammer that hit Xia Ruofei's heart, making him a little dazed. Things didn't seem to be the same as he had imagined. After a long while, Xia Ruofei stammered, "Monica. This last night. Was it your first time?" Monica's disappointed expression had long disappeared. She still had a faint smile on her face. She nodded as if she didn't care and said, "Yup." His tone was as relaxed and casual as if he had just had a glass of milk for breakfast. Monica straightened her body, and the blanket on her body slid down. However, Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to admire the boundless spring scenery. He could feel the pressure. Xia said, "Monica, don't you find it strange?" Xia Ruofei nodded heavily. Monica was 2 or 3 years older than him. Among Western girls, it was rare for them to have no experience in this area. At least, in Xia Ruofei's opinion, Western girls were not conservative in this aspect. It was quite common for them to fall in love in middle school and offer their first time. Thus, this was something that he had never thought of before. Otherwise, he would not have been so impulsive. It wasn't that he didn't want to take responsibility, but he already had Ling Qingxue. Night's short-term relationship was still fine, but if he found another girlfriend, wouldn't it be a mess? Monica said easily, the reason is very simple. I've never met a man who could move my heart before. I'm not an easy woman. Xia Ruofei's expression was a little strange. Monica had been so proactive last night that he thought that she was very open in this aspect. He did not expect the opposite. Xia, what are you thinking about? Monica wrapped her arms around Xia Ruofei's neck and asked. Xia Ruofei hesitated. Monica, you know. I already have a girlfriend. Huh. Monica shrugged and asked, so? Xia Ruofei considered his words and said, so, I'm really sorry about what happened last night. If I had known that it was your first time, Monica interrupted Xia Ruofei and said, stop. Xia. Why are you apologizing? We had a great night, didn't we? Of course, you're a very charming girl. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. Monica smiled happily and said, thank you for your praise. You're also the best man I've ever seen. Of course, you're the only one I've tried it with so far. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. Monica laughed and said, Xia, I know what you're worried about. In your hometown, if you have a girl's first time, you must be responsible for her and even marry her, right? Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, actually, not everyone is like this, but the education I received is indeed like this. Monica laughed and said, okay. Xia, don't worry, I'm not a Chinese girl and I've never planned to get married. I just want to enjoy the present happiness, it's that simple. To be honest, Xia Ruofei did feel a sense of relief after hearing this, but at the same time, he felt a sense of loss. However, Monica didn't give Xia Ruofei any more time to think. Exhaling, she said, Xia, don't you think the morning is very precious? Instead of discussing the issue of our first time, why don't we? At this moment, Xia Ruofei's self-control was close to zero. It was another fierce battle. Monica lay on the bed like a pool of mud, panting as she said, Xia, you're the best, are you convinced? I'm impressed, Monica said softly. She then rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, Xia, if I remember correctly, your flight is in the morning. Xia Ruofei came back to his senses and sat up immediately. He looked at his watch and sighed in relief. Captain Johnson's flight route is scheduled to take off at 11 a.m. There's still nearly 3 hours left, enough time for me to get to XN. Although there was enough time, it was obvious that the two of them did not have the time to be intimate. They took a couple's bath in the bathroom. If it was not for the fact that they had to catch a plane, Xia Ruofei definitely would not be able to resist and would have done Monica on the spot. Again. This little vixen was too seductive. After washing up, changing clothes, and packing their luggage, Xia Ruofei and Monica walked out of the room. The two of them walked down the stairs side by side and saw that Liang Qichao was already waiting for them in the living room. Liang Qichao smiled when he saw the two of them coming down. Xia Ruofei was embarrassed, but Monica giggled and held Xia Ruofei's arm. She greeted Liang Qichao. Liang Qichao had already prepared a simple breakfast. Xia Ruofei and Monica finished it quickly and left Paradise Farm in the Mercedes Benz that Liang Qichao had prepared. On the way back to XXX from Paradise Farm, they would pass by the resort hotel that Monica had booked. The car drove for about 20 minutes before they arrived at the resort hotel. Monica opened the door and got out of the car. Xia Ruofei also got out from the other side. He walked with Monica in the direction of the hotel and said, "Monica, I'll send you off here. Let's meet again. If fate allows." Monica nodded with a smile and said, "Xia, I think I'll probably miss your body." "That's what I wanted to say." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Goodbye. Goodbye." Xia Ruofei waved at Monica. Monica took a few steps forward and turned back. She leaned close to Xia Ruofei's ear and whispered, "Xia, you've really screwed me over this time." "What's wrong?" Xia Ruofei asked, confused. Monica laughed and said, "Compared to you, all the men I know are weak chickens." "How can I be interested in other men in the future?" Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if he should be proud of this. It sounded like a compliment, but why did he feel so strange? Monica looked at Xia Ruofei's dumbfounded expression and could not help but giggle. She whispered into Xia Ruofei's ear, "So I've decided to follow the example of you Huaxia women and temporarily keep my body pure for you, unless there's a man stronger than you who can move my heart." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Monica, then you're definitely going to be alone." "I'm sure." Monica laughed and said, "I can call you when I need you. At most, I'll reimburse you for the plane tickets to and from Italy." "Then wouldn't I be a call boy?" Xia Ruofei said with a depressed expression on purpose. "Are you willing?" Monica asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei said, "Seriously, okay. Although I really want to say that I'm not willing, in fact. I can consider this. To be honest, Xia Ruofei felt a sense of achievement when Monica said chastity. Although he was not a traditional male chauvinist, he could not tolerate the woman who had slept with him sleeping with another man. Of course, he did not have any status with Monica, so he had no right to ask Monica to do anything. However, it was a different story now that Monica had taken the initiative to say it. Monica gently kissed Xia Ruofei's cheek and said, "Xia, goodbye." "Goodbye, Monica," Xia Ruofei said. He watched Monica turn around elegantly and walk further and further away. He also felt a little lost. Xia Ruofei only turned around and walked back to Liang Qichao's Mercedes-Benz after Monica's figure disappeared from the hotel entrance. "Ruofei, you're good." Liang Qichao leaned against the Mercedes-Benz, a cigarette in his hand, and said with a smile, "I was wondering why you weren't interested in Australian girls. You have better ones." Xia Ruofei's expression didn't change. As he said, "What are you saying? Why can't I understand a single word?" Liang Qichao gave him the middle finger in disdain and said, "Acting. Why are you acting dumb in front of your brother? Even though I'm quite close to Sister Qingxue, even though I once, what?" Xia Ruofei's eyes widened. Liang Qichao quickly replied, "Yes. The little beauty of the past, do you understand? After you got together with Qingxue, I've never had any other thoughts. Besides, I've already been sent to a place thousands of miles away. How would I dare to have any thoughts?" "So you think they're being banished?" Xia Ruofei said with a half-smile, "Then I'll talk to Mr. Tang and ask him to transfer you back to United States?" Don T, don't. You're my brother, okay?" Liang Qichao quickly smiled apologetically. "I think it's pretty good on the farm. It's really pretty good. The Hunter Valley had beautiful scenery and a pleasant climate. Furthermore, Liang Qichao was the leader here and had the final say. In addition, he was full of confidence in Xia Ruofei's paradise vegetables and firmly believed that they could produce an eye-catching report card. here. So, unless he was out of his mind, he would not be willing to transfer back to United States to compete with Liang Xiaojun. Xia Ruofei then said, "That's more like it. Brother Liang, don't worry. At that time, our Paradise Farm will definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, and your status will naturally rise with the tide." That's true, that's true. I have absolute confidence in you. Now we're just waiting for the seeds in our country, Liang Qichao said with a smile. Then, Liang Qichao suddenly came to his senses. He shouted, "AI! That's not right. Didn't we just talk about you? How did you end up talking about me? You're too cunning, aren't you?" Xia Ruofei held back his laughter and said, "What's the matter with me? I don't remember." "Brother Liang, have you finished your cigarette? If we don't leave now, we'll miss the flight." Then, Xia Ruofei opened the door to the passenger's seat and got in. Liang Qichao stepped on the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can by the roadside. Then, he sat in the car and fastened his seat belt as he said, "Ruofei, you're too cunning. Is there any meaning in hiding things from my brother? Even an idiot can tell what's going on between you and Monica, okay?" Xia Ruofei pretended to be confused and said, "What could have happened to us? Weren't they just friends? Didn't I tell you yesterday? I met him in Xinqing City last time." Anyway, Liang Qichao did not see him in bed with Monica with his own eyes. Even if it was highly suspicious, Xia Ruofei would not admit it personally. He would just let Liang Qichao scratch his ears and cheeks. Liang Qichao started the car and said, "Ruofei, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who would betray his friends, so you don't have to worry about Qingxue." Xia Ruofei smiled and did not say anything. He simply leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that Xia Ruofei didn't respond, Liang Qichao was helpless. He could only look at Xia Ruofei in disdain and drive seriously. 4 days later, Xia Ruofei was back at Kingford Smith Airport in Sydney. Tang He's private plane was already waiting at the airport. The flight crew had already made preparations for departure. After Xia Ruofei passed through the special security check, he waved goodbye to Liang Qichao and walked directly to the tarmac under the guidance of the flight attendant. Tang He's private jet was also a Gulfstream G650, the same model as Ma Xiong's. In fact, many world-class rich people preferred Gulfstream business jets. The plane's maximum cruising speed reached Mach 0.925, which was higher than the average passenger airliner. At Mach 0.85, the plane's maximum range could reach 13,000 kilometers. It could fly from the east coast of the United States to the capital of Huaxia without interruption. For the super-rich, they pursued the best comfort, the shortest flight time, and the highest efficiency. Therefore, the Gulfstream G650 naturally became the choice of many of them. The Gulfstream G650 was parked quietly on the private plane's tarmac. Captain Johnson, the co-pilot, the air mechanic, and another flight attendant were waiting for Xia Ruofei next to the plane. "Mr. Xia, it's an honor to serve you," Johnson said as he stepped forward. "You've worked hard." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "How have you been in Sydney?" "Very good." Captain Johnson smiled and said, "The sun, the beach, and the beautiful girls here have left a deep impression on me." After sending Tang He back to the United States, Johansson's flight crew immediately returned to Australia. Then, they waited in Sydney to serve Xia Ruofei. In between, they would stay in Sydney for 2 to 3 days, and naturally, they would tour around The fact that Johansson was willing to give up his position as a captain in a big airline and work for Tang He, a super rich man, to fly in a business plane showed that the benefits Tang He offered were quite good, even hard to refuse. In fact, Johansson's salary was far higher than that of a captain from an ordinary airline. In addition, in such a situation where they had to wait in a different place, they would also receive a considerable amount of subsidies. Even the expenses of staying in a 5-star hotel, sightseeing, and so on, could be reimbursed. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Mr. Captain, do you want me to go back for a few more days? I'll let you enjoy Australia's sun and beaches. Of course, there are also beautiful women." Of course, Captain Johnson knew that Xia Ruofei was joking. He laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Xia, thank you for your generosity, but I'm more looking forward to the beautiful scenery of China." "Haha, then let's go." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Mr. Xia, please board the plane." Captain Johnson made an inviting gesture and said, "I hope you enjoy today's journey." Xia Ruofei boarded the plane through the accommodation ladder. Every Gulfstream plane would have its space layout and interior matching according to the customer's preference. Tang He's plane was slightly different from Ma Xiong's private plane that Xia Ruofei had taken before, but it was still as luxurious. It had a wide, handmade single-person leather seat, expensive wool carpet, and a dazzling array of modern electronic equipment. It was absolutely an extreme enjoyment to sit in such a plane. Compared to it, the most luxurious Airbus A380 first-class cabin was like a youth hostel to a super 5-star hotel. Xia Ruofei's net worth was far from that, but he had enjoyed the luxury of being the world's richest man in advance. Xia Ruofei was the only passenger today. After he boarded the plane, the cabin crew quickly took their positions. The flight attendant retracted the accommodation ladder and closed the cabin door. Captain Johnson brought the co-pilot and the air mechanic into the cockpit and once again performed the various checks before take-off. After a while, the flight attendant came over and reminded Xia Ruofei to fasten his seat belt. The plane trembled slightly and began to slowly glide on the runway. As the flight route had been applied in advance, the Gulfstream G650 was allowed to take off after waiting for a minute or two at the runway. The Gulfstream G650 slid into the runway and turned around at the end of the runway. The nose of the plane was aimed in the take-off direction. Then, the engine was set to take off thrust, and the plane began to accelerate rapidly on the runway. Xia Ruofei did not feel any vibration. The plane took off gracefully. Under the afternoon sun, the body of the plane drew a beautiful arc and rose quickly towards the cruising altitude. The entire process was quite smooth, and there were no bumps at all due to the small size of the plane. The process of climbing was also faster than that of an ordinary passenger airliner. It didn't take long for the seat belt warning light to go off. The flight attendant came over and served Xia Ruofei a well-prepared lunch. The main course was Angus steak. The ingredients were from the high-quality ranches in the Hunter Valley area of Australia. Of course, red wine from the Hunter Valley winery was also included. After Xia Ruofei enjoyed his lunch, the flight attendant quickly cleared the table and asked Xia Ruofei if he needed to take a rest in the lounge. There was a lounge at the back of the plane. After sacrificing some space for the seats, this lounge was equipped with a real soft bed instead of the relatively narrow sofa bed commonly seen in the plane's first-class cabin. Xia Ruofei had rolled in the sheets countless times last night and this morning. Even with his Amazing physical strength, he still felt tired. Thus, he gladly accepted the flight attendant's suggestion and got up to walk to the lounge at the end of the cabin. Xia Ruofei told the flight attendant to wake him up when the plane was about to land. He then walked into the lounge and locked the door. This lounge could be completely locked, providing the user with a very private space. Xia Ruofei closed all the windows in the lounge and dimmed the lights. He took off his coat and lay on the bed. Xia Ruofei felt like he was in a dream. He had actually rolled in bed with a foreign girl he had only met a few times, and it seemed like he had a taste of her. At least, in terms of sensory stimulation, Monica was more pleasing to Xia Ruofei than Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei felt that his relationship with Monica was a little complicated. It was obvious that the two of them had long gone beyond ordinary friends. Moreover, they did not seem to be just having sex. Didn't Monica say that she wanted to keep herself pure for him? Ever since he found out that he had taken Monica's first night, Xia Ruofei's impression of Monica seemed to have changed. As for how to define his relationship with Monica, Xia Ruofei was also a little confused. As his imagination ran wild, Xia Ruofei's breathing gradually stabilized and he entered dreamland. What did it feel like to sleep tens of thousands of feet up in the air? If Xia Ruofei were to be asked this question, he would not be able to answer. This was because he felt that it was no different from sleeping at home. He had been trained in the army and could fall into a deep sleep very quickly, no matter what environment he was in. This time was no exception. Xia Ruofei was woken up by the soft beeping sound of the communication device on the bed. He drowsily took off the communication device and heard the flight attendant politely remind him that the plane was about to leave cruising altitude and begin to descend in 10 minutes. Hence, Xia Ruofei got up, put on his clothes, and returned to his seat. He fastened his seatbelt. It was already dark outside the porthole. It was already night time. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. He had slept for about 8 hours. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening in China. The plane quickly began to descend and finally landed smoothly at the Chongqing International Airport in Sanshan City. After the plane taxied to the dedicated tarmac, Xia Ruofei lifted his suitcase and thanked Captain Johnson and the other crew members who had walked out of the cockpit. Then, he got off the plane and went through the special passage to complete the immigration procedures. As for the Johansson flight crew, they would stay in Sanshan City for a night and fly back to United States the next morning. Of course, Xingbang Corporation had a branch company in Sanshan City. Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about the arrangement of the flight crew. When he walked out of the airport, Lei Hu had already driven the Mercedes-Benz and was waiting by the side of the road. He was waiting for Xia Ruofei to inform Feng Jing of his schedule before he returned and asked her to arrange for someone to pick him up. Brother Xia. Lei Hu jogged over to take Xia Ruofei's luggage and said, "You've had a long journey." He placed the luggage in the trunk and quickly opened the back door for Xia Ruofei. The Mercedes-Benz started moving slowly. Xia Ruofei leaned back in his seat and asked, "Is the company doing well these few days?" "Everything is normal," Lei Hu said. "Director Feng has hired another group of people. The farm is much more lively now." "That's good," Xia Ruofei said and then asked, "Oh right, I asked you to contact your comrades last time. How's it going?" "Brother Xia, the 4 of us and squad leader Yi, who's far away in Mount Wu Yi, have contacted all the comrades we could contact." After they heard us introduce the situation here, there were quite a few people who were interested. Lei Hu said excitedly, I've made a preliminary count. At least a dozen people have clearly expressed their willingness to come, and there are 6 or 7 more who are also very interested. That's great. Xia Ruofei said happily. Brother Xia, do you think we should hold an interview or something? Lei Hu asked for instructions. There seemed to be a little too many people. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as long as you're a veteran from our army, especially those from the special forces, I'll take you in as many as you want. I don't think it's too much. Contact your comrades when you get back and tell them to come over as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei's farm had expanded by several times, and the winery was starting to generate a steady stream of income. In addition, Fairyland Farm in Australia was about to be launched. Soon, his business would usher in a surge of development. Now, it seemed that more than 20 security personnel was a little too much, but he would soon have to worry about recruitment. In the future, when the business was opened, these high-quality veterans would become the backbone of the security team. They might even be sent to work abroad. Great. Lei Hu said happily. Thank you, Brother Xia. Naturally, Lei Hu was more than happy to have so many comrades gathered together. When those comrades came, they could form 2 standard squad systems. It would even feel like the feeling they had when they were in the army. After Xia Ruofei chatted with Lei Hu for a while, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Ling Qingxue, telling her that he had landed safely. He then sent a message to Liang Qichao. In the end, he thought about it and sent Monica a message. The content was simple. Monica, I'm back in China. Monica replied very quickly. It was a symbol emoji made up of many symbols, but one could still see at a glance that a small person was standing, and another small person was kneeling in front of him with his head stretched forward. Wasn't this position the same as this morning? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shout in his heart, this little demon. Then, he hurriedly deleted the message completely and destroyed the evidence. Then, he looked up with a guilty conscience. Fortunately, Lei Hu was still focused on driving and did not notice his boss's awkward expression in the back seat. It was almost 8 o'clock at night when they returned to the farm. Xia Ruofei went straight back to the villa. After a good night's sleep on the plane, he was very energetic. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed and chatted with Ling Qingxue on the phone for a while. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei still did not feel sleepy. He simply took out the scroll and entered the stone room in the new space. He drank a small bottle of the Spirit Heart Flower Petal solution and then sat on the jade futon again, adjusting his mental power and his entire state to the best. Then, he left the space in a flash and took out the supreme, grade sheep, fat white jade that Luyu had given him. Xia Ruofei had been in Australia for the past few days. Other than having sex with Monica the previous night, he had been using ordinary low-quality white jade to practice carving the whole rune. His proficiency had already reached a level that satisfied him, and he felt that he was in a good state today. Therefore, he decided to start the official rune drawing today. Xia Ruofei held the sheep, fat white jade firmly in his hand. With a flip of his other hand, the carving knife that he had kept in the storage space appeared in his hand. He took a deep breath and stared at the sheep, fat white jade with full concentration. He released his mental power and the carving knife in his hand steadily fell. Even though the sheep, fat white jade was extremely precious, and this was the first time Xia Ruofei had officially engraved the core rune, he had completely forgotten about his nervousness. Xia Ruofei was highly focused. He had practiced engraving the core rune on ordinary low-quality white jade countless times, and every rune seemed to be deeply imprinted in his mind. The carving knife in Xia Ruofei's hand did not tremble at all. The arc, depth, and direction of the first cut were all extremely accurate. The jade chips were rolled up by the carving knife effortlessly and divided into two sides of the rune mark. Every single independent rune had to be completed in one stroke, without any pause. Hence, Xia Ruofei turned his wrist slightly and the carving knife drew a mysterious arc and turned to the other side. He had been releasing his mental force the entire time, following the tip of the carving knife to sense the subtle changes on the surface of the sheep, fat white jade. Hook, spin, pull. Xia Ruofei completed the first rune in one go. There was no deviation, and it was almost perfect. He took a deep breath and blew away the jade chips on the surface of the rune. He rubbed it with his hand and rested for about half a minute. Then, he picked up the carving knife again, found the relative position, and cut without hesitation. The second one, the third one. More and more jade fragments fell off the table, and more mysterious marks began to appear on the smooth surface of the supreme, grade sheep. Fat, white jade. Xia Ruofei's forehead started to sweat. Under such a high level of concentration, it was very exhausting. However, his hand holding the carving knife remained steady, and his eyes were still as calm as an ancient well. More than an hour had passed. Xia Ruofei's carving knife drew a curve and then gently lifted, leaving a perfect arc on the shallow layer. He heaved a long sigh of relief. This was the last stroke, and also the most difficult one. Now, the 17 independent runes had all been engraved. With a thought, Xia Ruofei took out a cloth from the spirit map space and wiped off all the jade chips on the surface of the supreme grade suet white jade. Even the jade chips inside the rune marks were removed. He then picked up the sheep fat white jade and carefully examined it with a slightly nervous heart. During the engraving process, Xia Ruofei would take a short break before he completed a single rune. However, in order to not be interrupted, he usually did not rest for too long. Hence, even though the engraving process felt great, Xia Ruofei was not sure what the final result would be. From the first rune onwards, Xia Ruofei was fully focused on checking every detail. He had especially checked the areas that he had often made small mistakes in his previous practice. Xia Ruofei only smiled in relief after he finished checking the last rune. It was close to perfection. It could be said that Xia Ruofei had done the best he had done in the past few days. He couldn't find a single flaw, not even a tiny one, and it was almost a perfect realization of the ideal state in the booklet. It should be said that Xia Ruofei had already reached the limit of human strength. Unless he could improve himself further, he might be able to draw a more perfect rune. Of course, Xia Ruofei's good performance might be related to the quality of the jade. In the past, when he practiced, he used inferior jade materials. Most of these jade materials had many impurities, which would cause some interference to the carving of runes. This time, it was the highest quality sheep fat white jade. The texture was softer and there were no impurities. This allowed Xia Ruofei to complete the whole carving process in one go without any distractions. Therefore, it was reasonable for the runes to be of the highest quality. Xia Ruofei held the suet white jade kasaya in his hand. To be more precise, it was a qualified soul puppet core. He followed the instructions in the booklet and slowly inserted his mental power into the rune. He immediately felt a slight attraction force, absorbing all the mental power he had sent out. In the process of output, Xia Ruofei could feel every stroke and every detail of the runes. These runes were like roads, and his spiritual power was like a car driving on the road. The driver would naturally be able to feel the progress of the road construction the most directly. Now, Xia Ruofei felt like he was driving on the highway. His spiritual power passed through the relatively independent but interconnected runes and finally gathered in the 17th rune, which was the last rune. The rune was like a water reservoir, continuously storing Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. Xia Ruofei had a general idea of how the soul puppet worked. His spiritual power was probably the reason why the soul puppet could carry out its master's orders and work according to his instructions. However, Xia Ruofei still could not figure out where the spiritual puppet's power came from. Spiritual power shouldn't be able to make the spiritual puppet move, right? The things recorded in the booklet were beyond the scope of scientific explanation. In fact, the existence of the spirit map space was a huge bug. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not waste his brain cells to study these things. He didn't continue to pour spiritual energy into it. Because he had not unlocked the contents of the next page, he could not create a spiritual puppet for the time being. Moreover, after more than an hour of carving, his spirit was a little exhausted. So there was no need to continue overdrawing. Xia Ruofei quickly retracted his spiritual power. He placed the freshly made soul puppet core into the stone room in the spirit map space. Then, he cleaned up the table and floor that were covered with jade chips and went to take a shower again. It was already past 11 o'clock at night when she came out again. Xia Ruofei lay down on the bed. He had used up a lot of energy just now, so he started to snore after a while. The next day, Xia Ruofei went to the office early in the morning and left. For a while, he was too embarrassed to continue being a hands-off manager. Besides, after going abroad, there was still a lot of work to be arranged. He definitely would not do it himself, but at least he had to arrange the tasks well. Not long after Xia Ruofei entered the office, Feng Jing knocked on the door and walked in. "Good morning, President Feng," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Good morning." Feng Jing walked to Xia Ruofei's desk and said with a smile, "Chairman, it seems that you've gained a lot from this inspection." "I see that. You're all red." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but rub his nose and thought, the harvest this time was indeed not small. He had conquered a Western horse. But was it really that obvious? "CEO Feng, how's the company these few days that I wasn't at home?" Xia Ruofei cleared his throat and asked. "Everything is going smoothly," Feng Jing said. "I'm here to report on the company's operations over the past few days." "Okay, tell me." Xia Ruofei nodded. Feng Jing opened the folder and reported to Xia Ruofei everything that had happened in the company over the past few days. Feng Jing's report was very clear, including the production and sales of vegetables, the company's income and expenditure accounts, as well as some important daily management matters, such as the progress of recruitment and so on. Xia Ruofei did not leave for long, so Feng Jing only took 6 to 7 minutes to report the situation. Then, she closed the folder and looked at Xia Ruofei. "Chairman, that's the general situation. The company's operations continue to be good, and I personally think highly of our future development." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "This means you have good taste. Choosing our company is definitely the best decision you've ever made in your life." Feng Jing pursed her lips into a smile. Xia Ruofei's words sounded like he was trying to sell her melons. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed like he was right. At least Feng Jing was getting more and more confident in the company. Xia Ruofei leaned back in her chair and said, "Boss Feng, I brought back some good news from my trip to Australia." "Oh, really? Hurry up and tell me." "Our company's subsidiary, Hunter Valley's Paradise Farm, will be experimenting with planting paradise vegetables in the near future. We plan to change our business strategy within half a year, from animal breeding to vegetable planting." Xia Ruofei said, "Once the experiment is successful, there will be at least 4,500 hectares of land used to grow the paradise vegetables." Feng Rao was very excited. She clenched her fists and said, "That's great. Chairman, if this plan succeeds, it will bring us a lot of cash flow." Feng Jing couldn't help but be excited. If Taoyuan Farm was still a small-scale farm, then the scale of Australia's farm was quite large. To make an intuitive comparison, Taoyuan Farm, including the newly rented land, only had an area of about 120 mu, which was about 8 hectares. If Paradise Farm had 4,500 hectares of land for growing peach garden vegetables, that would be equivalent to 500 to 600 peach garden farms. Moreover, that 4,500 hectares was purely for planting, while Taoyuan Farm included many auxiliary facilities. Feng Jing was well aware of the extremely high selling price of the paradise vegetables. In fact, it could be sold at an even higher price in Australia. Just imagining the scene of 4,500 hectares of land being filled with paradise vegetables made Feng Jing's head spin. After the initial excitement, Feng Rao started to worry about her gains and losses. "Chairman, then, is the success rate of the experimental planting high?" she could not help but ask. This was the key to the success of the planting plan, and it was also what Feng Jing was most concerned about. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is the task I was going to give you." Xia Ruofei took a sip of water and continued, "The key to planting the paradise vegetables is in the seeds. I have the complete technology on hand. As long as you use the seeds I provide, there is a high chance that you can successfully grow the paradise vegetables in Australia." Feng Rao's eyes lit up and she heaved a sigh of relief. "Then there's no problem. Chairman, the mission you're talking about is," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "the hereditary traits of the peach orchard vegetables will completely disappear after the generation gap, so Paradise Farm needs me to provide a steady supply of seeds. I've already agreed with my partners that Paradise Farm will import seeds from our Paradise Company in the name of Paradise Farm. This will be a normal mechanism, and the relevant procedures will be completed by someone in Australia. What you need to do is to contact Manager Liang of Paradise Farm in time to ensure the safety of the seeds and to ship them to Australia in time." "No problem," Feng Rao immediately replied. "I will personally follow up on this matter in the future. This is our company's top priority." Xia Ruofei nodded. "I'll give you Manager Liang's contact information later. You can contact him today. We'll send the first batch of seeds over as soon as possible." "All right." Feng Rao jotted down notes in her notebook as she spoke and even made a heavy mark on it. Xia Ruofei continued, "I'll prepare the seeds myself. You have to report to me the requirements of each type of seed at least 5 days in advance. Understood. Feng Rao said meticulously. Xia Ruofei thought about the batch of wine from West Winery and said, by the way, I personally bought a batch of wine from Australia this time. This batch of wine can only be imported into China under the company's name. You can also confirm this with Manager Liang later. The goods will be sent to this address. As Xia Ruofei spoke, he wrote down the address of the warehouse he had rented in the city on a piece of paper and passed it to Feng Jing. Sure, Chairman. Feng Jing nodded. After talking about Paradise Farm, Xia Ruofei asked, by the way, did Manager Li bring out the design plan these few days? Manager Li sent me 2 proposals. He wanted to come to us personally to explain the design ideas, but considering that you're not at home, I asked him to wait a little longer. Feng Jing asked, do you need me to ask him to come over immediately? Show me the proposal first. Xia Ruofei said after a moment of silence. All right. Feng Ke said. Then, she handed another folder to Xia Ruofei and said, I printed this. If you need an electronic version, I'll send it to your email later. No need, I'll take a look first, Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei opened the folder and looked up. President Feng, please sit for a while. You can pour yourself some water. Chairman, please take a look at the proposal. Don't worry about me, Feng Jing said with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and lowered his head to look at the design plan provided by Manager Li. The 2 plans each had their own advantages. One of them paid more attention to land utilization and planned 20 modern film greenhouses with a width of 10 meters and a length of up to 100 meters. The specifications of the greenhouses were exactly the same as the existing greenhouses on the farm, and each cost 150,000 yuan. The other one looked more beautiful, and the road planning was more convenient. The number of greenhouses had been reduced by 2, and there were only 18. Of course, a small and medium-sized professional cold storage warehouse would be added to each plan, which would cost about 3.5 million yuan. In fact, there was a lot of newly rented land this time. No matter which plan was adopted, the production capacity of the farm would be greatly improved. There were only 8 vegetable greenhouses currently operating on the farm. Xia Ruofei flipped through the pages and compared the 2 plans repeatedly. After a long time, he raised his head and said, Boss Feng, I'm more inclined to Plan B. Although there are 2 fewer greenhouses, the road planning is more reasonable, and there is reserved spare land near the complex. I'm sure you'll be the one to make the decision, but I personally prefer the second plan, Feng Rao nodded. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Great minds think alike. Then let's decide on plan 2. However, you can contact Manager Li and ask him to plan another dormitory building for me. It will be built next to the mixed-use complex. Chairman, the farm's accommodation isn't that tight. Feng Rao was stunned. There were still many empty rooms. There's no need to build a new staff dormitory. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Our company's expansion has just begun. There was no shortage of housing at the moment, and this was only temporary. Now, he was building an employee dormitory, which would be useful after the construction was completed. Besides, I don't want to wait until there's a need to start work. Since the farm needs to be built, we'll build it together. I don't want to hear all kinds of noise from the construction site not long after the infrastructure is completed. If they were to build another staff dormitory, the overall budget might reach 8 or 9 million yuan. Xia Ruofei's current funds were definitely not enough, but he was not worried at all. There was a time limit for construction, and the funds weren't paid in one go. They were usually divided into stages. Besides, he was so close to Liang Weimin that if the funds couldn't keep up, it wouldn't be a big deal to delay it for a month or two. Now, Xia Ruofei's business was blooming everywhere. The farm and winery brought in a large amount of cash every day. Although they had not started to grow paradise vegetables in Australia, they still produced a lot of profits. The Angus cattle on the farm were also very popular, so there was no problem with funding. Feng Rao thought about it and felt that Xia Ruofei's words made sense, so she nodded and said, "Okay, Chairman. I'll inform Manager Li to perfect the plan and then come back." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "President Feng, I have nothing else to do here. You can go back to your work." "All right." Feng Rao immediately stood up and left. The task that Xia Ruofei had given her made her very motivated. She could not wait to contact Liang Qichao and settle the matter of the export of seeds as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei stood up and left the office, heading back to the villa. After the work arrangements were done, he could be a hands-off manager again. In the following period of time, Xia Ruofei resumed his lazy, slow-paced life. Under Feng Jing's tireless management, the company was on the rise. 2 days after Xia Ruofei returned to the country, Manager Li brought out the revised design plan. Xia Ruofei did not ask Manager Li to go back and forth. He looked at the revised plan through email and made the decision. The entire project cost 9.5 million yuan, but Xia Ruofei was not too worried about the money. Although there was not much cash on the books, Xia Ruofei still asked Peng how to transfer 2 million yuan in advance. This way, there was not much money left on the company's books. Fortunately, Taoyuan vegetables could be exchanged for a large amount of cash every day, so at least he didn't have to worry about his salary. The company's administrative team was also getting stronger and stronger. Feng Jing also successfully convinced an old classmate of hers, Wan, who had just resigned from a top 500 company in the world, to come to Paradise Corporation to be the marketing director. Xia Ruofei had also personally interviewed the marketing director, Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong was in his early 30s. He looked like a smart and capable person. He was also very humble, so Xia Ruofei had a good first impression of him. Moreover, he was personally invited by Feng Jing, so Xia Ruofei agreed without much hesitation. With that, Feng Jing's team was only lacking an administrative director. Manager Li brought their company's best construction team into the construction site, and Taoyuan Farm was once again in full swing. In the past few days, Xia Ruofei had been taking the body-tempering and spirit-nourishing soup regularly. His physical quality and spiritual power cultivation were improving every day. Now, Xia Ruofei could hold on for about 10 minutes for the second set of movements. From the little golden man, he felt that he would be able to break through again soon. The nourishment soup could only be consumed once a week, so the improvement in his spiritual power was not as obvious. Xia Ruofei tried to unlock the next page of the booklet again, but it was obvious that he was still far from it. The golden stripes did not form a complete word, but Xia Ruofei felt a little exhausted. He knew that if he wanted to unlock the contents of the booklet again, it would probably take another 1 or 2 months. However, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He took advantage of this time to collect as many materials as possible to make a spiritual puppet. The company's operations were thriving, and the spirit map space was also thriving. Xia Ruofei had used his free time to cut the wild iron, skinned dendrobium from Laoyan Mountain in batches. Now, there were about 10,000 strains. Including the time in the outside world, they had grown for 3 to 4 years. And could be picked at any time. These days, Xia Ruofei followed the method he found on the internet and cut off the stem that could be used for medicine, leaving a part of the tender stem to let it continue to grow. Xia Ruofei found an open space in the new space and covered it with a plastic sheet. He moved all the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips to the new space and spread them out on the plastic sheet to let them dry naturally. Xia Ruofei did not know how to process the iron, skinned dendrobium into iron, skinned maples. However, the spirit map space's preservation ability was better than the world's most powerful refrigerator. So it was fine to keep these fresh strips in the space for the time being. The 12 branches of the big red, robed mother tree with 9 dragons' trunk in the original space had grown into 12 thick tea trees after 3 to 4 years in the outside world, nourished by the rich natural energy in the space. Every day. Besides, Xia Ruofei found a small plot of land at the side and cut out more than 100 tea trees with the branches he cut from the 12 tea trees. Of course, strictly speaking, these tea trees could only be regarded as the grandchildren of the mother tree. However, due to its asexual reproduction, the tea leaves they produced should be of very good quality. Of course, under the nourishment of the spiritual qi in the space, it was hard not to get a supreme, grade 1. However, Xia Ruofei still strictly distinguished the 12 tea trees cut by the mother tree's branches from these tea trees. These 12 tea trees would definitely produce top, quality tea leaves in the future. Xia Ruofei was prepared to keep these tea leaves for himself. When he needed them, he could give a small portion of them away. As for the 100 or so third generation Dahong Pao tea trees, Xia Ruofei was prepared to move them to a wider space when they grew up. The flow of time in the new space was the same as the outside world. When the harvest time came, it could be harvested once a year, and it might even become another brand product of the Paradise Corporation. Of course, Yi Lingyun would definitely help with the tea making in the future. As for the tea picking, Xia Ruofei hoped that Linghua could complete it. However, picking tea leaves was a delicate task. Xia Ruofei was not sure if the soul puppet was up to the task and could only wait for time to verify it. As for the Phoebe Jinnan and the wild ginseng, they were growing well in the original space. Precious wild ginseng could be seen almost everywhere on the land where the ginseng was planted. Any one of them that was dug up was a 100-year-old ginseng. The orium had already formed a forest, and each plant was quite thick. After a period of time, they could be seen growing larger. If Tang he saw this scene, his jaw would probably drop. Was this still the agonizingly slow, growing Phoebe Jinnan? In the space fish pond, the red arowana seedlings had now grown into adults. The fish pond was already a little crowded. Xia Ruofei spent half a day using his mental energy to clear out the fish pond that was used to raise ordinary fish. He used his invisible spatial energy to lift all the grass carps and chubs out of the net. Then, he moved the red arowana to the big fish pond, so they had more space to live. As for the ordinary fish, Xia Ruofei packed most of them in a box. He put a small portion into the small fish pond where the red arowana used to live so that he could have the ingredients whenever he wanted to eat fish. Of course, Xia Ruofei still had to spend a lot of time eating the fish in the tidying box before they died from lack of oxygen not long after they came out of the water. However, the interspace had a super preservation function, so they would not go bad even if they were placed in the tidying box. As for the truffles, Xia Ruofei had moved the oak tree to the new space to optimize the spatial order. The new space had the same time ratio as the outside world. It was not yet the truffle harvest season, so there was no truffles for the time being. However, the oak trees were growing quite energetically. Xia Ruofei was very confident about the production of truffles in the second half of the year. In the new space, Xiaohei and the other 7 puppies had grown stronger. Xia Ruofei decided to bring them to live in the outside world after the farm's infrastructure was completed. Although the spiritual qi in the spirit map was dense, there was no one else other than Xia Ruofei. It was rather quiet and the dogs must be very lonely. Besides, after living in such a peaceful environment for so many years, Xia Ruofei was worried that the wild nature of the puppies would gradually disappear. With the expansion of the farm, the safety of the farm would be more secure with Blackie, Lightning, and the other 6 dogs. Xia Ruofei spent the past few days in such a slow pace. He basically didn't have to manage the farm himself. When he had time, he would take care of the animals and plants in the spirit map space. He would also add some spirit heart flower petal solution to the reservoir regularly to ensure that the vegetables and fruit trees could be watered with the petal solution. The relevant procedures for Paradise Farm to import vegetable seeds from the Peach Blossom Company were quickly completed. Because it was only a small-scale experimental planting. In the early stage, the first batch of various seeds required about 100 kilograms. Xia Ruofei also found time to go out and visit a few cities near the 3 mountains. He bought some seeds from seed companies in various places and gathered all the seeds he needed for export. In fact, 100 kilograms of seeds could be bought from the seed company in Sanshan City. However, Xia Ruofei was considering the future. Paradise Farm's estimated planting scale was up to 4,500 hectares. The amount of seeds needed every year was definitely in the tons. If he only purchased them from Sanshan City, on the one hand, the supply might not be able to keep up, and on the other hand, it would easily arouse suspicion. Hence, besides purchasing seeds, Xia Ruofei also got in touch with the managers of the seed companies. In the future, he would have many options when he needed seeds. Moreover, he could contact her directly through the phone and transfer the money to her. After Xia Ruofei returned to the farm, he soaked the 100 kilograms of seeds in the original space and dried them. In order to ensure the results of the experiment, Xia Ruofei had specially used an extra petal of the spirit heart flower to make the concentration of the petal solution to soak the seed higher than the ones usually provided to the seeds of Taoyuan farm. Of course, the production of spirit heart flower petals was still greater than the consumption. Xia Ruofei had about 50 petals now. He had more than enough to spare, so he didn't feel bad about wasting one more. After all, if they were planted on an Australian farm, the vegetable seedlings would not be able to enjoy the treatment of petal solution irrigation in the future. Naturally, they had to be taken care of when soaking the seeds. Otherwise, if the quality of the vegetables grown was not as good as those in China, it would be more troublesome. Xia Ruofei had returned to the country for about half a month. The wine he had bought from West Winery had also been imported and sent to Sanshan City by air. He even made a trip to the warehouse that he had rented in the city and handed it over to the logistics company. Xia Ruofei immediately stored all the wine in the warehouse into the original space and placed the boxes neatly. All he needed to do was wait. With time, flowing 30 times faster, and the rich spirit qi, the quality of the wine would be raised by a large margin. After resting for more than half a month, Xia Ruofei received a guest at the villa in Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei sat on the sofa in the living room and looked up and down at the girl in front of him. She was wearing a camouflage uniform without any military rank and had short hair. The girl was about 23 or 24 years old. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, her eyes were bright and full of spirit, and her back was straight. Although she wasn't considered pretty and her skin was a little rough, she had a heroic temperament. Lin Xingnan was also sizing Xia Ruofei up. She felt that this king of the commando unit, who was very famous in the army, and even the Marines knew his name, seemed to be different from what she had imagined. He was dressed in a black casual outfit with a hood. He did not look very strong, and his skin was even fairer than his own. He looked more like a young master who lived a comfortable life than a veteran who had been in the army for 7 to 8 years and had been discharged from the army for less than a year. He didn't seem to be handsome, but this seemingly ordinary appearance seemed to have a very special temperament that made people inexplicably feel close to him. His eyes were very deep, like two bottomless pools. Xia Ruofei's face gradually bloomed into a smile. He said, "Lin Xingnan, I've read the information that Wolf King sent me. He is indeed outstanding to be able to defeat so many outstanding male soldiers in the military competition and win the championship." Class Monitor Xia. Lin Xingnan said, "That's because no one from Lone Wolf is participating. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to win the championship." Xia Ruofei laughed and looked proud. "That's still very impressive. In my opinion, there are 2 types of Chinese soldiers. One type is the Lone Wolf assault team, and the other type is the other type. There's no comparison between the two." Lin Xingnan's eyes showed a trace of dissatisfaction. However, she had to admit that although Xia Ruofei's words were arrogant, at least for now, they were true. She was fortunate enough to have carried out a mission with the Lone Wolf Commando team, so she knew very well that no matter how hard she worked, until she was discharged from the army, she was still a distance away from the Lone Wolf's selection standards. Of course, so far, Lone Wolf had not produced any female team members. The phrase that Guozhan often said was, "War made women leave." This wasn't gender discrimination, but rather, it was determined by physiological conditions. At the very least, there was no place for female soldiers in the special assault team. Like Lone Wolf. Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of desolation. He laughed at himself and said, "We're all people who have left the army. What's the point of saying this? By the way, Lin Xingnan, you don't have to call me squad leader Xia anymore. I'm just a normal citizen without my military uniform. You can call me Mr. Xia, or just like Lei Hu and the others, you can call me Brother Xia." Lin Xingnan hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, Mr. Xia." Obviously, Lin Xingnan did not think that he was close to Xia Ruofei, and was more or less distant from her. Xia Ruofei did not mind. After all, she was a girl and the army she served in was not of the same system as his. Naturally, she was different from Lei Hu and the others. Xia Ruofei asked, "Xingnan, you're so outstanding. You should have a good chance of being promoted, right? Why did you choose to leave the army at this time?" Lin Xingnan's face turned gloomy. "Mr. Xia, I chose to leave the army because of some personal reasons. Can I not say it?" "Of course. That's your freedom." Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lin Xingnan bit her lower lip and asked, then, will it affect my interview results? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the champion of the military district's martial arts competition, the champion of the Marines combat competition, the female gun king. Outstanding talents with so many titles. I can't even find one even if I light a lantern. Xingnan, the moment the Wolf King recommended you to me, you were already accepted. Lin Xingnan's eyes were filled with joy. She straightened her back and said, Class Monitor Xia, thank you. Xia Ruofei smiled gently and pointed at the sofa. Don't be so restrained, sit down and talk. Yes. Lin Xingnan sat down on the sofa opposite Xia Ruofei. She was sitting upright with her back straight and her hands on her knees. This was the standard sitting posture in the army. Xia Ruofei leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed manner and smiled. Sheng Nan, the Wolf King should have told you before, right? Come to my side, your job is to protect my girlfriend's safety. Lin Xingnan nodded. Yes, Mr. Xia. I'll do my best. I won't make a single mistake. I'm very confident in my comrades, Xia Ruofei nodded. Xingnan, to the public, you'll be Qingshua's assistant, and you'll also need to help her with some work matters in the company. Of course, your main task is to ensure her safety. I hope you can stay by her side as much as possible, especially when she's out. You must protect her well. Also, for the convenience of your work, you don't have to look for a place to stay. I'll get Qingxue to arrange a room for you at her house. All right, he said. Lin Xingnan nodded and said. As for the salary, I don't know much about it. I'll pay them according to their salary. Xia Ruofei said, I'll give you an extra 20,000 yuan every month. There's no need to talk about the welfare benefits during the holidays. I've never been stingy with my employees. Are you personally satisfied with this treatment? Xia Ruofei had seen copies of Lin Xingnan's file. He knew very well that with Lin Xingnan's skills, it was normal for her to earn 2 to 300,000 yuan a year if she applied for a private bodyguard job. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan was not too outrageous for a senior bodyguard. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to be able to find such a job. If there was no other way, it would be impossible to get in with only good skills, especially when Lin Xingnan was a girl. Xia Ruofei's 20,000 yuan was equivalent to paying for the bodyguard's fee. He had long decided that he would pay for this part of the money. This little money was nothing to Xia Ruofei. He couldn't ask his father-in-law to pay for a bodyguard for his girlfriend. Lin Xingnan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She said sincerely, Mr. Xia, I'm very satisfied with the salary, I even think it's a little too high. But I'm in urgent need of money at the moment, so, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, this salary is not considered high. It's in line with your ability and quality. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and continued, by the way, you said you needed money urgently? Lin Xingnan hesitated for a moment, but she still nodded. Xia Ruofei said, then I'll give you an advance payment. How much do you need? Lin Xingnan quickly said, no need, no need. Mr. Xia, the salary will be settled on a monthly basis. How can you get your salary before you start working? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we're all comrades. We should help each other when we're in trouble. Besides, you were recommended by the Wolf King, so it's my duty to take good care of you. Besides, I'm helping you solve your worries so that you can work more peacefully. Xia Ruofei did not ask Lin Xingnan why she was in urgent need of money. Everyone had their own secrets. If Lin Xingnan wanted to tell her, she would. There was no need to force her. Lin Xingnan opened his mouth, but Xia Ruofei quickly continued, "It's settled then, I'll give you 100,000 in advance." Is it enough? If it's not enough, you can add more. Mr. Xia, there's no need for that much. Lin Xingnan quickly said. I only need 70,000, then I'll take an advance of 80,000 yuan. That's exactly 4 months' salary. Xia Ruofei said immediately. Well. Lin Xingnan hesitated for a moment, as if she was struggling with her thoughts. Finally, she raised her head and said, "All right. Thank you, Mr. Xia. I'll definitely work hard." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After getting Lin Xingnan's account number, he forwarded it to Peng Hao. He then called Peng Hao and asked him to transfer 80,000 yuan to Lin Xingnan's account as soon as possible. Lin Xingnan looked at Xia Ruofei with gratitude and asked, "Mr. Xia, when do I start work?" Xia Ruofei said, "Anytime. You have a personal matter to deal with, so you can take a few days off." No, I can go to work now," Lin Xingnan said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "All right. I'll take you to my girlfriend's company now." Yes. Xia Ruofei had already convinced Ling Qingxue to agree to a female bodyguard. 2 days ago, when the Wolf King Wuzhan recommended Lin Xingnan to Xia Ruofei, he had immediately talked to Ling Qingxue, so he would just bring Lin Xingnan to meet Ling Qingxue. Now that Feng Jing was in the company, Xia Ruofei had more freedom. He drove the Night 15 SUV with Lin Xingnan and left the farm for the city. Li Jing had been a little depressed recently, feeling that the year was not smooth. He used to be the backbone of the Lingji F&B sales department, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to become the deputy manager with some more experience. However, 2 months ago, he was transferred to the Dingfeng winery, which was newly acquired by the boss, as a sales manager without any warning. Although it sounded like he had been promoted by 2 ranks, from a core salesman to a manager, how could a winery on the verge of bankruptcy compare to Ling F&B, which was at the height of its power and had assets worth hundreds of millions? For a period of time, Li Jing kept asking himself if he had gotten into trouble at work or offended someone, which was why he had been sent to the winery. Those in sales were all sophisticated and had their own way of dealing with people. Li Jing knew that he was quite popular in the company, and Chairman Ling had even praised him for his outstanding performance. He could not figure out why he was kicked out of the company and sent to this lousy winery. If the boss had invested a lot in this winery and was ready to start a big business, it would have been fine, but it was not like this at all. Other than a new batch of equipment, the winery did not make any other big moves. Not to mention a large-scale bombardment of advertisements. Even the name of the wine was still Drunken 8 Immortals, and the packaging style had not changed much. Although the old brand Drunken 8 Immortals had a long history, its market situation had been declining day by day. Even in Sanshan City, its sales volume had dropped drastically. What made Li Jing's head hurt even more was that after the winery changed owners, many of its original partners had terminated their cooperation and returned a lot of old, packaged wine. Li Jing had been so worried that his hair had almost turned white. He had begged his grandfather and grandmother to treat people to meals and drinks, and finally opened up some channels However, these channels were still pitifully small compared to the output of the winery. Not long ago, the winery's first batch of liquor was out of the factory. This batch of drunken Eight Immortals liquor, which had been newly packaged, contained 100 tons of liquor, a total of 200,000 bottles and more than 30,000 boxes. How long would it take for the market to digest so much white wine? Li Jing was having a headache. What made him even more mad was that, in his opinion, it was just a change in packaging, but the price of the new drunken Eight Immortals liquor had been greatly increased to a retail price of 150 yuan a bottle. Li Jing even thought that the wise and brilliant Chairman Ling must have taken the wrong medicine to make such an absurd decision. He was really afraid that there would only be a few boxes on the sales report in a month. If that happened, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. In fact, Li Jing did not see any hope at all. He had opened up some channels with great difficulty, but he had only digested a few hundred boxes in total. Compared to the total of more than 30,000 boxes, it was really a drop in the bucket. Moreover, these were only available on the shelves through the super merchant channels. Li Jing had no idea if these wines could be sold or how much they could sell. Li Jing had been restless in the office for the past few days, and he was not in the mood to go out and run business. Li Jing did not know that drunken Eight Immortal, who had quietly replaced the brand with a new one, would soon cause his jaw to drop in shock. Yonghui Supermarket. The retired cadre, Old Li, was shopping in the supermarket with a basket. Every afternoon at this time, he would walk from his house 3 kilometers away to buy groceries. On the one hand, the doctor said that walking quickly was good for his health. On the other hand, most of the groceries were on discount during this time. Although his pension was not small, Old Li, who had been thrifty his whole life, was used to saving as much as he could. One of Old Li's old classmates was traveling to Sanshan from Gangnam province today, so he had bought more ingredients and was preparing to hold a simple family dinner at home to entertain his old classmate. After buying the groceries, Old Li thought of his classmates who had not seen each other for many years. They would definitely have to drink during dinner. So he took his basket and strolled to the alcohol section. Old Li couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the intimidating prices of those high-quality white wines. He slowly walked to a shelf in the corner and his eyes lit up. Did drunken Eight Immortal change his packaging? Old Li muttered to himself. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, as if he was reminiscing about the time when they had shared a bottle of drunken Eight Immortals together. Then, Old Li saw the price on the label. 150. Old Li was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that even drunken Eight Immortal would raise the price. Sigh. The price of everything is really going up now. Old Li hesitated in front of the shelf for a long time before finally saying to himself, forget it, I'll just buy one bottle. It's been a long time since I got drunk on the Eight Immortals. Compared to those branded white wines, although the price of drunken Eight Immortals had been significantly increased, it was still relatively affordable. Although there were also white wines that cost hundreds or even tens of yuan, drunken Eight Immortals was the legacy of the older generation. Under the condition that the cost was not much different, Old Li still chose drunken Eight Immortals. Old Li reluctantly picked up a bottle of drunken Eight Immortals from the shelf and lined up to pay the bill with his basket. At night, at Old Li's house, Old Li's old classmate brought his wife to his house. Old Li personally prepared a table of food. He brought his son and daughter-in-law and sat around the table with his old classmate and wife. They began a family dinner with the theme of reminiscing about the past. Guigua, open the wine. Old Li said happily, Xi and Chong, do you still remember the time we drank together? Why don't you remember? Old Li's old classmate laughed and said, it's drunken 8 immortals. It's 2.30 yuan a bottle, and I finished half a bottle by myself, haha. I specially went to buy the 8 immortals drunk today. You better drink a few cups. Old Li said happily. Seeing that his old classmate still remembered the wine from back then, Old Li felt that he had made the right choice by choosing drunken 8 immortals today. Yo! The winery is still there. Old Li's classmate said in surprise, then I'll have to try it. Then, he revealed a nostalgic expression and said, I wonder if it still tastes the same. At this moment, a strong smell of wine came over, and the people in the room sniffed in unison. Old Li's son could not help but call out, Dad. Why is the wine you bought today so fragrant? Woof. That's really, Old Li was also very surprised. He quickly said, quick, Guigua, pour some wine for your Uncle Xinqiang. New and strong. I just found out today that the 8 drunken immortals have changed their packaging. It seems that they have improved the craftsmanship. This wine is so fragrant, everyone quickly poured the wine, and after clinking glasses, they couldn't wait to take a sip. Good wine. It has a long aftertaste. This wine's aroma is too strong, it's really good wine. Old Li and the others couldn't help but praise him. The bottle of white wine was quickly finished by the 3 men who took turns to drink it. Everyone still felt that they had not had enough. Guigua. Old Li said, a little tipsy, go buy a box tomorrow and bring it back to your Uncle Xinqiang. All right. Old Li's son immediately replied. I feel that this wine is not inferior to Maotai Wuliangya, and it's not expensive either. It's very suitable for me to drink at home or to give it to others. Do as you see fit. Old Li waved his hand and said. He was a little addicted to the wine. This wine was really good. Although Old Li was thrifty, his family was not short of money. His son worked in a foreign company and his monthly salary was 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. He could still afford to spend 150 yuan per bottle of wine. Similar scenes were happening in many places in Sanshan City. Of course, most of the buyers were old men over the age of 50, so the sales of drunken 8 immortals would not skyrocket. However, things were absolute. Drunken 8 immortal was like an all in a bag, and his sharpness could not be hidden. On the 3rd day, after the newly packaged drunken 8 immortals wine was put on the shelves, Inspector Wu of the Provincial Department of Culture got married. This veteran who enjoyed the treatment of a main hall-level official chose the Lingji restaurant as the hotel for his daughter's wedding. In other channels, be it supermarkets, shops, restaurants, the new drunken 8 immortals would definitely not be valued. They would often be displayed in inconspicuous locations. However, it was the exact opposite in Lingji restaurant. All consumers would strongly recommend the drunken 8 immortals liquor. This Inspector Wu happened to be a Sanshan local, which was one of the main reasons why he chose the most authentic San Shan cuisine, Lingji restaurant, as the location for his daughter's wedding banquet. Inspector Wu also had a good memory of the drunken 8 immortals wine, so he couldn't stand the glib tongue of the hotel manager. In the end, for the wine to be used for the wedding, the new version of drunken 8 immortals was decided. Although Inspector Wu had already retired from his position as a leader, he had a wide circle of friends, especially in the Officialdom. This banquet had a total of more than 50 tables. Of course, under the current strict rules, Inspector Wu indicated on every invitation that he would not accept gifts. This way, no matter how many guests he invited, he would not give anyone a bad impression. It was a banquet for more than 500 people, and a considerable number of them were leaders with a certain amount of power. These veterans of the alcohol test had drunk countless white spirits, red wines, foreign wines, and beers, so they could tell the quality of wine with just a taste. Not long after the banquet started, the new version of the Drunken 8 Immortals became the most popular drink at the banquet. Almost everyone who had drunk it was full of praise. Some people even privately asked the waiter for the price of the Drunken 8 Immortals. When they found out that a bottle was only sold for 150 yuan, they were even more surprised. Many people decided on the spot that from now on, the unit reception wine would be changed to Drunken 8 Immortals steamed buns. In comparison, those XX hard liquor and XX classics, which cost 200 to 300 yuan, were simply too weak. Even if a bottle of Maotai Wuliang Ya cost 600 to 700 yuan, or even more than 1,000 yuan, Drunken 8 Immortals would not be inferior. This was simply a model of low price and good quality. As a result, while the winery's sales manager, Li Jing, was scratching his head in frustration, the new version of the Drunken 8 Immortals wine, which he had been so worried about, had already become famous. It had set off a buying frenzy in the entire Sanshan city. Li Jing was sitting in his office, smoking a cigarette with a worried expression. The small office was filled with smoke, and a pungent smell filled the air. Over the past few days, the news from various major channels that the new version of Drunken 8 Immortals had been on sale was not very optimistic. In fact, compared to the declining sales of the original version of Drunken 8 Immortals, the sales of the new version of Drunken 8 Immortals were even more pitiful. Almost no one was interested in it. Li Jing had long anticipated this situation. After all, the price of the new version of Drunken 8 Immortals had been raised by a large margin. Moreover, the channels were not good enough, so it would be strange if he could have an outstanding performance. Li Jing sighed, worried about how to write this month's report. At that moment, a young man barged into Li Jing's office and said breathlessly, Manager. Manager Li. Yonghui Supermarket. Li Jing frowned and said, Little Zheng, why are you so impatient? You're not a newbie anymore, have you forgotten the basic rules? Why didn't you knock? Xiaojing scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Manager, I was so anxious that I forgot. How about I go out and do it again? Li Jing said unhappily, Forget it, forget it. Have you caught your breath? What made you lose your composure? Did you just say Yonghui Supermarket? Could it be that Yonghui Supermarket is taking our goods off the shelves? How many days has it been? Even if the sales aren't good, it shouldn't be that bad, right? As he spoke, he also secretly scolded the fat pig manager of Yonghui Supermarket's food department for having a big appetite. He showed him filial respect several times and even treated him to a meal, drink, and fun. Finally, he reluctantly agreed to give him an inconspicuous shelf space. Could it be that the fat pig wanted to eat the rich again? Li Jing had a bad feeling about this. No, manager, it's a good thing. Xiaojing quickly shook his head. This was great news. The 100 boxes of wine from Yonghui have been sold out, and manager, who just called to ask us to send another 500 boxes over. What? Li Jing couldn't believe his ears. He asked suspiciously, "Did you hear me wrong? How would I dare to make a mistake in such a big matter?" Little Jing said, "I've confirmed it repeatedly. It's true. Moreover, Yonghui is quite anxious. They said that many customers are waiting to buy the wine and they want us to deliver the goods as soon as possible." Li Jing jumped up, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and inform the warehouse to prepare the goods. You'll take the car there personally and find out what's the situation." "All right." Little Jingxing turned around and left. Li Jing sat on the chair, not quite understanding the situation. Could it be that someone just happened to be holding a banquet and bought so much wine at once? Li Jing muttered to himself. However, he quickly denied his guess that 100 boxes of wine were 600 bottles. Who would buy so much wine for a banquet? Even if Li Jing racked his brains, he would never have imagined that the new version of Drunken 8 Immortals, which he had no high hopes for, would be sold out in Yonghui supermarket. Li Jing, who was puzzled, was awoken by the ringing of a mobile phone. He came back to his senses and took a look at the phone. The call was from Deputy Manager Chen, who was in charge of drinks in the food department of Hualien Supermarket. Hualien Supermarket was a large scale chain supermarket that was not inferior to Yonghui Supermarket. It was also another large supermarket that Li Jing had spent a lot of effort to successfully get public relations. At least it had gotten a useless sales position. Deputy Manager Chen was in charge of the liquor business. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was Li Jing's god of fortune. Li Jing didn't dare to delay and quickly picked up the phone. "Manager Chen, hello." Deputy Manager Chen said enthusiastically, "Brother Li. I hope I'm not disturbing your work." Li Jing couldn't come back to his senses. This Deputy Manager Chen was also not easy to serve. The salespeople of all the major wineries treated him like a god. Li Jing had gone to pay respects to him a few times, but Deputy Manager Chen had ignored him all the time. At most, he would hum a few words. He didn't care about the sales manager of a small winery at all. Why did his attitude suddenly take a 180-degree turn today? If it wasn't for the familiar voice, Li Jing would have suspected that the person on the other end of the phone was an imposter. Although he was surprised, he reacted quickly and immediately said, "Manager Chen, no matter how big the matter is, it can't be as important as your matter. If you have any instructions, just tell me. As long as this little brother can do it, I will definitely not hesitate." Deputy Manager Chen laughed and said, "Brother Li, I just wanted to ask you if you still have any stock of the new Drunken 8 Immortals wine that was produced a few days ago?" Li Jing was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Hualien was also out of stock? Each of Hualien's 7 stores in the Sanshan district had 100 boxes. This was much more than Yonghui, because Yonghui was a local company and had many stores in Sanshan City. However, the competition was also more intense. Li Jing had only taken down one of the stores. On the other hand, Hualien sent 100 boxes to each store. Even if one store was out of stock, it was still very convenient to transfer goods between each other. In fact, Li Jing didn't even dare to think in this direction. He was already mentally prepared that the wine wouldn't be sold out in a few months or even half a year. So, Li Jing thought for a moment and said cautiously, "Manager Chen, we definitely have some wine in stock." You have stock?" Deputy Manager Chen said happily. That would be great. Brother Li, this new product of yours is amazing. All 7 of our stores have been sold out. Do you think you can transport some over in case of an emergency? Otherwise, the customers will start a rebellion. Li Jing was dumbfounded and only reacted after a long time. He quickly said, "No problem, no problem." Manager Chen, how many do you need? If we have enough, give us 200. 300 boxes per store. Deputy Manager Chen said, "You don't have to go through so much trouble to send them one by one. I'll send a car over too. Take them all at once." Deputy Manager Chen was in charge of the wine, and he had seen the sales miracle of the new Drunken 8 Immortals wine. In the beginning, he really didn't think much of this old brand that was on the verge of dying. However, he had received quite a lot of benefits from Li Jing, so he cleared an inconspicuous spot in the store for the new Drunken 8 Immortals. In the first 2 days, the situation was just as he had predicted. Almost no one showed any interest. However, after 3 to 4 days, the number of people who bought the new Drunken 8 Immortals gradually increased. Moreover, due to the location of the shelves being relatively remote, some customers who could not find it would even go to the shop assistant to ask for help. And in the past 2 days, more and more people bought Drunken 8 Immortals. Moreover, many people bought boxes of wine. 100 boxes of wine in one store might sound like a lot, but it was sold out in less than 10 days. Moreover, there were many customers who came to ask if there was any new Drunken 8 Immortals white wine for sale. Deputy Manager Chen was keenly aware of the extraordinary situation. The marketing manager of a super business was like a boss in front of many suppliers, but this depended on the person. If a certain product was particularly good and could bring the manager outstanding performance, at the same time, if the product was lacking and they might lose customers, then the position would immediately be reversed. Therefore, Deputy Manager Chen was no longer as high and mighty as he had been in the past. Li Jing's mind was in a daze. He couldn't even remember how he had agreed to it. After hanging up the phone, he was still in a daze. He felt that this world was too crazy. Li Jing even pinched his own thigh hard while he was grimacing. In pain, he finally confirmed that he was not dreaming. The new Drunken 8 Immortals seemed to be on fire. However, new Drunken 8 Immortals seemed to feel that the shock was not enough. In the following period of time, Li Jing kept receiving calls from the marketing managers of some of the channels he had previously contacted, as well as the managers of some restaurants. All of them requested to increase the supply. Even the people in charge of large supermarkets such as Walmart, who he couldn't get into, personally called him. Everyone's attitude had a 180-degree change. This included the various chain restaurants of Ling Ji Restaurant. They also requested to increase their supply. Manager Li, who had run into walls everywhere and received a lot of cold looks, suddenly became a hot commodity. In just half a day, the 30,000 boxes in the inventory were reduced by 5,000 boxes. Although the 5,000 boxes would not be sold out immediately, many channels saw that the new Drunken 8 Immortals was selling well, so they asked for more stock. It would definitely take time for the market to fully digest them. Even so, it was enough to make Li Jing dizzy from shock. This result was completely beyond his imagination. Even in his dreams, he did not dare to think that new Drunk 8 Immortals would suddenly become so popular, and that he, as a sales manager, would have such a moment of pride. This dream-like state reached its peak when Li Jing received a phone call. To be honest, Li Jing was numb to answering phone calls for the past half a day. He kept picking up his phone and then used the office's landline to arrange for delivery. In short, he was busy. So, when the office phone suddenly rang, Li Jing didn't even have time to look at the number and immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm from the sales department of Dingfeng Winery." Li Jing spoke with great confidence about the changes in the situation in Wanwan over the past half day, which gave him a little more confidence. The person on the other end of the phone said indifferently, "Hello, I'm from the City Administration Bureau, my surname is Wang." Li Jing was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, "Hello, hello. Director Wang, I'm Li Jing, the manager of the sales department of Dingfeng Winery. May I know what's the matter?" Although he didn't know his position, it was right for people in the system to call him director. "Oh, it's Manager Li," said Director Wang gently. "It's like this, your distillery's recently launched Drunken Eight Immortals liquor has a good taste, and we're preparing to buy a batch for official reception." Li Jing was overjoyed and quickly said, "That's great. Thank you, Chief Wang, for taking care of our business. For big customers like you, we can sign a special supply agreement. Not only will you have priority in supply, but we can also give you a more favorable price. With my authority, I can give you a discount of 138 yuan per bottle of our new Drunken Eight Immortals wine." This was the city's administrative bureau. This unit was responsible for the management, security, and service of the municipal affairs. Naturally, it also included the hosting of some meetings, designated reception, and other matters. He could be said to be the head of the organization. Although the alcohol purchased by the administration wasn't as much as the ones sold by large super merchants, their brand was strong. As long as the supply agreement was signed, the new Drunken Eight Immortals would be the designated reception wine in the city. This was more convincing than any advertisement. "Thank you, Manager Li," Director Wang said with a smile. "Send me a copy of the contract, and we'll sign it after we get the approval from the leader." All right. Li Jing said excitedly, "Director Wang, our factory will also launch a high-end series of Drunken Eight Immortals wine in the future. The estimated retail price is 388,588 and 888. If you need it, you can contact me directly. I will definitely give you the biggest discount." Sure, Chief Wang said with a smile. After ending the call with Director Wang, Li Jing immediately sent a sample of the contract with the agreed price to the email provided by Director Wang. Then, he lit a cigarette with trembling hands. With the sudden surge in the sales of Drunken Eight Immortals, Li Jing felt the need to report to Ling Xiaotian immediately. He picked up the landline phone on his desk and put it back after some thought. Li Jing felt that it was best to report such an important matter in person. So he stood up, randomly stuffed his cigarettes and cell phone into his bag, and then rushed out of the door, driving straight to the headquarters of Ling G.F.B. On Xia Ruofei's side, he drove the night 15 to the city. On the way, Lin Xingnan received a text message to remind her that the 80,000 yuan advance salary that Xia Ruofei had asked Peng Hao to give Lin Xingnan had been received. "Mr. Xia, can you send me to the Agricultural Bank of China first?" Lin Xingnan asked after some thought. Xia Ruofei guessed that Lin Xingnan was going to transfer the money. He did not ask much and agreed with a smile. When they arrived at the Agricultural Bank of China, Xia Ruofei did not follow them in. She just sat in the car and waited. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Xingnan came out. She got into the car and said, "I'm done, Mr. Xia." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "As long as you work hard, that's the greatest gratitude you can give me. I'll leave my girlfriend's safety in your hands." "I will." Lin Xingnan nodded. Seriously. Xia Ruofei continued to drive and soon arrived at the headquarters of the Lingji FNB. He brought Lin Xingnan directly to the finance department where Ling Qingxue was. As the manager of the finance department, Ling Qingxue had her own office. Ruofei. Ling Qingxue was pleasantly surprised to see Xia Ruofei. She immediately put down her work and stood up. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Qingxue, let me introduce you. This is Lin Xingnan. I told you 2 days ago that she will be your assistant from now on." "Hello, Xingnan," Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Lin Xingnan bowed slightly and said with a hint of respect, "Hello, Miss Ling." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You guys continue. We can get to know each other better so that Qingxue can arrange some work for Xingnan." Ling Qingxue was a little reluctant and asked, "Ruofei, where are you going?" "I'm going to Uncle Ling's office for a while," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Since he was already in the company, it would be inappropriate if he didn't pay his future father-in-law a visit. Xia Ruofei continued, "You guys go ahead. I'll come over to have dinner with you later." "All right then," Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei then turned to Lin Xingnan. "Oh, Xingnan, if I'm with Qingxue in the future, you don't have to protect her. I'll be in charge of her safety." "Yes, Mr. Xia." Lin Xingnan nodded. Lin Xingnan did not raise any doubts. Although she could not see what was so special about Xia Ruofei, she was very clear that those who were selected for the Lone Wolf Collective training and passed the hellish test to become official members, or even core members, were definitely not weak. With Xia Ruofei's protection, Ling Qingxue's safety was not a concern. Besides, it wasn't appropriate for him to be a third wheel when a couple was together. Xia Ruofei nodded at the 2 girls and left Ling Qingxue's office. He went straight to Ling Xiaotian's spacious chairman's office. Naturally, the chairman's future son-in-law didn't need to be informed, so the secretary let him in directly. "Uncle Ling." Xia Ruofei laughed. Ling Xiaotian looked up and immediately took off his reading glasses. He laughed heartily. "Ruofei is here. Quickly come over and sit." Ling Xiaotian instructed his secretary to serve tea, then asked, "Ruofei, have you seen Qingxue?" "I just came from her office," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "What brings you to the office today?" Ling Xiaotian asked, nodding. "Uncle Ling, I found a female bodyguard and assistant for Qingxue through the leader of the old army. I brought her here today to meet Qingxue. I think Qingxue's safety should still be taken seriously. After all, you're quite wealthy, and if someone were to take the risk and have some evil ideas, the consequences would be unimaginable." Ling Xiaotian looked at Xia Ruofei with relief and said, "Ruofei, I'm very happy that you're so considerate of Qingxue. I wasn't thoughtful enough in the past. I really should have assigned Qingxue a good bodyguard." Ling Xiaotian did not know what had happened at the entrance of the company that day, otherwise, he would have assigned Ling Qingxue 8 to 10 bodyguards. But even so, he still agreed with Xia Ruofei's words. There was no harm in being careful. The two of them chatted for a while before Xia Ruofei asked, "By the way, Uncle Ling, the improved drunken 8 immortals should be on the market now, right? How's the market reaction?" Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, "I've been busy with the matter of the designated reception unit. In addition, there's also a lot of things to do at our hotel. I really didn't have the time to take care of the winery. How about I give them a call and ask how the sales are?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There's no hurry. I'm confident in my product. Good wine doesn't fear the depths of the alley. Since you're here, let's ask about the situation." Ling Xiaotian laughed. With that, Ling Xiaotian stood up and walked to his desk. At this moment, the secretary knocked on the door and entered. He bowed and said, "Chairman, Manager Li, from the sales department of Dingfeng Winery is here. He said that he has something important to report to you." Ling Xiaotian was taken aback when he heard this, but he immediately smiled and said, "Are you au fait? I was just about to make a call." This little Li came on his own. Then, Ling Xiaotian said to his secretary, "Let him in." "All right," he said. Soon, Li Jing entered the office, with an excited look on his face. He stopped in his tracks from a distance and bowed. "Good day, Chairman." Then, he saw Xia Ruofei sitting on the sofa in the reception area. He quickly turned to Xia Ruofei and bowed. "Good day, Mr. Xia." Li Jing had been appointed as the sales manager of Dingfeng Winery. Naturally, he knew that the winery belonged to the chairman and his future son-in-law, Mr. Xia. The two of them each held half of the shares. In other words, Xia Ruofei was also a boss who could decide his own fate. The only difference was that Xia Ruofei did not participate in the specific management. Xia Ruofei smiled at Li Jing warmly and nodded in greeting. "Xiaoli, what's the matter that made you come all the way here?" Ling Xiaotian asked directly. "Chairman, our newly released Drunken 8 Immortals wine sold well like hotcakes," Li Jing exclaimed excitedly. "The sales are steadily rising." Ling Xiaotian revealed an interested expression and said, "Oh? How did it sell? Tell me the details." Ling Xiaotian had never doubted the success of the Drunken 8 Immortals wine, because he himself was a wine lover. He knew that the Drunken 8 Immortals wine was a huge temptation to those who truly understood wine, especially with its affordable price. It was hard not to sell it. However, he also knew that this wine had just entered the market, and it was only available in Sanshan City. All kinds of advertising plans had not been launched yet. What results could it achieve in a short 10 days? By word of mouth? Ling Xiaotian was also very curious. Li Jing swallowed his saliva and said, "Chairman, Mr. Xia, the 1,000 boxes of wine we sent to the major channels in advance have been sold out. So far, we have distributed more than 5,000 boxes. Moreover, the marketing managers of many channels that our public relations couldn't get in previously have taken the initiative to call to ask for goods. A conservative estimate is that we can clear 1/3 of the inventory this month." Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even though he was mentally prepared for the sales volume, the result was still beyond his expectations. Even Xia Ruofei looked a little excited. "Chairman, there's even better news. The administration department of Sanshan City also called me. They wish to order a batch of Drunken 8 Immortals from the factory as their designated wine for official reception. I've already agreed to supply the wine at the agreed price of 138 yuan per bottle. I've also sent the contract to Director Wang of the administration department. After the procedures are completed, we can officially sign the contract. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but slap his thigh and said happily, "Well done. Li, it seems that I was right to send you to the winery to manage the sales." Li Jing felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He was completely helpless in the face of the initial sales difficulties. Even now, he still didn't know what was going on, but Drunken Ada Mortal had somehow become popular. So he said humbly, "Chairman, it's all because our products are good." Ling Xiaotian waved his hand and said, "I used to work in sales when I was young. I know that this is not an easy job. I have to beg for help. It has been hard on your sales department during this period." Li Jing almost burst into tears when he heard that. A confidant. Although Ling Xiaotian looked very boorish, he had a way of winning people's hearts. Ling Xiaotian thought for a moment and said, "Little Li, go back and inform everyone that we must fight a beautiful battle in the first month. When the final sales figures are out, everyone in the factory will get a reward." "Yes. Thank you, Chairman," Li Jing said excitedly. Xia Ruofei's mind started to race. He did not expect Drunken Ada Mortal to be so successful. Now that his farm was in the midst of constructing infrastructure, he needed money. The increase in sales from the winery would undoubtedly relieve the financial pressure. Although the first batch of Drunken Eight Immortals was the most ordinary one-month wine, it was still priced at 150 yuan a bottle. The 100 tons of wine were bottled into 200,000 bottles and more than 30,000 boxes. If all of them were sold, the sales would reach more than 30 million yuan. The profits of wineries were quite high, many of which were more than 30%. The Dingfeng wine factory was even more so. The Drunken Eight Immortals wine had not invested much in its craftsmanship or cost. It had been reborn entirely because of the spirit map space. In addition, there had not been much advertising in the early stages. Therefore, the profit was very likely to reach more than 50%, which was a conservative estimate of about 15 million. Of course, the Drunken Eight Immortals wine was only being sold in the Three Mountains region at the moment. It was impossible to digest all 100 tons of wine in a month. However, according to Li Jing's estimation, even if 1/3 of the inventory was consumed, it would still bring in a profit of at least 5 million yuan. Xia Ruofei would get 2.5 million yuan, which would be enough to support the construction of the project for a long time. And this was only the first month, and it was just the most ordinary one-month wine. Xia Ruofei had no doubt that by the time Drunken Eight Immortal finished selling all the 30,000 plus bottles of the potion, they would be sold out, and the supply would be in short supply every month. By then, Xia Ruofei would be able to get about 8 million yuan from the monthly profits of Eight Immortals drunk. This did not include the other grades of wine. The cost of those 3-month, 5-month, and 1-year wines was exactly the same as the 1-month ones, but the selling price was n times higher. The profit was naturally quite frightening. Xia Ruofei did a quick calculation in his mind. In the 3-month period, they would produce 3 tons of bottles per month, which was equivalent to about 6,000 bottles. The selling price was 588 yuan per bottle, the sales volume was 3.528 million yuan, and the estimated profit was 3.2 million yuan. In the 5 months period, they produced 1 ton per month, which was equivalent to about 2,000 bottles. The selling price was 888 yuan per bottle, the sales were 1.776 million yuan, and the estimated profit was 1.6 million yuan. In a year, they would produce 500 caddies per month, which was equivalent to about 500 bottles. The selling price was 8,888 yuan per bottle. The sales volume was 4.44 million yuan, and the estimated profit was 4.4 million yuan. One could imagine that in 2 months, the 3-month Drunken 8 Immortals would be listed on the market, and Xia Ruofei's profits would rise again. After 11 months, all the different grades of Drunken 8 Immortals would be available in the market. By then, the winery would be able to make a profit of 24.2 million yuan per month. In other words, Xia Ruofei could get 12 million Chinese dollars in profits from the winery alone, which was more than 100 million Chinese dollars a year. Moreover, this was the profit that Xia Ruofei could get. If they added the other half of Ling Xiaotian's profit, the winery could generate more than 300 million in profits in a year, which was quite shocking. Xia Ruofei had never seriously calculated the profit, and he was a little speechless after doing the calculation. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei said, "Uncle Ling, I think we should do some proper promotion. We must promote the Drunken 8 Immortals wine to the entire country as soon as possible." Ling Xiaotian chuckled and nodded, "I agree. I've already asked the winery to make a promotion plan. I wanted to see the market reaction first, but since it's selling so well, let's start advertising in advance." Xia Ruofei said, No. I don't think the first step should be advertising." "Oh? Do you have any good ideas, Ruofei?" Ling Xiaotian asked with interest. Li Jing, who was at the side, also listened attentively. Xia Ruofei was also the boss of the winery. Moreover, he was also the chairman's son, in law, so the chairman would most likely accept his words. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is also what I suddenly thought of when I heard Manager Li's sales report. The sudden rise of Drunken 8 Immortals in the Three Mountains market is undoubtedly a miracle, even a classic case. I think we can make some articles about this. For example, we can hire some internet trolls to write articles and hype it up on the internet." "That's a good idea." Ling Xiaotian's eyes lit up. "Mr. Xia, this topic is quite interesting," said Li Jing in admiration. "We can totally invite a few local media outlets to report on it, and then let the internet water army use this as a pretext to make a fuss. They can post with various identities, focusing on things like white wine from the memories of the people of the Three Mountains. They can play the card of love." Li Jing got into character very quickly and immediately began to draw inferences. Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm just giving you a direction. You'll have to decide on the actual plan and execute it." "Yes." Li Jing immediately replied. "I'll go back and report to the factory manager immediately, then gather our capable people to come up with a plan." Ling Xiaotian nodded his head and said, "Little Li, this matter should be done as soon as possible. We have to take advantage of this craze to hype it up. Understood." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "In terms of advertising, I suggest that we focus more on internet media. Also, we can spend money on something like Baidu Index. We can put more effort in searching for people. After all, after the fake reviewers' hype, the audience will be more on the internet. This can also form a corresponding effect." Li Jing nodded his head repeatedly. At the same time, he quickly jotted down the information in his notebook. "Oh, yes. Uncle Ling, I have some ideas. About the sales of our drunken eight immortals, Xia Ruofei continued. Speak. Ling Xiaotian said. He was getting more and more satisfied with this future son-in-law of his. Not only did he come up with the extremely good taste of the drunken eight immortals white wine, but he also had a lot of ideas in terms of marketing, and they were all effective. He was definitely not one of those people who just talked big. Thus, Ling Xiaotian was looking forward to Xia Ruofei's next suggestion. Xia Ruofei said, due to the limited production, our products may not be able to meet the demand in the future. So, I think that from now on, we should consciously reduce the supply from some less well-known small channels. We should select a few representative channels to cooperate with. For example, Walmart's Sam's Club. Xia Ruofei took a sip of water to moisten his throat. He continued, in addition, our drunken eight immortals will not be recruiting any distributors. Other than a few large commercial channels, we will leave a portion of it for online direct sales. I suggest directly building a Skycat flagship store. This way, there will be no distributors to earn the difference in price. Moreover, the labor cost of an e-commerce store is very low. It will be quite convenient to send the goods directly from the factory. Ling Xiaotian nodded and said, I think it's possible. If we don't have an e-commerce flagship store, many potential users will be wasted. He immediately made a decision and said, Shaoli, write down what Ruofei said just now. You guys go and do it immediately. I'll leave the e-commerce to your sales department. If you don't have enough people, I'll send more. Li Jing was very excited and quickly said, Thank you for your trust, Chairman. I'll definitely run the e-commerce part well. Ling Xiaotian nodded his head and said a few words of encouragement. Li Jing left excitedly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei continued to drink tea and chat. Ling Xiaotian was very emotional. He had never thought that his sudden idea of buying a winery with Xia Ruofei would yield results so quickly. Naturally, Ling Xiaotian had quickly estimated the profits that the winery could generate. Even if Ling Ji Food and Drinks was a big business, Ling Xiaotian couldn't possibly be indifferent to a profit of more than 100 million a year. Xia Ruofei wanted to claim a portion of the winery's profits in advance. Ling Xiaotian also knew that Xia Ruofei's farm was undergoing a large-scale construction project recently, so he agreed without hesitation. Ling Xiaotian had even kindly offered to borrow some money from the Lingji restaurant if they did not have enough funds. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to trouble Ling Xiaotian too much, so he smiled and politely declined. Xia Ruofei sat in Ling Xiaotian's office for a while. When it was almost time to get off work, he got up and left to find Ling Qingxue for dinner. This time, it was really just a simple meal because Ling Qingxue had to bring Lin Xingnan home after the meal and arrange a room for her. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to bring Lin Xingnan along. They found a nearby restaurant with a good environment for dinner. Xia Ruofei watched as Ling Qingxue and Lin Xingnan's car left. Then, he went back to the parking lot to find his Night 15 and drove back to Paradise Farm. With Lin Xingnan by Ling Qingxue's side to protect her, Xia Ruofei felt much more at ease. In the next few days, the comrades that Lei Hu and the others had contacted arrived at the farm one after another. There were a total of 18 people. Xia Ruofei did a simple inspection and found that they were all good soldiers. Even if they were not from the special forces, their discipline and obedience were far better than those who had no military experience. As such, Xia Ruofei did as he had promised and hired all of them. All the veterans were assigned to the dormitories in the complex building. The 18 of them were divided into 3 groups. Among the first 4 veterans, Xia Ruofei assigned Hong Tao, Su Wei, and Qin Xiaojun to be in charge of 1 group each. As for Lei Hu, he would temporarily be in charge of managing all the security personnel. He was equivalent to the vice director and acting director of the security. The position of the supervisor was naturally reserved for Yi Lingyun. With the current scale of the farm, there was no need for so many security personnel. The veterans were not idle either. Some of them took the initiative to help out in the vegetable greenhouses, while others went to the construction site to maintain order and manage the vehicles entering and leaving. A few days later, Xia Ruofei was preparing to go on a long trip to see if the wild Dendrobium candids he had harvested in his interspace had been dealt with yet. There was nothing important to do during this period of time, so he decided to make a trip to Qiantang City, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang Province. I'm sorry. Due to Steel Spear's own carelessness, the first 2 chapters were numbered wrongly. Chapter 425 is actually Chapter 424, Chapter 426 is actually authority to change the title of the chapter, so Steel Spear has already contacted the editor in charge to help change it. Of course, it's just the wrong chapter number. The content isn't missing, so it doesn't affect the continuity of reading. Laoyan Mountain in Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province was an important producer of iron, skin dendrobium in the entire Huaxia. Even today, there were still many people in the Laoyan Mountain area of Jiangsu and Zhejiang who were trying to imitate the wild planting of iron, skin dendi. If Xia Ruofei wanted to look for the old master who made the iron, skin maples, the best place to go was Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The iron, skinned maple stem, also known as the 10,000 feet beard, was the dried product of the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips. The ingredients were dendrobe glucose, dendine alkali, and dendenamine. It had the effects of nourishing the 5 internal organs, anti-aging, lowering the 3 highs, and inhibiting tumors. It was a precious Chinese medicinal herb in China. Among the people, iron fengdo was known as the life-saving immortal grass and the giant panda in the medicinal world. The last time Xia Ruofei came to Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province to sell wild ginseng, he happened to see a rich man going to Tongren Hall to buy wild iron, skinned fengdo. It was the high price of 1,000,000 yuan per kilogram that tempted Xia Ruofei and made the last-minute decision to try his luck at Laoyan Mountain. In the end, not only did he find a few pure wild iron, skin dendrobes, but he also unexpectedly obtained a nest of terrifying killer bees. Later, this nest of killer bees played a very crucial role when he dealt with Liang Haiming. It had been a long time since that incident, but the Liang family had not made any moves. It was obvious that they did not attribute Liang Haiming's death to human factors. The iron skin dendrobium that Xia Ruofei had kept in the spirit map space had now grown to 10,000 stalks. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei had used his free time to harvest the ripe fresh strips. There were nearly 100,000 stalks. Now, he was just short of an experienced master to make them into iron, skin dendrobium. Xia Ruofei's iron, skin dendrobium was not something that those artificially cultivated species could compare to. Even the iron skin dendentry that was cultivated in a highly wild environment could not compare to Xia Ruofei's space dendentry. One must Know that the dendrobium in Xia Ruofei's interspace were all wild superior, grade ones. In addition, they were nourished by the rich spiritual qi. Their quality was much higher than when they were growing on the cliff of Laoyan Mountain. Naturally, Xia Ruofei could not sell such good iron, skin dendrobium directly. He had to make all of them into expensive Chinese medicinal herbs like iron, skin dendrobium, to maximize his profits. Moreover, he couldn't just randomly find someone to make it. It was best to find a very experienced master, to not waste such good materials. Xia Ruofei picked 2 wild ginsengs from the spirit map space, dug them out, dried them in the shade, and wrapped them in a paper box. Then, he booked a plane ticket online and went straight to Qiantang City, the capital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. The 2 wild ginsengs he chose were about the same size as the 2 ginsengs he sold at Tongren Hall in Qiantang City. Now, Xia Ruofei had a lot of wild ginseng in his interspace. Each one could be said to be priceless. However, the rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. Xia Ruofei had such a huge amount of wealth, but he could not exchange it for money. This time, he considered that it had been some time since the last sale of wild ginseng, and the construction of the farm needed money. Although he could get an advance bonus from the winery, if he sold 2 ginsengs, he wouldn't have to worry about the initial construction costs. Of course, selling the wild ginseng was just a side trip. Xia Ruofei's main goal was to find an experienced master to help make the iron, skinned maples. Xia Ruofei was not familiar with the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions and did not have any friends. If he wanted to find an experienced master who made maple dipper, the best way was to ask a local person with connections to introduce him. And the manager of Tongren Hall was a very suitable candidate. Tongren Hall had been purchasing precious Chinese medicinal herbs such as iron, skin maples all year round and had connections with companies that grew high-quality iron, skin dendi. They must have some connections. The last time Xia Ruofei sold the wild ginseng, the manager of Tongren Hall in Qiantang City had enthusiastically left his contact information for Xia Ruofei. This time, he could use it. As for the 2 wild ginsengs, Xia Ruofei was using them to cash out his capital and also as 2 stepping stones, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It turned out that Xia Ruofei's decision was correct. Before he set off, he had contacted President Lin of Tongren Hall in Qiantang City. When President Lin heard that Xia Ruofei had 2 more wild ginseng of the same quality as the last time, he was overjoyed and was very enthusiastic. CEO Lin even asked for Xia Ruofei's flight number and sent a car to Shaoshan Airport to pick him up. Xia Ruofei took the car that Mr. Lin had sent and arrived at the Tongren Hall. President Lin had been waiting in the store for a long time. When Xia Ruofei took out the 2 wild ginsengs, CEO Lin immediately asked the appraiser to take a look. He also picked up one of them and looked at it closely. His posture was like a strong man who had been thirsty for years seeing a naked beauty. It was reasonable for Mr. Lin to place so much importance on the 2 wild ginsengs that Xia Ruofei had sold last time. Not long after they were displayed in the most prominent position of Tongren Hall, a big boss took a fancy to them and bought them at a high price. In just a short while, Tongren Hall had earned a whole 1 million yuan. Not to mention the business commission, this performance was already eye-catching enough. At that time, President Lin went to the main branch in Beijing for a meeting and straightened his back a lot. After that, many rich people who heard the news from the big boss also came to the shop. Unfortunately, the shop no longer had such good wild ginseng for sale. President Lin thought that this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Wild ginseng that was more than 100 years old was not a white radish, so how could it be so easy to get? She didn't expect. That's something that even President Lin didn't dare to hope for would actually happen. Therefore, President Lin was ecstatic. The result of the appraisal was that these 2 wild ginsengs were the offspring of the 2 wild ginsengs from last time. They were a little bigger than the last time, but the quality was better. After all, the spirit qi in the spirit map space was much denser than before. CEO Lin was very straightforward. He offered the high price of 5 million Chinese dollars for 2 wild ginseng. Xia Ruofei did not sell the 2 wild ginsengs purely for money. Besides, the price was fair. Tongren Hall was definitely making a profit. If they met rich people like last time, they might even make a lot of money. But of course, they had to make a profit when doing business. Otherwise, why would they bother? Hence, Xia Ruofei agreed to the price. Both parties signed the transfer contract with ease, and then President Lin went to arrange for the finance department to transfer the money immediately. While waiting for the 5 million yuan to be transferred to his account, President Lin warmly invited Xia Ruofei to his office at the back of the lobby for a cup of tea. Xia Ruofei had a favor to ask of him, so he agreed. When they arrived at President Lin's luxurious office, he personally made tea for Xia Ruofei and said, "Boss Xia, if you have such good stuff in the future, don't forget me. I can guarantee that you won't suffer a loss in terms of price." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Brother Lin, I see that you're a good person. That's why I brought these 2 wild ginseng to Qiantang City even if I'm tired from the long journey." "Boss Xia, you're a good man." President Lin nodded. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Brother Lin, I have some connections with wild ginseng. If I have more of such high-quality goods in the future, I'll definitely let you know at once." "Thank you, Brother Xia." President Lin quickly said. "Next time, you don't have to come all the way here. I'll bring my men directly to the 3 mountains and buy them." Haha, Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. President Lin immediately said, "Brother Xia, if there's anything I can help you with in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, just let me know. I'll do my best to help you." Xia Ruofei was about to get down to business. When he heard this, he took advantage of the situation and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, I'll be honest with you. Other than these 2 wild ginsengs, I came to Jiangsu and Zhejiang this time because I have something to do. I might need to trouble you." "Go ahead," President Lin said forthrightly. "Brother, you have to do it if you have the conditions. Even if you don't, I'll create the conditions for you." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Old Brother Lin, if this is done, it'll be good for both of us." President Lin's spirit was lifted and he quickly said, "Brother, what's the matter? Don't keep me in suspense." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Lin, I won't hide it from you. I have a way to get some very good iron-hide dendrobium strips, but I lack masters to process them. Your Jiangsu and Zhejiang region is the traditional production area of iron-hide dendrobium, and Tongren Hall is the #1 Chinese medicine shop. I would like to trouble you to introduce me to 1 or 2 experienced masters." Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and said, "This batch of iron skin dendrobium is of extremely high quality. It can be said to be close to or even better than wild iron, skin dendi. It's definitely a species from Laoyan Mountain. if it's made into iron, skin maples. As long as the processing technique is right, it's definitely a special product. President Lin's eyes lit up. Tongren Hall was a company that paid attention to quality. As long as they had first-class medicinal herbs, they would never have too many. However, he still hesitated and asked, Brother Xia, it's not that I don't trust you, but it's already past the best season for harvesting iron, skin dendrobium. This batch of goods, Xia Ruofei smiled, Brother Lin. You don't trust my eyes. I wouldn't dare. President Lin quickly said, I'm just worried that you don't know much about iron, skin dendrobium and will suffer losses for no reason. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Brother Lin, I've already prepared this. Since we've come to this point, I'll have to trouble you to help me take a look. With that, Xia Ruofei picked up his backpack, unzipped it, and reached in. He took out a few fresh ironhide strips that were wrapped in a preservation film and handed them to President Lin. Of course, Xia Ruofei had wrapped these fresh strips in advance and stored them in the medium. After all, the preservation effect of the medium was unparalleled. His hand reaching into the bag was just a cover up. President Lin quickly took the fresh strips, tore off the preservation film, and observed them carefully. President Lin's eyes lit up at the sight of it. He had been working in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province for many years and was an expert in iron, skinned dendrobes, and iron skinned maples. Naturally, he could tell the good from the bad. The fresh strips that Xia Ruofei had brought were all very thick and strong. Their skin was dark purple, and the meat between the joints was fat and strong. More like a spindle. From its appearance, it was definitely of super high quality. The fresh dendrobes of poor quality were green in color, had long branches, and the meat between the joints was thin. Moreover, there would be a lot of dregs when eaten. President Lin didn't hesitate to simply rub a fresh strip on his body and put it in his mouth to chew. As soon as the noodles entered his mouth, the expression on President Lin's face became even more colorful. The ironhide vessel strips that Xia Ruofei brought had no bitter taste at all after chewing. Instead, it was sweet. Most importantly, it had a lot of colloid. After a few bites, it turned into a sticky jelly-like substance. It was very sticky to the mouth and teeth. After chewing, there was almost no residue. Top grade. CEO Lin screamed in his heart. At this moment, President Lin saw Xia Ruofei smiling at him. He blushed and knew that he had lost his composure. Especially when he thought about the question just now. President Lin felt even more embarrassed. President Lin, all the iron, skin dendrobium I have are of this quality. Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, What do you think? President Lin didn't care about the awkwardness and said very excitedly, Brother Xia. This is definitely the best of the iron, skin dendrobium. And it's 100% a species from Laoyan Mountain. How did you find it? As soon as he said this, President Lin knew that he had misspoken again. Everyone had their own channels, and these channels were the biggest capital. How could he ask such a question casually? Brother Xia. I was too excited and got carried away, he quickly said, embarrassed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Elder Brother Lin. I can get about 2,200 caddies of this kind of ironhide vessel fresh strips. Therefore, I'm in urgent need of an experienced master to make them into iron, hide maple buckets. Mr. Lin quickly made an estimation in his heart. If the 2,200 pounds of fresh strips were of such high quality and the maker was good enough, he should be able to get 110 to 120 pounds of iron, skinned maple. It was definitely a big business deal. President Lin's mind immediately became alive. He asked awkwardly, "Brother Xia, I'd like to ask. How do you plan to sell these dendrobes after they're all made into iron, skinned maples?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "Old Brother Lin, as long as the price is right and you can afford it, there's no harm in selling it all to you." President Lin was overjoyed. He stood up and said, "That's great. Brother Xia, we'll take everything from Qiantang Tongren Tang. As for the price, I'll definitely give you a fair price. Let's see the quality of the iron-hide keyed bucket." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Then, about the old master," President Lin waved his hand. "I have a lot of old friends in the area of Laoyan Mountain. I will definitely find you the best master. I will definitely not waste such good raw materials." "Thank you so much," Xia Ruofei said happily. "Brother Lin, let's go now." When Xia Ruofei got up, he received a notification on his phone that 5 million HXB had been deposited into his private account. President Lin quickly handed over the work at hand and the two left Tongren Hall together. CEO Lin didn't even bring his chauffeur. He personally drove Xia Ruofei out of Qiantang City and towards Laoyan Mountain. Laoyan Mountain was located within the borders of Jiangxi Province's Anhui City. It was more than 300 kilometers away from Qiantang City. President Lin personally drove Xia Ruofei to Laoyan Mountain without saying anything. It showed how important this matter was to him. Along the way, President Lin did not miss the chance to beat around the bush. However, Xia Ruofei was very cautious and did not reveal anything, so President Lin tactfully did not ask too much. Instead, he introduced the local customs of Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province to Xia Ruofei, especially the area around Laoyan Mountain, where everyone had the history of planting iron, skin dendi, and so on. After a 5-hour drive, they finally entered the borders of Anhui City. It was obviously not Mr. Lin's first time here. He drove the Mercedes Benz for another half an hour and arrived at the entrance of a metal, skinned dendrobium cultivation base. Xia Ruofei looked from the outside and did not see the large greenhouse. There was a simple sign at the door, with the words "Qian's Iron, Skin Dendrobium" written on it. The paint on it had peeled off and it looked very mottled. President Lin seemed to have read Xia Ruofei's mind. He laughed and said, "Brother Xia, don't be fooled by this cultivation base's shabby appearance. In fact, the Qian family's iron, skin dendrobium is the most famous in the area of Laoyan Mountain. Our Tongren Hall imports a lot of goods from them every year." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Big Brother Lin's judgment can't be wrong. There were no special security guards at the entrance." President Lin got out of the car and opened the iron gate himself. Then, he drove into the cultivation base. As the car drove further in, Xia Ruofei saw that there were forests on both sides of the road. Each tree had a coil of hemp rope tied to the iron, skin dendi. The branches of the iron, skin dendi were attached to the trunk in a spiral shape. It was a spectacular sight from afar. Director Lin chuckled. "Brother Xia, the iron, skin dendi here are all imitated from the wild environment. Although the iron, skin dendi grown under such conditions have a longer maturity period, its quality is infinitely close to that of the wild dendi. Of course, compared to the quality of the fresh strips you brought, it's still a lot worse." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "From the looks of it, this cultivation base is quite large. That's for sure. Old Qian's production may not be ranked among the top in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, but the quality is definitely among the best. President Lin smiled and said, Brother Xia, if this was an unreliable place, do you think I would dare to bring you here? Xia Ruofei smiled. I really have to thank you this time, Big Brother Lin. After this is done, I will definitely not forget your help. Haha, you're welcome. President Lin said happily. As they spoke, the car drove to a large courtyard in front of the forest. There was a small 4-story building with several rows of single-story houses on both sides. Some workers were busy working. CEO Lin stopped the car in front of the 4-story building and got out of the car with Xia Ruofei. A middle-aged man in his 50s was standing in front of the small building and talking to a few workers. When he saw Mr. Lin, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately came up to him with a smile and said enthusiastically, Yo! President Lin, what brings you here? Boss Qian. I see that you're glowing, your business has been good recently. President Lin said with a smile. Mr. Lin, why didn't you tell us you were coming? I'll make some preparations and do my part as a good host. As Boss Qian spoke, he looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Mr. Lin, this is? Boss Qian, this is Boss Xia from the Southeast Province. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. His business is very big. President Lin quickly said. Xia Ruofei came up and said with a smile, Boss Qian, how are you? Boss Qian quickly took the initiative to shake hands with Xia Ruofei and asked, Boss Xia is really young and promising. Then, Boss Qian said to Boss Lin, did you bring Boss Xia here to buy the iron-skinned fingdao? Why did you have to make such a long trip? I've kept the best goods for you. Can't you just give me a call and I'll get someone to send it over? CEO Lin chuckled. Boss Qian, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to acquire keto. Actually, I'm just a middleman. Boss Xia has some business to discuss with you. Boss Qian was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Oh? What business did Boss Xia want to talk about? Other than cultivating iron-skinned dendrobes, I basically have no other business these past few years, Boss Qian's words revealed a hint of desolation. At the side, President Lin chuckled and said, Boss Qian, this is your ancestral craft. Look at how good it is now. The iron-skinned dendrobium business is booming. Isn't it better than your previous business? I'll see. You didn't do proper work in the past, but now you're on the right track. My boss Lin. Boss Qian said with a bitter smile. If you don't mock me the next time we meet, I'm really not used to it. President Lin raised his head and laughed heartily. It was obvious that the two of them were very familiar with each other, and they didn't have any scruples when joking with each other. Boss Qian was interrupted by CEO Lin and ignored Xia Ruofei. He came back to his senses and said with an apologetic smile, Boss Xia, I'm getting old and my brain gets muddled easily. I'm sorry. President Lin said you wanted to discuss business with me. What kind of business is it? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Boss Qian, it's like this. I have a batch of high-quality iron-skinned dendrobium on hand. I want to process them into iron-skin maples. However, our company doesn't have any talents in this field. President Lin said that you have the best technical strength and many experienced masters, so I thought of coming here to seek cooperation and technical support. As far as I know, the Southeast Province doesn't seem to be suitable for the growth of iron-skinned dendrobium, Boss Qian said after a moment of surprise. Besides, the best harvesting season for dendrobium has passed. Boss Xia, the iron, skin dendrobium you have, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I have my own ways. It's not convenient for me to say this. Boss Qian, the cooperation I hope for is that you send an experienced master to the southeast province to help me make the ironhide maples. I'll cover all the transportation and accommodation expenses. In addition, I'll pay your company 1,000 yuan for each kilogram of ironhide maples. How about it? This was also the ideal model that Xia Ruofei and President Lin had discussed on the way here. After all, the business partners that CEO Lin was familiar with were all the iron, skin dendi cultivation bases such as the Qian family. He was certainly not familiar with the Fingdo experts who produced these dendi plants. These dendi cultivation bases were essentially Xia Ruofei's competitors. Therefore, CEO Lin actually did not have many choices. It just so happened that Boss Qian had a good personal relationship with CEO Lin. In addition, they had a lot of business dealings. If Xia Ruofei were to pay a higher processing fee, there was still a possibility of this business being closed. However, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Boss Qian did not show much interest. Instead, he frowned slightly. President Lin laughed and said, Old Qian, brother Xia didn't make it clear just now. Let me add a few more points. First of all, they only need you to send an experienced master. The other workers don't need you to assign them. The master only needs to be responsible for directing the workers and personally take care of a few key steps. What about the second place? Brother Xia has a lot of ironhide vessel strips on hand. A conservative estimate would be that he can make 120 kilograms of maple dipper. Boss Qian finally showed a hint of interest. 120 kilograms of Fingdo, the processing cost would be 120,000. He had thought that Xia Ruofei's business was just a small business. It would be too troublesome if he had to send workers to the southeast province just for the processing fee of tens of thousands of yuan. Even if he had failed in other businesses all these years and only kept this dendrobium base, he would not go to such trouble for tens of thousands of yuan. If only one person had to go, and he could earn 120,000 to 130,000 yuan all at once, it would be a different story. It would be a waste not to make money. Moreover, the harvesting of the iron, skin dendrobium at his cultivation base had already been completed a long time ago. Most of the fresh strips had already been processed into maple leaves. After the workers were done with this, there were not as many things as before. The workers were idle, and their salaries had been paid. Why not send them out to earn some extra money? Xia Ruofei laughed and added fuel to the fire. Boss Qian, I can also guarantee that this isn't a one-time deal. In the future, I will have a batch of ironhide vessel fresh strips every 2 to 3 months. I need to make them into Fingdo. We can have a long-term cooperation. Boss Qian revealed a trace of hesitation and said, Boss Xia, there's always a supply of fresh strips all year round. Could it be that these raw materials were artificially cultivated in the greenhouse? The price won't be very high. You won't make much profit if you spend such a large processing fee. Iron, hide maples that could be sold at a high price were at least highly imitated wild ones like Boss Qian's. The last time Xia Ruofei saw Tongren Tang selling one for 100,000 yuan per kilogram, it was the top quality. If it was artificially cultivated, the price of the iron, hide maples would be much lower. It would be considered good if it could be sold for 10,000 or 20,000 yuan per kilogram. And the majority of the cost was still on the iron, skinned dendrobium. If he had to pay a processing fee of 1,000 yuan per kilogram, he would really make a loss. Xia Ruofei smiled. Boss Qian, thank you for your concern. However, I'm confident in this deal. It's all up to you, Boss Qian muttered to himself for a moment before nodding and saying, Boss Xia, that's fine. Since President Lin has come personally, it would be too unreasonable if I don't do this small thing. Thank you, Boss Qian, Xia Ruofei said happily. I'll give you a deposit first. Boss Qian waved his hand and said, no need, no need. How can I not trust someone introduced by President Lin? After saying that, Boss Qian looked back and stopped a young man who was in a hurry. He said, Li Jun, come here. The dark-skinned young man walked over when he heard this. Li Jun, call old Hu and ask him to come over immediately, said Boss Qian. After Boss Qian finished speaking, he saw that the young man didn't respond and couldn't help but call out, Li Jun, I'm talking to you. The young man's mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were fixed on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also looked at the young man in surprise. After a long while, the two of them said at the same time, Qian Li Jun. Xia Ruofei. Both of their voices were filled with surprise. And they hugged each other after they finished speaking. What are you doing here? We haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years, right? Xia Ruofei exclaimed in surprise, I almost couldn't recognize you. Comrade Ruofei, shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Qian Lijun asked. This is my home. Why can't I be here? You, on the other hand, why did you suddenly appear in my house? I almost thought I was dreaming. Boss Qian and President Lin looked at the two of them in a daze. What was going on? Li Jun, do you know Boss Xia? Asked Boss Qian. More than just knowing. Dad, this is my comrade. Qian Lijun said excitedly, we new recruits sleep on the same shared bed. Xia Ruofei was also stunned. After talking for so long, Boss Qian was Qian Lijun's father. Speaking of which, he had only been comrades, in arms with Qian Lijun for a period of time. So they didn't know each other very well. He only knew that Qian Lijun's hometown was in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, and his family business was quite big. At that time, Xia Ruofei was in the army. The new recruits of that year came from 2 places. One was Sanshan City in the southeast province, and the other was Ouyue City in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. The two of them were from the same recruit company and were assigned to the same recruit class. After they left the company, the two of them were even in the same company and class. It could be said that they were fated. Because of this, Xia Ruofei and Qian Lijun had a very good relationship. Especially when he was in the recruit company, Qian Lijun's physical fitness wasn't very good at that time. Every time he trained, he would be on the verge of death. Xia Ruofei often helped Qian Lijun in training, and the strong camaraderie was formed through the hard work on the training ground. Of course, not long after Xia Ruofei finished his recruit training and left the company, he was selected to participate in the Lone Wolf training and then officially joined the Lone Wolf Commando unit. Due to the secrecy of the unit, they gradually lost contact with their comrades in the old company. He had heard that Qian Lijun had retired from the army after 2 years to help his father with his business. He didn't expect to meet him here today. It was too much of a coincidence. What left the deepest impression on Xia Ruofei was that when he was in the new recruit class, Qian Lijun would often tell everyone how beautiful the red arowana he raised at home was. He even showed Xia Ruofei many photos of his red arowana. It was because of this that after Xia Ruofei retired, he happened to meet a dying red arowana owner in the seafood market. He bought it without hesitation and used the spirit heart flower petal solution to save his life. Later on, Xia Ruofei bought a red arowana to mate with. Now, they had already produced a large number of offspring in the spatial fish pond. He even gave a pair of high-quality blood red dragons to Ling Xiaotian. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Qian Lijun's instigations in the class. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would have missed that opportunity. When Boss Qian heard this, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "Boss Xia, so you're Lijun's comrade after all." The talking. Hey, this whole thing is, Xia Ruofei smiled. Boss Qian. No, Uncle Qian, I haven't seen Li Jun in 5 to 6 years. I don't really dare to recognize him now that we've just met. 5 or 6 years? Boss Qian asked, puzzled. Our Li Jun has only been discharged from the army for 4 years. Qian Li Jun said with a smile, Dad, Ruofei was selected to join the special forces not long after he joined the company. Hi. You won't understand even if I tell you this. Anyway, Ruofei was our company's big star back then. When he was transferred away, the company commander and the instructor personally organized a grand farewell ceremony. That's all in the past. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. I remember it very clearly. Qian Lijun said again. Among our batch of recruits, you're the most promising one. I heard from the platoon leader that you'll be promoted in a few years. When he said this, Qian Lijun revealed a strange expression and asked, That's right, Ruofei. Why did you leave the army too? Back then, everyone said that you would definitely be promoted. Maybe our company would even have a general. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. It's a long story. I only completed my second rotation. I came back before I completed my second rotation. Qian Lijun's expression changed slightly as he asked, What's wrong? Did you make a mistake? No, I didn't. Xia Ruofei said, I asked for it. It's a long story. I'll tell you more about it when I have time. Qian Lijun smiled and said, Sure. Now that we're in contact, let's keep in touch. More in the future. Ruofei. Don't leave today, I don't have anything else here, but I have enough wine. I'll ask them to get some game later. Today, I'm going to drink all the wine that I haven't drunk in all these years. When Boss Qian heard this, he quickly said, Yes, yes, yes. Boss Xia. Well, you're Li Jun's comrade, so I'll have to call you Xiao Xia. Alright, Uncle Qian, that's called friendly. Okay, Xiao Xia. And President Lin, since you're here today, Xiao Xia and our Li Jun are good comrades. You should let me do my part as the host, right? Boss Qian laughed and said. President Lin thought for a moment and said, Okay. Then let's have a good chat today. Xia Ruofei and Qian Lijun were reunited and had a lot to talk about. Naturally, he didn't have any objections. Come on, President Lin, Ruofei, let's talk inside. Qian Lijun said excitedly. The group of people followed Boss Qian and his son into the small building and took their seats in the large living room on the first floor. Qian Lijun made tea for everyone and asked with a smile, Oh right, Ruofei, what business did you come here to discuss with my dad? I'm here to look for Uncle Qian for technical support, Xia Ruofei said. Boss Qian briefly explained to Qian Lijun what they had just discussed. Then, he said to Xia Ruofei, Xia, since you're Lijun's comrade, we can't accept the processing fee. We have plenty of manpower now anyway. We'll send you an experienced master to help you tomorrow. Don't mention the money. Xia Ruofei quickly said, no way. Uncle Qian, these are two separate matters. People say that there's no father and son in business. This is normal business behavior. You don't have to do this. Qian Lijun placed the teacup in front of Xia Ruofei and pretended to be angry. Are you Fei, aren't you slapping your brother's face? It's not a big deal. Isn't it just a technician? Do you think our family can ask you for money? Although Qian Lijun had only been in the same unit as Xia Ruofei for about half a year, including the 3 months he had spent in the recruit company, Xia Ruofei had always taken care of him. So many years had passed, and Qian Lijun was still very grateful. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Lijun, you can't say that. Since it's business, we should follow the rules of business. Besides, don't you have to pay your technicians? Ruofei. Qian Lijun said. You don't have to argue with me about this. Do we need to be so clear about the relationship between us old comrades? It's fine if we don't have enough manpower during the dendrobium harvesting season, but our family's dendi is basically done, and the technicians in the factory are free, so it's no big deal to give you some help. I know, Xia Ruofei said. How about this? Uncle Qian, Li Jun, this time, we will settle the processing fee as we have just agreed. Didn't I tell you after that? From now on, I will have iron, skin dendrobium that need to be processed into maple leaves all year round. After your old master is there, please help me train a few skilled workers. When our people can take charge of a region, I won't have to trouble you. Before that, it doesn't matter if it's a processing fee or a technical consultation fee, we'll just settle it normally. What do you guys think? No. Ruofei, if your people want to learn skills, send them directly to my factory. Qian Lijun said, I'll definitely arrange for the best master to teach them. It's not that hard to make a maple fight, the key is the technique and the heat control. As long as you're not stupid, you'll definitely be able to learn it. Boss Qian also smiled and nodded. Yup. Ruofei, if that's the case, why don't you just send someone over to learn? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, that works too. After this batch of maple fights is done, I'll pick a few people to come back with your masters and let them study here. Then, Xia Ruofei continued, however, before our people finish their apprenticeship, we will still settle the fees according to the rules. This is my bottom line. If you still don't agree, I'd rather find someone else to help. Qian Lijun and his father looked at each other before he helplessly shook his head and said, all right then. You're still the same as when you were in the army, a stubborn donkey. This is called sticking to principles. Xia Ruofei grinned. After they finished talking about business, dinner was ready, so Boss Qian and his son invited everyone to the table for dinner. Naturally, there were many toasts during the banquet. Especially since Xia Ruofei and Qian Lijun had not seen each other for many years, their friendship was reflected in the wine glasses. Back then, Qian Lijun's small body was relatively weak, and his alcohol tolerance was average. Xia Ruofei's alcohol tolerance was already quite good back then. Now that he had taken so much body tempering, soup, he was even more fierce. Very soon, Qian Lijun went under the table while drinking. Boss Qian and CEO Lin also drank a lot, so everyone was happy. Boss Qian got someone to clean up 2 guest rooms. That night, Xia Ruofei and CEO Lin stayed in Boss Qian's Dendrobium candida's cultivation base. The next morning, Boss Qian arranged for the most experienced master in their cultivation base, Old Luo, to return to the southeast province with Xia Ruofei. Qian Lijun had originally wanted to keep Xia Ruofei to play for a few days, but considering that the fresh iron-hide vessel strips had to be harvested and made into fengdou as soon as possible, he did not dare to delay Xia Ruofei's time. Before he left, Qian Lijun repeatedly warned Ruofei, "Time is too tight this time. I didn't have time to contact my comrades in the same batch in Anhui City. You must come back after you're done with this. Don't you have to send workers for training? I'll take you to Laoyan Mountain to have some fun. Let's call a few more comrades and have a good gathering." "All right." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Contact Pan Chong, Wang Zhihai, and the others first. I'll come back again after I'm done with fengdou." Pan Chong and Wang Zhihai were Xia Ruofei's comrades who had joined the army in the same year. Among this batch of soldiers from the Yu Kingdom, besides Qian Lijun, these 2 were the closest to Xia Ruofei. "All right," Qian Lijun said. "Then you guys drive slowly. If you need anything, just let me know. You don't have to be so polite with your brother." CEO Lin drove the car personally as usual. Xia Ruofei took Old Luo's ID card and booked 2 afternoon tickets to Sanshan City on the way. As the time was close, CEO Lin drove Xia Ruofei and Xia Ruofei to Shaoshan Airport. They had lunch near the airport, and Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to CEO Lin. This time, it was all thanks to the enthusiastic President Lin. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and he wouldn't have been able to contact Qian Lijun again. Even if President Lin did this for his own performance, Xia Ruofei still sincerely thanked him. As for occasionally getting him some wild ginseng or selling him the iron-skinned fengdou, it didn't matter. Anyway, they were all selling it for money, so it didn't matter who he sold it to. There were still about an hour before the boarding time. Xia Ruofei simply brought Old Luo to change their boarding pass and waited in the waiting hall. Old Luo's master was in his 50s. He had been working in the Dendrobium base all year round, so his skin was dark and there were many wrinkles on his face. However, Old Luo's master was quite talkative, especially when it came to the iron-skinned fengdou. He was even more eloquent. Xia Ruofei was not one to put on airs, so while waiting to board the plane, the 2 of them had a good chat. As they were chatting, Xia Ruofei suddenly asked, "Oh right, Master Luo, I heard from CEO Lin yesterday that Uncle Qian's business used to be quite big? Isn't that so?" Master Luo sighed. "Don't think that the Dendrobium candidly grow well these past 2 years. A few years back, our boss was really down and out." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei felt that there was a story behind this. He wasn't someone who liked to gossip, but he was bored while waiting for the plane, so he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master Luo, then what happened a few years ago?" Master Luo said, "If you ask someone else, they might not know. But I've been working in their Dendrobium base for more than 10 years. I still know a little about the Qian family." Xia Ruofei nodded and listened to Master Luo attentively. Master Luo continued, "Our boss started his business with Chinese medicinal herbs. This iron-skinned Dendrobium base is only a small business. When our boss was at his peak, his assets were over 100 million. Xia Ruofei knew that master Luo wasn't boasting about how Qian Lijun was a rich young master back then. He remembered that when they had first arrived at the recruit company, the platoon leader had checked everyone's luggage. That guy had a big bag full of branded clothes, snacks, and all kinds of small electrical appliances, including mobile phones, game consoles, and Bluetooth earphones. After this reunion, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel the change in Qian Lijun. He was no longer the young master who was not diligent and could not differentiate between food and drink. It was obvious that he often helped out with the household chores. His hands were obviously rough. This meant that Qian Lijun was more sensible than before. Xia Ruofei asked curiously, Master Luo, what happened to Uncle Qian? Why would our assets shrink by so much? Boss Xia, our boss's assets didn't just shrink back then, said Master Luo. When he was at his lowest, he still owed a huge debt. We workers haven't been paid for at most half a year, so we're all old people. During that time, we followed the boss and got through it. Now, he's very good to us, and his salary is much higher than that of other cultivation bases. Then why? Xia Ruofei nodded. I don't know much about the details. Master Luo shook his head and said, I think I was deceived. I remember the boss took out all the cash and sold a few properties. In the end, he even borrowed some from his relatives and friends, saying that he was doing some investment. In the end, it seemed like he met a scammer and all the money was gone. He even owed a huge debt. Xia Ruofei nodded thoughtfully and said, so it's like this. Master Luo continued, I think that man is a good friend of the boss. He used to come to our cultivation base often. Once, the boss got drunk and scolded him for being a jerk. He even lied to his good friend. Xia Ruofei had a rough idea. There was a lot of private fund raising in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. Boss Qian most likely invested the money in this kind of illegal fund raising place. Then, the other party's capital chain broke, and the money was naturally lost. Uncle Qian didn't report the case? Xia Ruofei asked. Why not? Master Luo said, the court also ruled that boss won, but what can they do if they can't pay? Our boss trusted his friends too much, and he was scammed to the point that nothing was left. Fortunately, he has recovered over the past few years and paid back the money he owed. The cultivation base has made a lot of profits every year. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, you learn from your mistakes. He knew that Master Luo was an outsider after all, and Master Luo would not be very clear about the specific situation. In fact, when Xia Ruofei heard about this, he was slightly moved and wondered if he could help the Qian family. Boss Qian was quite to his liking. He was also a loyal person. Qian Lijun was his good brother. It was all thanks to him for helping him with this matter. Furthermore, Boss Qian had promised to train workers for him. By right, they were competitors. Although the supply of high-quality Fingdo had always been in short supply, they were still considered to be in the same industry. There were not many people who could do what Boss Qian did. If it were someone else, not to mention helping with the training, they might even have to specifically tell the workers going to the southeast province to keep their skills confidential. Because only in this way could they collect processing fees. If they taught Xia Ruofei's men, they would not be able to earn any money, right? Just based on this, Xia Ruofei would definitely help if he could. The reason why he had such an idea was because he now knew a lot of high-ranking officials and nobles. He might be able to help with this kind of thing. At least, it would be good to get back some money for them. Although he could not get any more information from Master Luo for the time being, and it was not convenient for Xia Ruofei to ask Qian Lijun directly, he thought that since it involved tens of millions of funds, it might even be reported in the news. Hence, Xia Ruofei took advantage of the fact that it was not time to board the plane yet and opened his phone to search for Boss Qian's name. Xia Ruofei found a lot of useful information. Moreover, after browsing through it, he felt that he might really be able to help and return the favor. Xia Ruofei looked it up on the internet. The person who cheated was called Lu Jinsheng. This incident was really exposed on the news at that time. But the strange thing was that Lu Jinsheng not only cheated Boss Qian of tens of millions, but many people also invested in it. However, he did a good job in avoiding the law, all in the name of investment. In the end, although the court ruled that Boss Qian and the others won, Lu Jinsheng actually did not have to bear any criminal responsibility. Moreover, Lu Jinsheng's assets were almost all negative, so he could not afford to pay these hundreds of millions of yuan. The final result was that Boss Qian and the other victims won the lawsuit, but they couldn't get any compensation at all. Lu Jinsheng had already found a way out. He had no assets under the law. Even if he was forced to do it, he could not find a project that could be executed. In the end, he could only let him get away with it. The most infuriating thing was that Lu Jinsheng couldn't pay a single cent. Then, there was a media company that did an in-depth report, saying that he had returned to his hometown in Shannan province and spent all his time drinking and drinking. There were even reporters who followed Lu Jinsheng and reported on him. However, it was useless. Boss Qian and the others applied for enforcement in court, but they still did not recover any money. This guy had already thought of a way out. He didn't have any assets or savings under his name. On the surface, all his expenses in Shannan province were paid by others. Even if Boss Qian and the others knew that there was something wrong with Lu Jinshan, they couldn't do anything to him. He had no choice but to swallow his broken teeth. The internet was so advanced nowadays that Xia Ruofei could basically understand the ins and outs of the matter through the online reports. Shannan province was a key word. If Lu Jinsheng was a local tyrant born and raised in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, Xia Ruofei might really need to consider it. After all, he had no connections in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. However, Lu Jinsheng was from Hunan province. After the incident, he was basically only active in Hunan province. In that case, Xia Ruofei would have room to operate. However, it was almost time to board the plane. Xia Ruofei did not say much and just kept quiet. He and Master Luo boarded the plane according to the normal procedures. The plane was slightly later than usual before it took off from Shaoshan Airport and flew to Sanshan City. More than an hour later, the plane landed at the Yongle International Airport in Sanshan City. On time. Xia Ruofei had given Lei Hu a call before they left. Hence, when Xia Ruofei and Master Luo walked out of the departure hall, Lei Hu was already waiting outside with his Mercedes-Benz. By the time he returned to Taoyuan Farm, the sky had already turned dark. Xia Ruofei arranged for Master Lei to have dinner at the farm's canteen and then arranged a reserved room for Master Luo at the mixed-use building. Xia Ruofei had specially instructed Lei Hu to provide Master Luo with the best food and accommodation during his stay at the Three Mountains. After returning to the villa, Xia Ruofei told Ling Qingxue that he was safe. The two of them talked on the phone for a long time, saying endless sweet words. Then, Xia Ruofei, who had been on the road for the whole day, felt a little tired. He did not enter the spirit map space again, and just lay down to sleep. The next day, Xia Ruofei invited Master Luo to have breakfast at the farm canteen. Master Luo had also received instructions from Boss Qian, so he was also quite anxious. After eating, he said impatiently, "Mr. Xia, can you show me those iron, skinned dendrobium fresh strips? This matter can't be delayed." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "My friend still has the dendrobium number 1 strips. Master Luo, don't worry, I'll show you around the farm first. You're the most experienced in making iron, skinned maples, so tell me what you need first, and I'll ship the fresh strips over when I'm done." Boss Xia, there's no need for any special preparation to make the iron-keyed bucket. Master Luo said, "As long as we have enough space and some equipment, it will be enough." "All right." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Master Luo, I'll let Lei Hu show you around the farm first. I'll go and contact the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips now. If you need anything, just let Lei Hu know. I'll get him to cooperate with you." "All right," Master Luo said. Xia Ruofei called Lei Hu over and said, "Hu, take Master Luo on a tour of the farm first. If he needs anything, do your best to cooperate with him. If he really can't do it, get Manager Li's construction team to cooperate with you. There's only one condition anyway. Master Luo's requests must be met with all your might, understand? Let them in, Brother Xia. I know what I'm doing." Lei Hu said. Xia Ruofei returned to the villa after giving his instructions. He was not in a hurry to prepare the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips. Instead, he took a good nap in the villa for half a day, and only called Lei Hu in the afternoon to ask about the situation. Master Luo's requirements were not very high. He just needed a special venue, some pots and stoves made with mud magic, and some other tools. According to Master Luo's request, Lei Hu had already asked Manager Li to immediately organize people to build a row of mobile houses. He had also arranged for the mud workers to build the pot and stove under Master Luo's guidance. As for the site, there was a lot of open space on the farm. As long as the construction team made some shelves to dry the iron, skinned dendrobium according to the requirements, everything would be done under Lei Hu's coordination. Xia Ruofei asked. It was a simple task and everything should be ready by noon tomorrow. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to wait until the next morning before contacting a truck and some movers. Then, he drove to the warehouse that he had rented in the city. After he took out the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips that he had prepared in the spirit map space from the warehouse, the trucks and porters he had contacted had basically arrived. Xia Ruofei then arranged for the workers to move the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips to the truck and then transport them to Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei drove his pickup truck and led the way. They arrived at Taoyuan Farm without a hitch. Xia Ruofei's pickup truck drove directly to the open space next to the complex. A row of mobile houses had been set up. Xia Ruofei knew that this would be the place where Master Luo would make the ironhide maples in the future. Xia Ruofei jumped out of the car and Master Luo also came out of the mobile house. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, Master Luo, what do you think of the conditions here? If there's anything that doesn't meet your requirements, just tell me and I'll have them rectify it. Master Luo said, Boss Xia, your farm's execution is really amazing. It's only been a day, and it's basically all ready. I don't have any more requests on my side. As long as you provide enough manpower, I can start work immediately. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. Master Luo, how many people do you need? Master Luo pondered for a while. And said, it's more troublesome in the early stages. I'll need about 10 people. As for the follow-up treatment, you just need to leave 3 to 5 assistants to me. Alright, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Xia Ruofei smiled. And said, Master Luo, I'll get someone to unload the car first. Where do you think I should put it? I've already cleared out the room on the left. Just move it inside. Master Luo said quickly. Alright. Xia Ruofei said. He immediately called the stevedores who came with the truck to carry down all the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips he had packed, and then neatly stacked them in the room that Master Luo had mentioned. Master Luo couldn't wait to enter the house. Xia Ruofei knew what Master Luo was thinking. He stood outside the door with a smile and did not follow him in. After a while, Xia Ruofei saw Master Luo rushing out of the house in excitement. He grabbed Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, the quality of your iron skin vessel fresh strips is too high. I've been in this business for decades, but this is the first time I've seen such a perfect iron skin dendrobium. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Master Luo, he said. My fresh noodles aren't a disgrace to your reputation, are they? Master Luo laughed. Of course, of course. Boss Xia, according to my experience, these dendrobium candids are definitely pure wild. If they were planted in the wild, no matter how good the technique is, it would be impossible to achieve such an effect. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Master Luo, you don't have to care about whether they are wild or not. I just want to ask you one thing. Can you help me make these top-grade ironhide bristleworms into top-grade ironhide maples? As long as you give me enough people and make sure they listen to my orders, I'll make the most perfect iron-clad maple bucket for you. Master Luo said without hesitation. Master Luo continued, Mr. Xia, to be honest, I've been in this business for decades. In the early years, I've seen a lot of pure wild iron, skin dendrobium. But in terms of quality, it's not as good as your batch. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Master Luo, I'm relieved to hear your words. Then I'll have to trouble you for the next period of time. Don't worry, Boss Xia. Master Luo said, we've been making iron, skin dendrobes, for most of our lives. But this is the first time we've encountered such good raw materials. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll definitely help you make this batch of goods good. Xia Ruofei said happily, sure. Master Luo, I'll give you a big red packet after I'm done with the goods. No need, no need. Master Luo quickly waved his hand and said, Boss Xia, my boss has already given me subsidies for going on business trips. Besides, your food and accommodation are included. I'm purely earning those subsidies, so please don't give me any more money, Xia Ruofei chuckled. Master Luo, that's a separate matter. You're doing this for me. I'll definitely treat you well after it's done. Master Luo could only say, all right then. Thank you, Boss Xia. But please send over the people you promised me as soon as possible. I think these fresh fish should have just been harvested, we can't waste any time. Xia Ruofei said, sure. Please wait a moment. Then, Xia Ruofei turned to Lei Hu and said, Huzi, get a small team of security personnel to come over and cooperate with Master Luo. In addition to the safety of the entire farm, the most important task of our security department in the near future is to cooperate with Master Luo and make the iron maple bucket. Yes. Lei Hu said seriously, Brother Xia, I'll go and arrange it now. With that, Lei Hu walked out. Xia Ruofei quickly stopped Lei Hu and walked in front of him. He gently pulled on his sleeve and said, Hu, I still have something to do, let's go out and talk. Outside the door, Xia Ruofei looked at Lei Hu and asked, Hu, how do you plan to arrange the manpower? The team that Qin Xiaojun is leading is in charge of the mobile operation this week. There are no specific tasks assigned to them, so they can come over to help. Lei Hu replied without a second thought. I knew you would do this. Xia Ruofei said. Lei Hu was stunned and asked, What's wrong? Brother Xia, is there a problem with my arrangement? Xia Ruofei laughed. Normally, there would be no problem. However, this time is different. You can't arrange it this way. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, Hu, the production of the iron skin maples, this time is not a temporary decision. Our company will have a large amount of iron skinned dendrobium that need to be made into maples in the future, so I invited Master Luo here this time. On one hand, it's to help us, and on the other hand, I want to send capable employees to learn the production method of the iron skin maples from Master Luo. We hope that in the near future, we can complete the production of the iron skin maples on our own without having to ask others, and the quality is quite high. Brother Xia, what should I do then? Lei Hu asked, somewhat puzzled. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Hu Zi, how about this? You go and understand the thoughts of our brothers in Chao Taishu and the other workers. If anyone is interested in learning how to make iron skin maples, you can volunteer. We'll arrange for these people to learn from Master Luo. In the future, I'll arrange for them to go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province and continue to study under the experienced masters like Master Luo until the day they learn. Yes. Lei Hu replied. Brother Xia, I'll go now. Xia Ruofei quickly stopped Lei Hu and said, Don't worry. Get Xiaojuan's team over here first. If Master Luo has any instructions, get them to cooperate with him. You'll be in charge of recruiting workers and gather all the interested workers. You'll start learning from Master Luo tomorrow. All right. Lei Hu said, Brother Xia, I'll make the arrangements now. With that, Lei Hu walked out directly. Xia Ruofei called out behind him, Hu Zi, wait. What else, Brother Xia? Lei Hu asked. Hu, tell the workers that I'll give them a 20% bonus at the end of the month if they're here to help with the production of the iron maples. If they decide to make ironhide maples for the farm in the future and are willing to study in Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, I'll double their salary. Xia Ruofei said. Understood. Lei Hu smiled and said, Don't worry, Xiao Gongning. The benefits you're offering are so generous that even I'm tempted. My brothers and workers will definitely be eager to sign up. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He waited for Qin Xiaojun to bring the security guards to the temporary mobile house, then he personally ordered Qin Xiaojun to cooperate with Master Luo. After that, Xia Ruofei personally watched Qin Xiaojun and the others start to process the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips under Master Luo's arrangement. Only then did he leave with a peace of mind. As Xia Ruofei walked back to his villa, he was thinking about the incident where Boss Qian was scammed by the illegal fund raising. Boss Qian and Qian Lijun had been very kind to him this time. Xia Ruofei felt that he should repay them in some way. When people respect me 1 foot, I will return the favor 10 feet. So, as he walked, he took out his phone and dialed a number. After the call went through, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Young Master Song, what have you been busy with recently? Why don't I see you running to my farm?" After finding out that Lu Jinxing was from Xiangnan province and had been active in Xiangnan province since the incident, Xia Ruofei naturally thought of Song Ruofei. Song Ruofei's father was the chief judge of the Xiangnan province. Young Master Song was one of the most influential people in the province. Besides, Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with Song Ruofei. He did not have to beat around the bush when he asked him for help. It was the most convenient way. If even Song Ruofei couldn't handle this, Xia Ruofei would definitely give up on Qingqing. He just wanted to help and return the favor. There was a trace of fatigue in Song Ruofei's voice as he said, "I've been in the company recently. I just came back from a business trip." Swish. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "You've changed?" "Nonsense, didn't you teach me to be a good baby first?" Song Ruofei said unhappily, "Only by letting the enemy let down their guard can we live a good life." "How do you feel?" Xia Ruofei asked, trying to hold back his laughter. Song Ruofei was stunned for a moment and then said, "You don't say." "Recently, I've been settling down to do some things and learn some skills. Although it's a little tiring, I feel quite fulfilled." "Kid, you're too immersed in your role." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There are no outsiders here. Why are you pretending?" "I'm not acting." Song Ruofei said unhappily, "Brother, this is all true words, okay? It's actually quite interesting to do business seriously." Xia Ruofei was quite surprised. When Song Ruofei wanted to run away from the marriage and even ran away from his family's arrangements, he cried and shouted that he wanted to run away from home and escape overseas. At that time, Xia Ruofei just said that and asked him to act like a good baby. Naturally, the family did not have so many restrictions and did not press him so hard. He didn't expect this guy to be so serious. Xia Ruofei's mind was in a mess. If Provincial Head Judge Song knows about this, will he thank me? It's all thanks to me. I pulled this little devil onto the right path. Xia Ruofei felt that his image was becoming more and more imposing. Song Ruofei asked, "Ruofei, is there anything I can help you with?" "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. I still have a report to sort out in my hand." Xia Ruofei quickly said, wait. I have something to do." "Then, make it short." Song Ruofei said. "Sure, Song Ruofei. I need your help with something." Xia Ruofei said, "One of my comrades was scammed by someone and lost a large sum of money. The court ruled that my comrade won the case, but all the assets under his name were transferred and he didn't get a single cent. That deadbeat is called Lu Jinxing, and he's from Xiangnan province. I think you're familiar with people there, so I hope you can help to coordinate just this?" Song Ruofei said, "I know. Send the details to my email. As long as this Lu Jinxing." "That's right, if Lu Jinxing still has a single cent in his pocket, I will make him take it out and return it to your comrade." Song Ruofei said in a relaxed manner. "I'm glad to hear that." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You should pay more attention to this. I'm on good terms with that comrade of mine." Don't worry. Song Ruofei said casually, "Is there anything else?" "Then I'm hanging up." Hang up. Come to the farm when you're free, I'll treat you to a drink. Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei was not used to Song Rui's sudden drive. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei smiled and mumbled to himself, this guy. Let's hope he's not just a 3-minute hot topic. Xia Ruofei thought that it was very possible. Song Rui was lively by nature. He might start to get lazy after the novelty had passed. Over the next few days, Master Luo began to process the high-quality iron, skin dendrobium in the farm. Xia Ruofei's offer was very good. Whether it was the security team or the workers at the greenhouse, they were all very enthusiastic about signing up. Hence, Xia Ruofei simply asked Master Luo to organize a small selection and selected 5 people from the registered people. These 5 people would follow Master Luo step by step and would be sent to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province to learn after some time. In the future, the production of the iron-hide keyed dough by the Peach Blossom Company would be based on these 5 people. Of course, there was a lot of work to do in the early stages of the production. Moreover, the amount of raw materials here was huge. It was definitely not enough to rely on just 5 people. Xia Ruofei arranged for 10 more people to help Master Luo. These 10 people were equivalent to temporary transfers within the system. They were still working in their respective positions and would come over to help during the production of keyed dough. During the time they helped to make the iron, skin, maple bucket, they would also receive additional rewards in the form of bonuses and subsidies. Under Master Luo's supervision, all the work was progressing steadily. Xia Ruofei had gone to the scene 2 days ago. Master Luo was very familiar with the processing of the fresh strips. He had removed the leaf sheath and cut the fresh strips into short sections of 5 to 7 centimeters. After that, he dried the freshly processed strips and poured them into a high-temperature iron pan to stir, fry. All these could only be done by hand, especially when frying. The control of the fire was very important, so such a key process was completed by Master Luo himself. Of course, he wouldn't hide anything. He explained the steps and key points in detail to the 5 people as he operated. After frying, the coating on the surface of the dendrobium had to be rubbed off. Then, the peeled iron, skin dendrobium was wrapped around an iron wire and repeatedly baked for 5 to 8 times in a drying cage to further remove the water. The temperature of the baking was also very important. The iron maple dipper made by Master Luo would not be burnt at all, and the final product would be a beautiful golden yellow. The process seemed simple, but there was actually quite a lot of attention to it. Xia Ruofei looked at Master Luo as he finished the first batch of maples. He took out a few curly golden grains from the bag and asked with a smile, Master Luo, how's the quality of these fengdou? Master Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said excitedly, Boss Xia, I've been making iron-hide keyed dough for most of my life, but this is the first time I've made such a high-quality finished product. The raw materials you provided are really good. These iron maples are much better than the special products on the market. That's great. Master Luo, thank you for your hard work. Xia Ruofei said happily. Master Luo smiled and said, it's not hard at all. Boss Xia, you may not know this, but in this line of work, it's a pleasure to be able to meet such good raw materials and personally process them into the best iron maple. Then, Master Luo pointed at the tin keyed bucket in the bag and said, these iron maples are golden and shiny, so comfortable to look at. Boss Xia, there are now some illegal businesses that burn old newspapers to add color to the maple buckets, but even so, the color of the maple buckets. Can't compare to ours. Look at how pure this color is. The taste is so natural. Xia Ruofei could tell that Master Luo was full of achievement, so he laughed and said, Master Luo, I'll leave this batch of iron skin dendrobium to you. We'll try to finish processing it as soon as possible. All right. Master Luo grinned. Also, please teach our employees, Xia Ruofei said. Don't worry, Boss Xia. This isn't a unique skill. Master Luo chuckled and said, as long as they're willing to learn, I'll teach them all my secret skills. Xia Ruofei looked at the 5 employees who were learning from Master Luo and said, did you guys hear that? You've all seen Master Luo's skills. Don't waste the opportunity to have such a good teacher to guide you. In the future, I will only let you officially take up your posts after you pass Master Luo's test. Yes, boss. We'll definitely study hard. The 5 of them quickly nodded in agreement. After they finished their studies, their treatment would be doubled. That would be better than many white-collar workers. Furthermore, once they mastered a skill, they would never go hungry. They naturally cherished this opportunity. Xia Ruofei encouraged Master Luo with a few words and let them continue with their work. He did not stay behind to be a hindrance and went straight back to the villa. After Xia Ruofei returned to her room, she recalled the discussion she had with Ling Xiaotian about the online promotion of Drunken 8 Immortals. Since she had nothing else to do, she turned on her computer to see how Li Jing was doing. Xia Ruofei immediately opened the search engine and searched with Drunken 8 Immortals as the keyword. After checking, he realized that Li Jing's efficiency was quite high. At least, he had already read 7 or 8 versions of the article at a glance. Some of them were even being discussed enthusiastically on major forums. The memories of youth of the 3 mountain men, the Drunken 8 Immortals wine in my eyes. The newly packaged Drunken 8 Immortals creates a miracle and is sold out as soon as it hits the market. Drunken 8 Immortals, what's so magical about them? The old liquor worm explains it to you. Do you know how popular this liquor has been recently? I'll tell you the 5 sets of data. A price of conscience, the spirit of the craftsman, the rebirth of the phoenix of a century-old brand. Where can I buy the 8 Immortals drunk now? Urgently waiting online. Jia Junpeng, your mother is calling you to the supermarket to buy Drunken 8 Immortals. Xia Ruofei clicked on each article and browsed through them. He could not help but admire the creative ability of these fake reviewers. These articles did not leave obvious traces of advertising, and they hyped up the sales miracle of Drunken 8 Immortals from various angles. Other than the article, Xia Ruofei even found a whole set of emojis, such as I'll set a small goal first. After work, I'll buy a box of Drunken 8 Immortals, mantis shrimp. Let's go buy Drunken 8 Immortals. I've failed to buy Drunken 8 Immortals 3 times. I suspect I went to a fake supermarket. Aside from the various mainstream forums, there were also many topics regarding Drunken 8 Immortals on Weibo. Although they had yet to make it to the hot search rankings, the number of views and discussions on them were steadily rising. Of course, negative comments were inevitable. People these days were no fools. Those who frequently surfed the internet still had basic judgment. As such, many people scoffed at Drunken 8 Immortal and believed that this was a complete hype. There were also quite a few voices looking at Drunken 8 Immortals. In fact, there were even some people who, in order to expose the low-level hype created by Drunken 8 Immortals, even thought of ways to queue up and personally buy the wine to test the poison with their own bodies. they even took a video of it. The result was unsurprising. After this anti-fraud fighter drank Drunk 8 Immortals, he immediately became a fan and was not stingy with his praises. Of course, this person had also been accused by many of the netizens of being the internet water army hired by Immortal Drunken 8, and all kinds of ridicule were thrown at him. In short, there were supporters, oppositions, and neutral factions. Everyone had their own opinions, and the argument was very lively. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He didn't care if anyone was slandering the 8 Immortals. The effect he wanted was to attract everyone's attention, and from the looks of it, it was obviously very successful. Xia Ruofei was very confident in the quality of Drunken 8 Immortals. He believed that as long as those people really drank Drunken 8 Immortals, they would definitely become fans or even anti-fans. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with Li Jing's work. He even called him to encourage him and to find out about the current sales. In the end, Xia Ruofei was pleasantly surprised. Within a few days, the sales of Drunken 8 Immortals had soared again. There were less than 10,000 boxes left in the warehouse, and more than 2/3 of the wine had been sent to the major channels. According to Li Jing's calculations, at least half of the 20,000 boxes of wine had already been sold. This was even if some channels had limited the purchase in order to ensure the supply. Otherwise, they might have been sold out. Furthermore, Walmart, Hualien, and other large chain stores also took the initiative to contact the winery, hoping to establish a long-term partnership. Li Jing had already received instructions from Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian. He knew that due to production limitations, the winery's main goal was to cooperate with these large channels. Thus, he was very active in the negotiations. These channels had already analyzed the potential of Drunken 8 Immortals, so they took the initiative to make many concessions in terms of entrance fees, commission, and other aspects. The negotiations were progressing very smoothly. Xia Ruofei was very happy and gave full recognition to Li Jing's work. At the same time, he also instructed him to speed up the construction of e-commerce channels and strive to open the flagship store of Skycat as soon as possible. Both sides would go hand in hand. In the next half a month, Xia Ruofei mainly stayed in the farm. He would patrol the construction site every day or visit Master Luo's place. He would also deal with some daily company affairs. Occasionally, he would return to the city to spend some time with Ling Qingxue. His days were very leisurely. Very soon, Master Luo finished processing the last batch of iron-skinned dendrobium. Originally, the iron maples had to be sorted according to their grades, but the raw materials this time were too good. Almost all the finished iron maples were of the best quality, so there was no need to sort them out at all. They were all put into a big bag. Xia Ruofei organized a group of people to carry over a pound of these iron maples. In the end, he obtained 136 kilograms of finished products, which was slightly more than the expected output. Xia Ruofei gave Master Luo a red packet of 20,000 yuan and instructed Peng Hao to give additional bonuses to all the workers who participated in the production of the iron skin maple. Master Luo declined several times, saying that Boss Qian had already given him his salary and travel allowance, so he could not take any more money from Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei's attitude was very firm. He said that Boss Qian was giving him his salary, and the red packet was a token of his sincerity. The two could not be mixed together. Master Luo couldn't reject it and could only accept Xia Ruofei's red packet. In the end, After the first production of the iron, skin maples came to an end, Xia Ruofei gave President Lin of Tongran Hall a call. After President Lin heard about it, he immediately said that he would personally bring people to the Three Mountains to buy them all. Xia Ruofei considered the fact that he still had to send the 5 employees to Boss Qian's place to learn. He had also promised Qian Lijun that he would go over to meet his comrades. Hence, he did not ask CEO Lin to come over and said that he would send them to Qiantang. Then, Xia Ruofei asked the workers to load the big bag of iron maples into his Night 15 off-road vehicle and bought train tickets for 5 employees. He took Master Luo in the off-road vehicle and went straight to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province in 2 groups. Among the 5 employees who were finally selected to learn how to make iron-skinned maples, there were 2 security personnel and 3 shed workers. Among the veterans, Qin Xiaojun, who was the first to arrive at the farm, had also registered and passed the selection. Qin Xiaojun's major in the army was explosives. He spent all his time fiddling with explosives, timers, and mines. When he came to work on the farm, the skills that the other 3 had learned could still be used in the local areas. However, his major was basically useless. It was the least practical. Even though Xia Ruofei had promoted Qin Xiaojun to the position of a team leader and he would only be learning how to make iron-hide maples, he still decided to sign up after much consideration. Xia Ruofei, Lei Hu, and the other veterans would not object to Jian Jiao working on the farm. It would be good for Qin Xiaojun to learn another skill. Xia Ruofei trusted his old comrades more, so he appointed Qin Xiaojun as the leader of the group of 5 heading to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province. Qin Xiaojun and the rest took the bullet train, which was naturally faster than Xia Ruofei's self-driving. Hence, Xia Ruofei told Qin Xiaojun and the rest to find a hotel to stay in after they arrived in Anhui City. Of course, all the expenses would be covered by the company. He drove at full speed with Master Luo and had a simple lunch at the highway service area. They finally arrived at Qiantang City at 3 in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei directly brought Master Luo along. Under the guidance of the GPS, they arrived at the Qiantang Tongran Tang Pharmacy. President Lin of Tongran Hall had been waiting in the store for a long time. As soon as Xia Ruofei got out of the car, President Lin, who had been waiting eagerly, welcomed him warmly. "Brother Xia, you've had a long journey." His eyes lit up when he saw Xia Ruofei's car. "Brother Xia's car is really good. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a limited edition Night 15, right?" "I think so." "I don't know much about cars," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. When President Lin heard this, the enthusiasm on his face grew even more. Although it was a little tacky to use a house, car, and clothes to measure a person's status, the fact that Xia Ruofei could drive a limited edition Night 15 that was worth tens of millions still shocked President Lin. At least Xia Ruofei's financial strength was once again confirmed, and it also greatly increased President Lin's confidence in further cooperation. "President Lin, I didn't keep a single tail of iron, skin maple duel this time. It's all in the car," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Thank you. President Lin said happily, "Thank you, Brother Xia." After saying that, Mr. Lin hurriedly called the shop assistant over and took out the big bag of iron, hide keyed from the trunk of Night 15. President Lin personally led Xia Ruofei and Master Luo into the back hall of the pharmacy. "President Lin, let's take a look at the item first." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if the quality of the herbs can't meet your standards, just tell me. I can bring it back. Anyway, I'm here for the gathering. Don't joke around, brother Xia. President Lin quickly said. When have you ever sold something that wasn't of the highest quality? How can it not meet the standard? Even though he said that, President Lin still quickly signaled the appraisal staff to open the bag and check the ironhide maples that Xia Ruofei had brought. The person in charge of the appraisal was an old acquaintance. When Xia Ruofei first came here to sell wild ginseng, it was this old Chinese medicine Dr. Huang who was in charge of the appraisal. Old Chinese physician Huang gave Xia Ruofei a friendly smile, then opened the bag and took out a handful of iron, skin maples. When the iron, skinned fengdo was presented in front of Director Lin and old Chinese Dr. Huang, both of them widened their eyes in unison. Old Chinese medicine Dr. Huang immediately took a closer look at the iron maples, while President Lin squatted down and couldn't wait to grab a bunch of them from the bag and look at them carefully. Xia Ruofei and Master Luo looked at each other and smiled. Then, they looked at the two calmly. President Lin and old Huang looked at it repeatedly for a long time. Old Huang's eyes lit up. He put the iron maple in his hand closer and sniffed it deeply. He immediately showed a look of enjoyment. Then, he carefully tore a piece and put it in his mouth to chew. After a while, Director Lin and old Chinese Dr. Huang exchanged a look. Old Chinese physician Huang nodded slightly and said, President Lin, there's no doubt that Boss Xiao's batch of fengdo is of the highest quality. It's even higher quality than the special grade products we're selling. Mr. Lin was in charge of the branch in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, and the iron, skin fengdo was a special medicinal herb in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang province, so he naturally knew a lot. After a moment of thought, President Lin said, Brother Xia, you've given me a difficult problem. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, Big Brother Lin, what do you mean? Could it be that the funds in the store? No, we have enough funds. President Lin quickly said. Brother Xia, I'm in a difficult position on how to set the price for this batch of maple stalks. Xia Ruofei laughed, that's easy. Big Brother Lin, you've seen my batch of fengdo, so you can set the price however you want. I believe that you won't let me suffer a loss. I'm just worried that you'll be at a disadvantage, so. Brother Xia, I'll tell you the truth. President Lin said with a bitter smile. The quality of your batch of iron skinned fengdo is beyond our imagination. We've never purchased such high-quality fengdo before, and we don't even have a reference price. When Master Luo heard this, he could not help but smile. Although he knew that the quality of this batch of maple fight was extremely high, he still felt a sense of accomplishment as the creator of this batch of maple fight after hearing it from Director Lin of Tongren Hall. President Lin thought for a moment and said, Brother Xia, how about this? I'll take up a little more of your time. I'll contact the Pharmaceutical Research Institute of the Provincial Academy of Medical Sciences right away and send this batch of fengdo samples to do a comprehensive test. I have a few friends in the institute. I'll ask them to do special things. The results should be out by today. With the test report, we'll have enough basis for the pricing. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. That's fine. Big Brother Lin, if you don't think it's troublesome, we'll do as you say. President Lin said. Happily, okay. Brother Xia, I'll arrange for someone to get it done immediately. You can have some tea with this master in my office first, President Lin arranged for someone to collect some samples and then called his friends who worked at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. After he was done, President Lin personally went to the office to accompany Xia Ruofei and Master Luo to make tea. Even if Mr. Lin had a lot of connections and the Herbal Research Institute would help him immediately, it would take time to turn on the equipment, warm it up, test it, and send out the report. The three of them waited until the evening, but there was still no news from the other side. Hence, CEO Lin ordered the staff to go to a nearby hotel to pack some food and wine. He then had dinner with Xia Ruofei and Master Luo in his office. At 7:00 in the evening, Mr. Lin's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and immediately put down his glass. He stood up and picked up the phone. "Hey, old Huang, this is great. I've really troubled you this time. Hey, sure. I'll be in the office. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot." President Lin hung up the phone and said to Xia Ruofei with a happy face, "Brother Xia, the results from the Herbal Research Institute are out. The report will be faxed over immediately." After that, President Lin opened the office door and poked his head out to call for old Chinese Dr. Huang. Mr. Lin came to his desk. His fax machine gave out a signal automatically when it rang. After a while, a piece of paper was spat out slowly with a sizzling sound. President Lin couldn't wait to pick up the fax paper. He just glanced at it and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Dr. Huang also put on his reading glasses and went over to take a look. His entire person was instantly petrified as he muttered, This indicator. This is too abnormal." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, curiously, "What's wrong, Brother Lin? Is there a problem with my product?" President Lin returned to his senses and handed the report to Xia Ruofei. "Brother Xia, it's not that there's a problem with your product, it's just that the indicators are too heaven-defying. Old Huang and I are both shocked. Take a look at the indicators for the Dendrobium noxus." Xia Ruofei took a look at the report. The content of Dendrobium sugar was on the top row. Xia Ruofei saw it with one look. The number 40.6% was written at the back. 41%? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Big Brother Lin, I'm not too familiar with these things. Is this number very high?" Master Luo was also shocked when he heard that. He quickly came over to take a look, then couldn't help rubbing his eyes. After confirming that he didn't see wrongly, he exclaimed, "Oh my God." Master Luo was also shocked, right? Mr. Lin smiled and said, "It's fine. If it's just one sample. Look at the second half of the report. The results of the 5 samples we sent over are almost the same. The fluctuation is no more than 3%. The quality of the raw materials for Boss Xia's iron, skin dendrobium is indeed very, very high." Master Luo scratched his head and said, "But I didn't expect the final product to be so high. This is really..." Xia Ruofei was confused. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Lin, Master Luo, don't keep me in suspense. I'm the only outsider here. Are you guys playing riddles with me?" President Lin laughed and said, "Brother Xia, the sugar content of dendrobium is an important indicator of the quality of iron, Heidfengdao. The national standard is that the sugar content must be at least 25%. The best iron Heidfengdao on the market can reach about 30% sugar content. Among the few special products in our store, the best can reach 35%, which is the best quality in recent years." President Lin glanced at the report in Xia Ruofei's hand and continued, after the sugar content reaches 35%, it's already amazing if it doesn't increase by 0.1%. But you actually increased it by 5%. To be honest, I've been in the business for so many years, but I've never seen any store that can produce maple dendrobe with a sugar content of more than 40%. Master Luo also nodded heavily, agreeing with President Lin's point of view. Meanwhile, old Chinese medicine Dr. Huang added, Mr. Xia, your batch of fingdo not only has a high content of dendrobe glucose, but other components such as dendialkali, dendiamine, and so on are also far better than the indicators of our special products. This is really an eye-opener for me. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei finally let out a relaxed smile and said, in layman's terms, this means that the quality of my iron, skinned fingdo is very good? It's more than just very good. President Lin immediately said, it's simply the best of the best. Then I'm relieved. You're all so surprised that I'm feeling uneasy too. Xia Ruofei laughed and said half-jokingly. Mr. Lin also smiled a little embarrassedly, and then asked with a trace of apprehension, Brother Xia, you've promised to sell all of these 10 kilos to us, haven't you? Xia Ruofei chuckled, Big Brother Lin, don't worry. I've already moved my things here, how can I take them away? Chief Lin heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's great. Brother Xia. This batch of fingdo. Our Chantang Tongren Hall is willing to buy all of them. As for the price, 150,000 Chinese dollars per kg, what do you think? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and asked, Brother Lin. If I remember correctly, the last time I came to your shop, boss who bought iron, skin maples at 100,000 yuan per kilogram, right? This purchase price, the one you bought last time was only first class, boss who, said President Lin with a smile. The price of special grade is more expensive than that. 150,000 Chinese dollars per kg. It's about 30% higher than the price we pay for the special goods. I've estimated this price based on the various indicators of your batch of maple dells. After all, I've never bought such high-quality iron, skinned maple dells before. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. All right, since Big Brother Lin has said so, then we'll trade according to the price you set. Thank you, Brother Xia. President Lin was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the staff to come in and take the whole bag of iron, skin maples to weigh. Xia Ruofei and the others followed. Tongren Hall's weighing scale was very accurate. After all, some of the medicinal materials they purchased were very valuable. For example, the iron, skinned maple bucket this time was worth thousands of yuan. After weighing, Xia Ruofei's batch of iron, skinned maples weighed 136.4 kilograms, which was 20.46 million Huaxia dollars. In total. Although Xia Ruofei already had a rough idea, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he received such a definite sales figure. This was only the first batch. It had brought in a profit of 20 million. The financial pressure on the Paradise Company was suddenly gone, and the money needed for the farm infrastructure was more than enough. He also didn't need to advance the winery's dividend. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had calculated the growth cycle of the iron, skin dendrobe. Basically, it was more appropriate to harvest it once every 3 years. Then, taking into account the time flow difference, it would take 1 to 1.5 months. After planting this batch of ironhide vessels in the medium, Xia Ruofei basically had zero cost. The only thing he had to pay was the workers' wages. Compared to the profit from selling the ironhide maples, it was like a drop in the ocean. More than 20 million yuan in a month's time. It was way too easy to earn money. It was comparable to a money printing machine. Xia Ruofei once again had a clear understanding of the value of the spirit map space. After both parties had confirmed the weight of the iron, skin maple bucket, CEO Lin said to Xia Ruofei, "Brother Xia, let's sign the acquisition contract first. This is a large sum of money, so I'll have to ask the main store tomorrow before I can transfer the money. Is that okay?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "Of course, no problem. How could I not trust Big Brother Lin?" In fact, Xia Ruofei was not worried that President Lin would try to take his money. With his current means, even if President Lin went back on his words, he had countless ways to get his things back and also leave a deep impression on President Lin. "Thank you, Brother Xia." President Lin rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Brother Xia, I have a request." "You're welcome, please speak," Xia Ruofei said with a warm smile. "I remember you said last time that you can purchase a batch of this quality of iron, skin dendrobium every 2 or 3 months, right?" President Lin's eyes were filled with anticipation as he asked, "Brother Xia, do you think we can establish a long-term cooperation mechanism? In the future, as long as it's iron skin dendrobium produced by your company, our Chantang Tongren Hall will be responsible for acquiring it." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Brother Lin, there are so many iron hide maples. Can you finish them?" "You don't have to worry about that at all," President Lin quickly replied. "Brother Xia, to tell you the truth, in the current domestic market, iron maples have always been in high demand, especially your super high-quality goods. There is no market for it. A few hundred kilograms or even 1 or 2 tons a year is nothing. Besides, the ironhide fundo is also selling well internationally. Even if the quantity is a little high in the later stages, we can totally go through the export route. In fact, Chantang Tongren Tang alone would not be able to get so many goods. After all, the area that this store could reach was limited. However, Tongren Tang was a giant pharmaceutical chain in the country with a perfect sales network. The main branch in Beijing would definitely welcome Mr. Lin's acquisition of such high-quality ironhide maples with open arms. And once a long-term cooperation agreement was reached, it would definitely be the most eye-catching achievement in Boss Lin's career. He would be promoted and put in an important position soon, which was why he was so concerned about this matter. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment. He had a good impression of Mr. Lin. He was honest and friendly. At least, Xia Ruofei did not feel uncomfortable when he was dealing with him. Since I'm going to sell the iron skin maples, and President Lin is interested in buying them, and Tongren Hall has a perfect sales channel, why not? With a monthly income of 20 million, Xia Ruofei naturally would not be stingy with the money. He thought for a moment and said, "Big Brother Lin, I agree with your suggestion in principle, but I have a condition. If you guys can agree, then I can decide on this long-term cooperation right now." "What is it, Brother Xia?" President Lin quickly said. Xia Ruofei said unhurriedly, "Brother Lin, I have a company in the Southeast Province. It mainly deals with vegetables, melons, fruits, and other agricultural products. Of course, in the future, iron hide maples and wild old ginseng will also become our important products. So I hope that the iron hide maples I sell to Tongren Hall will be packaged in our own unified packaging and labeled with the Taoyuan brand." Xia Ruofei paused for a moment before he continued, if you can agree on this condition, I can make the decision to sign an exclusive sales contract with you. In the future, the iron, skinned maple and even the wild old ginseng produced by our company can all be authorized to be sold to you. As for the commission model, or you can buy it directly from our company and set the price yourself, we can discuss it slowly. All of Xia Ruofei's decisions were made to increase the reputation of Paradise Corporation. After the expansion of the farm, the production capacity had increased, and the excellent quality of Taoyuan vegetables should soon be able to make a name for itself in the province and even the country. As for the drunken eight immortals, Xia Ruofei would also discuss with Ling Xiaotian and name it as a joint production of Peach Blossom Company and Ling Ji Restaurant. Originally, Xia Ruofei only wanted to make some quick money from the wild ginseng and iron-skinned androbium. However, after Mr. Lin took the Fingdo for testing, the results showed that the quality was far better than the best iron skin Fingdo in the market. Naturally, Xia Ruofei had the idea of naming it Taoyuan. President Lin pondered for a moment and said, Brother Xia, I agree with your condition in principle. After all, Tongren Hall doesn't produce medicinal materials ourselves. Even the ironhide maples we sell have their own trademarks. We must make your batch of ironhide maples into gift boxes before we can sell them. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He quietly looked at President Lin and waited for him to continue. Personally, I really want to facilitate this cooperation, but I still have to ask the higher ups for the specific model, President Lin continued. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, it's okay. There's no hurry. Brother Lin, I should be in Anhui City for the next 2 days. You can send someone or talk to us personally after I return to the Three Mountains. Okay, President Lin quickly said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Brother Lin, you can report to the head of your main store. If we work together, I can provide at least 900 kilograms of the iron, skin maples of today's quality every year. Also, I can provide at least 2 wild ginseng of the same quality every year. A strange light flashed in President Lin's eyes. He nodded heavily and said, all right. Brother Xia, I'll definitely get the authorization from the higher ups as soon as possible. And fly to Sanshan City personally to discuss the contract with you. When President Lin heard Xia Ruofei's production, his heart was in turmoil. This was definitely a rare opportunity. It was the same for both him and Tongren Hall. The only thing he was worried about now was that any delay would bring more trouble, so he couldn't wait to call the head in charge of the main store and report it. Xia Ruofei could guess what Mr. Lin was thinking. He smiled and said, Big Brother Lin, I won't disturb you any longer. Good. Brother Xia, the money for this batch of iron maples should be transferred to your account tomorrow morning. President Lin said, I'll arrange for you to stay at Qiantang first. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. Li Jun has already prepared a place for me. I'm going to go to Anhui City tonight. Big Brother Lin, just do what you need to do, don't worry about me. All right then. President Lin said, Brother Xia, I'll treat you to a drink when you return from Ouu. Big Brother Lin, I'll be heading back to the Three Mountains after I'm done with my business there. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, let's have a good gathering when you go to the Three Mountains. In a few days. Anhui City was located between Sanshan City and Qiantang City. Last time, Xia Ruofei had to travel back and forth by plane. This time, if he drove by himself, he would definitely go from Vietnam to The southeast province. It was impossible for him to drive north to Qiantang City. President Lin revealed a trace of regret and said, "That's the only way." Brother Xia, drive slowly then, all right. Xia Ruofei bade farewell to Mr. Lin, took Master Luo to the night 15, and rushed to Anhui City. At this time, Qin Shaojun and his team had already found a hotel in the city. Xia Ruofei had brought Master Luo along because he wanted to sell the iron-hide keyed bucket. He wanted Master Luo to help him with any questions regarding his profession. After all, he had made it himself. They didn't expect the quality of the iron-skinned fengdo to be so high. President Lin and the others directly sent a sample to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute for testing. Speaking of which, Master Luo had made a wasted trip. If he had known earlier, he would have bought a train ticket and let him leave with Qin Shaojun and the others. Xia Ruofei also expressed his apologies on the way. Master Luo, on the other hand, was happy and did not mind that Xia Ruofei gave Wan a 20,000 yuan red packet during his a month of work in Sanshan City. Master Luo was overjoyed. It was just a few more hours in the car, so why would he mind? Besides, the night 15 was worth tens of millions of people. At around 11 p.m., Xia Ruofei arrived at the iron-skinned Dendrobium base in Anhui City. Although it was already late at night, Qian Lijun was still waiting in front of the small building of the Dendrobium cultivation base. In addition, 2 large lamps were specially lit on the open space in front of the small building. Qian Lijun had probably been waiting for a while. He was smoking a cigarette in boredom. When the night XV's lamp shone on him, his eyes lit up. He threw away the cigarette butt and quickly walked over. When the car was under the light, Qian Lijun could finally see the big black thing that looked like a monster. Wow! Ruofei, your car is too exciting. Qian Lijun's eyes revealed an undisguisable look of envy. Any man who had served in the military would have no resistance to this monster-class SUV that was full of wildness. Xia Ruofei opened the car door and jumped out with a smile. It's exciting, right? How exciting! Qian Lijun said enviously. Ruofei, can you lend it to me for a few days? No problem. I'm going to be in Anhui City these 2 days, so you can be the driver. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Good, good. Qian Lijun said happily. At this time, Master Luo also got out of the car. Xia Ruofei went over and said, Master Luo, you've worked hard during this period of time. You should go back and rest. A few of my employees will be here tomorrow. I'll have to trouble you to teach them. Don't worry, Boss Xia. As long as they're willing to learn, I won't hide anything from them. Master Luo said with a simple smile. Then, he bade Xia Ruofei and Qian Lijun goodbye and left. Qian Lijun and Xia Ruofei walked into the small building with their arms around each other's shoulders. Qian Lijun immediately arranged for Xia Ruofei to stay in the cultivating base of the Dendrobium candids. There was a guest room on the small building. Lijun, have you contacted Pan Chong and Wang Zhihai? Xia Ruofei asked. Don't worry. We're all waiting for you to come over. Qian Lijun said as he walked, just listen to my arrangements for the next few days. Tomorrow, we'll gather our comrades in Ouyuyu together. The day after tomorrow, we'll bring Pan Chong and Wang Zhihai to Yendang Mountain for a day. How about it? All right, I'll follow your arrangements. Xia Ruofei said. By the Wei, how's the production of those iron-skinned maples going? Qian Lijun asked again. It went quite smoothly. I've already sold them all to Qiantang Tongren Hall. This time it's really all thanks to you. Xia Ruofei said, from now on, my employees will be learning from you. Please help me take care of them. Do I still need you to explain this? Qian Lijun said, just relax. As it was already very late, Qian Lijun went back to sleep after sending Xia Ruofei to her room. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Xia Ruofei slept until 8 o'clock before he woke up. He had driven a few hundred kilometers the day before and slept a little late. He took advantage of the fact that there were no special arrangements today to catch up on his sleep. Qian Lijun had already prepared breakfast. When Xia Ruofei saw Boss Qian, he expressed his gratitude once again. The gathering time was at night. Pan Chong and Wang Zhihai were in the county below, so they would arrive at Qian Lijun's place before noon. Therefore, he had nothing to do in the morning. Xia Ruofei sent the location to Qin Xiaojun via WeChat and asked them to take a taxi. After Qin Xiaojun and the others rushed to the iron-skinned dendrobium cultivation base, Qian Lijun personally arranged their accommodation. At the same time, he also instructed Master Luo to bring them around to familiarize themselves with the environment. Master Luo and the others would naturally help arrange the rest of his studies, so Xia Ruofei had nothing to do with it. He simply asked Qian Lijun to show him around the iron-skinned dendrobium cultivation base. Although Xia Ruofei had planted tens of thousands of iron-skinned dendrobes in the spirit map space, the space was filled with rich spiritual qi. The iron-skinned dendrobes did not need to be taken care of at all. He had only done some work during the cutting and harvesting. Therefore, Xia Ruofei had no idea about the cultivation of the iron-skinned dendrobium. He asked Qian Lijun about it as he visited the place. In the small building, Boss Qian was leisurely holding a teapot and admiring the red arowana in the big fish tank. The first time Xia Ruofei heard about the red arowana was through Qian Lijun. He wondered if the pair of red arowana in the fish tank was the same pair in the photo that Qian Lijun had shown Xia Ruofei. At that moment, a taxi stopped in front of the building. A fat middle-aged man squeezed out of the taxi and said to the driver, "Master, wait for me here for a while. I have something to do and will be out soon." The middle-aged man had already paid the deposit, and he had also promised to pay an extra 50 yuan for the fare, so the taxi driver nodded happily and said, "All right. Boss, please hurry up." I know. You can pull over first." The fat middle-aged man waved his hand and said. Then, he strode into the small building. The fat middle-aged man was fat all over his body, and his body trembled as he walked. He had a greasy slicked back hair, a thick gold chain around his neck, a jade ring on his thumb, and a large string of beeswax on his wrist. He looked exactly like a nouveau riche. The fat middle-aged man climbed up a few steps and arrived at the entrance of the small building. When he saw Boss Qian in the living room, his eyes revealed some fear. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Old Qian." The fat middle-aged man's voice was full of flattery. Boss Qian turned his head when he heard the voice. When he saw the middle-aged fatty, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and glare at him. He shouted angrily, "Lu Jinsheng. You still have the face to see me?" It turned out that this middle-aged fat man was Boss Qian's former good friend, the deadbeat Lu Jinsheng, who later scammed Boss Qian of tens of millions. After Boss Qian finished speaking, he quickly walked up and grabbed Lu Jinsheng's collar. His eyes were spitting fire as he shouted, "You bastard! Give me back my money!" Lu Jinsheng quickly pried Boss Qian's hand away and said, "Old Qian, calm down, calm down. I'm here to pay you back your money. I knew you didn't have a good heart, you bastard, you fucking," Boss Qian cursed. He only came back to his senses halfway through his sentence and asked in a daze, "What did you say? Return the money?" He subconsciously let go and picked his ears. Boss Qian really suspected that he was hallucinating. These few years, in order to collect debts, he had been to Shannan province a lot. The court also ruled that he won the lawsuit. But he couldn't do anything to Lu Jinsheng, this troublemaker. According to the law, Lu Jinsheng had no assets under his name. Even if it was enforced by force, he would not be able to get back a single cent. The reality was so ironic. It was clear that Lu Jinsheng spent every day drinking and living an extravagant life. But he spent other people's money, lived in other people's villa, and drove other people's car. Even the court could not do anything to him. After a long time, Boss Qian gave up. That money could only be considered as a lesson for his inattentiveness in making friends. However, this lesson was too profound. Boss Qian had worked hard for so many years and had only just recovered. In terms of assets, he was still incomparable to the past. Although every time he saw Lu Jinsheng, Boss Qian would chase after him to collect his debt, but today, Lu Jinsheng really suddenly ran to Boss Qian and said that he wanted to pay back the money. Boss Qian actually suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Lu Jinsheng smiled and said, "Old Qian, I'm just here to return the money. Sigh. I owe you such a huge sum of money, and I'm feeling very uneasy. I've been working hard to raise money all these years, and I'm here to pay off the debt as soon as I have enough." After Boss Qian confirmed that he did not hear wrongly, a trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. He looked at Lu Jinsheng coldly and asked, "You're not playing any tricks again, are you?" Lu Jinsheng, "I've been screwed over by you all these years. Did you see that I've finally managed to get up and have some savings, so you're here to play some tricks with me?" "Old Qian, what are you thinking?" Lu Jinsheng said with a bitter smile, "I'm really here to pay back the money. I definitely don't dare to have any other thoughts. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid?" Boss Qian sneered and said, "Have you forgotten what you said when I went to Shannan to collect my debt 2 years ago? Even if the sun rose from the west, you, Lu Jinsheng, would not return a single cent to me. It's been less than 2 years, don't tell me you've forgotten what you said. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy." Boss Qian absolutely did not dare to believe that such a big liar would suddenly make a 180-degree turn. "If you can pay me back, even a sow would climb a tree." Boss Qian looked at Lu Jinsheng, who was sweating profusely and had a look of fear on his face. He was even more certain of his judgment that Qian was not hiding anything. What was he so nervous about? Seeing this, Lu Jinsheng sighed and said in a pleading tone, "Old Qian, don't mock me. I know what I did in the past was wrong, I'm not human. But you're a great man. So don't hold it against me. I prepared the money and I've come to apologize in person. Can you please tell Mr. Xia to let me go and let me live?"